Marineford, Naval Headquarters. A wondrous screen materialized in the sky, displaying four golden characters in the center. Celestial Arena. What is this? A man with a pigeon perched atop his head emerged from the Naval Headquarters. Kopu, stop munching on the senbei and come take a look. Don't be angry, Sengoku. I'll share my senbei with you. An old man with disheveled hair, clutching senbei, ambled out. Hurry and see what that is. This is. A resounding voice emanated from the center of the screen, akin to the booming bell of a giant. The Celestial Arena welcomes all challengers from the Naruto world, and the Pirate World victors shall receive bountiful rewards. Meanwhile, in the Naruto world, within Konohagakure, Third Hokage, an unusual phenomenon has appeared in the sky outside the village. What? Such a thing exists. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, hastily exited his office, swiftly arriving beneath the screen outside the village. Kakashi and Asuma, along with other elite jonin, were already awaiting his arrival. Hokagesima, a colossal screen has mysteriously appeared in the sky. However, it seems to pose no immediate threat. Kakashi calmly assessed the situation. The Celestial Arena welcomes all challengers from the Naruto world, and the Pirate World victors shall receive bountiful rewards. The resounding voice echoed once more from the center of the screen. What? Is there another world beyond our own? Inquired Uzumaki Naruto, a member of Team 7, led by Kakashi. At this moment, Naruto was still in his youthful years. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. Naruto. This could very well be a ruse orchestrated by those with malevolent intentions towards our village, Kakashi admonished, ever the meticulous mentor. Yet, despite his caution, the expressions of astonishment remained evident on the faces of all present. Contrary to the astonished gazes of the others, a boy named Luo Chuan, seated before a computer behind the enigmatic screen, wore a mischievous grin. Hailing from Blue Star, Luo Chuan was undoubtedly a quintessential youth steeped in fantasies. His favorite anime, Naruto and One Piece, featured a plethora of captivating characters. Luo Chuan had long pondered how the formidable powers of these two worlds would clash, and which would ultimately prevail. And now, fortune smiled upon him. He awakened with the extraordinary ability to manipulate both the Naruto and One Piece realms from his computer. Clearing his throat, Luo Chuan continued to modulate his voice into that of the Tathagata, transmitting it to both worlds. Indeed, all events transpiring in the two realms were synchronized, allowing characters from both sides to be acutely aware of the unfolding happenings. This is quite simple. I shall project the scenes from the world of One Piece into your realm, he declared. No sooner had he spoken than a small screen, half the size of a large one, materialized in the lower right corner of the massive display. The screen showcased the current events unfolding within the One Piece universe. Marineford. After witnessing a series of miraculous feats by Luo Chuan, even the ever-cautious Sengoku could not help but express his astonishment. To think there exists such a remarkable individual. Carp, have you seen this? Beside him, Carp was already in a state of amazement, his eyes wide and a long stream of drool hanging from his mouth. In my 70 years of life, I have never encountered a situation like this. But what could the reward for victory possibly be? Does that really matter? We need to step onto the arena, Carp. What if someone gets injured? You need not worry, Marshal Sengoku. The Celestial Arena exists in a virtual space, completely detached from the events of your world. This means that even if one were to perish in the arena, they would be resurrected. Luo Chuan carefully explained. Fearing that these individuals might be reluctant to participate, he certainly did not wish to miss such thrilling combat. Is that so? But how can I trust your words? Sengoku was always prudent, a quality befitting his decades-long tenure as a marshal. It is quite simple, Marshal Sengoku. Surely, you would not want the secrets of the celestial dragons to be divulged? What? You? Sengoku gazed at the screen in sheer terror. What does this mean, Sengoku? Carp inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Carp. However, we must exert our utmost in this arena battle. It pertains to the very survival of our world. Is it truly that grave? Well, I do not care. I am eager to witness just how formidable the denizens of another world can be. Carp enthusiastically flexed his arms, ready for the challenge. There's no need to rush, Admiral Carp. I will directly connect you to the world of Naruto, allowing you to share information. In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, Amidst the incredulous gazes of the third Hokage and the gathered crowd, Luo Chuan slowly spoke. All right, the contestants from both worlds can now communicate with one another. Now, let us begin. The selection of opponents' battles can be arranged as long as both parties consent. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon the image of the One Piece world displayed on the screen, his attention honing in on a disheveled old man. As the most esteemed Hokage, he was expected to lead the charge. Moreover, as the most trusted figure among the villagers, he felt compelled to secure a victory for the Naruto world in this inaugural battle. This old man appeared quite feeble. The third Hokage was not one to shy away from challenges, yet this was a matter of pride the Naruto world could not afford to be looked down upon. May I address you as the esteemed champion? I wish to select that man from the opposing side. The third Hokage pointed towards Carp's likeness. Certainly, esteemed third Hokage. This contestant is named Carp, and he belongs to the Navy faction in the world of pirates. Now, Admiral Carp, do you accept the challenge from the third Hokage? Ha ha ha. How amusing. Someone has chosen me. It has been many years since I've had a good stretch of my bones. Bring it on. Contract established, both contestants have agreed to battle, and the virtual arena is now open. After a wondrous flash of white light, Carp and the third Hokage found themselves transported to a pristine, white virtual realm, vanishing from their original world without a trace. Upon their initial encounter, the two exchanged no words, instead scrutinizing one another intently. Unbeknownst to them, chaos had erupted in both of their worlds. Chapter 2. Carp versus the third Hokage at the Marine headquarters. The first battle is to be led by Carp. Humph, that should be no problem. After all, Carp's strength is. Sengoku gazed at the large screen with satisfaction. He had complete confidence in Carp's capabilities, for Carp disregarded even the four emperors. Are we really going to let Mr. Carp take the lead? You're all aware of it, then. Enjoy the spectacle of your master's battle, Kazan. One of the Marine admirals, Akiji, stepped forward. There is no need for concern. We are quite familiar with the strength of Vice Admiral Carp. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazara followed closely behind. The three are known as the pinnacle of the world government's military might. Ah, a tournament, is it? I wonder if there are any wages for this. Kizaru remarked disdainfully as he observed the world of the Hokage on the small screen. In the East Blue, the dragon, reclining in a rocking chair under the sun at Dragon Paradise, mused that it was Carp in the spotlight. This promises to be entertaining. In Alabasta, Crocodile, one of the seven warlords, puffed on a cigar while watching the large screen. At Judicial Island, Kaku inquired of Lucci, are we to participate as well? What is there to fear? If we win, aren't there rewards to be had? Let us first see who prevails in this battle. I have heard that Vice Admiral Carp is exceptionally formidable. Let us keep our eyes peeled. In the New World, Drake Rosa. Ah, the world is indeed fascinating. A grand arena of the heavens. How I yearn to partake in such exhilarating endeavors. Brother Ming, clad in a luxurious fur coat, leisurely sips from a glass of fine red wine while on vacation. At this very moment, the Straw Hat crew finds themselves in Dressrosa. Grandfather. Ha ha ha. Victory is assured. Luffy exuberantly shouts aboard the Sunny. Quiet down, Luffy. The battle is about to commence. Zoro intently observes the large screen nearby. Whole Cake Island. Oh, Carp. How nostalgic these memories are. Kata Kuri inquires of one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Do you think that old man will prevail? Don't be fooled by his disheveled appearance. He is exceedingly formidable. Wano country. Lord Kaido, Carp is the first to represent us. The fiery Kinemon gazes unwaveringly at Kaido. His loyalty unwavering. Haha. Regardless of Carp, I, Kaido, am the strongest creature in the world. Should I enter, none shall stand against me. Kaido, inebriated, clutches a jug of alcohol. In a virtual realm, the arena of the heavens employs random settings, now generating a scene for the two combatants. As the words fade, the previously blank space transforms into the lush woodlands outside of the hidden leaf village. This terrain is most advantageous for me. The third Hokage secretly rejoices. The villagers of Konoha witness the unfolding scenario. Now this is splendid. Grandfather Hokage is certain to triumph. Naruto exclaims with uncontainable excitement. Naruto, do not let your guard down. Though the third Hokage is formidable, there is an unsettling aura about this individual that suggests he is far from ordinary. Is he merely an old man? Sasuke scoffed. In the Hidden Rain village, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. Itachi, you must be familiar with him, yes? Ah, I am. Humph. I wonder how the Hokage of Konoha measures up in terms of strength. Kisame observed Pain and Itachi with a cunning gaze. In Mayaboko Mountain, Jiraiya was diligently honing his sage abilities. In the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru inquired, "Do you believe the third Hokage can conquer his adversary?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of slyness flickering in his eyes. "After all, he is my master, and he possesses extraordinary power," Orochimaru retorted with a sneer. The battle commences. "I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hokage? That sounds impressive," laughed Garp, waving his arms. "A vice admiral, you say? Sounds like just another foot soldier," the third Hokage thought with a sense of satisfaction. "Then I shall not hold back." Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. The third Hokage swiftly formed hand seals, causing a dragon's head of mud to emerge from the ground, relentlessly spewing mud bullets. A mere parlor trick, Garp scoffed, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing directly before the third Hokage. So swift. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, was filled with awe. He mused that his celerity was second to none in the village, save for Might Guy. Yet it seemed inconsequential when juxtaposed with that of Vice Admiral Garp. Garp seized the third Hokage by the chin, casting him down with tremendous force. The earth fissured under the might of the blow, and the third Hokage was plunged into the chasm. "Hokage Grandpa!" Naruto exclaimed, "That old man is too swift. I must rescue Grandpa Hokage." "Do not be impetuous, Naruto," Kakashi cautioned. "Lord Third is not so feeble. Grandpa is magnificent. Grandpa is indeed the strongest." Luffy cheered, his eyes fixed on Garp's ascendant position. Having been subjected to his grandfather's iron fist since childhood, Luffy was intimately familiar with his capabilities. "Very well, Luffy," Nami interjected. "It would seem that this person is no match for your grandfather, which implies our triumph is assured. I wonder if the spoils of victory will be treasure? How delightful that would be." Nami's eyes metamorphosed into symbols of currency as she spoke. "Humph. Is that the extent of your power?" Garp remarked nonchalantly, swinging his arm as his gaze shifted toward the cavity where the third Hokage had fallen. Abruptly, the body contorted grotesquely, dissolving into a puddle of mire. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A draconic surge of flame erupted from the flank, directed at Garp. Garp grinned, evading the assault with ease. "I anticipated such trickery. What sorcery is this? It appears the inhabitants of your world are adept in arcane arts. Your speed is indeed astonishing, a fact I had not anticipated. I underestimated you." The third Hokage stepped forward slowly, his gaze infused with a newfound caution. "You are not without merit yourself, but how will you withstand this blow?" No sooner had he spoken than Garp's body shot forth like an arrow. His fist, as large as a sandbag, was enveloped in a formidable layer of advanced haki. The clash of knuckles resounded. How swift! The third Hokage's heart sank with foreboding. Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Composite Ninja Technique, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. 5 Nature Transformation, Great Multiple Shuriken Technique. The 4 clones simultaneously unleashed 5 types of chakra, merging them into a singular, formidable technique. Chapter 3, The Sealing of the Corpse Demon. The power of the 5 natures combined should not be underestimated. Garp's formidable armored fist collided directly with the great multiple shuriken, absorbing a significant portion of the damage. Nevertheless, the third Hokage still suffered some injuries. All 4 shadow clones were dispelled. The third Hokage, frail and aged, was propelled backward by the residual shockwave of the clash. "Lord Hokage," Asuma shouted from the sidelines, his loyalty and admiration for the Hokage evident. "Grandfather, get up and defeat that scoundrel." Konohamaru had also arrived at the village entrance, though he was still too young to possess any combat prowess. The fallen third Hokage clutched his right arm, clearly wounded, a trickle of blood gracing his lips. Fascinating, to think one could conjure an exact likeness of oneself. However, this holds no significance for me. Crush them all. Hello, hello, hello. Don't tell me you're already out of steam. I've only just begun to warm up. Cap, feigning nonchalance, swung his robust arms, seemingly indifferent. Is this all the strength the opponent possesses? Usopp questioned, his skepticism palpable. Do not underestimate this individual, Usopp. I sense he still harbors a lethal technique yet to be unveiled. Zoro asserted, gripping his sword with a grave expression. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Yet, Cap remained unscathed, merely having expended a fraction of his stamina. Could it be that victory was to be so simply determined? This thought crossed Luo Chuan's mind. He was well aware of Cap's prowess. Yet the third Hokage was formidable in his own right. During Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha, he had summoned the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, through the reanimation technique. Despite this, the third Hokage had managed to exchange blows 2 for 1 and even incapacitated Orochimaru by shattering his hands. Your speed and strength are indeed impressive. This shall be my final technique. Let us see if you can withstand it. The third Hokage rose, commencing his hand seals. Summoning technique. Enma. With a billow of smoke, Enma was summoned forth. Oh my, you shinobi are quite flamboyant. What is this conjured creature? A monkey? Cap mocked from the sidelines. Enma, eliminate him. The third Hokage, feeling a mix of indignation and embarrassment, was incensed. After all, he was the revered Hokage in the world of shinobi. How could a mere foot soldier dare to insult him? Enma promptly manifested a weapon known as the Diamond Staff and hurled it towards Cap with great speed. Merely relying on such tricks is inadequate. It appears I have overestimated the combat prowess of your world. Conqueror's Haki, activate. With a single utterance, an astonishing aura erupted around Carp. It is Conqueror's Haki, Kobe exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be so surprised, Kobe. Carp's Conqueror's Haki is of the highest caliber. Even the renowned red-haired Shanks, known as the strongest user, cannot rival him by much, Sengoku elucidated. As the third Hokage sensed this overwhelming presence, he trembled slightly. Such strength. To engage in battle with a formidable opponent like you is a worthy culmination of my lifelong endeavors. I stake my title as Hokage. Today, we shall determine a victor. Monkey King, proceed. Upon his command, the Monkey King brandished the adamantine staff and charged towards Carp. Ha. Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki in the pirate world. Haki binding now. A circle of crimson energy immediately enveloped Carp's fist. It is Haki binding. Grandpa has employed it. Truly remarkable, Grandpa. I wonder when I will possess such formidable power. Luffy gazed enviously at his grandfather from below. There is no need for haste, Luffy. In 2 months, you shall grasp the essence of Haki binding in Wano. Lo Chuan spoke slowly. Is that true, esteemed champion? Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? Naturally, I am privy to all matters and secrets within both the pirate and Hokage realms, Lo Chuan added, feigning nonchalance. To possess such formidable power, this champion is truly a deity among mortals. One must earnestly seek to curry favor with him. Orochimaru muttered beneath. Let me see what prowess you possess, you mere monkey. With a swift motion, Garp lunged forward, his Haki-infused fist poised for impact. Moving at a velocity close to that of light. Boom. The moment the Haki fist made contact with the ape demon, it was instantly obliterated into a cloud of smoke. But that was not the end. Fist of the Meteor. Garp's assault did not require direct contact. The coverage of his Conqueror's Haki was sufficient to inflict damage. After vanquishing the ape demon, Garp charged directly toward the third Hokage. This is bad. The attack was utterly unforeseen, and the third Hokage bore the brunt of Garp's relentless assault. The immense force propelled him several meters away, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. Grandpa Hokage, Naruto shouted anxiously from below. At this moment, he could no longer restrain himself. The power of the Nine Tails subtly manifesting. Do not despair, Naruto. Have faith in the third Hokage. Kakashi reassured, having sensed the urgency. The villagers of Konoha also felt a surge of anxiety for their leader. The enemy is undeniably formidable. Cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood was expelled, and the third Hokage was gravely injured. How could one withstand such a powerful attack without sustaining severe wounds? Hey, I see that you are no ordinary foe. Perhaps you should consider surrendering, to spare yourself further suffering. Esteemed champion, surrender would indeed bring an end to this battle, would it not? Garp inquired, raising his gaze within the virtual arena. Indeed, Admiral Carp, surrender to declare your defeat, responded Rokuchuan. Surrender? Huh, what a jest. As the esteemed Hokage of my village, how could I ever concede? The third Hokage is the most revered figure in Konoha, and I would rather perish than lose my honor. With great effort, the third Hokage managed to sit up halfway. I admit, in a direct confrontation, I cannot triumph over you. Therefore, I no longer wish to win against you, but rather, to bring us both to an end. Channeling his final reserves of strength, the third Hokage formed his last hand seal. Sealing technique, corpse demon binding. A colossal specter materialized behind him, towering at over 10 meters in height. That technique, how infuriating. Have we truly forced the third Hokage to resort to such a measure? Kakashi lamented from below, his frustration palpable. Observing this, even the battle-hardened Carp could not help but take a step back. No. Splendid. I acknowledge your prowess. Haha. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Carp laughed heartily, extending his arms, ready to face this final confrontation head-on. Such audacity, you shall soon regret this. Corpse demon binding. Release. As the words fell, the immense specter pierced through the third Hokage's body with its soul, seizing the sword that had been clutched in his mouth. An arm composed of ethereal energy lunged toward Carp. Chapter 4. The Ultimate Sealing Technique. How swift. Even Carp could not help but exclaim. If the movements of the previous 3 Hokages appeared to him as mere slow motion, then the speed of this technique was enough to rival his own. This is bad. Your grandfather is in danger, Luffy. Zoro astutely sensed Carp's predicament, a manifestation of his unique sixth sense. Really, Zoro? Grandfather, don't lose. Luffy shouted. Just as Carp shifted his stance, a colossal phantom hand surged forward, piercing through him. Yosher. Thus, the third Hokage sighed softly, then summoned his will. The blade within the enormous, ghostly hand swung down with certainty. Bang! As the blade fell, both the third Hokage and Carp collapsed simultaneously. Could it be a draw? This thought resonated in the minds of individuals from both worlds. Carp, get up. Don't disgrace us as soldiers. Sengoku shouted towards the large screen. Sensei was unable to overcome his opponent. Akiji pondered quietly. In stark contrast to the pirate's thoughts, those from the world of ninjas were acutely aware. Indeed, the third Hokage was beyond salvation, his eyes devoid of spirit. This technique was inherently one of mutual destruction. Well, if that is the case, it should be a draw. Fortunately, wait a minute. Before Kakashi could finish his thought, a towering figure slowly rose on the screen. This is impossible. The inhabitants of Konoha village were utterly astounded. For it is well known that no one can survive the Reaper Death Seal. It is, after all, one of the most formidable sealing techniques. Yet, at the very center of the grand screen stood none other than Garp himself. Ha. So it was a tactic aimed at our mutual destruction. Alas, your calculations have proven erroneous. Garp trembled as he straightened his posture. It turned out that the final strike had not entirely pierced his body, as he had deftly evaded it at the last possible moment with astonishing speed. Incredible. A seemingly unremarkable individual possesses such prowess. My intrigue for the denizens of this world grows ever deeper. This is indeed a perfect vessel. Below, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Lord Champion, I must challenge this individual. The crowd below turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. It is Jiraiya-sama. Some recognized him immediately. It's Master Jiraiya. It seems he seeks vengeance for the third Hokage. Kakashi understood his teacher's intentions. I apologize, Jiraiya-sensei, but one cannot engage in consecutive battles. Furthermore, I must first announce the outcome of this match. The victor of the first battle is the hero of the Navy from the pirate world, Monkey D. Garp. As the announcement resounded, Garp, within the virtual realm, was enveloped in a burst of white light before being transported to the pirate world. Oh ho! How marvelous! All my injuries have miraculously healed. Kapu, in disbelief, touched his own body. Well done, Kapu. Sengoku praised him with admiration. Meanwhile, in the world of Hokage, the third Hokage had yet to be transported back to his original realm. What is happening, esteemed champion? Is there a delay in the system? Jiraiya could not help but inquire, for the third Hokage was his most revered mentor, and he was deeply concerned for his safety. Apologies, Mr. Jiraiya, but I still need to announce the rewards for the recently victorious contestant. Oh, I see. However, the content of the rewards might be somewhat difficult for you to accept. What do you mean? Jiraiya appeared puzzled. Humph. Luo Chuan cleared his throat and addressed Kapu. Congratulations, Captain Kapu. You have won the first battle. Here are your rewards for this victory. First, you may choose to restore your youthful strength in the next match. But only within the virtual space. Such a thing exists. My speed and strength in my youth were at least tenfold compared to now. And what about the second reward? As for the second reward, ahem. Luo Chuan paused, gazing at the expectant yet perplexed faces of those from the Hokage world. All experiences within the virtual space are indeed unrelated to the original world, but this applies to the victor. In other words, this second reward allows you the option to prevent your enemies from returning to their original world. What? Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya and Kakashi were both taken aback. intrigued by the unexpected reward. How fascinating. Such a reward exists. I truly must contemplate this, Carp remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Sengoku approached and whispered a few words into Carp's ear. A smile crept onto Carp's lips as he nodded slightly. Master of the arena, I choose the second reward. Wah. What? This is utterly unfair, Kakashi exclaimed indignantly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, visibly flushed and fists clenched, was struggling to contain his emotions. It is crucial to note that at this moment, Jiraiya was unaware of the impending death of the third Hokage. He could not bear the thought of his mentor meeting such an end in the arena. Master of the arena. If I win the next match, can I resurrect the third Hokage? Jiraiya inquired, tears brimming in his eyes. Indeed, Mr. Jiraiya, Lucian replied with unwavering certainty. Excellent. Then I shall compete in the next match. No matter who it is, I will defeat them. Very well. The second match will feature Jiraiya representing the Hokage. La 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 la. Father, you cannot participate. Your health has not yet recovered. A colossal pirate ship sailed into Marineford, its flag bearing a distinctive skull with a unique mustache. It was none other than the Moby Dick. Marco and a group of his comrades were assisting the Yonko, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, as he slowly descended from the ship onto the plaza. Father, you are still on in 4. Please do not act recklessly. It's quite all right, Marco. Surely you're aware of Oyaji's capabilities. But, still. Enough, my sons. Allow your father to take the stage. Marco, unable to dissuade Whitebeard, relented, knowing his paternal devotion was shared by the crew. Whitebeard, but weren't you deceased? The assembled Marines at headquarters were visibly shaken by the sight. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku was taken aback. There's no need for alarm. I have resurrected Whitebeard. And Ace as well. Upon learning that this feat was orchestrated by the god, everyone seemed less surprised, as they were all too familiar with Luo Chuan's power. Whitebeard, are you certain you wish to participate in the second match? Chapter 5. Whitebeard vs. Jiraiya. The second contestant from the pirate side is the world's strongest man, the Yonko Whitebeard Edward Newgate. From the Naruto side, it's Jiraiya. After a flash of light, Whitebeard and Jiraiya were transported to the virtual space. Customized scene, an ordinary island in the East Blue. A sea breeze caressed the scene as a colossal figure stood silhouetted against the sunlight. The people of your world are quite tall, aren't they? That Garp fellow was over 2 meters, taller than myself. And I'm just over 2 meters tall. Speaking as you do, you are a veritable giant, easily over 6 meters. Jiraiya remarked. La 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 la. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? The white-bearded man smiled at the individual before him, who appeared rather benevolent. Jiraiya thought to himself, considering the recent events where someone had slain his master. His feelings toward the inhabitants of this world were far from amiable. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. As he spoke, Jiraiya struck a dramatic pose. Ah, understood. Then let us engage, the white-bearded man replied nonchalantly. It seems I have been underestimated. Thus, I shall not hold back. Ninja technique, Needle Earth God. Jiraiya formed a series of hand seals, his hair suddenly elongating to over 10 meters, launching towards the white-bearded man like needles. La 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 la. With a swift motion, the white-bearded man swung his great blade, effortlessly severing Jiraiya's hair. Mata Mata. Fire release. Fireball. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals and expelled a torrent of flames towards the white-bearded man. Too rudimentary. The white-bearded man grasped the air and exhaled forcefully, extinguishing the fireball without even utilizing his fruit abilities. Truly impressive, father. His son shouted from below. Do not let your guard down. I sense that father's opponent is not so simple. As I suspected, this individual primarily relies on physical combat. Jiraiya mused internally, having merely tested the white-bearded man's prowess moments ago. Are you familiar with this individual? Itachi. Ah. Pain is closely observing everything below, noticing Jiraiya lost in contemplation. Surely, you cannot be at such a lackluster level. Do not even think of defeating me with such inadequacy. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Ninja technique, summoning jutsu. Arise, Frog Wanta. In contrast, Jiraiya swiftly formed the seals and summoned Frog Wanta. What is this? A sea beast? Or perhaps a creature akin to little oars? Whitebeard questioned, gazing at Jiraiya, who stood atop Frog Wanta. Attack him, Frog Wanta. Upon hearing these words, Frog Wanta unsheathed his weapon, leaping 10 meters high, directly descending upon Whitebeard with force. Crushing vendor technique. Splendid. This strike will surely subdue that massive old giant on the opposite side. Naruto exclaimed excitedly from below. Hey, hey, hey. Whitebeard remained unfazed, raising his left hand and delivering a punch into the air. His fist collided with the atmosphere, rending it apart, creating multiple fissures. The immense pressure of his might tore the ground asunder, fracturing even the sea surrounding the island into segments. Frog Wanta braced himself against the blow, spitting blood profusely as he and Jiraiya plummeted to the ground. Truly, he is the strongest man possessing the power to annihilate worlds. Sengoku marveled from below, fully aware of the terrifying strength Whitebeard wielded in his youth. Kapu also silently acquiesced. Wentai? Is it all right? This fellow's strength indeed exceeds my expectations. He has managed to rend this small island, and even the sea surface. Truly astonishing. Jiraiya caressed his old companion. I'm fine, little Jiraiya. However, I am left with but a final vestige of strength. Allow me to lend you one last hand. Iron Cannonball. The toad Wentai exerted his final ounce of energy, inhaling deeply. His belly swelling to an enormous size, and unleashed a water cannonball towards Whitebeard, which then vanished into a cloud of smoke. Well done, Wentai? That's sufficient. Shadow Clone Technique. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a clone. Rasengan. One of the clones charged forward, executing the Rasengan aimed directly at Whitebeard. Honestly, even 100 of such attacks would be futile. Whitebeard effortlessly struck the air with a punch. This is the power of the Gura no Mi. A crisp sound resonated as the air was violently torn apart, shattering both Wentai's iron cannonball and Jiraiya's Rasengan attack in an instant, causing Jiraiya's clone to dissipate as well. Tricked. Toad Mouth Binding Technique. Huh. Why has the sky suddenly turned dark? Whitebeard stood firm, surveying the surroundings now shrouded in darkness. Haraha. You've fallen for my trap. I recently conjured a doppelganger to feign an attack on you, with the true intention of ensnaring you within the binding technique of my toad's maw. Presently, you find yourself within the belly of the colossal summoned toad. How intriguing. Whitebeard gazed around, contemplating to confine me. A single punch would suffice to shatter this illusion. Below, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki shivered at the sight. For reasons unbeknownst to them. Is that so? Then Castor gazed downward. Jiraiya coldly remarked, resolute in his desire to resurrect his master. This match was a necessity for him. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard glanced at his feet. Suddenly, the walls of the toad's belly began to constrict, and Whitebeard found himself half absorbed. This is perilous. Father is in danger. Diamond Jozu shouted from below. During the great war atop the summit, when Mihawk struck a blow towards Whitebeard, Diamond had recklessly shielded him, and at this moment, he yearned to bear all for Whitebeard once more. Stay calm, Jozu. Have faith in Father. Vista consoled from the side. Ah, I see. You intend to consume me piece by piece in this manner? And so what of it? Jiraiya retorted defiantly. You underestimate your calculations far too greatly. With a surge of fury, Whitebeard unleashed his conqueror's haki. Though age and injury had taken their toll, his fierce spirit remained undiminished from its former glory. The formidable wall of the giant toad's stomach was shaken back from Whitebeard's foot by the overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki, even affecting Jiraiya to a certain extent. Chapter 6. I am Whitebeard. The aura I exude is akin to that of the previous combatant, a man named Garp. Jiraiya observed Whitebeard while bracing himself. Break for me. Whitebeard bellowed, raising his right hand high, wielding the Tsonyun cut, and with great force, he cleaved upwards. A massive gash was torn open in the toad's stomach, instantly dispelling the toad mouth binding technique. After a cloud of smoke, Whitebeard broke free from Jiraiya's control. It was the Tsonyun cut, one of the 12 supreme swords, renowned alongside the Pirate King's ace. A few discerning soldiers from the Navy headquarters could not help but exclaim in admiration. There's no need for such astonishment. Our new admiral, Fujitora, possesses one as well. Sengoku remarked, casting a proud glance at the blind man seated nearby, draped in a purple robe. Impressive. It seems that if I do not get serious, I truly cannot subdue you. Jiraiya uttered such astonishing words, knowing full well that he seldom praises his opponents lightly. Let me show you this technique. Jiraiya summoned a shadow clone, charging directly at Whitebeard. Using the same technique twice is futile. I had thought you possessed some wit. Whitebeard maintained his aloof demeanor, slightly raising his powerful left arm, intending to allow Jiraiya another glimpse of the strength capable of annihilating the world. In the depths of the netherworld, The technique of transformation into a frog. Jiraiya's clone swiftly performed hand seals, and at the feet of Whitebeard, a pool of yellow swamp materialized. Ha ha ha. You think to bind me? How navi? In a fit of rage, Whitebeard spread his legs and struck down with both hands, dispersing Jiraiya's clone before it could even make contact. Success. Whitebeard, slightly taken aback, gazed forward. To his astonishment, Jiraiya had transformed, adorned with streaks of paint on his face, small pimples dotting his cheeks, and his pupils flattened, resembling a frog. What is this? Jiraiya clapped his wooden sandals together, extending his arms. From Mount Boku, Sage Jiraiya, reporting in. How intriguing. If you intend to perform tricks, I believe it can be dispensed with. Whitebeard tightened his grip on his weapon, thrusting it forcefully into the ground. Oh right. My apologies. Something still seems to be missing. Summoning technique. Arise, Gamabunta. After a cloud of smoke, Jiraiya stood atop a colossal red toad. So, you intend to summon those two esteemed beings? Jiraiya, Gamabunta inquired. Indeed, Gamabunta. To confront this individual, we must summon those two sages. Wow, sage mode. How incredibly cool. Naruto exclaimed from below. Do not envy Naruto. You too shall cultivate into the sage mode in the future. Luo Chuan explained to Naruto. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is the truth. Witness it for yourself. Luo Chuan directly transmitted the memories of Naruto's future into his mind. Wow, that is simply astounding. Please, esteemed sages, lend me your strength. With a resounding thud, two small toads clad in cloaks appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. What is it, little Jiraiya, that you have summoned us? Fukasaku inquired softly. I sincerely apologize for interrupting you both, but the power of this individual before us is truly remarkable. Without your assistance, I fear I may not prevail against him. As for his father, do not concern yourself with that. Swiftly lend your full strength to little Jiraiya. Shima admonished. Then I entrust this to you both. Hey. Summoning a multitude of toads will do little good, Whitebeard remarked, growing impatient as he watched. Shadow clone technique. Jiraiya summoned a clone for the third time. Do not resort to such tricks again. Have you not heard that 3 is a crowd? Rasengan. The clone of Jiraiya launched a Rasengan directly toward Whitebeard. Do not waste your efforts. Whitebeard's muscles tensed as he struck fiercely toward the direction of Jiraiya's clone. Clang. The might of the Rasengan was utterly eclipsed by the power of the Gura no Mi. Jiraiya's clones, along with their accompanying orbs, were shattered. You were too careless. Sage Art, Supergiant Rasen Shuiken. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya had maneuvered behind Whitebeard. Kid, you must be unaware of the concept of Kinbunshaku. My Kinbunshaku is of the utmost caliber. Indeed, Whitebeard's Kinbunshaku allowed him to sense the impending attack from behind. In an instant, he imbued the power of the Tremor fruit into his cut of the clouds and struck backward. The collision between the might of the Tremor fruit and the super giant Rasen Shuriken unleashed a tremendous force, creating spatial fissures and sending both combatants staggering back a few steps. Truly formidable. Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel. One must recognize that the power of the super giant Rasen Shuriken is scarcely inferior to Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. How am I to defeat him now? Jiraiya found himself beset by doubt. Suddenly, Whitebeard trembled, coughing up a pool of blood, his expression grim. This is bad. Father's illness has flared up. I knew it would come to this. Marco below noticed the resurgence of Whitebeard's old ailment. It was no surprise. Whitebeard had long relied on N4 to sustain his life, and now, without it, how could he not fall ill? Truly, fortune favors me. Jiraiya recognized Whitebeard's distress and knew his opportunity had arrived. Sage Art, Lion's Barrage. With hands clasped in a mudra, Jiraiya's hair elongated exponentially, surging towards Whitebeard from all directions. Whitebeard, clutching his chest, found himself unable to react in time. Piercing sounds echoed as the hardened, needle-like strands impaled Whitebeard's chest. Pops! Jozu cried out from below, his voice laced with anguish, tears welling in his eyes. Whitebeard grunted in pain. It's not over yet, Jiraiya exclaimed, leaping down and advancing swiftly in a ninja stance. Fire style, Great Oil Flame Bullet. A torrent of intense flames engulfed Whitebeard's face, searing away half of his visage and beard. Hold on, Pops! The Whitebeard pirates lamented from below, their voices choked with emotion. Whitebeard, weakened by his ailment and Jiraiya's assault, began to lose clarity. If you surrender now, Jiraiya stated calmly, I might spare you. Partly due to Jiraiya's aversion to excessive cruelty, and partly out of apprehension towards the man's potential final stand. What do you take me for? I am Whitebeard. In a sudden burst of defiance, Whitebeard's eyes blazed with fury. With a mighty grasp at the air, he upheaved the entire island, nearly causing Jiraiya to lose his footing and plunge into the sea. How terrifying! Even in such a state, such formidable power persists. Jiraiya, regaining his footing, marveled inwardly. The spectators from both worlds shared a similar sentiment, regarding him as an almost divine figure. At this moment, Whitebeard's chest was gushing blood, and half of his face was covered in it. Yet, he stood there resolutely, unbowed. I admire you as a true man, but I apologize. I must win this match. Sage Art, Needle Hair Barrage. Jiraiya's hair shot out like 1,000 needles, each one piercing Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard was now covered in pricks, resembling a hedgehog. For an ordinary person, such excruciating pain would have been fatal, but he was Whitebeard. He possessed extraordinary perseverance, and his sons were watching him. He continued to stand there like a titan. Please, Pops, surrender. You can't fight anymore. Marco, witnessing this scene, knelt down in despair. Ringmaster, may I surrender on behalf of my old man? I'm sorry. Only the participating contestant can initiate a surrender. Marco could only watch on in anguish. Remarkable. This pirate world is indeed fascinating. That garb from earlier, and now this Whitebeard. These are truly magnificent specimens. Orochimaru gazed greedily at Whitebeard's physique. You are the most formidable individual I have ever encountered in my life. To be frank, had it not been for your affliction, I might not have triumphed in this battle. However, I hold you in high regard. Very well, this shall be the final strike. Whitebeard continues to bear witness to all of this, yet it is evident that he has lost the strength to resist. Two esteemed sages, come forth. Go on, little Jiraiya. Ribbit, ribbit. The toad sings. Diepsiku and Shima began to chant, their sound waves assaulting Whitebeard. This is an illusion, Yu Yu Hack spoke up, as she possessed knowledge of such techniques. After a wave of dizziness, Whitebeard succumbed to unconsciousness. Toad oil bomb. Diepsiku expelled oil from his mouth, while Shima released gusts of wind. Toad oil flame bomb. Jiraiya unleashed flames from his mouth. This is the most potent strike of Sage Jiraiya. Sage Art, 5 human. The combined might instantaneously transform the flames into magma, submerging Whitebeard's form. Father, this is intolerable. I shall slay him. The impulsive Jozu even contemplated attacking Jiraiya, but thankfully Marco and the others restrained him. Ace was in tears, despite having once tasted death. We must mourn, merely having to endure another instance of our father's demise. However, did that individual not claim he would choose to resurrect his teacher? Indeed. It remains a possibility that the old man might be resurrected. The astute Han Jin reminded Marco, Yoshi, let us claim a victory for our ninja world. Well done, you lecherous sage. The victor of the second round is Jiraiya from the ninja world. Now, please select your reward. 1. You may choose that Whitebeard shall not be resurrected. 2. You may choose to resurrect the third Hokage. I choose. Wait. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, he was interrupted by a spectral figure. Teacher, is it truly you? It is grandfather Hokage. Naruto gazed at the third Hokage before him, tears of joy streaming down his face. Jiraiya, do not choose to resurrect me, for I have learned from Lord of the Arena that I am destined to perish at the hands of Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. What? Is this truly the case? Jiraiya expressed his astonishment as he looked towards Luo Chuan, seeking an explanation. Indeed, that is correct, Mr. Jiraiya. The spirit of the third Hokage whispered a few more words into Jiraiya's ear, prompting him to nod solemnly. Lord of the Arena, I choose the first reward. To prevent Whitebeard from being resurrected, the reward takes effect. Whitebeard shall not return. The crew of the Whitebeard was devastated by this news. Now, both worlds have lost a member. It is time for us to take action, isn't it? Kisame Hashigaki grinned maliciously as he glanced at Pain. Do not rush. Let us first observe who our opponent will be, Pain remarked coldly, his expression inscrutable. In the land of waves, please do not go, Kaido. If you perish, there will be no resurrection. What is there to fear? Whitebeard has entered the fray. How could I refrain? Kaido declared, his demeanor that of a drunken reveler as he attempted to ascend the arena, while Jean endeavored to restrain him. Master of the arena, allow me to participate in the third match. In the third round, the pirate side is represented by the world's strongest creature, Kaido the Beast. As for the Naruto world, who among them would dare to accept the challenge for the third round? The villagers of Konoha remained silent, fully aware of the peril that accompanied the previous two battles, where the specter of death loomed large. Master of the arena, I shall represent the Naruto world in battle. A deep voice resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd towards the small screen. An orange-haired man, adorned with black studs, appeared before their eyes. It cannot be. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment. Is that Yahiko? But he was supposed to be deceased. Very well. The participant from the Naruto side is Pain, the Six Paths. Pain? What manner of name is this? Jiraiya's mind was instantly inundated with questions. Before he could voice his inquiries, a blinding light enveloped the arena. And Kaido and Pain were both transported into the virtual realm. Mama. It is that Kaido fellow. Has he finally succumbed to his bloodlust? Big Mom drooled as she gazed hungrily at the imposing figure of Kaido displayed on the grand screen. Random scenes depict the architecture of Konoha Village. Is this not a village? Naruto pondered, as the virtual space astonishingly transformed into structures identical to those of his beloved Konoha Village. Do not be anxious, Naruto. This is merely a replica of the Hidden Leaf Village. It bears no relation to our original world. Yash, Wagata. Naruto nodded, still embodying a sense of innocence. Within the virtual space, a colossal figure loomed before him, a monstrous entity nearly obscuring half of the sun. This was none other than the world's strongest creature from the pirate realm, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Chapter 8, Kaido vs. Pain's Six Paths. Opposite this behemoth stood the earlier mentioned man with orange hair clad in dark cloud-like garments, Pain. How intriguing. Do the inhabitants of your world all appear so peculiar? That white-bearded fellow was already over 6 meters tall, and you must surpass 7 meters, correct? Are you truly my opponent, you yellow-haired brat? Haha. It appears that you in the Naruto world are utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Kaido clearly regarded Pain with disdain. After a moment of silence, Pain took a deep breath. Regardless of who you are, from another world or not, I shall make the entire world feel pain. A loud sound reverberated, silencing Kaido and the inhabitants of Konoha. The Akatsuki, including Itachi, fell into silence as well. You seem to possess great aspirations, young lad. Unfortunately, only Joy Boy can defeat me. Summoning Jutsu. Without further ado, Pain employed the summoning technique, conjuring 5 individuals clad in attire akin to his own. The Animal Path, the Human Path, the Azura Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, the Hell Path. The 6 paths of Pain have arrived. Oh, there are 6 more of them. No matter, I'll just crush them all. Thunderclap, 8 trigrams. Kaido discarded his jug, swinging his kanabo with ferocious might, his supreme conqueror's haki entwined with formidable armament haki, charging towards the 6 paths of Pain with a speed rivaling that of Garp. Summoning technique. The Animal Path suddenly struck the ground, and amidst a cloud of smoke, summoned a Hell Crab, a Chameleon, and a Split Hound. Conjuring 3 zombie summons. Boom. The Thunderclap 8 trigrams struck the Hell Crab, obliterating it into a cloud of smoke. Unexpected power. The Deva Path of Pain remarked calmly. Not yet finished. Kaido continued, delivering another swing towards the nearby Chameleon. Puffed. It too vanished in a puff of smoke. Another swing followed, aimed at the Split Hound. In but a fleeting moment, 3 strikes caused all 3 summoned beasts to vanish. The sheer power was indeed terrifying, exclaimed Haiden of the Akatsuki. What are you afraid of? Are you not confident in Pain's strength? Do not forget, he is more formidable than any of us. Conan reminded him. After dispatching the 3 summoned beasts, Kaido set his sights on the Animal Path that had summoned them. Die for me, he roared, unleashing a fearsome attack. Without any instruction from Pain, and without the Animal Path's awareness, the Azura Path launched a projectile directly from its wrist towards Kaido. Yet, this was far from sufficient to counter Kaido's might. The Azura Path boldly lunged forward, intercepting the strike. What? Is this some form of sacrificial valor? Kaido appeared perplexed by the Azura Path's willingness to take the blow. Clearly, that strike had rendered the Azura Path utterly incapacitated. It matters not. One has already fallen. I shall merely swing again. Thunderbagwa. Summoning technique. The Animal Path clapped its hands, instantly conjuring 3 zombified summoned beasts, the 8-footed crow, a rhinoceros, and a water buffalo. Is opening a zoo of any use? With a series of resounding strikes, the 3 beasts were again dispatched into oblivion. Now there is no escape for you. Kaido's focus shifted once more toward the Animal Path, leading one to wonder if he had developed an obsession with it. However, isn't Kaido supposed to prefer someone like Big Mom? Give me death. The spiked club whistled through the air. Bang. You. Kaido gazed in astonishment at the person he had just struck down. It was indeed the Azura Path. Yet, he had clearly just killed him. Quite resilient. To have survived a blow from me. Allow me to show you this. Fish fruit, Azure Dragon form. Transform. In an instant, Kaido shifted from his human form into a magnificent Azure Dragon, soaring high into the sky. This time, I shall ensnare you all at once. Dragon Breath. The Azure Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames directed towards Pain's 6 paths sealing technique. Absorption. The hungry ghost path suddenly advanced, shielding itself with both hands, effortlessly absorbing the fierce flames. How formidable. To withstand Dragon Breath so effortlessly. I remember having to use my fruit's abilities to counter it. Marco, watching from below, was drenched in cold sweat. It seems each of you possesses a unique capability. Though Kaido may lack in combat intelligence, he could discern this much. Now let us try this. Dragon Tornado. In his Azure Dragon form, Kaido swiftly spun in circles, conjuring a tornado aimed at Pain's 6 paths finger missiles. The Azura Path darted in from the side, transforming its fingers into missiles that hurtled toward Kaido. What? Kaido stood stunned at this spectacle. He could not fathom how this Azura had managed to withstand 2 devastating blows, now standing here unscathed. In a moment of contemplation, Kaido abruptly ceased his actions. His dragon form suspended in midair as 5-finger missiles struck his body. With a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, yet Kaido remained entirely unharmed. Not a single hair out of place. Not only was his power and speed formidable, but his defense was equally impressive, pondered the heavenly path. The summoning technique. For the 3rd time, the beast path summoned its spirit beasts, this time the last 2, a panda and a centipede. Kaido dispelled his dragon form and descended to the ground, appearing more serious than before, his aura radiating with intensity. The panda and centipede lunged at Kaido in their humanoid forms. The oppressive pressure. Kaido unleashed his supreme conqueror's haki, instantly overwhelming both spirit beasts and the beast path, rendering them unconscious. At this moment, the Hell Path clasped its hands together. A figure reminiscent of a king of the underworld slowly ascended from behind. Azura's Conqueror Punch. The Azura Path swiftly appeared behind Kaido, delivering a powerful strike. In the depths of the heart, Soul Devour. Seizing the opportunity as Kaido stood momentarily paralyzed, the human path approached from the front, extracting a fragment of Kaido's soul. If this continues, it seems this Kaido may be facing dire consequences, remarked the ghost shark with a hint of jest. Kisame. You underestimate the individual opposing us, Itachi remarked with an expressionless visage. Chapter 9. The Effects of Intoxication. Itachi, you seem overly concerned. Kisame maintained his smile while gazing at Itachi. Itachi remained his customary silent self. You all are rather intriguing, aren't you? Kaido, who had initially bowed his head, lifted it, his countenance still adorned with the remnants of inebriation. I had intended to take a brief nap. The human realm gazed upon the colossal figure before him, struggling to pull the soul outward, but only managing to extract a minuscule portion, utterly unable to move it further. The Azura realm's sneak attack landed a punch upon Kaido, inflicting merely a superficial injury of approximately 2 centimeters. Judgment. The King of Hell summoned forth a gargantuan tongue from his mouth, reaching towards Kaido. The enormous appendage ensnared Kaido, yet he remained utterly unmoved. Allow me to present you with a gift before I regain my sobriety. Kaido's eyes slightly widened as he raised his kanabo. Drunken 8 trigrams. In an instant, Kaido, exhibiting astonishing speed and strength, enveloped in the Supreme Conqueror's haki and armament haki, vanished and reappeared behind the King of Hell. Boom. 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 3 resounding crashes echoed as the Azura realm, human realm, and Hell realm collapsed simultaneously, extinguishing the 3 in an instant. What manner of power is this? Even Ant Snake began to ponder, astonished that Kaido's physical prowess surpassed that of the formidable duo. Garp and Whitebeard, it was utterly unfathomable. Without a doubt, the strongest of the 4 emperors, facing off against the formidable Kaido. Kid felt a sudden jolt of alarm, recalling his prior encounter where he had been captured by Kaido after challenging him. In mere moments, the realms of beasts, Azuras, humans, Hell, and hungry ghosts were all annihilated. This was accomplished without any prior intelligence on Pain. Indeed, Tenka had never anticipated such a scenario would ever unfold. Oh well. I shall take matters into my own hands. Beside him, Tenka, who had refrained from intervening thus far, spoke slowly. Ahahaha. The liquor has finally worn off. Kaido stretched nonchalantly, as if he had not just engaged in a fierce battle. Now, let us commence the true fight. Kaido narrowed his eyes, exhaling heavily through his nostrils. He wielded his colossal club, swinging it directly towards Tenka. Just as Kaido's weapon was about to strike Tenka, the unique, onion ring-like eyes of Pain suddenly radiated in astonishing power, halting Kaido's club midair. It is the Rinnegan. Jiraiya marveled, recognizing it as the eye awakened by Nagato upon Yahiko's death, the pinnacle of the Sharingan. What is happening? It feels as though an invisible wall is blocking me. Kaido pondered in confusion as he found his weapon unable to descend. Once more, Tenka's eyes widened. And this time, he repelled Kaido entirely, sending him staggering back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground. It is noteworthy that Kaido, towering over 7 meters and weighing several tons, was effortlessly hurled away as if he were a mere child. After a moment of astonishment, Kaido finally steadied himself. What kind of power is this? At that moment, Jean below inquired, well aware of Kaido's formidable capabilities. The previous 5 strikes from Pain posed no threat to Kaido in Jin's eyes, yet the attack from Tendo evoked a sense of impending danger within him. I refused to believe it. What a malevolent wind. Kaido swung his kanabo violently towards Tendo Pain. Bang! The club once again halted in midair. Mere inches from Tendo's face, yet it could not descend. Shinra Tensei. Tendo raised his right hand, and a tremendous pressure emanated from him, lifting Kaido off the ground entirely. Yes, you heard correctly, he was directly propelled away. Kaido's body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hehehe. Haha. To strike Kaido down like this. Another formidable opponent indeed, teased Ming-Gu, who was acutely aware of Kaido's strength. Otherwise, given Ming-Ji's nature, he would never submit to another. As the dust settled, Kaido did not rise immediately, though it was evident that the previous blow had not inflicted any significant harm upon him. Is that so? Do you possess such power? Then, can your strength surpass mine? With these murmured reflections, Kaido slowly began to rise. Useless. Everyone will experience pain. You are no exception. Pain coldly gazed at Kaido, as if he were not the one engaged in battle. Stop pretending, little brat. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Fish fruit, dragon form. This is the 3rd form of the Azure Dragon fruit. As the words fell, blue, scale-like fish scales began to cover Kaido's body. His feet transformed into hooves, and dragon horns sprouted from his head, his eyes turning to a vivid yellow. That is. Pain sensed a shift in Kaido's aura once again. It seems that Lord Kaido is about to get serious. Quinn remarked to Jin. Quinn is quite astute. Otherwise, how could he have risen to the rank of a scientist akin to Vegapunk? Kid, while I have yet to make my move, I offer you a chance to surrender. The dragon form of Kaido emanated an overwhelming presence. Had it been anyone else aside from Pain, they would have likely struggled to breathe under such pressure. Foolish mortal, you have yet to truly witness the might of a god. Would a god surrender? How laughable. Then I shall send you to meet Roger. Descend, 3rd generation, Indra's Fall. Dragon Kaido charged towards Pain with immense pressure, his kanabo enveloped in a ripping aura, descending vertically with dark light. The black staff. Pain's right sleeve suddenly extended, revealing a black, rod-like object. Clash. The kanabo collided with the black staff, blocking in midair. What? How could my attack be effortlessly thwarted? Kaido was astonished that such a small rod could possess such tremendous power. Below, in the audience, Jiraiya, Hinata, and Naruto from the Hidden Leaf Village felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the black rod. Kaido pressed down on the spiked club with both hands. Yet Pain remained utterly unmoved. Now, allow me to demonstrate the might of a deity. Pain regarded Kaido with an expression devoid of emotion. You little brat. Kaido leaped away from Pain, but the oppressive aura of his dragon form remained unabated. Feel the agony. Universal pull. Pain extended his right hand, unleashing a formidable force that drew Kaido's colossal form towards him with relentless strength. It is worth noting that Kaido in his dragon form is significantly larger than in his usual state. Chapter 10. Heavenly Punishment, What Overwhelming Power. Why can't I control my body? Kaido's limbs flailed helplessly, unable to resist as he was drawn before Pain. Thud. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the black rod in Pain's hand brutally pierced Kaido's chest. Lord Kaido. Jean shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Yamato, concealed in the shadows, observed the unfolding events with silent vigilance. Kaido looked up at Pain, his eyes ablaze with fury. Boy, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? It seems you still fail to grasp the meaning of pain. Pain thrust the black rod deeper into Kaido. Kaido let out a thunderous roar, his aura surging forth, exerting such pressure that it forced Pain back several steps. I am Kaido, the strongest defense in the world. With sheer force, Kaido snapped the black rod he had been wielding and cast it aside. Mr. Itachi, I recall that Pain's black rod is supposedly unbreakable, isn't it? The astonished Kisame glanced at Itachi. Indeed, he has acquired power beyond that of mere mortals. Itachi, though slightly taken aback, maintained his stoic demeanor. Clearly, the prior assault had little effect on Kaido, as even the black rod had only inflicted a minor wound. Try this. Adamantine Arrow. The Adamantine Arrow was a devastating technique possessed by Kaido in his dragon form. With a powerful whip of his tail, a wave of violet energy surged towards Pain. Pain leapt into the air, evading the oncoming attack. So you can fly too, Kaido murmured, watching Pain soar above. In the air, Pain paid no heed to Kaido's words, instead remaining suspended in silence. Gradually, he spread his arms wide. How divine! How godlike! Haiden exclaimed from below, utterly astonished. What on earth are you doing? Kaido replied with impatience, eager to conclude the battle. Let the world feel the pain. Super Shinra Tensei. Beneath the sun's radiant embrace, the tranquil and serene village hidden in the leaves was instantly reduced to dust and debris. As those words echoed, the architecture of the village beneath Pain's feet swiftly began to disintegrate, spreading outwards at an alarming rate until the entire village was consumed. What terrifying power! Kakashi, standing below, exclaimed with genuine emotion. It was a sight he hadn't witnessed even in his first demise. At that moment, Jiraiya, as if struck by a sudden realization, promptly inquired, esteemed host, this scene couldn't possibly. I regret to inform you, Jiraiya, that this will indeed transpire in the years to come. Jiraiya's heart sank upon hearing this. The others cast curious glances at Jiraiya, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Within the virtual space, the replicated village hidden in the leaves had been transformed into ruins. Pain remained suspended in the center, gazing down upon the devastation like a deity. Kaido was nowhere to be seen. Mama, could it be that he? Cracker asked Big Mom with concern. No, he is unharmed. Katakuri reassured Cracker, patting him on the shoulder. Mama, Katakuri speaks the truth, as expected of my son who can foresee the future. Boom. From a corner of the ruins, a colossal figure abruptly rose. Did you truly believe that burying me would secure your victory? Kaido shook off the dust, remarkably maintaining his dragon-human form despite the immense impact. Intriguing. You are indeed a formidable mortal. I perceive a touch of arrogance in you, young one. Gunchili Ryuzi gun. Brandishing his spiked club, Kaido assailed Pain with a self-rotational maneuver. Pain abruptly divested himself of half of his Akatsuki robe, revealing his right shoulder. It remains to be seen whether the Akatsuki's principle of certain death upon disrobing holds true within this virtual space. Pain alternated between his left and right hands, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves upon the ascending, rotating Kaido. However, the defensive capabilities of Kaido's dragonoid form proved formidable, rendering such attacks inconsequential. Daw-eyed Thunderclap 8 trigrams. Suddenly halting his rotational motion mid-air, Kaido, brimming with power, dashed towards Pain with astonishing velocity, leaving Pain unable to react. Bang! With a resounding thud, the black club, imbued with supreme black haki, struck Pain's face, contorting his features. Daw-eyed Thunderclap 8 trigrams, one of Kaido's signature moves, is essentially an enhanced version of Thunderclap 8 trigrams. Below, Konan stirred slightly. While her feelings for Yahiko and Nagato may not necessarily be romantic, they are nonetheless steeped in deep friendship. Only she knows the extent of the suffering Nagato is enduring behind the scenes within a certain cave. Ugh! A mouthful of vivid blood spewed forth from Nagato's mouth, now terminally ill and emaciated. Such extraordinary power. Nagato's scarlet eyes widened. With Kaido's formidable blow, Pain plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily upon the ground. Pathetic. I had indeed overestimated you. At this moment, Kaido hovered in the air, looking down upon Pain. At first glance, Pain's face appeared contorted, resembling someone who had lost all vitality. However, Kaido could never have imagined that this Pain was, in fact, merely a lifeless husk, a puppet controlled by Nagato, just like the other 5. Each of the 6 Pains possessed distinct abilities granted by Nagato's Rinnegan. Itachi Uchiha observed all of this, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Surely the leader cannot be defeated? Deara whispered, being young and playful. Silence your illumined words. Deara, scolded Sasori, who, at the tender age of 16, exhibited an extraordinary maturity. The virtual space fell into an eerie silence. Can we declare victory now, Master? Kaido was eager to return to his world triumphantly. Apologies, Mr. Kaido. You have yet to overcome your opponent. What? Kaido's gaze widened in astonishment as he looked down again. Pain had risen to his feet, his face restored to its former state. Could it be that you possess the ability to resurrect as well? Kaido questioned, eyeing Pain with confusion, having personally witnessed Luffy's remarkable resilience. I acknowledge your prowess. You are indeed a rare adversary, Pain said, slowly bringing his hands together in a gesture of respect. I shall dub you the strongest. Chapter 11. Heavenly Star of Destruction. Nonsense. I am, after all, the strongest in the world. Kaido retorted with irritation. The term the strongest had become an incessant echo in his ears. Strongest creature. Strongest Yonko, the mightiest in one-on-one combat. Yet, alas, no matter how formidable you may be, you remain but a mortal, while I am a god. Ha! Pain clasped his hands tightly, shouting as a swirling mass of black energy emanated from his palms. Ugh! The figure behind the scenes, Nagato, was bleeding profusely, his body reaching its limits. Surely, the boss isn't contemplating that technique, is he? Just as Deidara was about to inquire, he was silenced by Conan's cold gaze. The black energy continued to ascend, ultimately obscuring the sun, seemingly replacing it. For reasons unknown, a unique background melody associated with Pain resonated within the virtual space. Intriguing. The game has indeed reached its climax. I shall conclude this with my final move and send you to meet Whitebeard. Kaido discarded his weapon, instantly transforming into his dragon form. Feel the power of a god. The heavenly star of destruction. The black energy radiated immense gravitational force from its center, drawing everything towards itself. Unstoppable. This power. It cannot be. Ugh. Everything surrounding the Azure Dragon Kaido, ruined structures, trees, even the very soil beneath him, was torn asunder, irresistibly drawn upwards by the overwhelming pull of the black energy. However, the world's strongest creature is not so easily vanquished. Fire Dragon Torch. This maneuver cannot be deemed Kaido's ultimate technique. The Azure Dragon Kaido unleashed a torrent of searing flames aimed directly at the black sphere, which had already absorbed a considerable amount of earth, transforming into a colossal orb with a radius of several meters. The Fire Dragon's inferno collided with the orb created by Pain, merely dislodging a handful of soil, yielding negligible results. Impossible. The Azure Dragon Kaido found himself uncontrollably drawn towards the sphere, entangled with the surrounding debris. Below. Pain tightened his palms once more with such force that blood trickled from his nose. The Earth Explosion Star. Sealed. As Kaido was drawn into the orb, the remaining clumps of earth cascaded upon him, ultimately engulfing him entirely. Moments later, the Earth Explosion Star reached completion, revealing a gargantuan sphere in the sky, larger than even the Sea King's, obscuring Kaido's presence entirely. It is over. Itachi murmured. What? Itachi-san, what do you mean by that? Itachi implies. The boss has triumphed. Conan interjected eagerly, inadvertently exhaling a sigh of relief, her cheeks flushing with unintentional warmth. Katakuri. Is it merely my illusion? Why can I no longer sense his presence? Mother, you are not mistaken. Lord Kaido. He is dead. No, this cannot be. Charlotte Linlin furiously smashed the sweets, which she typically relished, now tasting utterly bland. Kaido. The three disasters below are frantically jumping about. But what does it matter? Even Kaido, an indomitable force, could not defeat such a foe. How could they possibly fare better together? It is over. Pain exhaled slowly, releasing the hand seals he had formed. With a resounding whoosh, the massive sphere in the sky began to collapse, large chunks of earth cascading downwards. As the soil nearly depleted, Kaido's form was finally revealed. At that moment, he had reverted to his humanoid state, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Thud. Kaido's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. I hereby declare the victor of the third match to be Pain of the Naruto world. The current score between the Pirate world and the Naruto world stands at 1-2. Truly astonishing. The being hailed as the strongest creature in the world, Kaido, has fallen to such an opponent, and that peculiar technique. Sengoku gazed in disbelief at the outcome. It is known that Kaido had attempted suicide 100 times and had been captured by the Navy 100 times yet remained unscathed. To think he would perish at the hands of such a challenger. Mr. Pain, or shall I address you as Nagato? It is time for you to select your reward for victory. Pain, however, was not particularly surprised. After all, A being of such divine stature as the champion would naturally be aware of his secrets. First reward, deprivation of the opponent's right to resurrect in the original world. Second reward, an opportunity to restore one's body to its peak condition for battle. Limited to the virtual space, Nagato. At this moment, Conan yearned to call out to Nagato, to connect with him telepathically. To feel the grandeur of his peak power once more. It had been far too long since she had experienced that strength. Alas, fate had other plans. I choose the first reward, Master of the Arena. Pain murmured. He understood the nature of the adversary he faced, besides himself. Even the other members of the Akatsuki had little hope of vanquishing this monster. Therefore, he must not be allowed to resurrect. Reward activated. Kaido will not be able to resurrect. I shall risk everything to avenge Lord Kaido. Jean swore silently below, his black mask failing to conceal his tears. How utterly fascinating. I am so eager to give it a try. Don't be foolish, Luffy. Can't you see? Going up there will cost you your life. Even someone of the caliber of the four emperors has failed, let alone you. Nami admonished Luffy. Indeed, Luffy. Usopp echoed. Both of them easily frightened. Didn't he, Grandpa, win? Luffy tilted his innocent head in confusion. Yes, didn't he, Vice Admiral Garp, win? Luffy. If you wish to do it, then go ahead. Sanji remarked, taking a drag from a cigarette. Zoro also nodded in agreement towards Luffy. All right. Well then, Master Champion. I wish to ascend the arena. Mr. Luffy, are you prepared? Please select your opponent. I choose that fellow with the yellow hair, the one adorned with 2 whirlpools on his face. What? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. For Luffy was at that moment laughing heartily while pointing at his own image. While the members of the Straw Hat crew might understand Luffy's character, others were not privy to it. Thus, his laughter could be quite intimidating. Naruto, do you dare to accept the challenge? What is there to fear? If I cannot face this, how can I aspire to become Hokage? Thus, both parties consented. The fourth match features Monkey D. Luffy from the Pirate World versus Naruto Uzumaki from the Hokage World. Chapter 12. Naruto versus Luffy. Moments later, the two were transported to a virtual realm, generating random scene for the fourth match. The random setting is the pirate ship of Arlita. The sea breeze wafted through, and seagulls soared overhead. On the deck of Arlita's pirate ship stood 2 young boys. This scene differed slightly from the previous one. One appeared to be around 17 years old, while the other seemed merely 12 or 13. Here, Luffy was from 2 years ago during the East Blue period, and Naruto was still in his youth. Hey, are you the one they call Luffy, with that straw hat? Quite a unique appearance you have. Naruto exaggeratedly pointed at Luffy. Oh, how did you know my name is Luffy? As the sound echoed, I am Luffy, the man destined to become the Pirate King. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the pirate world. Garp, you rascal, truly. Sengoku slapped his forehead, wiping away the cold sweat. At this juncture, I find myself unable to speak the truth. Yet, Luffy must triumph in this battle. Otherwise, I shall risk my very life to bring him back. Garp, usually jovial, now wore a grave expression as he gazed intently at the large screen. Luffy, that fellow, never fails to speak his mind, regardless of the circumstances. Nami sighed in exasperation, though she had long grown accustomed to it. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates shared her sentiments. Ha 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 ha. Straw Hat Kid, you are indeed something special. Drake and Doflamingo, still donning their sunglasses, sipped red wine, delighting in the spectacle of the battle. That detestable Straw Hat Kid, in the East Blue. Arlong glared menacingly at Luffy's visage, knowing that had it not been for Luffy, he would have already claimed Nami as his own. Do not let me catch you. Straw Hat Luffy. In Logue Town, Smoker puffed on his cigar, scrutinizing Luffy's bounty poster. Mr. Luffy, do your best. In Syrup Village, Kaya leaned against the window, gently watching the large screen. She remained as frail and ailing as ever. At the floating restaurant, Baratai. Luffy, have you taken good care of Sanji? Chef Zeph is also watching all of this. Alabasta. Luffy, you must prevail. I am still waiting for you to come and rescue me. Princess Vivi gazed earnestly at the screen, inadvertently revealing the X-shaped mark on her right wrist. In the virtual realm, I am unaware of what this Pirate King entails. Nevertheless, I aspire to become the Hokage. How can I achieve that without defeating you? Naruto took a step forward, gesturing dismissively with his hand. You were rather impolite, but it's fine. I'll just send you flying. Luffy grinned, swinging his right arm as if he were a mirror image of Garp. Send me flying? First, taste this. Naruto charged forward, intending to use his physical prowess against Luffy. Although still in his youth, Naruto possessed a degree of martial skill. He observed that Luffy, although appearing a few years his senior, was merely a lanky fellow. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Pistol. Luffy stretched his right hand backward with great force, extending it several meters before launching an attack at Naruto. What on earth is this? Naruto was clearly taken aback by Luffy's extraordinary method of offense. Bang! Luffy's rubbery punch struck Naruto squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Naruto! Sakura screamed from below. It is important to note that Sakura holds a deep regard for her team, consisting of Naruto and Sasuke in the 7th squad. Had it not been for Sasuke's subsequent betrayal, she would have cherished their bond immensely. Do not worry, Sakura. Naruto is not as weak as you think. Kakashi-sensei reassured her. What? Is that it? Has it come to an end so soon? Luffy, with his left hand resting on his right shoulder, gazed in astonishment at Naruto, who had been sent flying. It is understandable, considering that the opponents in the previous 3 matches were of monstrous caliber. Encountering someone who seemed less formidable was indeed peculiar. Naruto, having tumbled several times upon hitting the ground, swiftly regained his footing and stood tall once more. This childhood version of Naruto, if nothing else, is remarkably resilient. The punch from Luffy's rubber fist, striking the unenhanced Alrita, sent her flying into the sea, yet it scarcely affected Naruto at that moment. Impressive. But why did your arm stretch out suddenly? Luffy responded, Oh, you mean this? I'm a rubber man, having consumed the gum-gum fruit. As he spoke, he stretched his face, pulling the skin taut. Fear begets fear. This guy truly lacks any strategy in battle, divulging all his information so carelessly. Nami remarked, slapping her forehead in exasperation, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. To be honest, I suspect that Nami harbors feelings for Luffy that transcend mere admiration for a captain. There might be an element of romantic affection involved. I see now. You are indeed a candid individual. Although I am unaware of what the gum-gum fruit entails, does it mean your body can stretch? With a swift motion, Naruto extracted a shuriken from the blue pouch tied to his thigh. Catch this. He hurled the shuriken towards Luffy, who effortlessly dodged aside. Your speed is woefully inadequate. Luffy regarded Naruto with a blank stare, devoid of any condescension. In a flash, Naruto produced several darts from his pocket and flung them at Luffy in unison. Luffy deftly leaned to the side, evading the projectiles without a scratch. Now it's my turn. Before Luffy could finish his sentence, Naruto appeared right before him. Experience the Leaf Village's body flicker technique. With a resounding thud, Naruto's fist connected with Luffy's face, producing an oddly comical sound. What in the world? Naruto gazed incredulously at his fist, which seemed to have struck something akin to rubber. Luffy mirrored Naruto's bewilderment, tilting his head in confusion over Naruto's actions. Haven't I made it clear? I am a rubber man. Blunt attacks cannot harm me. This fool. Zoro couldn't help but scoff, wondering why one would divulge their weaknesses. Oh, I see. Only sharp objects can inflict damage on you, correct? Naruto retracted his fist, coming to an understanding. In truth, there exists a misunderstanding concerning Naruto. Many perceive him as a rather dim-witted character, which is far from the reality. Naruto possesses a high level of combat intelligence, rivaling that of Sasuke. In Chapter 13, titled Transformation Technique, Luffy, with a playful grin, gazes at Naruto, hardly able to fathom that he is facing an adversary. Transformation Technique. With a resounding bang, Naruto formed a tiger seal, and after the smoke cleared, he transformed into an enormous pencil, albeit curiously lacking a lead core. Oh no. I didn't pay proper attention in class. I haven't mastered the transformation technique. Naruto awkwardly regarded his incomplete pencil form. This Naruto. I told him to be more serious in class. Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. That troublesome guy. When he returns, I shall give him a good thrashing. Sakura clenched her fists, her anger palpable, embodying the sentiment of disappointment in him. Only Irika stood by calmly, fully aware of the trials Naruto had endured over the years. Wow, that's so cool. You can actually transform. And into a pencil, no less. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the transformed Naruto. This is just too amusing. I'm going to send you flying. With a cry of Goma Goma no, Luffy's arms elongated wildly as he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Naruto's pencil form. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, Naruto's body was transformed into smoke. However, the restored form was not Naruto himself, but rather a piece of wood. Phew. Fortunately, Naruto had acquired a decent grasp of the substitution technique. Kakashi below wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He could even become wood. Such a remarkable trick. Luffy gazed at the wooden figure on the ground as if he had discovered a new world. Here, unbeknownst to him, Naruto had circled around to Luffy's back. 1,000 years of pain. Creak. A moment of magical silence ensued. Naruto plunged his finger, marked with the tiger seal, into Luffy's unmentionable region. You. Luffy turned in astonishment to see Naruto grinning mischievously at him. This game is hardly amusing. Luffy was evidently irked, angrily reaching back. Naruto dodged. The 1,000 Years of Pain technique is designed for those with chakra, to restrict their chakra. But since Luffy possesses no chakra, it had no effect on him. If we're going to fight, let us do it properly, Luffy declared earnestly. All right. I shall indulge you. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he unexpectedly dove beneath Luffy and delivered a flying kick. Thud, thud, thud. He kicked 3 times in succession, propelling Luffy into the sky. Naruto followed suit, leaping into the air and performing a split kick downward. This was Naruto's consecutive kicks, a technique he developed by emulating Sasuke's Lion Barrage, now uniquely his own. Bang! Luffy was propelled to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Hey, are you quite finished? Luffy uttered serenely from the ground, his gaze fixed upon the sky, as if perceiving a novel sensation. It's ineffective? Naruto murmured beside him. Then let's attempt this. The sexy technique. Poof. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto had metamorphosed into a blonde, scantily clad maiden. Wow. Luffy, rising slowly from the ground, stared in astonishment. Haha. I knew it. No man can resist this technique. This victory is far too effortless. Naruto then executed a flying kiss. Incredible, isn't it? Naruto chuckled slyly. I hadn't anticipated that beyond transforming into objects, you could also transform into people, Luffy exclaimed, his mouth agape with delight. What? Could it be that he's merely intrigued by my transformations, and not at all by the allure of a beautiful woman? Impossible. How could there exist a man in this world uninterested in beautiful women? It must be a rarity. Yes, that must be it. Harem technique. Poof. As the smoke cleared, the single scantily clad maiden had multiplied into a multitude of scantily clad maidens. However, they all shared a common trait, a swirl upon their cheeks. So cool. How astonishing it is that so many have gathered in an instant. Luffy exuberantly danced with joy at the commencement of school. A true oddity. Absolutely a freak. Naruto, in a fit of frustration, relinquished his harem technique. He had initially believed this strategy would secure his victory over his opponent. Yet it yielded no results and instead drained a portion of his chakra. I shall show no mercy henceforth. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed a cross seal, and with a resounding pop, summoned 2 clones. One of the clones charged directly at Luffy. How delightful. Alas, I must still send you flying. Gum. Pistol. Luffy effortlessly extended his arm backward, his right hand transforming into a rubber pistol, piercing through the charging Naruto, causing him to vanish. The sound of his retracting arm echoed softly. Here we go. Taste this. As Luffy assaulted Naruto's clone, the original Naruto and another clone were busy molding a Rasengan. Naruto extended his left hand, while the clone rolled the energy between his palms. It grew larger and smaller, gradually forming a sphere the size of a rubber ball, continuously rolling. Wind release, Rasengan. Naruto hurled the Rasengan towards Luffy. Gum. Rocket. Luffy spread his arms wide, pulling back with great force, extending his limbs several meters. Then he slammed forward. Boom. The Rasengan collided with Luffy's rubber rocket, resulting in a small-scale explosion. Withdrawing his elongated arm, Luffy noticed frictional burns on his palm, a testament to the Rasengan's power. Naruto, conversely, was propelled backward by the concussive force of the Gum rocket, an attack far surpassing the Gum pistol in magnitude. Despite the Rasengan's mitigating effect, Naruto still coughed up blood from the impact. Infuriating, Naruto muttered, wiping the corner of his mouth. Well done, just as expected of my grandson. Garp cheered from the sidelines, gesticulating wildly. Indeed, Luffy held the advantage, having sustained only superficial injuries. Is that the extent of your capabilities? Luffy inquired, his words laced with anticipation. To a degree, Luffy reveled in combat, finding greater battles more stimulating. Don't become complacent, Naruto retorted, wiping his mouth before rising to his feet. Multiple shadow clone technique. A cloud of smoke billowed forth as Naruto summoned 100 clones. This feat, however, appeared to have nearly depleted his chakra reserves. Amazing. To create so many duplicates. You're even cooler than Frankie, Luffy exclaimed, visibly impressed. Your amusement will be short-lived, Naruto declared. Go. At Naruto's command, the legion of clones surged toward Luffy in a coordinated assault. Haha. Is a Zerg rush effective? Luffy chuckled mischievously. Gum Gatling. Gum Whip. Luffy extended his arms and legs, his Gum Gatling and Gum Whip immediately dispersing numerous Naruto clones. Shoryuken barrage from all directions. Naruto's clones hurled shurikens from every direction. Luffy stretched out his arms to grab a few clones to use as shields. However, Naruto had too many clones, and one managed to get close. Whoosh! A Naruto clone launched a flying kick, sending Luffy soaring. Naruto, 2000 barrage. Thump thump thump. The remaining Naruto clones swarmed, unleashing a flurry of fists and feet. After a cloud of dust settled, all of Naruto's clones vanished, and he collapsed to the ground, exhausted. It could be said that Naruto had exhausted all of his abilities. Luffy, too, was lying on the ground, covered in marks from the beating. Naruto won. Great job. Konohamaru shouted from below, naive to the fact that it couldn't end so easily. Wow, that really hurt, Luffy said, touching his straw hat and sitting up with a slight grimace. This is impossible. Naruto was astonished. The Naruto 2000 barrage was arguably his most lethal move from his younger days, yet Luffy seemed relatively unscathed. Well, how shall I put it? I believe I have informed you that blunt weapon attacks bear little effect on me. Moreover, Luffy's rubber Gatling gun and rubber whip have eliminated a portion of Naruto's clones, rendering such assaults on Luffy rather ineffective as well. Said I can perceive that you seem to lack any combat capability. Therefore, let us conclude this battle. Luffy rose to his feet, his right hand resting on his straw hat, a devilish grin adorning his face. No, I am destined to become the Hokage. How can I fall here? Naruto shook his head, seemingly in disbelief of the current situation, as an unusual energy surged within him. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Hammer. Luffy extended his arms, ensnaring Naruto like a rope, then hoisted him into the air and forcefully slammed him downwards, stirring up a cloud of dust. Well, this should bring it to an end. Luffy dusted off his hands. Kakashi-sensei, is Naruto all right? Sakura called out anxiously to Kakashi-sensei. Ah, not only is Naruto unharmed, but the individual opposite him is in peril. Beneath Kakashi's mysterious mask, his expression remained inscrutable, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. What is this? As the dust settled, Naruto did not collapse as anticipated. Instead, he lay on all fours, his eyes tinged with red, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, and an eerie aura radiating from his entire being. Jiraiya, the esteemed teacher, remarked, Naruto should be, indeed, but let us not be overly anxious, at least the Nine Tails has saved his life. He comforted Kakashi with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In an instant, Naruto transformed, enveloped in a crimson aura, his presence erupting with formidable energy. Those unaware might not comprehend, but this was the chakra of the Nine Tails. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Luffy, sensing the overwhelming aura, instinctively raised his hands in defense. In his tailed beast form, Naruto lunged at Luffy with clawed hands poised to strike. Despite the transformation, Naruto retained much of his consciousness, evident from his ability to enter this state and engage Sasuke. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Scythe. Luffy extended his legs, striking out at the approaching Naruto like a reaper's blade. The sound of tearing flesh echoed twice as Naruto's claws left deep marks on Luffy's legs, causing him to recoil in pain. Naruto swiftly closed the distance, seizing Luffy with a powerful grip, lifting him off the ground. The claws, now significantly enlarged and encased in red, were a sight to behold. Ugh, this is infuriating. Luffy winced as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With a clenched fist, Naruto prepared to deliver a devastating blow. You shall not prevail, Luffy retorted, gathering his strength. Rubber, rubber, rubber. I will swallow you whole. Luffy took a deep breath, his cheeks puffing up to the size of a small automobile. Awoo. Naruto's fist was swiftly swallowed by Luffy's enormous mouth. Even in his current disoriented state as the One Tail, Naruto was momentarily stunned. This move was undeniably peculiar. The combat styles on the opposing side were truly bizarre. Fei Duan couldn't help but remark, Hey Fei Duan, do you even have the right to criticize others? Kakuza rebuked. You two are equally matched, Itachi commented with a sidelong glance at the pair. With a swift motion, the One-Tail Naruto forcefully flung Luffy aside with his left hand, freeing his right. Although I can't comprehend your current state, don't presume that this transformation grants you victory over me. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Naruto paused for a moment. He felt an echo of familiarity in those words. However, he promptly extended his right hand, gathering chakra. In an instant, a red sphere, larger than a typical Rasengan, materialized in One-Tail Naruto's grasp. Crimson Rasengan. He hurled the formidable red sphere at Luffy. You enjoy crafting spheres, do you? Allow me to show you, Luffy exclaimed. Rubber, rubber, rubber spinning bullet. He extended his arm backward, then spun it with vigor, striking towards the incoming One-Tail Naruto. The power of the Crimson Rasengan was already several times greater than that of a regular Rasengan. And the rubber spinning bullet was also significantly more powerful than the rubber pistol. The augmented strikes collided, immediately unleashing a potent shockwave that erupted outward. However, it was merely a minor explosion, as both combatants' strength was still limited at the time. Chapter 15. Second Gear. Bang. Following the violent explosion, both Naruto in his one-tail form and Luffy were sent hurtling backward. Naruto, due to the damage sustained, reverted from his one-tail transformation to his normal state. Could this be a draw? Usopp muttered under his breath from below. What? Do you lack faith in our captain? Zoro cautioned. As the vice-captain, Zoro was duty-bound to suppress anything detrimental to the pirate crew. On Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock was praying fervently, her gaze fixed on the screen showing Luffy being thrown to the ground by the blast. Luffy, please be safe. I shall be yours for all eternity. The depth of her affection for Luffy was genuine, in some ways rivaling the feelings of Luffy's own crewmates. After a moment of dizziness, Luffy struggled to his feet. While Naruto's barrage of 2,000 strikes had inflicted minimal damage, the crimson spiraling sphere had genuinely wounded him. Luffy clutched his chest, estimating that he had sustained moderate injuries. Looking up, he saw Naruto, back in his original form, lying prone on the ground. How can this be? Naruto couldn't have. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief from the sidelines. It cannot be. The esteemed master of the arena would not allow Naruto to. Sasuke vigorously shook his head, unable to believe that it could end this way. Would the master truly permit the match to conclude in such a manner? What do you think, Luo Chuan? Of course not. Can we declare my victory now, esteemed master? I see that this fellow has collapsed and is unable to rise. He should no longer possess any fighting capability. Luffy grinned widely, flashing a smile at the celestial barrier above. Despite sustaining some injuries, Luffy maintained his optimistic demeanor, which was quintessentially his nature. I apologize, Mr. Luffy. This match is rather unique. What does that mean? Luffy inquired, perplexed. It is this way. This match employs a scoring system. In other words, I will have you compare your states in battle. Ultimately, the one with the higher score will claim victory in this match. Furthermore, there will be no fatal consequences. Both parties can return to the main world regardless of what transpires in this match. That is splendid. Now we need not worry about Naruto. Sakura exhaled in relief. What a bore. If that is the case, it will be utterly unexciting. Luffy, at that moment, revealed a devilish grin. Yet, he remained oblivious to what awaited him. Thus, the score for the fourth match stands at 1 o'clock. Commencing the second phase for both sides, a burst of white light enveloped Naruto and Luffy. The youthful Naruto and the newly emerged Luffy have taken the place of their former selves. Naruto has matured. The champion truly seems to possess boundless capabilities. Sakura below cannot help but exclaim. In stark contrast, Jiraiya and Kakashi maintain their composure. After all, if the champion can summon the very soul of the third Hokage, what could possibly be surprising? I never anticipated that our match would require multiple stages. Well, it matters not. What if I send you flying 1,000 times? Do not become too complacent. That first stage victory was merely due to your age advantage. Now that we are of the same age, let us see how you can triumph over me. The youthful Naruto possesses a more piercing gaze than in his earlier days. No need for idle chatter. Bring it on. Luffy is evidently eager for the challenge. I shall oblige. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The youthful Naruto conjures a clone and extends his left hand to begin forming a sphere. Here we go again. I am utterly fatigued by this. Luffy, with a powerful punch to the ground, plants himself firmly and gazes up at Naruto. Hiki. Entering. Second gear. With a resounding thud, the muscles in Luffy's legs contract like springs, causing his entire body to flush red, emanating a terrifying steam. At this moment, I have become even stronger than before. Luffy's provocative words spurred Naruto to swiftly complete the Rasengan, launching it directly at Luffy. Wind release, Rasengan, jet, pistol. Luffy extended his reddened arm with remarkable speed, unleashing a punch that shot forth like a cannon. The two forces collided, the steam-infused fist met the spinning Rasengan. However, this Rasengan was far more potent than the one Naruto had conjured in his youth. Yet, it was countered by Luffy's jet pistol in its second gear. The two attacks neutralized each other, and Luffy retracted his elastic arm. Not bad. You've improved significantly since your youth, Luffy acknowledged. You managed to nullify my second gear pistol. You have indeed become faster, at least in terms of speed. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Luffy instantaneously appeared at his side, delivering another swift jet pistol. The punch landed squarely on Naruto. Oops. That was merely a clone I used to create the Rasengan. Did you overestimate yourself? Thinking that speed alone could best me in this phase? Naruto retorted with confidence. You have yet to witness the true resolve of someone destined to be the future Hokage. Shadow Clone Technique. The chakra of young Naruto was significantly less than that of his older self. While the young Naruto would expend nearly all his chakra to summon 100 clones, the adult Naruto required only half that amount. Once again, 100 clones surrounded Luffy, this time taking the form of the youthful Naruto. Hehehe. Resorting to old tricks. This time, you won't even have the chance to touch me, for I am in my second gear. Jet. Gatling gun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The velocity of Luffy in his second gear far surpasses that of his ordinary state, making this barrage even more formidable. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched over a dozen clones. Let us go, brothers. Naruto affectionately refers to his clones as brothers. At his command, the remaining clones each formed a Rasengan and hurled them toward the center where Luffy stood. Such an endeavor cannot be sustained without a significant amount of chakra. Despite being struck down by Luffy in his second gear along the way, 50 Rasengans still descended upon him. The convergence of these 50 Rasengans unleashed a vast wind-style rotating wave, resulting in an explosion of even greater magnitude than before. Chapter 16. Spiraling Shuriken Whoosh. Boom. This time, a medium-sized explosion ensued, as the 50 Rasengans combined to create a crater of moderate size in the ground. Boom. 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 The 50 Naruto clones subsequently dissipated as their chakra was exhausted. Luffy surely wouldn't underestimate him. Such an assault is futile against him. Sanji hurriedly intervened to thwart Usopp's foolish notions. Nanny? As the power of the Rasengan dissipated, the medium-sized crater revealed no trace of Luffy in his gear second form. Hiki. I'm right here. Luffy had mysteriously moved behind the young Naruto, completely evading the extensive Rasengan attack. Goma Goma no. Cannon. Luffy elongated his arms and delivered a powerful blow directly to Naruto's chest. This could be described as a close-range rubber rocket launcher. Boom. The young Naruto was sent flying by the impact, yet upon landing, he transformed into smoke, leaving only a wooden log in his stead. Another substitution technique. Luffy clenched his fist, knowing that Gear Second could not be sustained indefinitely. It had its limitations. It was evident that Naruto did not require such techniques, as the force delivered at close range would surely have shattered his insides. Perched on the ship's railing, the young Naruto pondered deeply. All right then, he said, gracefully leaping down. I believe we both lack significant stamina. To be frank, my chakra is barely above half. Naruto exhaled slowly. Well, to be honest, you are quite straightforward. If it weren't for this arena battle, perhaps we might have become friends. Luffy, still grinning broadly, was enveloped in swirling red steam, seemingly preparing for one final effort. All right then. This shall be my ultimate technique, the most powerful jutsu I have learned upon my return from training. Shadow Clone Technique. The young Naruto summoned forth 2 shadow clones. Very well. I shall experience this. This is the most formidable technique I possess in my second state. The original Naruto extended his right hand, as the clone on the right began to rub its hands together, while the clone on the left positioned its hands as if infusing chakra into him. This technique has a flaw. It requires a certain amount of time to activate. You may take this opportunity to strike me, Naruto declared with unwavering conviction in his eyes. Well, there's no need. I shall grant you this courtesy. To be honest, if you were from my world, I might consider you as a companion. Luffy remained poised, refraining from any attack. Very well. Do not come to regret this. Whoosh. Swish. The right clone continued to rub Naruto's original hand back and forth, shaping a sphere considerably larger than a standard Rasengan. Meanwhile, the left clone joined its hands together, pushing forward to infuse chakra into the sphere. Gradually, the sphere began to grow angular. Yes, it is complete. The angles expanded further, and upon completion, Naruto raised it high. This is my self-created S-rank ninjutsu. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The spiraling shuriken spun wildly in Naruto's hand, subtly pulsating with explosive energy, and even without being released, it emanated a significant force of wind, scattering the debris aboard the pirate ship. Indeed, I can already perceive the formidable power wielded in your hands. In Luffy's eyes, there is not a glimmer of fear, but rather an insatiable thirst for combat. Come forth. The youthful Naruto dashed forward, unleashing his Rasengan towards Luffy in his second gear. Jet. Stamp. Luffy infused air into his right leg, extending it to execute a powerful kick aimed at the incoming Naruto. Whoosh. The Rasengan collided with Luffy's foot, initiating a rotation that spiraled Luffy's leg. In swift succession, Naruto propelled the spinning Rasengan along with Luffy's leg, the overwhelming spiral force sending Luffy hurtling away. He was launched off the pirate ship and into the sea, where an explosion erupted, creating a wave of spiraling energy. Whoosh. Bang. It was over. The young Naruto, witnessing the aftermath, collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to exhaustion. The combination of the Rasengan and the prior Shadow Clone attack had completely drained his chakra and depleted his stamina. However, the Rasengan successfully struck Luffy, propelling him into the ocean. Despite Luffy's indomitable will, the explosive damage of the Rasengan, coupled with the sea's restraining effect on his devil fruit powers, rendered him defeated. Who could have anticipated that the second phase of battle would conclude in such a manner? Sengoku murmured. That boy's progress is indeed extraordinary. That move just now. Even I would find it difficult to withstand, Carp remarked, unusually solemn. Both sides have lost their combat prowess. I declare that the score in the second phase stands at a draw of 1-1. The score in the fourth match has escalated to 1-2, with the pirate faction momentarily in the lead. Naruto's rate of growth is indeed astonishing. Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim. However, little does he know that his own future development will be no less remarkable than Naruto's. The contestants enter the third phase. Young Naruto and the second-tier Luffy radiate a brilliant white light. The scene fades away, only to be replaced by the forest of the Chunin exam. This setting is the forest of the Chunin exam. When the two face each other for the third time, Luffy appears largely unchanged. Yet, Naruto has transformed significantly. Clad in a red sage robe and adorned with striking crimson eye makeup, he catches Luffy's curiosity. What is this? Luffy inquires, intrigued. The Sage Lord has transmitted all the growth information to me. This is my Sage mode. Learn from the Pervy Sage at Myaboka Mountain. Naruto replies earnestly, his gaze now imbued with newfound determination. Pervy Sage. Who is that? Luffy tilts his head, questioning. He is none other than my master Jiraiya, who defeated the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, in the second match. Naruto responds with pride. Oh, so it's that guy. He's incredibly powerful. Luffy exclaims in surprise, though his tone remains undaunted. What was the name of Ace's father, one of the 4 emperors, who fell to him? From this moment forth, you shall never triumph over me again. Sage Naruto, with his arms crossed over his chest, spoke with an air of authority. Unperturbed by anger. Are you not being a tad too confident? Luffy, brimming with anticipation, was eager to engage. Chapter 17, Third Gear. Shadow Clone Technique. Without further ado, Sage Naruto summoned 3 shadow clones. His chakra was already exceeding 3 times that of his normal state. Sage Art, Spiraling Sphere. One of the Sage clones charged directly at Luffy. In Sage mode, Naruto could effortlessly create these small orbs alone, without the need for any assistance. It may appear to be the same technique, but allow me to demonstrate what sets me apart. Third Gear. Balloon of Will. Luffy blew into his finger, causing his rubbery physique to inflate like a balloon. This is my third gear form. Luffy had inflated his fist to the size of a small vehicle. Prepare to experience this. Giant's hand. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Giant pistol. The colossal fist barreled towards the Sage clone wielding the spiraling sphere. With a resounding crash, it created a massive crater in both the clone and the ground beneath. You've been outsmarted. Sage Art. Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. The other 2 clones of Sage Naruto had, unbeknownst to anyone, formed Great Ball Spiraling Spheres several times larger than the ordinary, and they hurled them directly at Luffy in third gear. Alas, the third gear startled Luffy. It is well known that the hallmark of this form is its immense power, yet it lacks speed, which stands in stark contrast to second gear. This implies that while Luffy can unleash the giant arm with great force, he is unable to swiftly resume combat. The 2 Sage mode clones are already charging at him, wielding their massive Rasengan. Whoosh. Thud. In this moment of crisis, Luffy in third gear can only retract the giant hand with haste. However, due to the nature of third gear, although the giant arm restores to its original state, Luffy's own body swells up. Boom. The 2 Rasengan collide forcefully against Luffy's inflated body. Luffy's ballooning abdomen is crushed inward, blood erupting from his mouth. Following the assault, the 2 clones retreat to their original form. This exemplifies the distinct nature of Sage mode shadow clones. Typically, ordinary clones are fragile and dissipate after a brief skirmish, whereas those in Sage mode possess remarkable durability. Your third gear is not as formidable as it seems. Sage Naruto stands with arms crossed, flanked by the 2 clones like guardian deities. Ugh. Luffy, wincing from the pain, wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression contorted. Those 2 Rasengan truly pack a punch. It is worth noting that the balloon body is quite resilient, yet it was still able to be dented. Face me directly and refrain from using your clones. In this moment of frustration, Luffy, in a somewhat childish manner, expresses his vexation. However, he himself was still young, merely 17 years of age. Very well, to satisfy you. Surprisingly, the sage Naruto agreed to this unreasonable demand. Charging forward unprepared, caught off guard, Luffy revealed a triumphant smile. Rubber, 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 gun. Luffy elongated his arm, aiming a pistol at Naruto. Naruto effortlessly sidestepped, evading the attack, and then, taking 2 swift steps along Luffy's extended arm, closed the distance between them. Is dodging all you can do? Luffy mimicked, turning his face away. Bang. A punch. Although Naruto's fist did not make contact with Luffy's face, Luffy was struck squarely, spinning around from the force. What is happening? I clearly dodged that. Luffy sat on the ground, rubbing his cheek, gazing incredulously at Naruto. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Why does that sound so familiar? This technique is called Frog Hand. It can strike you without physical contact, relying on the natural forces surrounding you. Well, I don't understand. Luffy shook his head while massaging his face. It is quite natural that you do not comprehend. Through our previous encounters, I have discerned your combat intelligence is rather limited. Naruto exuded an air of assured superiority, adopting a condescending demeanor. Do not underestimate others. Luffy was incensed. Rubber, rubber, rubber. The giant battle axe. Luffy's legs swell and inflate to his feet. Instantly, his feet become as large as a house, and he forcefully stomps in the direction of Sannin. I have seen through your form. Mere brute strength is all you possess. I shall resolve this with a single move. Sage Art, Spiraling Shuriken. The original body lifts a spiraling shuriken, flanked by 2 clones. Ready? Whoosh. Sannin throws the spiraling shuriken directly. This is the distinction between the Sage Art spiraling shuriken and the ordinary one. The ordinary spiraling shuriken must be held in hand to strike the opponent and explode, whereas the Sage Art spiraling shuriken can be thrown directly. Boom. The Sage Art spiraling shuriken collides with Luffy's giant battle axe in Gear 3rd. Ripping sound. The sharp spiraling shuriken slices through the hard skin of the bone balloon. Pff. As the gas is released, Naruto's inflated foot is cut open with a wound. A scream escapes, and Luffy faints from the pain. The Sage Art spiraling shuriken spins and detonates again, obliterating Luffy's entire leg. The outcome is determined. What? So fast? Zoro, startled, draws his sword halfway, unable to react. It is indeed astonishing. I believe you can sense it as I do. Luffy's Gear 3rd power already surpasses us, yet the growth rate of that individual opposite is truly extraordinary. Sanji held a cigarette, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, Naruto, you're amazing, exclaimed Konohamaru, dancing with excitement below. Naruto, well done. Sakura also shouted in delight, given the hasty nature of the 3rd stage battle. With a significant disparity in power, both contestants are now granted an opportunity to overdraw for the next stage. Luffy quickly utilized the overdraw opportunity, advancing to the next stage. After a flash of light, the battered form of Gear 3rd Luffy vanished, only to be replaced by the familiar visage of Luffy from 2 years later. Indeed, in this stage, Luffy had mastered the 3 types of haki. But would he be able to defeat Sage Naruto? Although Sage Naruto had already dealt with Gear 3rd Luffy using a single Raisin Shuriken, he had expended less than 1/3 of his chakra, more than enough to handle the next opponent. Chapter 18, Elephant Gunham. Your appearance has changed quite a bit. Sage Naruto assessed Luffy from this stage. The Luffy of 2 years hence, having undergone the grueling training under Rayleigh, exhibited a profound transformation in demeanor, no longer the carefree figure of 2 years prior. The prominent X-shaped scar on his chest stood out starkly. Thanks to the guidance of Master Rayleigh over the past 2 years, I will never be defeated by you again. Luffy stood with a regal posture, his gaze sharp. Ha ha ha. It seems you've forgotten the pain of your past. Sage Naruto mocked without restraint. Allow me to present this first. Spiraling Sphere. Xianming swiftly charged towards Luffy, unleashing a series of spiraling spheres with one hand. Back off. Luffy bellowed, his conqueror's haki suddenly emanating from him. Ugh. Xianming was instantly pushed back by this overwhelming aura, the spiraling spheres in his hand dissipating. This presence. It bears a resemblance to the powerful beings that erupted in the previous 3 battles. Xianming found this aura strikingly familiar, yet when compared, Luffy's conqueror's haki was still inferior to that of the 3 formidable adversaries before. Let me show you this again. Armament haki. Engage. Whoosh. In an instant, Luffy's arm was enveloped in a layer of black haki. Have I seen this before? It resembles Pain's black rods somewhat. Luffy charged forward, delivering a punch towards Xianming. Xianming countered with a punch of his own. Ouch. Why is it so hard? Xianming recoiled in pain, shaking his right fist. I've already stated, I shall not be defeated again. Entering 2nd gear. Boom. Luffy raised his left arm, steam naturally billowing from it. At this moment, he could effortlessly control his second gear. Rubber, jet, pistol. Luffy's right fist shot forth towards Xianming like a bullet. So fast. Xianming's heart raced with alarm. There was no evading this punch. In a moment of crisis, Xianming had no choice but to use a clone to shield his true self, thus averting the impending attack. I truly gave you face. Xianming once again raised a spiral shuriken, its rotational velocity stirring gusts of wind that rustled the leaves of the nearby trees. Entering. Third gear. Armament Haki hardening. Luffy exhaled towards his thumb, causing his hand to swell to the size of a house, enveloped in a layer of black, solid substance, reminiscent of a grizzly bear's claw. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Elephant gun. Luffy brought his oversized, hockey-coated hand crashing down towards Xianming. Enough with the jesting. In response, Xianming hurled the spiral shuriken at Luffy. Clang. The spiral shuriken collided with the elephant gun, producing a shower of sparks. Boom. Following the friction, the spiral shuriken detonated, causing the elephant gun to retract back to Luffy's hand. Damn it. 2 years of training. And yet I still cannot fully withstand this fellow's strength. Luffy gazed at his reddened hands, his eyes filled with reluctance. Haha. Utterly feeble. Let's see if you can still boast. Moreover, do you see what is above you? Xianming stood proudly in place, looking down at Luffy. Above him, Xianming's last clone had mysteriously moved into position, grasping a spiral ball in each hand, poised to strike down upon Luffy from above. Mystical arts, spiral sphere. Humph. A sneak attack? You seem unaware of the concept of observation haki. Jet. Pistol. Luffy unleashed a punch that scattered the Xianming clone. Very well. It is time to get serious. Allow me to demonstrate what true natural energy entails. Summoning technique. Boom. Xianming clasped his hands together. And a large red toad, puffing on a pipe, materialized. What business do you summon me for, little Naruto? If it is to confront that old white-bearded man like last time, you might as well send me back. It was evident that Gamabunta harbored some fear of the Whitebeard's power. This time, it's merely a little brat we are dealing with, old toad. Oh, that is reassuring. Isn't that the individual who was summoned to battle Ace's father? How can he summon him as well? Oh. He mentioned that man is his master. Does it even matter? Can we just send him flying? This is Luffy. Gamabunta leapt high into the air, unsheathing his large katana. You enjoy jumping, do you? I shall make you leap. Luffy extended his legs, binding Gamabunta like a rope. Jet. Hammer. Luffy struck down with great force, causing the frog one-eye to see stars before he instantly vanished in a puff of smoke. That despicable creature, shouted Jiraiya from the audience. For one, I had been his longtime companion, and the fury within him compelled him to personally teach this scoundrel a lesson. I see you have no more tricks up your sleeve. The Sagi can deal with you. Jet. Stamp. Luffy propelled his right foot forward, launching a stamp attack directly at Shinomiya. Summoning technique. Frog Gigi. Block this. In an instant, Shinomiya summoned Frog Gigi to intercept the blow, albeit at a significant cost to his summoning beasts. This was not a sustainable strategy. Using ninjutsu drains chakra, and no matter how vast one's chakra reserves, they cannot withstand such relentless depletion. Entering the second gear, Luffy would not grant him a moment of respite to ponder. He lunged forward, extending his arm. Fire pistol. With a whoosh, flames erupted from his arm as he propelled himself forward. This was the fire pistol, a technique Luffy had developed after inheriting Ace's will. Shinomiya was unable to evade and took the full force of the punch, which pierced through him. At last, he had landed a blow on Shinomiya, inflicting genuine damage. But could this be real? Just kidding, of course, it was merely a substitution technique. Meanwhile, Shinomiya emerged unscathed from the fray. However, a crisis has indeed arisen. The amount of chakra within has dwindled to less than half. 2 spiral shurikens, several variations of the Rasengan, and the summoning technique have been utilized. Yet Luffy remains as vibrant as ever. Entering gear third. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Elephant gun. A flurry of elephant guns. Chapter 19. Gear fourth. Luffy raises his inflated, hardened armament, striking furiously. Countless elephant guns rain down upon Sannin. Boom, boom, boom. With each blow, a massive crater forms in the ground. Sannin can only dodge clumsily. After all, his chakra has been significantly depleted. The natural energy of a sage is limited. Exceeding that limit will automatically revert one from sage mode. Fortunately, Naruto possesses the ability of high-speed movement. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Jet. Pistol. Whoosh. Luffy rapidly launches his fist like a projectile, moving with incredible speed. Sannin is caught off guard, forced to block with both hands. At this moment, Luffy can seamlessly switch between Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. The natural energy is waning. What to do? Naruto finds himself questioning. While Sage Mode is undeniably powerful, it does have an undeniable flaw. It cannot be maintained for extended periods. Jet. Iron Mace. Luffy extends his neck and brings his head down like a hammer towards Sannin. What? Has he resorted to childish antics? Sannin swings a fist at Luffy's descending head, striking it askew. This is the enhancement bestowed by the power of the Sage. How infuriating. I had thought you were devoid of combat capability. Luffy clutched his head, which had just been struck. Indeed, I possess little fighting strength now. However, I can still exhaust you in this state. The Sage, with arms crossed, prepared for a final struggle. Yet your current damage is utterly inconsequential to me. Rubber, rubber, rubber. UFO. Luffy swiftly spun his body, his leg executing a rotating kick akin to Rio in King of Fighters. Directed at the Sage. Such whimsicality is quintessentially Luffy. Without it, he would not be himself. Nevertheless, this clearly afforded the Sage a moment to breathe. The Sage seized Luffy's leg with one hand and forcefully hurled him away. The Sage's power inherently grants a strength boost, second only to that of pain. The God of the Six Paths. Wow. Luffy crashed to the ground, his face covered in dust. But it is not over yet. Armed hockey, rubber, jet, green cannon. Luffy sprang back to his feet with remarkable speed, utilizing the hardening of his right fist to unleash a powerful strike. Indomitable spirit is the essence of Luffy's character. Yet the Sage evaded once more. Indeed, one can now discern the Sage's tactics. The remaining chakra is insufficient for a counterattack, yet he can still conserve a final Rasengan as his ultimate move. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Jet, spear. Luffy's assault surged forth once more. With a jet-like motion, he executed an attack with his feet tightly together, resembling a spear. Swiftly, Xianming could only evade once more. Though the situation appeared quite awkward, it mattered little in the pursuit of victory. Why can't I hit him? Luffy was evidently infuriated. Face me head on. With a determined expression, Luffy placed his thumbs in his mouth and blew with great force, causing his hands to swell to the size of a house. Grizzly Magnum. This was an upgraded version of the elephant gun. Luffy, with his hands enveloped in haki, stretched his enlarged palms backward before thrusting them towards Xianming. I've been waiting for this move. Xianming swiftly maneuvered to the side, launching a concealed spiral shuriken with remarkable speed. The attack was surprisingly unexpected. Although the Grizzly Magnum possessed immense power, capable of rendering Caesar unconscious in his gas form, it was not without its flaws. Its overwhelming power came at the cost of speed. The initial thrust was notably sluggish, providing Xianming the opportunity he needed. As Luffy's Grizzly Magnum lingered in the air, unable to retract, the spiral shuriken struck from the side, making direct contact. The blade of the shuriken tore through Luffy's body, and amidst the explosion, a whirlwind of energy erupted. This marked Luffy's second demise within the virtual realm. Indeed, it was his second death. The outcome is clear. The score in the third phase was 1 o'clock, and the total score in the fourth match stood at 2-2. I truly did not anticipate that this individual named Naruto would triumph over Luffy in both of his forms. Usopp gazed at the screen, his expression one of disbelief as he witnessed Luffy's body explode. However, it remains uncertain whether this Sage Mode is indeed the pinnacle of Naruto's abilities, Robin remarked, having silently observed and analyzed the match for quite some time. Master of the Arena, may I request to switch to the next form? She inquired. Naruto, your Sage Mode has already secured victory. It is time for a transition. Oh, that is reassuring, for my Sage Mode has reached its limits, Naruto replied. Indeed. A closer inspection reveals that the crimson hue around Naruto's eyes has faded, indicating his exit from Sage Mode. It is worth noting that throughout the entire encounter, Luffy, in both of his forms 2 years prior and newly emerged, failed to land even a single blow on Sage Naruto, who voluntarily withdrew upon reaching the limits of his Sage Mode. The disparity is indisputable. Naruto has indeed trained remarkably well, Jiraiya praised from below. When will I become as powerful as Naruto? Sasuke mused internally, grappling with this question. O foolish child, with your Sharingan awakened, you have already attained such prowess, Lu Chuan chimed in, able to hear the thoughts of all characters from both worlds. Unable to resist a quip. Now let us commence the next form, the fourth phase. During their fourth encounter, Luffy was resurrected once more. Unlike before, he now donned an attire reminiscent of basking in the sun by the beach. In stark contrast, Naruto exhibited no visible changes. What is happening? Lord of the Arena, why have I not transformed? Naruto, your current battle, does not necessitate any alterations? What does this imply, Lord of the Arena? Come on, Naruto, shed your sage mode cloak, and directly harness the power within you. Surely, you cannot mean that. What are you babbling about? Luffy, growing impatient, interjected. Indeed, the score has been equalized. Who wouldn't feel anxious? Huh. Luffy raised his left arm and forcefully blew air into it. Duong, as the armament color gradually enveloped him. His left arm swelled dramatically, muscles ballooning. Luffy once again exerted considerable force, blowing air into his now darkened and thickened arm. Dash. It is finally complete. Duong, duong, duong. This is your fourth bouncing rubber man. In this moment, Luffy's body resembled a large balloon, bouncing on the ground, his chest adorned with an oddly patterned armor-like covering. He assumed a peculiar stance akin to that of a samurai, with darkened eyelids enhancing his fierce demeanor. Duong, duong, duong. Should I continue this tiresome chatter, I shall send you flying with a single blow. Indeed, the fourth gear of Luffy exudes an undeniable aura of dominance. Have you struck me once more? I had no intention of resorting to this tactic. You have compelled my hand. Naruto, discarding his sage robes, cast them aside. How bold. Following a peculiar convulsion, a crimson mantle of chakra enveloped Naruto, his eyes transforming into a fierce shade of red. Two tails rose majestically behind him, signifying the two-tailed form of the nine tails. Oh, how exhilarating. In an instant, a third tail sprouted from his back as Naruto outstretched his arms, bellowing towards the heavens, seemingly on the verge of losing his humanity. His gaze, too, began to fade into a hollow white. How audacious. In his three-tailed state, Naruto's eyes ignited with a blood-red fervor, and he abruptly dropped to all fours, sharp fangs protruding from his mouth. Ah, you appear so wild, so ferocious. A stark contrast to your former self. Luffy, in his fourth gear, remained unfazed. It is essential to note that he now possesses a power exceeding his previous state by at least half a notch. Roar. As Naruto's eyes glared, he unleashed a terrifying aura that created a substantial crater beneath him. Shall I grant you a modicum of radiance, only for you to bask in it? Luffy raised his hand slightly in defense. Have I bestowed upon you too much grace? Rubber, rubber, rubber. The King of the Apes gun. In his fourth gear, Luffy unleashed a powerful strike with his arm, reminiscent of a cannonball. His fist shot forth like a projectile, wrapped in spirals of wristbands. Roar. The three-tailed transformation of Naruto erupted with a furious howl, as the chakra of the nine tails coalesced around him, forming a semicircular explosion. Boom. The tremendous chakra force created a blast radius of 10 meters, effectively neutralizing the King of the Apes' attack. Thud. Thud. The three chakra tails of Naruto transformed into hand-like shapes, with two gripping the trees on either side, while the third, resembling a claw, lunged toward Luffy in his fourth gear. Its size was comparable to that of a small car. Allow me to present something extraordinary. Thump, thump, thump. Luffy retracted his feet into the grand tires of his thighs, continuously emitting steam, which wafted around him in waves. Adopting a flying posture, he soared into the air using his elasticity. Wow, how incredibly cool is Luffy? Usopp screamed from below. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Horn. Cannonball. Luffy, in his fourth gear, executed a low-altitude flight, rapidly charging towards Naruto in his three-tailed form. His two small black feet retracted from the expansive tires of his thighs and then thrust outward. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful kick to Naruto's face, or rather, 2 feet combined into one striking blow. The 2 feet, encased in hardened haki, boasted significantly enhanced leg muscles and skeletal strength, while the sandals transformed into tire-like shapes. The power of this transformation was evident. With a resounding impact, the three-tailed Naruto was sent sprawling far away, tumbling across the ground. Victory was assured. Luffy could now take the lead. Nami exclaimed excitedly from below. However, it seemed Nami's joy was premature. Look closely at that unearthly figure over there, Zoro cautioned. Nami turned her gaze in that direction, only to see the three-tailed Naruto shaking his head and rising, his aura now more ferocious than before. The three tails behind him subtly hinted at the emergence of a fourth. With a roar, the tailed beast form of Naruto exhibited eyes that were a deeper shade of crimson, and his teeth appeared increasingly sharper. The nine tails chakra materialized rapidly, resembling bubbles as it formed the fourth tail in its entirety. At that moment, the tailed beast Naruto seemed to collapse in exhaustion, burying his head into the ground. What is happening to you? Luffy observed with astonishment at Naruto's transformation. A flash of blood-red eyes swept across, signaling that Naruto's consciousness was completely dominated by the nine tails, Kurama. When he opened his eyes again, they were entirely crimson, devoid of any white. The tailed beast Naruto bared his fangs menacingly as the skin on his face began to peel away gradually. The claws have transformed into razor-sharp points akin to those of a wild beast, and the entire palm is turning an astonishing shade of crimson. Hiss boom. A fierce roar erupts from Naruto as he throws his head back, his face flushed with intensity. The formidable chakra of the Nine Tails surges skyward, startling the birds and beasts into flight within the forest. In an instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolds. Naruto's fourth tail has fully manifested, enveloping his entire form in a thick layer of crimson fur, rendering his visage nearly unrecognizable. Oh! Woeful cries. The four-tailed Naruto crouches on the ground in a fearsome posture, his mouth obscured and his eyes transformed into two voids of white. Though I am uncertain of the nature of your transformation, do not presume that this will thwart my fourth gear at this moment. Luffy's heart quakes with trepidation. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Great snake gun. However, allowing the tailed beast Naruto to continue his transformation would likely be detrimental, so Luffy decisively intervenes, launching his right hand forward to unleash a great snake gun. Roar. The four-tailed Naruto remains unfazed, thrusting his claws into the ground with a resounding thud. Crack. Two blood-red claws, each spanning several meters, erupt from the earth. One claw swiftly swats at Luffy's great snake gun, the force of their collision dissipating in midair. Hiss subsequently. The four-tailed Naruto buries his head deep into the ground, producing ominous sounds from within. Waga. Suddenly, the four-tailed Naruto unleashed a ferocious roar, his mouth agape like a cavern. Surrounding him, an unknown blue particulate matter was continuously drawn into his gaping maw. Kneeling there, Naruto found the blue particles gravitating towards his mouth, while his four tails curled inward, their tips pointing towards him. At the center of the blue particles, closest to his lips, a purple, grape-like mass began to form. It swelled larger and larger until it coalesced into a complete purple sphere. Then, in an instant, it shrank down, vanishing all the blue particles and compressing into a diminutive purple orb at his mouth. Chapter 21. Tailed Beast Ball. This is not good. Naruto was on the verge of losing control, Jiraiya warned. He was acutely aware of the implications of Naruto's transformation into the Nine Tails. The more tails he manifested, the more he fell under the influence of the Nine Tails. That compressed purple orb was swallowed whole by the four-tailed Naruto. As soon as it entered his belly, it rapidly expanded, inflating him to the size of a small car, creating a crater in the ground beneath him. Plumes of smoke erupted from his mouth. You can't be. Before Luffy and his Gear 4th could finish his thought, a resounding bang echoed as the four-tailed Naruto opened his jaws and unleashed a tailed beast ball. The ground erupted beneath him. Oh no. Luffy quickly took to the skies. With a thunderous roar, the tailed beast ball obliterated half of the forest. Fortunately, Luffy could fly. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Snake cannon. In the fourth gear, Luffy unleashed a swift attack with the snake cannon, his elongated black arm tracing a Z-shape through the air. The four tails Naruto promptly evaded, leaping high into the sky, demonstrating impressive agility. However, evasion proved futile. With a resounding thud, the attack struck Naruto squarely on the head, for this was a homing snake cannon. Roaring in fury, the four tails Naruto leaped forward, confronting Luffy in his fourth gear. Grasping Luffy tightly, he squeezed with tremendous force, rendering Luffy breathless. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Double. Snake cannon. Luffy retaliated, launching both hands to fire the snake cannon, which collided forcefully with Naruto, sending him flying a considerable distance. The impact inflicted significant damage, as they were in close proximity. The red hue enveloping Naruto began to fade, hinting at a return to his original form. Seizing the moment, Luffy retracted his head into the cocoon of black surrounding his neck, hardening it with his haki, transforming it into a dark hue, while his eyes and teeth remained white, creating a rather comical appearance. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Line rocket cannon. He swiftly descended, launching another attack with a powerful thrust, sending the four tails Naruto flying once more. This time, the four-tailed Naruto could not rise again. Is it over? Just as Luffy in his fourth gear was about to strike again, his entire body seemed to deflate, with air escaping from his mouth, hands, and legs. He transitioned from the fourth gear state back to his normal form, collapsing to the ground. This was the inherent weakness of the fourth gear. Once pushed to its limits, it would revert, and for the subsequent 10 minutes, he would be unable to harness haki. This bore resemblance to 2 years prior when he had just developed the third gear, which left him in a childlike state afterward. It appeared that Luffy could not maintain that form indefinitely. Sanji, observing from below, sensed the impending doom. Would this victory, so close at hand, slip away? Zoro murmured. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes turned red once more. A powerful surge of nine-tailed chakra erupted, soaring into the heavens and exploding outward. The nine tails, truly relentless. Luffy, get up, Nami shouted from below. With a sudden burst, the four-tailed Naruto stood upright, his skull adorned with ominous white bones. He lurched down again, and to everyone's astonishment, a fifth tail sprouted. An exoskeleton enveloped his shoulders and head. This was Naruto's five-tailed transformation. He could no longer control his consciousness. Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, Kakashi concurred. Roar! Roar! The five-tailed Naruto unleashed a formidable aura, creating circular craters beneath his feet as energy radiated from his being. In a swift motion, the five-tailed Naruto charged towards the deflated form of Luffy, his mouth contorting into a shape. Get up, Luffy! Sanji shouted from below. Could Luffy truly succumb to defeat? Absolutely not. Heh. Luffy entered his Gear 4th state once more, fortunate that Naruto's tailed beast transformation required time and that he had remained unscathed. Can you withstand this punch? Gear 4th Luffy raised his right fist high, then forcefully inhaled. Look at your pathetic state. I'm going to send you flying. Gum gum. Great. It can gun. Luffy's inflated right arm swelled to the size of a house, crashing down upon the advancing five-tailed Naruto. With a thunderous bang, he sent the five-tailed Naruto soaring away. Surely, this must be the end. Gear 4th Luffy, panting heavily, gazed at the five-tailed Naruto, who had been hurled into the woods. It must be noted that this Gear 4th, developed during the Dressrosa arc, was his absolute limit. He had no strength left for further combat. This is impossible. Gear 4th Luffy widened his eyes in disbelief as the five-tailed Naruto emerged slowly, merely bearing a few scrapes, his exoskeleton virtually unscathed. How could Luffy possibly know that this exoskeleton was designed specifically to protect the body, exhibiting remarkable hardness and significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities? The tailed beast transformation Naruto once again opened his mouth wide, absorbing the surrounding blue particles, which coalesced into a purple sphere, and then boom, a tailed beast bomb was unleashed. However, in his current fourth gear state, Luffy lacked the strength to evade it. With a piercing scream, fourth gear Luffy was utterly obliterated by the tailed beast bomb. Should we now declare the outcome as settled? Not quite, as Naruto's state remains unpredictable and Luffy still possesses other forms within his fourth gear. Thus, we shall transition to a form developed by Luffy during the Wano period. In light of the aforementioned circumstances, a decision is made to grant fourth gear Luffy another life bar and to switch to a mode that allows for the transformation into the next fourth gear form. The scene shifts to the pirate world of Shell's Town. Although the five-tailed Naruto could not speak, he sensed something unusual. Then, from the small town came yet another familiar face. Luffy had once again resurrected. However, this was certainly not favoritism from the esteemed Lord Roku, but rather a necessity due to the vast disparity in strength between Naruto and Luffy in their later stages. Otherwise, Luffy could easily find himself obliterated. Chapter 22, Serpent Man. Ugly monster. This time, I shall never lose to you again. Rubber, rubber, rubber. King of the Apes. Crow Cannon. The resurrected fourth gear Luffy raised three fists resembling black grenade launchers on either side. Boom. 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 Six fists, like ravens unleashed, bombarded the six-tailed Naruto. Indeed, it should be noted that Naruto had inadvertently sprouted a sixth tail, his exoskeleton hardening, resolutely withstanding the barrage of the Crow Cannon. Roar. Whoosh. The six-tailed Naruto, once more, mustered a tailed beast bomb, launching it towards Gear 4th Luffy. I've already devised a strategy. Gear 4th Luffy swiftly evaded, plunging into the abodes of the townspeople. This was a simulation, akin to Shell's Town in the world of One Piece, albeit devoid of inhabitants. Thus, the residences would undoubtedly be replete with sustenance. Moreover, it is common knowledge that Luffy devours victuals with extraordinary celerity, capable of ingesting an entire meal in a single second. Consequently, Gear 4th Luffy dove headlong into the dwellings, engaging in unrestrained gluttony. Ere long, his abdomen swelled to the proportions of a house, his mouth and belly distended to rotundity. The portion of his torso shielded by armament hockey resembled an iron cannonball. This was Gear 4th. Tankan. Chirp. Another tailed beast bomb assailed. Duong. The tailed beast bomb impacted against Tankman Luffy's belly, akin to striking a trampoline. Gum gum gum. Cannonball. Bang. Tankan Luffy, leveraging the elasticity of his abdomen, catapulted the tailed beast bomb away. Thud. The tailed beast's orb rebounded directly onto the six-tailed Naruto. To be candid, Naruto's transformation speed into a tailed beast is not slow. However, as the number of tails increases, his self-awareness diminishes. leading to a decline in his combat intellect. This strike proved effective, leaving the six-tailed Naruto in a state of despair, as if awaiting the next wave of evolution. In contrast, Luffy's fourth gear Tankman form is merely a temporary state, a consequence of his indulgence in sweets during the battle against Cracker on Cake Island. Akin to his current consumption of the food from the residents of Sabaody Archipelago, it cannot sustain prolonged combat as a norm. Meanwhile, the six-tailed Naruto had curled into a ball, vaguely resembling the character of the 8 symbol, much like the one held by teacher Yamato at that moment. A chilling roar erupted as a blood-red maw yawned open, its visage long stripped of humanity, resembling that of a fox, retaining the hue of a newborn. Several robust tails emerged, thicker than before. 1, 2, 3. Upon careful counting, there were a total of 8. This is dire. Naruto had completely lost consciousness. Jiraiya exclaimed. This situation is perilous. Should the tailed beast seize full control, he would lose all semblance of sanity. A thunderous roar reverberated as a massive, zombie-like pink fox emerged from the center of those 8 formidable tails, its colossal form trembling as if freshly born. You have become even more unsightly than before. I truly wonder what you have gone through, Luffy murmured. Well, allow me to demonstrate the final form of my Gear Fourth. Whoosh. Luffy first exhaled forcefully, reverting from Tankman mode back to his normal form. He then bit down on his arm and took a deep breath. Gear Fourth. Snake Man. Luffy's gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. Gear Fourth. Snake Man. At this moment, his physique, previously robust in Gear Fourth, became somewhat leaner, with smoke swirling around his shoulders and head. This smoke serves as a hallmark of the awakening of the Zoan-type Devil Fruit, laying the groundwork for the next chapter where Luffy's Paramecia-type Rubber Fruit will evolve into the Zoan-type Nika Fruit. At this point, I have comprehended advanced observation Haki. I can foresee the future. Let us see how you will contend with me now. The Snake Man Luffy exuded an unprecedented confidence. Roar. Although the 8 Tails Naruto appeared formidable, he seemed to be grappling with some inner turmoil. Whoosh. Faster. This was a velocity surpassing that of the previous Gear Fourth. Snake Man Luffy swiftly launched a punch, his fist elongated and slender but astonishingly quick, enveloped in a vivid red armament. When his fist collided with Naruto's face, it was neither painful nor damaging. Alas. Despite Naruto in his 8 Tails form exhibiting little offensive capability, his physical defenses remained undeniably robust. Rubber, 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 jet, Great Serpent Cannon. The Serpent Man. Luffy discerned that ordinary attacks were ineffective against this monstrous foe. He unleashed a direct, powerful shot, the Great Serpent Cannon. His fist elongated into a zigzag shape, and with a resounding thud, it landed squarely on the transformed Naruto's body. This blow managed to breach the defenses, eliciting a roar from the 8 Tails Naruto. However, one must acknowledge that the 9 Tails not only possesses formidable defense but also considerable resilience. Among the 10-tailed beasts, aside from the God Tree's 10 Tails, who could intimidate it. Thus, this punch from the Jet Great Serpent Cannon merely left a scratch on its visage. Truly, it is remarkably tough, Luffy lamented. It is noteworthy that while the serpent form may not wield as much offensive power as the elastic form, it is by no means feeble. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Black. Serpent Swarm. The Serpent Man, Luffy, unleashed a frenzy of rapid punches, his elongated, elastic arms striking from every direction. Thud, thud, thud. Strangely, the 8 Tails Naruto did not evade and absorb these relentless attacks. The continuous barrage finally drew blood from the corner of his mouth. Do not tell me you are allowing me to. Why are you not countering? Luffy's anger flared. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Rubber, rubber, rubber. King Cobra, I shall show you fury. Luffy propelled his fist with great force, making it whirl through the air before it landed with a resounding impact on the 8 Tails Naruto's abdomen. Bam! The roar echoed. At last. This strike bore fruit. The 8 Tails formed Naruto collapsed, while the chakra of the 9 Tails began to dissipate. However, this exertion drained the strength of the Serpent Man Luffy, who fell to the ground in exhaustion. Just when everyone presumed the battle to be a stalemate, bang! The 8 Tails formed Naruto vanished, revealing the true Naruto, whose gaze now radiated unwavering determination. Indeed, Naruto had just engaged in a fierce struggle with the 9 Tails and had finally triumphed over his inner demons. Chapter 23. 9 Tails Chakra Mode. Given that the Serpent Man Luffy had now lost his combat capabilities, while Naruto had reverted from his tailed beast transformation yet retained his fighting spirit, it was clear. The victor has been determined. The score for the 4th match. Fourth phase stands at 1 o'clock. The cumulative score is now 3-2. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village holds the lead. It is truly unexpected that Monkey D. Luffy would succumb in such a manner. Katakuri murmured below. He had faced Luffy in his Serpent Man form and had battled to a near draw. Yet, surprisingly, the Serpent Man's attacks proved ineffective against this creature adorned with multiple tails. Without further ado, let us commence the next phase of the battle. The scene remains unchanged, with the backdrop shifting every 2 minor phases. Naturally, the overall score dictates a change as well. Both fighters elevate their forms once more. Naruto strides forward with confidence. I never anticipated that I could become this formidable. A broad smile graced Naruto's face. He entered the Ninetales chakra mode, with a casual formation of the tiger seal. And then, as one might expect, Naruto's entire being transformed into a resplendent gold, akin to a shimmering little golden figure. This metamorphosis symbolizes Naruto's reconciliation with the Ninetales, a manifestation of their unified intent. It is the culmination of Naruto's arduous battle against the inner turmoil of the Ninetales. The current iteration of Naruto is undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, Luffy has also undergone significant enhancements. At this moment, he has grasped the concepts of flowing cherry blossom and boundless binding in Wano. Do you think you look impressive like this? He quipped. You are far more appealing than before. He jested, seemingly unfazed by the multiple defeats he has faced against Naruto. Nevertheless, his current prowess allows him to stand against Naruto on somewhat equal footing. Though I am uncertain of how much stronger you have become, I must advise you. I have become exceedingly powerful. You are simply not my match. Naruto stood before Luffy, aglow in golden chakra, which floated around him like an ethereal aura. Pride humbles one, have you not heard that saying? Luffy retorted with unwavering confidence. You're quite stubborn, aren't you? The little golden figure lunged towards Luffy with a massive golden hand. Indeed, in this Ninetales chakra mode, his hand resembled a colossal golden claw. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Bird of Doom. Luffy unleashed a projectile attack imbued with the power of flowing cherry blossom and boundless binding. The two forces collided in midair with a resounding clang. Ah, not bad at all. I had thought you could not withstand even my basic attacks, the little golden figure scoffed. Allow me to demonstrate a couple of moves. Whoosh. As Naruto's thought stirred, 2 powerful golden claws materialized behind him. With a decisive motion, he pressed his hands together, conjuring a dark spiral sphere between them. Rubber, 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 monstrous bird, chaotic gunfire. At this moment, Luffy felt no desire to utter a word. He simply yearned to demonstrate his prowess. Consider this. Typically, he operates under his own extraordinary advantages, yet now he faces a challenger who surpasses him in that regard. Who wouldn't feel vexed? With wild fervor, Luffy swung his fist, wrapped in flowing sakura, towards the diminutive golden figure. Was it effective? The golden figure effortlessly evaded the onslaught, moving with a speed that rivaled even that of Kizaru. It is noteworthy that Kizaru possesses light speed capabilities, making him the swiftest individual in the current world of pirates. Only after the events of Egghead Island would Nika Luffy attain a comparable velocity, having easily dodged Luffy's chaotic barrage. The golden figure could have unleashed the spiral sphere upon Luffy, potentially ending the confrontation. Yet, he was disinclined to do so. He wished to prolong their playful exchange. One could never anticipate that amidst 2 individuals both wielding extraordinary abilities, one would find a greater thrill in overpowering the other. Let me show you this. With a swift motion, several spiral spheres were launched from the golden claws behind him. Spiral chaos. With a swift whoosh, 6 golden claws emerged, each grasping a spiral sphere, aimed directly at Luffy. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Shift into 4th gear. Serpent Man. Luffy once again transitioned into Gear 4th, Snake Man form. Hydra. He unleashed a barrage of chaotic blows, his fists extending with considerable reach, imbued with both Ryuo and Conqueror's Haki. His arms formed a shape in the air, effectively neutralizing the golden figure's spiraling barrage. Not bad, but that was merely my most rudimentary technique. I wonder if you can withstand this. Spiraling absorption. The golden figure responded by seizing Luffy, conjuring a massive spiraling orb above his head, intending to grind Snake Man Luffy against it. Oh dear. Snake Man Luffy exclaimed inwardly, realizing that while his speed was considerable, it paled in comparison to the golden figure's. Furthermore, while Snake Man excelled in velocity, his defensive capabilities were comparatively lacking. Bound Man. Luffy instantly shifted to Bound Man form. Gum gum gum. Kong Gun of the Supreme King. 4th gear Luffy raised his fist, now enveloped in advanced Conqueror's Haki, and launched it directly at the golden figure's massive golden claw. Indeed, that technique is quite impressive. The golden figure remarked, acknowledging the potency of the attack. Choosing not to expend unnecessary energy, the golden figure retracted his claw and hurled the massive spiraling orb. He then used his large claws to propel himself backward. Bang! The massive spiraling orb and the Kong gun of the Supreme King collided mid-air, nullifying each other. Presumably, that technique expended a significant amount of your energy. Therefore, allow me to present you with a small token, the golden figure said with a sinister grin. Miniature spiraling shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden figure extended a forefinger, flanked by two diminutive golden claws, and conjured a miniature spiraling shuriken at its tip. I trust this amuses you. Swoosh. The golden figure hurled the miniature spiraling shuriken. Luffy, still reeling from his previous attack, was struck by the miniature spiraling shuriken. Crack. With a sickening sound, Luffy's ankle was severed. Ack. Luffy cried out in agony, reverting from Gear 4th to his normal state. In your current state, resistance is futile. You are doomed to suffer a lingering demise. Very well. Consider this an act of benevolence. An expedited conclusion for you. Multiple shadow clone technique. The golden figure instantaneously summoned a multitude of duplicates. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The duplicates swarmed Luffy, pummeling him into unconsciousness, his mouth frothing. Victory declared. The fourth match concludes with a cumulative score of 4-2, Chapter 24, Planetary Spiraling Sphere Insolent Cur. Allow me to engage. I shall obliterate that gilded miscreant. Luffy's successive defeats had pushed Garp beyond endurance, prompting him to personally discipline Naruto. Little did Garp realize. The current golden figure was an adversary even he could not confidently subdue. Machi D. Luffy is now left with only his final evolutionary state. Will Naruto Uzumaki replace his next evolutionary state? No need for the champion. My Ninetales chakra mode has just begun to warm up. The little golden figure said with a mischievous grin. Such is the nature of the strong, acting at their whim. Well then, Luo Chuan was already accustomed to this. Now, let us transition to the final scene. The setting shifts to a ninja classroom in Konoha Village. The last scene is actually our village's classroom? The little golden figure murmured as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. What sound is that? Suddenly, a loud voice surged forth. Ha ha. The sound of a heartbeat has become quite amusing. Ha ha. A dark figure bounced into view. This is my ultimate realm. Gear 5. A dramatically transformed Luffy leaped into the classroom. His hair had turned completely white, styled as if permed. Thick clouds of smoke enveloped his shoulders. Even his attire had changed to pure white. His eyes radiated a faint red hue, and he perpetually grinned, revealing his large teeth. This is Luffy's most powerful form. Gear 5 Nika. However, it appears that Oda himself has altered the setting, transforming the Paramecia-type Gum fruit into the mythical Zoan-type human fruit, Nika form. Perhaps Oda himself felt that the Paramecia-type fruit was inadequate. This also explains why, among the admirals, Fujitora performed the weakest. After all, he remains the only Paramecia type. Although, it must be noted that Ryakuji has yet to be definitively proven as a Logia type. The essence you exude. It seems your evolution has been quite remarkable this time. Allow me to test your strength. Spiraling Sphere. The little golden figure launched a spiraling sphere forward. Nika, with a swift motion, captured it in his grasp. It is noteworthy that in his form, Nika possesses the ability to manipulate his size at will. What? How dare you catch my spiraling sphere with bare hands? Nika's large hand firmly held onto the spiraling sphere in the little golden figure's grasp. Clang! A golden claw emerged from the little golden figure's chest. Managing to push it away. Excellent. Now you are worthy of battling me. The little golden figure acknowledged Nika's prowess. Hence, I shall take this more seriously. Wind release. Spiraling shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little golden figure swiftly formed a spiraling shuriken. The power of the spiraling shuriken in the Ninetales chakra mode is even more formidable. Aha, ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this, Nika plopped down onto the ground, laughing heartily while pressing his head with one hand. What? A few compliments and you've become arrogant? The little golden figure hurled the spiraling shuriken. Heh. Escape balloon. Suddenly, Nika ceased his laughter, his belly swelling round. Escape balloon. With a whoosh, Nika released the air from his belly. Spinning like a balloon and propelling himself away, narrowly evading the spiraling shuriken. What? Could there truly exist such an imaginative combat style? Are you truly engaged in this battle? The little golden figure was both astonished and enraged. Naturally, even a seasoned warrior like Kaido was caught off guard by Nika's peculiar fighting style during their first encounter. Alas, it appears I have bestowed upon you more courtesy than you deserve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Planetary Rasengan. The little golden figure immediately conjured a unique Rasengan, with a central spiral surrounded by 3 smaller spirals, leaping into the air to strike Nika. Heh. Rubber. Rubber. Rubber? Giant. In an instant, Nika transformed into a colossal figure, towering over 10 meters tall. Rubber. 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 Jump rope. The giant Nika reached out, intending to use the little golden figure as a jump rope. Unfortunately, Kaido was no longer alive. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would surely have sent chills down his spine. This is not good. The little golden figure hurriedly retracted the planetary Rasengan, retracting a golden claw from its abdomen to retreat. If caught, it would certainly be torn in two. The resilience of Kaido and Naruto could not be compared. They could not withstand such treatment. However, do not assume that this is the end. Whoosh. Suddenly, a golden claw emerged from behind Nika, launching yet another planetary Rasengan. This Rasengan struck directly, sending Nika flying away. In the sky, 3 resounding explosions echoed. Yes, I hit it. The little golden figure exclaimed with excitement. When it comes to battle intelligence, Naruto truly excels. Aside from the decrease in intelligence due to the tailed beast transformation, Naruto generally possesses a higher combat IQ than Luffy. This is not to imply that Luffy's combat intelligence is lacking. Rather, it is merely a comparison to Naruto. However, a single planetary Rasengan is insufficient to subdue Nika, as he is notably resilient. If you perceive Nika as lacking durability on Onigashima, it is only in comparison to Kaido, who is extraordinarily tough. Nika, after receiving a full planetary Rasengan, merely experiences a brief moment of stiffness before quickly regaining his composure and frantically dashing around the classroom. The speed of his legs creates an illusion. Ha! You cannot escape me. Nika exhales sharply. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Before Nika can finish his sentence, he declares, "Do you think I would allow you a moment to catch your breath? I am but the foolish villain in the manga who chatters incessantly before ultimately being defeated. I am the protagonist, Prince Naruto." Swish, swish, swish. This is the pinnacle of the Raisin Shuriken. The little golden figure unleashes a Raisin Shuriken of ultimate power, extending his arm towards Nika. No way. You think you can hit me like that? Nika swiftly turns his head and dodges the attack. Excellent. You've fallen for it. The outstretched golden arm unexpectedly curves back like a boomerang and strikes again. Clang, clang, clang. The Raisin Shuriken directly hits Nika. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts so much. Nika is hit with this powerful strike, followed by a secondary explosion from the Raisin Shuriken. He slumped to the ground as if deflated. Indeed, this marked the expiration of his first life. Now, he awaited the resounding call of liberation. However, the small golden figure had merely expended a portion of chakra and stamina, sustaining no injuries. Yet, the recovery of Nika would require time, during which he would revert to Luffy, aging rapidly into a decrepit state. What then shall be done? What else could be done but to hold back? Chapter 25. The primal spear ending the battle in such a manner would be utterly anticlimactic. I must acknowledge the prowess of this Nika form, though it appears to possess certain vulnerabilities. Perhaps it cannot sustain prolonged combat? The golden figure gazed down upon Nika, who was struck by the spiraling shuriken, having reached his limits. He was gradually transforming into an elderly state, his skin sagging. It is hardly surprising. After all, in the world of Naruto, the third Raikage withstood such an assault, a man capable of confronting the Eight Tails directly. It is only natural for Nika to succumb under such pressure. I grant you an opportunity. Coincidentally, I too shall take a moment to rest. Just as the golden figure prepared to recline, he heard a heartbeat. Luffy once more erupted into his Nika form, gas escaping from his visage. Oh, quite swift. It seems this is not an insurmountable flaw. The golden figure was suddenly invigorated. Allow me to unleash a spiraling sphere upon you. With that, he launched the spiraling sphere directly at him. Ah, that hurts terribly. The spiral attack struck Nika's nape with such force that it contorted into a spiral shape. Nika rebounded like a rotund river sprite. Behave yourself. The little golden figure lunged with its massive claws. 3, 2, 1, 0. Nika twirled his shoulders like a grand windmill. Whoosh. Crack. He then hurled his enlarged fist forward, piercing cleanly through the golden figure's head. Indeed, it passed right through the center. A gasp escaped from the audience, particularly from Sakura, who could not bear to witness her dear friend's head being penetrated, even though she knew that no one would truly perish in this match. What on earth is happening? The little golden figure stared in disbelief as Nika's formidable hand passed through its head, leaving no trace of blood. Logically, one would expect a gory spectacle to ensue. As Nika retracted his fist, the golden figure fell to the ground. This was a manifestation of Nika's fruitability, which allowed him to assimilate everything around him, transforming it into rubber. Thus, at the moment Nika's fist struck the golden figure, its head had already morphed into rubber. This peculiar twist was a deliberate effort by the creator to merge Nika's fruit with the rubber fruit, avoiding any inconsistencies in the narrative. This strike delivered genuine damage to the golden figure, marking the first real injury it had sustained so far. The little golden figure struggled to rise, gingerly touching the spot where it had just been penetrated. Your ability is truly remarkable. Hiki. Nika beamed with a grin. Crack. At that moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared outside the window. Nika seemed to trigger some hidden switch, soaring through the broken window into the sky. Nika possessed the extraordinary ability to hover at will, just so you know. Crackle. The lightning cleaved the heavens, and Nika grasped the electric force, poised to deliver a catastrophic blow to the little golden figure. Wait. Hold on. I need to preemptively draw upon the next phase, O champion. The little golden figure suddenly called for a halt, transforming into the next state of Naruto. Sage Fox Chakra mode. In truth, the little golden figure still retained combat prowess, but prudence dictated caution. After all, Nika had reached Luffy's ultimate form, and there was no need to risk conceding an advantage unnecessarily. Buzz. In the wake of the golden light, the little golden figure's aura intensified, merging completely with the Nine Tails. You understand. As for why it was golden light and not white, do not dwell on the details. Kurama. Let us engage. Roar. I truly did not anticipate my own strength could escalate to such heights. The Sage Fox Chakra mode had transformed into the Golden Ninetails. Howl. The formidable Golden Ninetails bellowed towards Nika outside the window. Surrender. You cannot withstand my current strike. Hiki. I have turned into a monster. I revel in battling monsters. Rubber. 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 Lightning. Nika stood unyielding, wielding the lightning to strike the golden-bodied Ninetails. Behold my true form. The Sage Fox Naruto manifested atop the golden Ninetail's head, adorned in a resplendent cloak, shimmering like gold. It was as if he had merged Sage mode with Ninetail's Chakra mode. Let us go. Kurama. Sage Fox Naruto formed a tiger seal, exuding unmatched charisma. The golden Ninetails surged forward, delivering a punch that met Nika's lightning-infused grasp. Though the body of the Ninetails was that of a beast, its claws resembled human fists. Boom. The lightning erupted, shrouding the arena in smoke. As the mist dissipated, the golden Ninetails emerged unscathed. Surrender. My power transcends your dimension. The Sage Fox Naruto ascended above Nika in a sage-like manner. It is time to conclude this. Nika ascended into the clouds. Subsequently, a colossal fist, entwined with the might of Supreme Conqueror S. Haki, slowly emerged. Excellent. Precisely what I desired, in this form. I seek to resolve this with a single strike. Brother. Have you ever heard of Genshin Impact? Rubber, rubber, rubber. Primal God Spear. Nika unleashed a tremendous fist downward, executing the most devastating attack currently within Luffy's arsenal, the very technique that ultimately defeated Kaido. Roar. What a massive fist. It seems evasion is futile, but I have no need to evade. Kurama. Tail Beast Bomb. Here it comes. The Ninetails in its golden form gathered energy within its mouth, unleashing a colossal black sphere of tailed beast bomb directly towards Nika. With a resounding boom, the two forces collided, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that even tore the sky asunder. Such an extraordinary battle. Kakashi marveled from below. To you, it may have seemed that this struggle spanned over several chapters, yet to the audience behind the screen, it merely unfolded over the course of a single day. The outcome was now imminent. The Ninetails' tailed beast bomb shattered Nika's God Gun, obliterating Nika's true form. Meanwhile, Sage Fox Naruto stood gallantly atop Kurama's head. The victor has been determined. The score in the fourth round now stands at 5-2. Thus, the champion of the fourth match is Naruto Uzumaki from the Naruto universe. The score between the Pirate World and the Naruto World is now 1-3. How infuriating. My grandson has actually lost. I must go and teach that insolent boy a lesson. Sengoku restrained the impulsive Carp, who was eager to confront Naruto, though he too felt a pang of dissatisfaction, for despite Luffy being a pirate, he was also the grandson of Carp, an old friend and comrade of many years. Chapter 26, Sasuke vs. Zoro. Carp's grandson, you say? Akiji pondered silently. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek vengeance for Carp. Carp has treated Akiji well, and naturally, Akiji will make his appearance soon, if the chance presents itself. Akiji will exact revenge for Carp and Luffy. How vexing. I must avenge Luffy. Zoro was quite agitated below deck. On the Going Merry, the Straw Hat crew was filled with indignation. How could their captain lose? especially when it was Luffy. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped the scene, and Luffy, the defeated, was transported onto the deck of the Going Merry. Luffy, Usopp hurried over to help him up. Although being transported back to the real world from the virtual realm would result in no physical harm, the host would retain all memories of the battles fought in that space. This meant that Luffy's mind had already endured a tumultuous battle, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Let him rest for a while, Sanji murmured as he lit a cigarette, remaining the only one composed amidst the chaos. Curiously, among the Straw Hat crew, it seemed only Sanji indulged in smoking. In the East Blue and Arlong Park, Arlong cackled. This damn Straw Hat had actually lost. Serves him right. Who told him to ruin my Arlong Park and steal my Nami? My beloved Nami. Arlong bared his teeth as he watched the screen report Luffy's defeat, reveling as if he had claimed the victory himself, reminiscent of a scholar basking in newfound fame. At Logtown, Smoker, clutching Luffy's wanted poster, nonchalantly held 3 cigars in his mouth. He truly smokes well, he mused, unfazed by the events unfolding. The seaside restaurant, Bartai. Is the world across the sea truly so formidable? Sanji, please refrain from courting danger. Otherwise, even I, in my advanced age, shall be compelled to engage in the fray. The proprietor, Zeph, contemplatively observed the screen. Alabasta, sassy indifference. Straw Hat Boy, today is your day of reckoning. Crocodile cast a derisive glance at the unconscious Luffy aboard the Going Merry, clearly still harboring resentment over his previous defeat. Luffy, you promised to take me with you. How could you? Princess Vivi gazed at the image of Luffy on the screen, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Enies Lobby. Who permitted you to lose, Straw Hat Boy? We still have a battle to settle. Lucci seethed as he absorbed the news of Luffy's defeat, evidently struggling to come to terms with it. Amazon Lily, Daughter's Island. Luffy, it is my fault for not being by your side. And you, old man, why did you not train Luffy to be stronger? You caused him to lose the match. The Empress Hancock fretted over Luffy while simultaneously berating the Pirate King Rayleigh. Rayleigh, bemused, thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Drake Rosa. Straw Hat Boy, I once believed you to be a savior, but alas. Haha. Doflamingo raised his glass of red wine, his flamboyant pink fur coat failing to conceal his distinctive laughter. Whole Cake Island, land of wonders. Did we lose? Katakuri murmured. The two had once engaged in a monumental duel. Moby Dick. Luffy. How infuriating. I must go assist him. Ace, witnessing his brother's defeat, was perhaps the one most eager to avenge Luffy, aside from Garp. Don't act rashly, Ace. You've just been resurrected. You have seen the strength of our adversaries. You cannot. Marco's words trailed off, swallowed back, aware that such sentiments would wound Ace's heart. In the Grand Line. Luffy. It seems I must intervene. Shanks gripped his griffin tightly, a surge of restlessness coursing through him. Calm down. Shanks. We have more pressing matters at hand, Beckman cautioned. And what might these pressing matters be? You may speculate. However, amidst all this, who would be most astonished by Luffy's defeat? Indeed, it should be Kaido, who is presumed dead. Yet, in the original manga, Kaido's demise was never explicitly confirmed. It merely stated he was submerged in magma. If Kaido were aware of Luffy's loss, he would be utterly disheartened. After all, it was only Joy Boy who could conquer him, yet Luffy had triumphed over him. Thus, Luffy ought to be Joy Boy, but now that he has lost, what does that signify? Now, having explored the perspective of the defeated, let us shift to that of the victors. Naruto, you now have the choice of 2 victory rewards. The first reward, resurrect the 3rd Hokage. The second reward, you can use your strongest form in advance, and maintain this state upon returning to your own world. No need to choose, my esteemed champion. I shall undoubtedly select the second reward. Power is the ultimate truth. At that moment, a glimmer of greed flickered in Naruto's eyes, revealing a departure from his previously innocent nature. What? Naruto, you? Jiraiya expressed his astonishment at Naruto's choice. For Jiraiya, Naruto had always been a kind-hearted child, one who considered others in every matter. How had he transformed into this upon stepping into the arena? I can only tell you, Mr. Jiraiya, that people do change. The reward is activated. In an instant, Naruto appeared before everyone in his striking Sage of 6 Paths form. 6 truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him, 2 black rods in his hands. Whether this Sage of 6 Paths Naruto represents his strongest form is left for you to decide. A beam of golden light transported Sage of 6 Paths Naruto back to the world of Hokage. From now on, the victor will be sent back by golden light, while the defeated will depart in white light. Outside Konohagakure. Wow, Naruto, you look incredibly impressive like this. I wish to become as powerful as you. Sasuke couldn't help but feel envious of the radiant Naruto. Naturally, as he is still in his youth. It's not simple, Sasuke. The next match is yours. Really? But can I do it? Rest assured, Sasuke. I have already gauged the strength of my opponent. They are simply no match for me. Surely, they will not pose a challenge for you either. Naruto of the Six Paths flashed a victory sign at Sasuke. All right. I shall take the role of the champion in the fifth match. The fifth contestant from the Naruto world is Uchiha Sasuke. You all take care of Luffy. I will strive to reclaim a victory for the pirate world. As the champion, I request to engage in battle. The fifth contestant from the pirate world is Roronoa. Chapter 27, Great Fireball. Damn that green-haired fool. He insists on competing with me for everything, Sanji declared with a tone of dissatisfaction towards Zoro. However, his ire was not truly directed at Zoro. Rather, he yearned to avenge Luffy himself. A radiant light enveloped both Zoro and Sasuke, and they were simultaneously transported to a virtual space. The random scene selected is East Blue, Windmill Village. A man with green hair and 3 swords appeared on the screen. Indeed, this was Zoro from the East Blue era. But who stood opposite him? With jet black, stylish hair, a flawlessly pale complexion, and a rebellious gaze, clad in blue attire. Yes, it was none other than the youthful Sasuke. So, my opponent is you? Zoro inquired first. Humph. Sasuke remained as aloof as ever. It seemed he had always been this way. Humph. Do not presume that your youth will elicit my mercy. I am Roronoa Zoro, a man destined to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Clearly, Zoro regards Sasuke with disdain. What does it matter to me whether you are a swordsman or not? Sasuke gazes at Zoro as if he were a fool. How amusing. Make your move. I doubt you possess the qualifications to compel me to draw my sword. Zoro crosses his arms. Perceiving Sasuke merely as a naive child overly immersed in a fantasy world. Ridiculous. Sasuke swiftly hurls 3 shurikens. Ding. 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 Zoro does not even draw his weapon, effortlessly deflecting the 3 shurikens with his sword. Such trifles are beneath me. I am not Luffy. I could end you in an instant. A menacing aura emanates from Zoro. Do you think I was raised in fear? Sasuke, undeterred, charges forward, seeking death, 3-sword style. Zoro unsheathes 3 swords, striking a classic pose, wielding 2 in his hands while clenching one between his teeth. Whoosh. As Sasuke lunges with a punch aimed at Zoro, Zoro swiftly thrusts behind him. Sasuke collapses to the ground. Sasuke. Sakura screams from below. In Sakura's heart, Sasuke and Naruto occupy vastly different places. For her, Naruto is merely a dear friend. However, Sasuke is different. Sakura has harbored feelings for him throughout her life. During the contest for the bell with Kakashi, Sakura was horrified to see Sasuke seemingly pierced all over by kunai and an illusion, causing her to faint instantly. This vividly illustrates Sakura's deep feelings for Sasuke, akin to an infatuated admirer rarely found in reality. Moreover, this battle is markedly different from the previous one, as the specter of death looms, potentially preventing a return to their original world. What? Do not tell me a single strike resolved it. Zoro lowered his attacking stance, gazing coldly at the fallen Sasuke. You have overthought this, boom. The Sasuke lying on the ground instantly transformed into a puff of smoke, revealing a piece of wood. Sasuke emerged unscathed from the side, utilizing a technique similar to Naruto's earlier. Zoro was analyzing the fight, which is the reason for his continuous growth and strength. It seems you are accustomed to wielding a sword in combat, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. I am a 3-sword style swordsman. Humph, I am not complimenting you. Fire release great fireball technique. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply, and then expelled a colossal fireball directed at Zoro. This is the great fireball technique, a fundamental ninjutsu that every member of the Uchiha clan must master, representing the most basic form of fire release. A circus performance, is it? How amusing. Demon slash. Zoro bowed his head, executing a direct thrust with his 3 swords. The fireball unleashed by Sasuke was effortlessly cleaved in 2. Yet, this was far from over. Zoro swiftly maneuvered past the great fireball, and the residual force of his slash struck directly at Sasuke's core. Alas, Sasuke was struck in the chest, instantly leaving 2 crimson streaks. In pain, he staggered backward. Sasuke. This time, it wasn't just Sakura, even Kakashi let out a cry. At this moment, Sasuke had not yet betrayed them. He was still Kakashi's cherished disciple. Writhing in agony on the ground, Sasuke clutched at the wound on his chest. This was merely the residual force of the slash. Had it been a fully powered strike, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I advise you to surrender now. It will spare you some suffering. Zoro gazed coldly at the crumpled figure of Sasuke. Surrender? Haha. Sasuke suddenly erupted into laughter. Do you believe victory is already yours? In an instant, Sasuke sprang to his feet, retrieving a massive shuriken from his backpack. Wind Demon Shuriken. Shadow Windmill. Whoosh. Sasuke hurled the enormous shuriken toward Zoro. How foolish. Zoro readied himself, positioning two of his swords in his mouth while wielding the third. With a powerful swing, he struck towards the incoming shuriken. Clang. The Wind Demon Shuriken was effortlessly sliced in two by Zoro's blade, clattering to the ground. Is the gap in strength truly this vast? Kakashi murmured. He was acutely aware of Sasuke's prowess during this period. Can you not discern the chasm of strength that lies between us? Zoro pointed his sword directly at Sasuke, laughter echoing in his voice. How absurd. Truly laughable. So this is the sensation of being underestimated by others. Sasuke mused, clutching his head in a fit of self-mockery. The Sharingan. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes widened, transforming from ordinary to a striking crimson hue. One eye bore the double tomo, while the other displayed a single tomo. The Sharingan is a unique ocular technique possessed by the Uchiha clan, with each individual exhibiting their own distinct powers. Sasuke. Itachi observed silently from below, his face betraying no emotion. He could not afford to reveal any semblance of feeling. After all, had he not annihilated their entire clan? How could this be? You are unaware, are you? This individual is Itachi's cherished younger brother. Deara and Haiden jested from below, taunting Itachi. Roar. The eyes have transformed. So what? Do you possess any extraordinary abilities? Zoro regarded the awakened Sasuke with calmness. Having endured numerous battles in the East Blue, coupled with his inherent battle intelligence, he was entirely unfazed by the unpredictability of this confrontation. Very well. Let us see what your eyes can do. Zoro lunged forward, delivering a swift strike. Sasuke evaded it as deftly as if he were avoiding a mere feather. Roar. It seems to resemble a form of precognition. One cannot deny Zoro's exceptional ability to read combat. Indeed. Foresight is one of the powers of the Sharingan. Chapter 28. The Sharingan. Yet, the capabilities of the Sharingan extend far beyond this. However, at present, Sasuke's Sharingan is of a rather rudimentary level, allowing him to utilize only the most basic abilities. I am a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution against that man. How could I possibly succumb here? Sasuke's eyes widened in fury, his Sharingan activated to its double tomo form. Swish, swish. Sasuke swiftly performed hand seals, culminating in the Tiger Seal. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. He unleashed a series of small fireballs, directed at Zoro. Has he begun to dabble in the art of fire once more? Three-sword style secret technique. 3,000 worlds. Zoro, without a hint of mercy, executed his three-sword style secret technique, obliterating the young Sasuke along with the fireballs. Of course, Sasuke was not truly shattered. The Phoenix fire was undoubtedly extinguished, while Sasuke suffered additional wounds from the residual sword energy. At this moment, Sasuke had been injured anew, the pain compounding, leaving him curled in agony upon the ground, his body marred by numerous cuts. Young one. Bravado serves no purpose. Zoro tightened his green bandana, casting a chilling gaze upon Sasuke. Humph, humph, humph. Suddenly, the curled-up Sasuke let out a sinister laugh. In an instant, he sprang up, one hand grasping a wind shuriken and the other holding three throwing darts, hurling them all towards Zoro. The vitality is quite resilient, isn't it? Zoro has completely dismissed Sasuke's techniques, not even bothering to evade. A mere tilt of his head allowed him to dodge the wind shuriken. Humph. Such is the arrogance of the defeated, easily succumbing to overconfidence. Suddenly, Sasuke yanked three shurikens in the opposite direction, revealing the three fine threads attached to them glistening in the sunlight. Zoro was slightly taken aback. This isn't to say he was careless. It's simply human nature. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Sasuke bit onto one of the threads and unleashed flames along its length. It seems you only know how to play petty tricks. Three-sword style. Wolf blade flow. Zoro disregarded the flames spewing forth and charged ahead with his three swords. Take that. Sasuke was utterly obliterated. Sasuke. Sakura cried out in despair from below. But would I let Sakura fall into despair? Certainly not. Just a second before being struck by the wolf blade flow, Sasuke narrowly executed a substitution jutsu, having brushed against the grasp of death. Heh. Sasuke faced Zoro, panting heavily, with the cursed seal on his neck beginning to manifest. You see. How could the youthful Sasuke hope to contend with Zoro of the East Blue without the enhancement of the cursed seal? That would be nothing short of a delusion. This sensation feels so peculiar. Sasuke, as if transformed into another person, slowly rose, his body adorned with strange markings. What is this? Zoro, witnessing Sasuke's transformation, felt a sense of astonishment. Could this be? Kakashi's eyes widened slightly at the sight of Sasuke, though only one was fully open. Indeed, Kakashi. It is the work of Orochimaru, Jiraiya calmly deduced. Meanwhile, within the cavern of the myriad snakes, Orochimaru's voice echoed with a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, Sasuke. Do not think you can escape. Your body now belongs to me. His gaze glinted with insatiable greed as he beheld Sasuke. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his expression revealing an inscrutable intrigue. I am now brimming with power. Can you truly challenge me? Sasuke, in the cursed seal state, emanated an aura of fearlessness and confidence. I am unsure of your circumstances, but I shall show you what it means to be a pirate hunter. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. With a deep inhale, the cursed Sasuke expelled a barrage of fireballs towards Zoro. Unaware of your impending doom. Demon slash. Tornado. Zoro lunged forward, effortlessly extinguishing Sasuke's fiery projectiles with a swift strike. He then unleashed a spiraling blade of energy, lifting Sasuke into the air like a small whirlwind. The slicing wind inflicted further wounds upon Sasuke, leaving him even more battered. Had it not been for the amplification of the cursed seal, it is likely that this blow would have been his end. The sight of Sasuke's dire state caused a slight tremor in Itachi. You see, Itachi harbored a deeper concern for Sasuke's safety than anyone else. As Sasuke collapsed to the ground, the cursed seal began to recede, restoring him to his original form. The power you possess is indeed formidable. Remarkably, you have not succumbed to my ghost/tornado. Zoro observed Sasuke with a calm demeanor. Up until now, Zoro had remained unscathed. It was evident that he had maintained a significant advantage throughout this match. Well done, Zoro. Usopp praised from below. However, I believe that young adversary possesses great potential. Zoro may have encountered someone extraordinary. Robin remarked coolly, her perspective differing from the others. Hey, there's no need to be overly anxious, Nico Robin. It seems to me that Zoro is on the path to victory. Frankie expressed his dissatisfaction with Robin's pessimism. Moreover, Frankie consistently referred to Robin by her full name, while others simply called her Robin, a point that puzzled me. Sasuke struggled to rise once more. Hey, you must be nearing your limit, right? Zoro's patience was waning. Limit? Huh. I shall never reach my limit until I have vanquished that man. Sasuke suddenly dashed toward Zoro. This moment marked the eruption of Sasuke's hidden potential. Given their height disparity, Zoro standing at approximately 180 centimeters 2 years prior. While the youthful Sasuke was below 160 centimeters, Sasuke positioned himself with one hand on the ground and launched a kick with his left foot, striking Zoro squarely on the chin and sending him airborne. Zoro had certainly not anticipated this. You rascal. Though propelled into the air, Zoro still managed to grit his teeth and engage in conversation with Sasuke. This is my original technique. Sasuke suddenly flashed behind Zoro. Lion's roar. With a spinning kick in midair, he sent Zoro crashing to the ground. This is Sasuke's self-created martial art, Lion's roar. Naruto had once attempted to imitate it. Ugh. Zoro was knocked to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That kick was quite heavy. At this moment, Zoro's gaze grew increasingly fierce, fixating on Sasuke, completely unfazed as if he had not just been struck. This green-haired fellow truly resembles a monster, Sanji remarked while smoking. Nanny. Sasuke was evidently taken aback by Zoro's formidable willpower and resilience. It is known that a typical person would have been incapacitated by such a combination. Yet, Zoro managed to endure it. What kind of individuals inhabit this pirate world? However, Sasuke could not afford to retreat. Do you know why? What Naruto can achieve, Sasuke must accomplish as well, and even surpass. Chapter 29, Chidori. This is what I learned from Kakashi-sensei. Initially, it was intended to defeat Naruto, but now, I must let you experience it. Sasuke took a few steps back. With his left hand gripping his right, he crouched down. Huh. Zoro climbed back up, spitting out blood. Huh. Electric sparks appeared in Sasuke's hand. Zzzzz. The sound of electricity resembled the chirping of a bird. Sasuke began to sprint. Crack, crack, crack. Chidori. Excellent, Sasuke. Just like that. Kakashi exclaimed proudly from the sidelines. This was the ultimate technique he had personally imparted to Sasuke. A unique move he had conceived during his youth. Of course, he had since developed even more advanced ninjutsu. Stop resisting stubbornly. Two-sword style. Eagle wave. Zoro unleashed 2 slashes of energy towards the advancing Sasuke. In the midst of his movement, Sasuke adeptly evaded the 2 energy waves. A skill honed during his training with Kakashi, focusing on agility and speed. However, he was still grazed by one of the slashes. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke refused to fall, desperately launching his Chidori towards Zoro. Interesting. Zoro sidestepped the attack but was still nicked by the Chidori. After missing his target, Sasuke ultimately collapsed. His body bore numerous sword wounds, yet despite only being slightly grazed, the Chidori was still an A-rank ninjutsu, its power not to be underestimated. Blood seeped from the green bandana around Zoro's waist, causing him to crouch in pain. What a pity it didn't tee it fully. Otherwise, with the might of Chidori, that strike could have determined the victor. Kakashi remained confident in his ninjutsu. Don't let anyone look down on you, green-haired head. Indeed. Zoro, you are the hope of our entire crew. Sanji and Usopp cheered for Zoro from below. I need strength. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with determination. He refused to be bested by Naruto. Fueled by the hatred for his brother, the cursed seal manifested once more across his visage, his eyes transforming into an unsettling yellow. Here we go again? What is this formidable power? Zoro felt a sense of trepidation, realizing that if this continued, he might very well be at a disadvantage. Sasuke suddenly charged at Zoro with a frenzied determination, seizing Zoro by his attire. The overwhelming strength lifted Zoro effortlessly into the air, despite the fact that Zoro stood over 20 centimeters taller than Sasuke at that moment. What are you? Some kind of monster? Zoro grimaced while suspended above. Sasuke unleashed a powerful punch. Take that. Zoro was sent sprawling from the blow. A trickle of blood seeping from the injury inflicted on his abdomen by Chidori moments earlier. Counterattack, Zoro. Even Chopper was cheering him on. Meanwhile, in a remote expanse of the East Blue, a solitary wooden raft bobbed on the waves. A man adorned with a black gentleman's hat sat attentively, fixated on the duel. Indeed, it was none other than Dracula Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman and Zoro's future most formidable adversary. Hey, it seems I have been too lenient with you. Zoro pressed down on his wound and rose to his feet. 3-sword style. Crab slash. With a swift motion, Zoro drew his blades apart and struck forcefully towards Sasuke. A primal instinct urged Sasuke, warning him that should he be struck by that blow, it would spell his ruin. Responding to that instinct, the cursed seal began to activate. In an instant, Sasuke's skin turned ebony, and a black star mark, darker than the surrounding flesh, appeared on his nose. For those familiar with WWE, one might recall the character Stardust, portrayed by Cody Rhodes. I suspect this may have served as inspiration. The enhanced power of the cursed seal enabled Sasuke to evade the attack. Upon closer inspection, Sasuke's hair has grown long and gray, and his fingernails have become sharp. This signifies Sasuke's second cursed seal state. What troubles you, exactly? Zoro's curiosity is not about how Sasuke evaded his attack, but rather about the series of transformations Sasuke is undergoing. The cursed seal implanted by Orochimaru has taken a profound effect on him. Kakashi, observing from below, makes a sardonic remark about Orochimaru. Jiraiya glances at Kakashi, and indeed, even he wishes to confront Orochimaru. For he is a bane to the village, and the very one responsible for the demise of the third Hokage. The betrayal of a mentor is a grave matter. As history has shown, haha, do not think that only Naruto has his burdens. I have my own as well. The second stage of the cursed seal manifests in an almost frenzied laughter. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, having transitioned from the 2-tomo Sharingan to the 3-tomo Sharingan. Your appearance is simply hideous. Zoro, with an imposing presence, sheathes 2 of his swords, leaving only one. He then slowly draws it forth. 1-sword style, Lion's Song. With a swift thrust, Zoro lunges forward. The cursed seal Sasuke immediately suffers a gash, blood spilling forth. Arg. The cursed seal Sasuke collapses in agony, revealing 2 enormous wings sprouting from his back. What? You have withstood my Lion's Song? Indeed, while the Lion's Song has inflicted damage upon the cursed seal Sasuke, it has only left a superficial wound. It is worth noting that Zoro had previously dispatched Mr. One, a user of the Dice fruit, with a single strike of the Lion's Song. It appears that your rather unappealing demeanor can still render you tougher and more resilient. Zoro directs his blade towards the cursed seal Sasuke. This is Zoro's first sword, a gift from his master. Today, you shall undoubtedly perish beneath my blade. Zoro's gaze grows increasingly ferocious. The cursed seal Sasuke suddenly erupts, conjuring black lightning in his grasp. Chidori. The cursed seal Sasuke lunges directly at Zoro. This variant of Chidori, under the cursed seal, possesses extraordinary power, far exceeding that of the ordinary technique. Zoro seems to grasp this reality. Three-sword style. 36 troublesome winds. Zoro unleashes a 36 troublesome winds attack. The sword energy slicing toward the cursed seal Sasuke like a spiraling wave. This is the initial level of troublesome winds, growing stronger with increased quantity. However, do not forget that the cursed seal Sasuke has wings. He takes flight, evading the troublesome winds with ease, and charges directly at Zoro once more. Up above, you say? Then I shall employ this technique. Two-sword style. 2 slashes. Ascending tower. Zoro positions his 2 swords horizontally, striking at the airborne cursed seal Sasuke. 2 streams of sword energy cut through the air, yet the cursed seal Sasuke narrowly escapes. Ascending tower. However, this is a continuous attack, with further moves to follow. Zoro then swiftly brings his 2 swords down in a powerful slash. The black Chidori collides with the sword energy, and both combatants are sent reeling backward. Gah! The cursed seal Sasuke sustains internal injuries from the dual sword energies and is forcibly expelled from the cursed seal state. Zoro, having been injured by the black Chidori, collapsed to the ground, further weakened by his previous wounds. In Chapter 30, Chidori Flow, how astonishing it is that the cursed mark Sasuke could still rise. Such remarkable tenacity. It's no wonder he triumphed over Naruto in their first confrontation at the Valley of the End. What a fearsome individual. Nami, frightened, clutched her head, while Usopp echoed her sentiments. And then there was Chopper. After all, they are the timid trio, truly resilient. To everyone's surprise, Zoro managed to struggle back to his feet. Blood had thoroughly soaked his green bandana. I will make you experience the path of the Azura. Zoro slowly raised a blade and began to spin it. One sword style. Aye aye. Lion's song. Zoro lunged forward, but cursed mark Sasuke flapped his wings, evading the attack. Do you think this is the end? First gear lariat. Second gear lariat. Suddenly, Zoro's biceps swelled, veins protruding prominently. 3-sword style. Second gear slash. With immense strength, Zoro brought down his 2 powerful arms. Howl! One of Sasuke's wings was severed cleanly. 3-sword style. Leopard melody. Zoro dropped to the ground, adopting a position akin to a sprinter ready to launch. He then struck forward. Howl! The other wing of Sasuke was likewise cleaved off. Blood gushed from the wounds of both wings, causing Sasuke to writhe in agony on the ground. Sasuke! Sakura cried out from below, her heart aching. Though Sasuke had become a mere shadow of his former self, he remained the one she cherished. It is no wonder, considering that later on, Sasuke nearly took her life. Had it not been for Naruto, Sakura would have perished at Sasuke's hands. Yet, Sakura managed to forgive him, disregarding the danger, and chose to stand by his side. Truly, she epitomizes the quintessential devoted admirer in the realm of anime. Come, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. Zoro gasped, his breath labored. Although Sasuke had suffered greatly at Zoro's hands, Zoro himself was not unscathed. His stamina was waning, and he bore the pain of his wounds, which continued to bleed profusely. Demon Aura. 9-sword style. Ashura. Zoro gradually spread his arms. Although he initially wielded only 3 swords, a spectral image of 9 blades emerged behind him. However, Sasuke lacked the strength to retaliate any longer, and the ground was awash with blood. Ashura. 1 Miss Silver. Zoro unleashed the assault of 9 swords. With a sickening sound, Sasuke was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Zoro, having lost too much blood, collapsed. The arena was stained crimson, marking the conclusion of the first phase of their battle. The first phase of the 5th match ends, resulting in a draw. The score stands at 1-1. One might wonder, should Zoro not be declared the victor? Regrettably, as Zoro also succumbed to exhaustion, it could only be deemed a stalemate. This is unjust. Zoro should be the winner. Usopp protested from below, voicing his discontent. Hush. Lower your voice. Are you attempting to court death? Sanji admonished Usopp sharply. Sanji, possessing considerable intelligence, was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the arena's master. While they fought desperately within the confines of the ring, the master could effortlessly obliterate their world with but a flick of a finger. In the eyes of the master, they were merely playthings. Sasuke must emerge victorious. Naruto, in his 6 paths form, called out from below. In truth, to Naruto, Zoro's strength seemed insufficient to withstand even a single strike at that moment. Nevertheless, without any special rules governing the match, the specter of death loomed, threatening the possibility of never returning to their original world. Naruto's feelings for Sasuke remained sincere, otherwise he would not have persistently sought to bring him back. The second phase of the fifth match commences. The scene remained unchanged. The lifeless body of Sasuke and the uncertain fate of Zoro vanished in a flash of white light. The reappearing Zoro bore little difference from his former self. If one were to note any changes, it would be the scar that marred his right eye, rendering it forever closed, as though he were blind. His headband had also transformed from green to black. Indeed, this was the Zoro who emerged 2 years later. However, his height had not significantly altered during the passage of time. He measured approximately 180 centimeters 2 years prior and, at most, 181 centimeters now. Moreover, Zoro had always been shorter than Sanji, whose height remained constant at 183 centimeters, standing 3 centimeters taller than Zoro 2 years ago and 2 centimeters taller now. As for the official height of Sanji being 180 centimeters, I believe you should refer to the manga. Moreover, Sanji is not the only character in One Piece with reported height discrepancies. I will elaborate on that later. The transformation of Sasuke, standing opposite Zoro, is quite significant. Firstly, regarding height, Sasuke has indeed grown taller. However, the increase is modest. Young Sasuke was approximately under 160 centimeters, and as a young adult, he barely gained around 20 centimeters, reaching about 168 centimeters. He still stands roughly 12 to 13 centimeters shorter than Zoro, approximately half a head's difference. To be candid, the young adult Sasuke marks the pinnacle of his aesthetic appeal. At this moment, Sasuke appears most strikingly handsome, almost a threat to my own composure. Regarding his attire, young Sasuke sports the iconic purple rope belt reminiscent of Orochimaru's style. Though I am uncertain if it qualifies as a belt, it simply occupies that position. He then dons a white traditional outfit, culminating in the classic open chest look. Oh, have you grown taller? Zoro jested. You too. Though it seems you've lost sight in one eye, Sasuke retorted with his characteristic sharp tongue. It appears the lesson I just imparted to you was insufficient. Zoro revealed a menacing expression. Over the past 2 years, he has indeed learned substantial skills from Mihawk. I never anticipated I would acquire such techniques from Orochimaru. And the swordsmanship you excel in. So, how about a friendly competition? Sasuke displayed the hilt of a sword tucked at his waist. Roar. Have you also picked up a bit of subpar swordsmanship? Zoro unreservedly mocked. The young Sasuke swiftly drew the blade from his waist. At his age, his blood was fervent, and he was not to be trifled with easily. In this manner, Sasuke appeared undeniably handsome. Sakura remained below, infatuated. Do not claim this is not part of Sakura's character. It is indeed her essence. Hey, over here. Chidori stream. Suddenly, Sasuke feigned a withdrawal of his drawn sword, then raised his hand towards Zoro, releasing a surge of lightning. This was a derivative ninjutsu of Chidori. Unlike its singular point attack, it unleashed a broad range of electrical currents, capable of inducing paralysis. Chapter 31. Chidori Sharp Spear, Three-Sword Style Secret Technique. 6 Paths Crossroads. Zoro crossed his 2 swords into a semblance of a cross and struck towards young Sasuke. The sword aura collided with the Chidori stream, resulting in a neutralization. Quite impressive. A notable improvement. Zoro regarded Sasuke. Mutual growth. Chit. Sasuke suddenly activated his Sharingan, infusing the Chidori stream onto his blade, then lunged towards Zoro. Humph. I could allow you to land a strike. Zoro stood his ground, arms and legs wide open to welcome Sasuke's assault. Sasuke thrust down without hesitation. Naturally, this strike did not aim for a fatal point. Hold on. Your sword. Humph. This is the consequence of your bravado. Zoro stared in astonishment as Sasuke's blade struck his own. For this thrust not only inflicted intense pain but also induced a numbing sensation. So it is. You enhanced the sharpness of the sword with the current just now. Moreover, you have also imbued it with a paralyzing effect, striking the enemy to hinder their movement. Well, you are quite clever, aren't you? I thought you were merely a brawny muscle man. Does this imply that Sasuke envies Zoro's physique? Haraha, you have successfully provoked me. Zoro's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Pooh. Zoro forcefully yanked Sasuke's sword from his grasp. Impossible. You were paralyzed by my Chidori, yet still able to move. Sasuke was evidently taken aback by Zoro's formidable resolve. Allow me to teach you what true swordsmanship is. 3-sword style. Black rope, great tornado. Zoro swung at Sasuke, unleashing a massive tornado with his blade. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke swiftly fired a current from his right hand and dodged rapidly. However, he was too late to evade, and the great tornado struck him several times. Zoro's arm was also grazed by the Chidori sharp spear. Your electric attacks are quite impressive. They remind me of a certain individual from an island in the sky. Who could that be? Yes, indeed, it is Enel. But he is currently on the moon. I wonder if he will also come to challenge us, but that remains uncertain. Is that so? There are even more exhilarating things. Care to give it a try? The youthful Sasuke exhibits a far greater coldness compared to his adolescent self. Had the recent injury inflicted by the Great Tornado occurred during his younger days, he would have writhed in agony on the ground. Yet, the mature Sasuke appears almost unaffected by the wound. Chidori's sharp spear. With a swift motion of his right hand, several electric projectiles are launched directly at Zoro. Enjoying the chaos, are we? Zoro retaliates with a swift slash, and astonishingly, the dark rope of the Great Tornado has yet to dissipate. Returning to counter the incoming Chidori projectiles with a formidable sword aura. Summoning technique. Without pause, the young Sasuke conjures forth the myriad snakes. It is well known that the myriad snakes are the exclusive summon of Orochimaru, obedient solely to his commands. When summoned by Sasuke, they offer no assistance in battle. During his encounter with Deidara, it was Sasuke's Genjutsu that enabled him to utilize the myriad snakes to shield himself from Deidara's explosive demise. What do you intend by summoning me, you brat? Indeed, the myriad snakes heed not Sasuke's call. Roar. A colossal purple serpent emerges at his summons. While one may summon frogs, you summon snakes. Truly amusing. One sword style. Great shockwave. Zoro pays no mind to whether the myriad snakes assist or not, delivering a powerful slash that cleaves into the serpent. Instantly, a gaping wound is opened, exposing its innards. Boom. Typically, a defeated summon would retreat, but the encounter is far from over. Chidori flow. Sasuke plants his hand on the ground, and the electric current swiftly courses along the surface. Is it effective? Zoro swiftly cleaved the ground with his sword, severing the electric current. With a flick of his wrist, young Sasuke released hundreds of shurikens. 3-sword style. 72 panes of wind. Zoro unleashed a wave of sword energy, deflecting all of Sasuke's projectiles. The 72 panes of wind was an advanced version of the 36 panes of wind. Enough of these childish tricks. Zoro expressed his growing impatience. Oh, so this is merely a child's game? Then what is this? Suddenly, a snake emerged from the cursed seal on Sasuke's shoulder, lunging towards Zoro. An odd technique. Zoro swiftly sliced the serpent in two, recognizing it as nothing more than an ordinary snake, posing no threat to him. If this is all you can muster, I see no reason to continue this play. Zoro resolved to end the battle. Ha! Young Sasuke, upon hearing Zoro's mockery, erupted in laughter. The cursed seal spread across half of his body, and a pair of brown wings sprouted from his back. Roar. You've transformed again. Taste my slashing strike. Zoro launched a powerful cut into the air. His attack was capable of flight, a feat once praised by Fujitora during their encounter in Dressrosa. Sasuke utilized his cursed wings to block Zoro's assault. It must be said that Sasuke's formidable wings are indeed quite effective. He withstood Zoro's onslaught, sustaining only a mere wound rather than being completely cleaved. It must still be quite painful. The cursed seal swiftly enveloped his body, transforming him into a state of complete darkness, the familiar black pentagram reappearing upon his visage. Once again, he has assumed this grotesque form. Although we have only engaged in a single battle, I can sense you are a person who will stop at nothing to acquire power. Zoro's perceptive abilities are remarkably acute, as he effortlessly sees through Sasuke's fade. Enough with the grandiloquent boasts. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. The cursed seal Sasuke formed a tiger seal and unleashed a flame resembling a dragon's head towards Zoro. Once again, he disregards the council. One sword style. Horse demon. Zoro swiftly cleaved through, bisecting the dragon-headed flame. Curiously, it appeared that the dragon's head had no intention of attacking Zoro at all. Instead, it soared skyward. Something feels amiss. Zoro sensed an oddity. Whoosh. The cursed seal seemed to lose its potency, peeling away from Sasuke. The previous fiery assault had summoned dark clouds overhead, and soon the rain began to pour down. Crack. As the sky became engulfed in thunder and lightning, these flashes converged together. Chapter 32. Kirin. Surely, you do not wish for. Zoro's keen sixth sense alerted him that something was amiss. He had to admit, you possess a certain degree of intelligence. Indeed, Sasuke intentionally directed his fire technique toward the heavens, rapidly heating the atmosphere to generate an updraft. Thunderclouds had already formed in the sky. Yet, it was too late. Zing. Sparks crackled from Sasuke's left hand. Strangely, both Naruto and Sasuke appeared to be left-handed. Naruto crafted his Rasengan with his left hand, while Sasuke wielded his Chidori with the same. This technique descends from the heavens, and I merely need to channel that power toward you. Initially, I intended to use it against the man I must eliminate, but now it shall be directed at you, for I refuse to be defeated. This technique is called Kirin. Sasuke slowly raised his electrifying left hand. Crack! A colossal lightning bolt in the shape of a Kirin manifested in the sky, its eyes glowing crimson. Its power was indeed formidable. Although Zoro was reluctant to acknowledge it, the oppressive aura of the Kirin bore down upon the ground. However, how could Zoro allow this Kirin to consume him? 9 mountains and 8 seas. A world. Zoro began to run, his 3 swords forming a triangular cross. Gathering the vastness of the universe into a miniature world, he initiated his threefold technique. The essence. A vast expanse of 3,000 worlds. Zoro boldly charged towards the Kirin's lightning, overestimating his own strength. Embraced death alongside the thunder. Sasuke directed the electric current down his left hand, and with a thunderous roar, the Kirin surged towards Zoro. A pillar of thunder erupted in the sky. Crack! The sound reverberated, sending debris flying from the ground. Snap! It was over, accompanied by Sasuke's murmured words. As the smoke cleared, Zoro's charred body lay exposed. The remnants had turned to ashes. How infuriating, to dare treat the green-haired one in such a manner. Sanji, unable to contain himself, knew that he and Zoro shared a true bond. Beside Zoro's scorched remains lay 3 swords, their shapes indistinguishable. These blades included the Great Blade, 21 works, and the Sword of One Text, gifted by Zoro's master, Shimatsuki Kozaburo, and were also the weapons of Zoro's beloved, Konoha. One could surmise that Zoro had an affinity for older women. One blade, Yuki, had been destroyed by the rust fruit user during the Enies lobby arc. Thus, it was actually the Sandai Katetsu. The last blade was the renowned sword, Akiyuki. The victor has been determined. The score for the second phase of the 5th match stands at 0-1. The overall score is 1-2. Sasuke's usage of the Kirin was indeed impressive. Kakashi cast a look of admiration towards the victorious Sasuke, tinged with a hint of envy. After all, with just the Kirin technique, Sasuke had indeed surpassed Kakashi. In the shadow, the weasel remained silent. However, upon witnessing Sasuke employ the Kirin technique, an unusual shift stirred within him. In the East Sea, in an unknown maritime expanse, a young man pondered, "Didn't you assure me that you would not face defeat again?" The formidable Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, lowered his gentleman's hat, casting a cold gaze over the unfolding events. Stage 3 has commenced. Following a flash of white light, Zoro's charred form and the 3 shattered swords vanished. Meanwhile, Sasuke experienced a golden light teleportation. The actual damage Sasuke sustained was merely from the lacerations inflicted by the Great Tornado. He remained largely unscathed, while he still possessed a modicum of strength to fight. It was negligible. The scene shifted randomly to Naruto's residence. What? Why are we at Naruto's house? Sasuke queried in bewilderment. At this moment, he had donned a gray robe adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem on the back, a symbol of significant meaning. Apologies, this is a randomly generated scene. A bead of sweat trickled down as he remarked. It's astonishing that it replicated my home so perfectly. How cool. From below, 6 Paths Naruto exclaimed in excitement. If Konoha can be replicated, what is so special about your house? It appeared that Naruto's intellect only shone during battle. Ordinarily, it was rather lackluster. Hey, have you finished talking yet? At that moment, Zoro stepped forward, now clad in a green robe that exuded an air of authority. However, he still bore a sense of indignation from his earlier defeat to Sasuke. Do not rush. I am now several times stronger than I was moments ago. I shall swiftly dispose of you. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Zoro, his eyes brimming with contempt. Who would hold their defeated adversary in esteem? Moreover, Sasuke had already endured the death of his elder brother Itachi, no longer the naive youth he once was. The boy had matured, albeit he still defied Itachi's wishes. Itachi sought to protect Konoha, while Sasuke harbored intentions to obliterate it. This resemblance to pain is rather striking. Kid, I find myself increasingly inclined to slay you. Indeed, Zoro's arrogance was insufferable, even for Sasuke. Humph. Suddenly, Sasuke closed his eyes. Ting. Then, he abruptly opened his right eye. That was the Mangekyou Sharingan. How could Sasuke awaken such power? Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Sasuke's eye had transformed into a hexagonal Mangeki shape, the evolved form of the Sharingan. Kakashi possessed a Mangeki Sharingan himself, thus he understood its significance. So it is. It seems my plan has borne fruit. In the shadows, Itachi observed this scene, seemingly grasping something profound. What is wrong with your eyes? The perceptive Zoro sensed a looming threat in Sasuke's extraordinary gaze. Ting. Ugh. As Zoro fixated on Sasuke's eyes, he suddenly staggered, rendered motionless. What is happening? Why has Zoro suddenly frozen? Usopp inquired, bewildered. This is a battle. Don't fall asleep, Zoro. Chopper echoed in agreement. Little did they know, it was the kaleidoscope illusion cast on Zoro by Sasuke. Now ensnared in a hallucination, Zoro stood motionless. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Sasuke chuckled, leaning on his head, reveling in his own bravado. Frankly, it is no wonder others refer to Sasuke as the king of show-offs. This was all too easy to achieve. Truly effortless. Whoosh. Sasuke suddenly donned an outfit reminiscent of the Akatsuki, though he was not a member of that organization. Instead, he belonged to the Hawk organization. Henceforth, he could be referred to as Hawk Sasuke. Chapter 33, Amaterasu Swish. Sasuke's blade slipped from his sleeve, advancing step by step towards the immobile Zoro. Could it be that the battle was to conclude this way? Certainly not. You seem rather pleased? What? Hawk Sasuke exclaimed, astonished at the sudden words from Zoro. This is impossible. You have already fallen under my illusion. Surely, you do not believe such trivial tricks can confine me? Zoro's eyes snapped open fiercely as he donned his bandana, signifying his resolve to engage seriously. Such remarkable determination. Jiraiya below could not help but exclaim. He was acutely aware that Zoro had evidently fallen under an illusion. As an ordinary individual managed to dispel the enchantment solely through sheer willpower, without any external assistance. This was nothing short of astonishing. How underestimated he had been. Thinking such trivial tricks could secure victory over me. Hellish. Demon Slash. Decapitating Claw. Zoro lunged forward with ferocity. However, Sasuke remained ensnared in the shock of the moment, yet to fully regain his senses. Thus, he could only raise his weapon to parry Zoro's assault. Yet, how could a mere blade serve as an adequate defense against Zoro's Demon Slash? Consequently, Sasuke resorted to channeling Chidori into his weapon. ZZZ. Electricity surged from Sasuke's left hand, enveloping his blade, just managing to withstand Zoro's formidable strike. I truly underestimated you. Hawk Sasuke growled menacingly at Zoro. Humph. There are many more aspects where you have underestimated me. Zoro retorted without reservation. Humph. Do not become too arrogant. Chidori. Hawk Sasuke thrust his electrified left hand toward Zoro. Huh. One sword style. Flying Dragon. Fire. Zoro leapt several meters into the air, delivering a powerful downward strike aimed at Sasuke, flames erupting from his blade. This was no ordinary sword, it was Enma, the blade Zoro had acquired in Wano, replacing the Sandai Kitetsu. This sword possessed extraordinary properties, potentially draining the wielder's life force to enhance its power, bestowing the user with the conqueror's haki. Thus, Zoro's strike was likely imbued with this overwhelming force. Sasuke swiftly rolled to evade the attack. Hey, are you too cowardly to confront me head-on? Zoro taunted. However, Sasuke unexpectedly fell silent, closing his eyes abruptly. Suddenly, a trickle of blood seeped from his left eye. What is happening? Zoro was momentarily taken aback. Ting. Amaterasu. Sasuke suddenly opened his left eye wide, blood streaming forth and his gaze filled with crimson veins. What on earth are you doing? Could it be? Sasuke, with a pained expression, fixated on Zoro with his Mangeki Sharingan. Whoosh. A massive conflagration of black flames suddenly enveloped Zoro. Get away. Intense. Searing pain engulfed Zoro's entire being in an instant. It hurts. It hurts too much. Zoro writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the inferno. But was that even possible? The flames of Amaterasu would continue to burn as long as the target existed, relentlessly consuming everything in their path. What on earth are these black flames? Zoro appears to be in excruciating agony. Usopp anxiously inquired of Sanji. I have no idea. Sanji, drenched in sweat from the tension, continued to smoke incessantly. Perhaps smoking alleviates anxiety, I surmise, as I do not smoke. Those flames from Sasuke are incredibly fierce, exclaimed Naruto, filled with excitement. However, this technique is not an original creation of Sasuke, but rather a manifestation of Itachi's brilliance. What thoughts occupy the mind of our protagonist, Itachi, at this moment? No one knows. As you might expect, Itachi is inherently a remarkable actor. Haha. Eagle Sasuke gazes at the writhing Zoro on the ground, bursting into a raucous laughter. The agony. Such excruciating pain burns fiercely, tormenting Zoro mercilessly. Were it anyone else, they would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. But who is he? He is Zoro. Is Zoro merely jesting with you? With a fierce determination, Zoro grits his teeth and plunges a blade into the searing black flames. Blood spurts forth, painting a shocking scene. What the hell? Is this even possible? Eagle Sasuke stands by, utterly astounded. The incision is precisely on the arm. A substantial chunk of flesh severed with a single stroke. Who? Of course, Zoro is not a deity. He too gasps for breath, overwhelmed by the pain. Fortunately, the damage from Amaterasu has been curtailed. Had it been anyone else, they would have been consumed by flames by now. How could they have achieved such a feat? Bravo, Zoro. Below the screen, Usopp is equally astonished. Though he is aware of Zoro's ferocity, this is beyond comprehension. This surpasses even Guan Yu's legendary act of cutting through bone to treat poison. All right, let us see your next move. Zoro, panting heavily, rises to his feet. Truly remarkable. If I can win this battle against you, I will surely bring ruin to Konoha. At this moment, Eagle Sasuke is intent on destroying Konoha. What are you saying, Sasuke? The audience, particularly Naruto, felt perplexed by Hawk Sasuke's words. In truth, Naruto was only aware that Pain intended to destroy the village. He remained oblivious to Sasuke's similar intentions. Hey, stop talking to yourself, Zoro exclaimed, as he continued to bleed from his wounds. He knew he had to conclude the battle swiftly, or he risked succumbing to excessive blood loss. Demonic energy. Ashura, Zoro declared, spreading his arms wide, with three figures faintly materializing behind him. Nine-sword style. Dance of the Dead. He unleashed his 9 blades towards Hawk Sasuke. Zoro charged forward. I've struck my target. Now it shall end. He chuckled with ease before turning away. What is that? A sudden crash echoed. Smash. To his astonishment, a layer of purple skeletal armor enveloped Sasuke. The previous 9-blade assault had all struck against Sasuke's skeletal defense. What is that thing? Zoro was even more astonished than he had been by the previous black flames. Curious, are you? I don't mind revealing it. This is another power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, known as Susanoo. Sasuke replied nonchalantly. Of course, this is merely a partial skeletal form, not the complete manifestation. However, I doubt you possess the ability to witness the full form. Enveloped in the Susanoo armor, Sasuke appeared increasingly arrogant. Is it the power bestowed by those eyes? Chapter 34, The Augmented Earthly Fate. Zoro remained composed in his analysis. It seems this entity grants you enhanced defense. Well articulated, but is it truly effective? You shall perish beneath my Susanoo. Sasuke's arrogance intensified. Amaterasu. Encased within a purple skeletal frame, Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu once more. In his line of sight, a sphere of black flames instantly materialized. This is dire. I must extinguish this inferno. Extinguish? It appears you have been rendered foolish by the flames. Unless the target is entirely consumed, the fire of Amaterasu cannot simply vanish. Is that so? Zoro smirked devilishly. One-sword style, death, lion's song. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the black flames before him. The once boundless inferno was audaciously split in twain by Zoro. This is impossible. How did you accomplish this? Sasuke gazed in astonishment at the extinguished flames. Young man, you have no comprehension of true swordsmanship. Zoro shed his outer garment, revealing his robust physique. 2 years had rendered him even stronger than before, resembling a bear. Remarkable. Even Itachi, watching from below, could not help but admire silently. He knew all too well the might of Amaterasu. To think there exists someone capable of vanquishing it. Words are futile. You are about to become the soul beneath my blade. Zoro's Enma blade emanated a powerful aura, transforming his previously severed arm into a mere stick. Such is the cost of power. The three-sword style of the King of Hell. Zoro raised his 3 blades, each entwined with an overwhelming presence. Undoubtedly, this was Conqueror's haki. Are you prepared to meet your end? Zoro inquired with an air of dominance. Let me meet my end? Do you truly think highly of yourself after a few compliments? Sasuke chuckled, supporting his face with his hand. I suspect that Sasuke in the later stages exhibits signs of a split personality. Very well. You have no final words. Ghost slash. Zoro executed a ghostly king of hell slash. Clang. Whoosh. What? The arrival was not marked by Sasuke's anguished cry as he and his purple skeletal form were cleaved, but rather, there was no breach in defense. Suddenly, a black flame, reminiscent of Amaterasu, enveloped Sasuke's purple skeletal structure. The mere purple skeleton of Susanoo was insufficient to withstand this ghostly slash. However, Sasuke fortified his defense by shrouding it in black flames. Astonishingly, he withstood the blow. I refuse to believe it. There is nothing in this world that I cannot sever. How can one claim to be the strongest swordsman without defeating you? Dark Harbor Bird. Zoro unleashed yet another strike, this time rolling the blade to amplify its power. Clang. The purple skeleton, enveloped in black flames, remained as steadfast as rock, impervious to harm. Ha! Cease your futile efforts. You have fought enough. Now it is my turn. Fire release. Additive Earth Command. Sasuke once again covered his left eye, utilizing his right eye's Mangeki Sharingan to unleash black flames upon Zoro. I find myself perplexed by the distinction between Additive Earth Command and Amaterasu. Could it be that Additive Earth Command is more adaptable for incorporation into other techniques, whereas Amaterasu is not? If I can breach Jin's defenses, then surely yours cannot withstand my assault. How can I aspire to be the first mate of the Pirate King if this is all I can achieve? Suddenly, Jin was called upon, appearing somewhat flustered. King of Hell's Three-Sword Dragon. 130 Feelings. Flying Dragon Samurai Extreme. This technique was Zoro's final strike to vanquish Jin. With 3 elongated swords infused with black haki, Zoro summoned the image of a dragon in the sky, a tempest cleaving towards Sasuke. Clang. Crack. This mighty slash finally severed Sasuke's Susanoo skeleton. The formidable sword energy inflicted internal injuries upon Sasuke, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood as he staggered backward. However, do not forget that Sasuke had unleashed a fire release, Additive Earth Command as well. The price Zoro paid for cleaving through Sasuke's Susanoo skeleton was enduring the full force of this Additive Earth Command with his own body. The black flames swiftly enveloped Zoro's entire being, rapidly consuming him. Zoro! Usopp shouted anxiously. Yamete. SLN. Nami also called out for SLN. What has happened to SLN? At that moment, Luffy awakened. SLN. Sob sob. Chopper could no longer contain his tears. It is worth noting that SLN had always been exceptionally kind to Chopper, even assisting him with bathing. What? I shall avenge SLN. Let me go up. Luffy remained reckless as ever. Stop being foolish, Luffy. Sanji could not help but admonish him. In truth, Sanji was perhaps the most heartbroken among them. Moments later, SLN's body was completely consumed by flames. Sasuke, lying on the ground, exhaled in relief. For that blow had inflicted significant injury upon him. He would not be able to fight for a while. Sasuke wins. Came the shout from Naruto below. Indeed. Sasuke is amazing. Sakura exclaimed joyfully. Hee Sasuke, you cannot escape my grasp. Orochimaru, witnessing Sasuke's triumph, grew increasingly covetous of his body. The score for the 5th match, 3rd stage, stands at 0. The overall score is 1-3, thus. The victor of the 5th match is Sasuke Uchiha from the world of Hokage. Very well, Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Both Naruto and Sasuke were his students from Team 7, and he felt a sense of pride in their achievements. Kakashi, nurture these 2 children well. They shall be the hope of the ninja world in the future. Jiraiya gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Indeed, my teacher. Kakashi nodded in agreement. How do you know? Perverted sage? Sasuke and I truly saved the ninja world, along with Kakashi-sensei and Sakura. Our Team 7 defeated Kaguya. Naruto, the sage of 6 paths, scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, such a thing exists. Now, Sasuke, you may choose between the following 2 rewards. First reward, cancel Zoro's chance to resurrect in the real world. He shall perish in the virtual realm. Second reward, advance to your next evolutionary state and return to the real world, but only for battle within the virtual space. Upon the announcement of the rewards, the entire Straw Hat crew tensed with anxiety. This is it, Zoro's finished. Usopp lamented in despair. Chapter 35, Sakura vs. Nami. Yes, everyone knows Sasuke will undoubtedly select the first reward, ensuring Zoro's demise in the virtual space. Damn it, Sanji's face flushed with anger. If he dares to choose Zoro's death, I will certainly confront him. Luffy exuded an overwhelming aura, fixated on the screen. I choose the second reward. Master of the arena. Sasuke gazed skyward, his eyes brimming with a yearning for power. Are you certain, Sasuke? I am certain, Master of the arena. Sasuke replied resolutely. What are you doing? Sasuke, why did you not choose the first reward? The Sage of Six Paths Naruto was quite perplexed by Sasuke's decision. Unbeknownst to him, when Sasuke beheld Naruto's striking figure, an intense yearning for power surged within him. He was determined not to be outdone by Naruto. Only by becoming stronger than him could he find satisfaction. Thus, even if Zoro possessed a certain level of strength, it mattered little to him. If need be, he could simply defeat him once more after resurrection. Reward activated, granting Uchiha Sasuke the next evolutionary state. Eternal Mangekyou Sharingan Sasuke. In a flash of golden light, Sasuke was instantly transformed into his eternal Mangekyou form, the skeletal structure of Susanoo taking shape. And he was transported back to the world of the Hokage, Konoha. What is going on, Sasuke? The Sage of Six Paths Naruto inquired, his frustration evident. It's fine. Naruto, any reward will suffice after all. We emerged victorious, did we not? Kakashi reassured from the sidelines. Well, foolish younger brother Uchiha, Itachi finally uttered his first words after a prolonged silence, though they were his iconic phrase. Following another flash of white light, Zoro was also transported back to the world of pirates. Zoro, are you alright? Luffy and the members of the Straw Hat crew rushed forward to offer their comfort. For them, Zoro's well-being was paramount, regardless of the outcome. However, they were astonished that this individual named Sasuke had chosen not to let Zoro perish. It was particularly surprising to Luffy, who even thought that Sasuke had spared Zoro out of kindness. Yet, the others were unlikely to share that sentiment. Currently, the score between the pirate world and the Naruto world stands at 1-4. Luffy, you will surely triumph over that fellow named Naruto next time. Nami encouraged Luffy, subtly revealing her alluring figure. Oh, I will certainly strive. Luffy gazed at Nami, his nose inexplicably bleeding. How outrageous. I shall take on the role of challenger next. Nami, what are you doing? Luffy looked at Nami, who was eager to participate, in astonishment. What's wrong? Can't I challenge him? Nami looked at Luffy with a serious expression. No, Nami. The individuals from the opposing world are truly formidable. Just look, even Zoro and I have fallen before him. Luffy appeared quite anxious. It wasn't he that he feared defeat. Rather, stepping into the ring entailed the peril of a one-way journey. It's all right, Luffy. Aren't we allowed to choose our opponents? I will simply select the weakest. Nami was evidently determined to go. Very well, but you must exercise caution. No, Nami-san. Sanji suddenly interjected. Enough, Sanji. Do you not wish to reclaim a victory for us? Nami retorted. Sanji fell silent. Indeed, if it were him, he would also choose to fight. Yet, Sanji held a deep affection for Nami, believing that to love someone is to indulge them. The contestant from the pirate world for the sixth match is the little thief cat, Nami. Nami. It is indeed Nami, the detestable Straw Hat Kid. The fierce dragon glared at the image of Nami on the screen, yearning to reclaim her. Is there anyone in the Naruto world willing to accept the challenge? It's a girl, after all. Kakashi remarked humorously. Hee, and quite beautiful as well. At that moment, Jiraiya was already bleeding from his nose. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, you. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. But don't you often watch Intimate Paradise? Why not you go, Sakura? Naruto, the Sage of Six Paths, addressed Sakura. It makes sense for girls to battle girls. I am indeed inclined to do so. I shall challenge the champion. Sakura declared loudly. Though she was merely in her youth, she was undeniably a true tomboy. For the sixth match, the contestant from the Naruto world is Haruno Sakura. Both parties have agreed. The battle commences. Sakura, you must give it your all. At that moment, Tsunade had also arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. Sakura is Tsunade's prize pupil. I will, master. After a flash of light, both Nami and Sakura were transported to a virtual space. Randomly generated scene. A common tavern somewhere in the pirate world. The two beauties met each other. Hello, my name is Sakura. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sakura, being a polite girl, naturally took the initiative to greet her. This girl seems rather weak, Nami thought to herself. At this moment, Nami is a renowned thief in the East Sea. Her perceptiveness has far surpassed that of Sakura in her youthful days. We are now adversaries. There's no need for such formality. Nami replied disdainfully. Ah, very well then. Sakura sighed in resignation. This is truly outrageous. How could she be so disrespectful to Sakura? Let me go teach this Nami a lesson. Naruto, filled with indignation, made to charge at Nami, but was promptly restrained by Kakashi. Then I shall not hold back, Sakura declared earnestly. To be precise, Sakura's combat prowess during her youth was rather limited. She brandished a kunai and charged directly at Nami. A mere trifle. Nami effortlessly sidestepped Sakura's assault and swiftly produced a rope, binding Sakura in an instant. Pathetically weak, Sakura was indeed far too feeble in her younger days. Ha! This is settled. Nami clapped her hands, clearly taken aback by Sakura's lack of strength. You know, some individuals merely appear weak, while others are genuinely so. Do not underestimate others. Sakura promptly severed the rope with her kunai and sprang to her feet. Whoosh! Sakura hurled the kunai. Zoom! Nami pivoted to evade. Having honed her agility from frequent thefts in the East Sea, Nami found it relatively effortless to dodge, especially given the sluggishness of Sakura's attack. As the moment unfolded, Nami, previously unarmed, now brandished a wooden stick with determination. It is worth noting that Nami wielded her makeshift weapon quite adeptly. Take this, she exclaimed, striking towards Sakura. In response, Sakura swiftly retrieved several shurikens and hurled them at Nami. Thud, thud, thud. With remarkable agility, Nami deflected the projectiles with her stick. Come now, miss. Is that all you've got? Nami taunted, pointing her stick at Sakura with derision. What a disgrace. An utter humiliation. While others may deem Sakura weak. How absurd that a mere East Blue Nami dares to belittle her. The indignation swelled within, fueling a fierce resolve. Sai, standing aside, rallied for Sakura's cause. Despite the fade of rivalry, they were, at heart, sisters, united in their affection for Sasuke. The emergence of Sai had dissipated the tension, allowing their bond to flourish. No, I shall not remain feeble any longer. Even without Naruto and Sasuke's aid, I can fight on my own. With a sudden burst of determination, Sakura began to form hand seals, her eyes glimmering with newfound courage. Oh, is the young lady finally serious? Nami mocked unabashedly. But I shall not grant you the opportunity. With that, Nami charged forward, delivering a decisive blow to Sakura's forehead. Sakura! Naruto shouted anxiously from below. Naruto genuinely cares for Sakura, as he indeed harbors feelings for her. To be candid, although Naruto ultimately ends up with Hinata, who loves him, I believe he has never truly moved on from Sakura. The distinction between loving someone and being loved by someone is profound. It is likely that Naruto does not reciprocate Hinata's feelings in the same manner. You understand, don't you? Bang! Nami struck with her staff, yet Sakura's form suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke, morphing into a piece of wood. Substitution Jutsu. Chapter 36, Heavenly Staff. It seems you are familiar with this technique as well. Nami, having witnessed this move utilized by several characters in the Naruto universe, realized that it is a commonly employed technique in that realm. After all, Nami is quite astute. If she weren't, how could she assist the dragon in charting maps? Well dodged, Sakura. Naruto continues to cheer for Sakura. He resembles her little admirer. However, Naruto, I must inform you, being a sycophant often leads to nothingness in the end. I refuse to allow others to look down on me. Even if I cannot attain the same strength as Naruto or Sasuke, I do not wish to become a burden to them. Suddenly, Sakura lunges at Nami from the shadows, catching her off guard and knocking her down. What? What are you doing? Nami, pinned down by Sakura, looks on in fear, as Sakura appears somewhat unhinged. Ah! Sakura suddenly bites down hard on Nami's wrist. Oh, how delightful it is to witness women in combat. Jiraiya supported his chin with his hand, his eyes transforming into heart shapes. Teacher Jiraiya, could you be a little more serious? Kakashi admonished, though his gaze remained fixated on the screen. Isn't this just the pot calling the kettle black? He mused, exasperated. Damn it, you crazy woman. Get away from me. Nami forcefully shoved Sakura aside, casting a glance at the bite marks on her wrist. Still lingering with a faint taste of Sakura's saliva. Was it fragrant or foul? What do you think? It seems I must show you the true essence of battle. It's time for you to abandon those childish tactics. Bang, bang. Nami pulled out 3 short sticks from her chest, assembling them into a long staff. Allow me to introduce you to my weapon, the weather stick. Nami's signature weapon could summon the weather. Although this was merely the initial version, enhancements would follow. I absolutely will not lose to you. Upon witnessing the weather stick, Sakura felt no fear. Instead, she charged recklessly, landing a punch squarely on Nami's face. Nami retaliated instantly with a strike of her staff, and both women fell to the ground. It must be noted that Sakura displayed remarkable strength even in her youth. The power generated by their respective attacks, one with fists and the other with a staff, was surprisingly comparable. Enough. I've had my fill of these childish antics. Let me show you what true combat entails. Clear skies, gentle winds. On a beautiful day, Nami assembled the weather stick into a triangular shape, summoning a small cloud from within, from which several doves emerged. Is this what you call a true battle? Sakura was amused by Nami's comical display. I was merely jesting before, but now it has become serious. Nami then reconfigured the weather stick to resemble a gun. The sky darkened ominously. Bang! A bouquet of flowers erupted from the barrel. How stunning those flowers are. Sakura, named after blossoms, certainly has an affinity for them. However, it seems we are indeed in the midst of a battle, right? Enough with the jokes. Sakura abruptly launched a punch. Thunderstorm. Lightning strikes. Nami transformed the weather stick into a zigzag shape. Bang! A small boxing glove sprang forth from within. Aren't you taking this battle too lightly? With a swift motion, Sakura sent Nami flying with a punch. Ouch! Nami fell to the ground. Her face reddened from the impact. Get back up, Nami. Usopp cheered for her. By the way, did Usopp craft that weather stick? Sakura charged forward once more without warning. Think, Nami. The 3 sections of the weather stick can produce different bubbles. Yes, I have it. First, the hot bubble. Nami disassembled the weather stick into 3 smaller rods and began to blow air towards Sakura. What is she doing? Sakura found Nami's sudden action rather peculiar and ceased her assault. Next came the cold bubble. Nami blew a cold bubble towards Sakura. What? Are you just toying with me? Sakura, incensed, resumed her attack on Nami. Finally, there was the electric bubble. Pow! Sakura shattered the electric bubble with a single punch. Although it was an electric bubble, it was the original version of the weather stick, thus lacking in power. You call that a child's trick? Yet you are no different. Enraged, Sakura drew her kunai, intent on striking Nami down. A tempest arose. In a moment of desperation, Nami wielded the weather stick, generating a gust of wind that sent Sakura flying. Ah, what is that stick of yours? Sakura was astonished by Nami's weather stick, marveling at its ability to create such a powerful airflow that propelled her away. It is indeed remarkable. The weather stick is essentially a buff bestowed upon Nami by the author, preventing her from lagging behind others, much like Usopp's luck. Heh. Come at me. In a moment of apparent madness, Nami unexpectedly challenged Sakura to strike her. Huh, is this what you want? To such a request, Sakura was taken aback. Without hesitation, she delivered a punch. What is happening? The sensation was not as one would expect from a punch to the face. Rather, it felt as though one had struck a mere illusion. That was merely a mirage conjured by my weather stick. Nami declared with a triumphant laugh. How dare you play me for a fool? Sakura exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. And what if I do? Heavenly rain, water sprayer. Nami unleashed a spray of water from her weather stick. This time, I shall certainly capture you. Sakura, in a fit of rage, lunged at Nami. Wait a moment. Do you dare to let me blow 2 more bubbles? Nami boldly laid her cards on the table. With your pitiful bubbles, you could blow 100, and it would be futile. Sakura dismissed the notion of those trivial bubbles entirely. Then I shall. Thank you. Cloud. The water from the sprayer above the 2 formed a cloud. Well, perhaps you are not such a bad person after all. Sakura, in her innocence, believed Nami was expressing gratitude towards her. Cold bubble. Hot bubble. I am indeed not a bad person. However, you are about to become one. A sudden thunderclap. Pop. Crack. Chapter 37. Unusual strength. A dark cloud unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking Sakura directly. Sakura was instantly engulfed in darkness, her body emitting smoke, and she exhaled smoke rings. Sakura. At this moment, Naruto could no longer restrain his urge to assist Sakura. Do not act impulsively, Naruto. Jiraiya admonished with a deep sincerity. It is evident that your feelings for Sakura are anything but ordinary. However, the arena of the heavens is a matter of individual choice, and you must respect Sakura's decision. All right, I understand. You lecherous sage, Naruto replied, feigning compliance with a nod. Little did he realize that ever since he acquired his newfound strength, His desire for Sakura had only intensified. Even though he was aware of her affection for Sasuke, he thought, what does it matter? I can simply defeat Sasuke. Looking at Sakura, he was astonished that she still stood firm despite the onslaught. I must admit, I admire your tenacity. However, it is still quite embarrassing. Victory belongs to me, Nami declared as she aimed her weather staff at Sakura. The weather is tornado, whirlwind, boom. A gust of wind erupted from the staff, sending Sakura tumbling. No matter how strong her willpower, it proved futile. Sakura collapsed entirely. Battle concluded. The ferocity of a woman's fight is indeed merciless. The victor of the first phase of the sixth match is Nami from the pirate world. The score stands at 1 o'clock. Yosh. Well done, Nami. We must seize this opportunity to reclaim our honor. Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Nami-san, as long as you are safe and sound, that is all that matters. Sanji cares not whether Nami triumphs in the competition. His only wish is for her well-being. Let us not bring shame upon ourselves, Sakura. Sasuke unreservedly admonished Sakura. Naruto witnessed all of this. It seems that Sasuke no longer cherishes Sakura. To all those watching, if a girl like Sakura devoted herself to you so wholeheartedly, what would you do? Now, we commence the second phase. However, considering that Nami maintained over half of her combat prowess in the first phase, should we inquire if Nami intends to forego the first phase to advance to the second phase 2 years later? There is absolutely no need, Master Champion. The opponent is far too weak. Nami regarded Sakura with utter disdain. Alas, the young Sakura was indeed quite feeble. Alright, Nami remains in the first phase. Sakura evolves into the second phase, young Sakura. After a flash of white light, the once petite Sakura has blossomed into a graceful young woman. The formerly long garment, reminiscent of a cheongsam or a skirt, has transformed into an ultra-short skirt, evoking fanciful thoughts. Yet, Sakura's growth extends beyond mere beauty. Her combat strength has also surged. Oh, you have changed quite a bit, haven't you? Nami teased Sakura, though that particular area remains rather modest. Silence. You wretched woman. Sakura's ire was ignited. In her youth, Sakura's innocence had led her to fall for Nami, the cunning little thief. How can she possibly be let off the hook now? Over the past 2 years, I have been under the tutelage of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and have acquired a plethora of skills, including various healing techniques. I shall deliver a sound thrashing to you. Sakura clenched her fists tightly, a fierce determination in her eyes. Humph, spare me your grandstanding. You are merely a little girl who cries at the slightest provocation, eternally so. Nami retorted without restraint, her words laced with scorn. It is only natural, for Nami carries the weight of the entire village of Kokoyashi on her shoulders, entangled in a long-standing feud with a fearsome dragon. The weather is a hurricane. Nami swiftly assembled her weather rod into an X shape and hurled it towards Sakura like a boomerang. Do you think I would fall for your petty tricks again? After her training, Sakura truly felt transformed. She sidestepped the incoming projectile, which then returned to Nami's grasp. Petty tricks? I wonder who just got zapped like a piece of coal. Nami chuckled to herself while covering her face. I won't be fooled again. Though still seething with anger, Sakura managed to restrain her impulsive nature this time. You see, impulsiveness can cloud one's judgment. As a person matures, they naturally become less prone to fits of anger. What could be the reason for this? Cold air bubbles. Nami once again unleashed cold air bubbles from her weather rod. The bubbles floated around Sakura, prompting her to cross her arms defiantly, refusing to budge. Hee. A glimpse through the mist. Uft. The cold bubbles suddenly burst, releasing a cloud of mist that obscured Sakura's vision. What trickery is this? Sakura was completely bewildered by Nami's intentions. You will soon find out. Impact shell. Nami unexpectedly produced a shell from seemingly nowhere and struck it against Sakura's face. Blood erupted from Sakura's face as she fell backward. Ha. Is this what you call growth? In my eyes, you are even weaker than before. Nami laughed triumphantly. Sakura. That wretched woman. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. Don't rush, Naruto. Do you think such a minor injury can truly harm Sakura? Tsunade. Tsunade stepped forward to comfort Naruto. Naruto's gaze remained fixated on Tsunade, turmoil raging within him. Healing technique. Sakura's hands were suddenly enveloped in a green light, which she then drew towards her face. In a short while, the bruising was absorbed. Sakura slowly rose, appearing as if nothing had happened. What is this? Technique. Nami sensed an impending danger. one must understand that the impact of the shell is not to be underestimated. The shockwave from a mere impact shell is sufficient to render an ordinary person unconscious. Surprised, are we? The true astonishment lies ahead. It appeared so. Sakura delivered a punch with great force. Bang! Nami exerted every ounce of strength to evade it. Sakura's fist struck the tavern table, shattering it into smithereens. What power? How is this possible? Nami gazed at Sakura in astonishment. Little did she know, Tsunade was watching Sakura with approval from below. Indeed, Sakura's extraordinary strength was a result of Tsunade's training. However, it is rather peculiar. Tsunade's immense power stems from the Senju bloodline. From where, then, does Sakura's strength originate? If you are afraid, then surrender. To spare me the effort. Chapter 38. Lightning Spear. Will I be afraid of you? Allow me to demonstrate the upgraded weather stick. Nami brandished the enhanced weather stick. The original weather stick was orange, matching Nami's hair color, while the upgraded version was blue, with the connecting point transformed into a bulbous sphere. Do not let that little stick fall into my hands, or I shall snap it in an instant. Sakura had suffered greatly at the hands of this very stick. I doubt you will have that opportunity. Accumulating lightning. Wind speed needle. Nami swung the stick, unleashing a bolt of lightning toward Sakura. Crack! Sakura swiftly dodged, then retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Nami. This time, the blow landed. Ugh! Nami was sent flying by Sakura's formidable punch, blood spilling from her mouth. Nami-san. Sanji shouted with concern, this is what you brought upon yourself. Sakura tightened her gloves, displaying extraordinary strength. Matter. Nami struggled to rise, exclaiming, oh, so you're quite resilient. Aren't you? A mere ordinary person would probably lose their life after receiving just one of my punches. Hee, just a woman relying on brute force. Nami continued to speak defiantly. Unforgivable. I shall surely smash you to pieces today. Sakura launched her attack once more, throwing a punch. Electric bubble. Nami swung her weather stick, releasing an electric bubble that formed a dark cloud above Sakura. The might of thunder. Crack! The cloud unleashed a powerful electric current directly at Sakura. Ah! Sakura was caught off guard and struck by the electricity. Humph! At the end of the day, you're just a brainless woman. Nami gritted her teeth, feeling the pain from Sakura's earlier punch. Blood continuing to seep from the corner of her mouth. Healing technique. Green light emanated from Sakura's hands as she applied it to her entire body, astonishingly restoring her condition. What kind of sorcery is this? Nami could hardly believe her eyes. Nonetheless, the previous electric shock had left its mark. Sakura recognized that she could no longer afford to be passive. Here it comes. Sakura threw a powerful punch. If it connected, Nami would surely be defeated, gathering cold wind. The weather staff in Nami's hand emanated a chilling breeze. Sakura's fist collided directly with Nami, yet it passed right through her. Once again, this trick. Curse Mirage. Mata. Allow me to show you the true Mirage. Mirage, the illusion fairy. Whoosh. Nami twirled her weather staff, and several figures of Nami, each varying in height and build, appeared beside her. All shapes and sizes were represented. These phantoms were conjured from intense cold air, and each was capable of executing attacks using Nami's weather staff. This could be deemed Nami's most formidable technique from 2 years ago. Electric bubbles. 4 phantom Namis, along with Nami herself, unleashed a barrage of electric bubbles. Zzz. The electric bubbles struck Sakura directly, causing her to bleed from the shock. Sakura. If we consider Sanji in the pirate world as a mere sycophant, he pales in comparison. Naruto is the true sycophant. Naruto and Sakura, one a male admirer and the other a female admirer, are indeed a match made in heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No way. Nami gazed in astonishment at the green light radiating from Sakura. Indeed, Sakura's healing technique had reached such a level that she could autonomously mend her wounds. In this brief period of training, credit is due to Tsunade. Although Tsunade may not be the strongest, being the weakest Hokage, her teaching ability is quite commendable. How infuriating. Could it be that she is utterly impervious to harm? With a resounding thud, Sakura dashed forward and struck at the 2 phantoms. Neither of them bore the true form of Nami, yet her formidable punches threatened to dismantle the tavern. However, I found myself perplexed. The phantoms varied in height and build from the original, making it seem rather simple to identify the true form. Is this One Piece akin to domestic animations that diminish the viewer's intellect? I refuse to believe it. Dark clouds gathered ominously as the four Nami phantoms simultaneously crossed their weather staffs, conjuring a black tempest crackling with lightning. The formidable electricity surged forth. The Thunderlight gun unleashed. With a crackle, Nami deftly utilized the phantoms to obscure her true position from Sakura, while she herself seized the opportunity to unleash a lightning strike from the storm. "I found you." But at that moment, Sakura snapped back to reality, swiftly grasping Nami. The thundercloud pierced through Sakura's abdomen, yet she held on to Nami with an iron grip. Nami, rendered speechless by the shock, could hardly respond. "Allow me to demonstrate my transformation." With a ferocious punch, Sakura aimed directly at Nami's forehead. "No!" Sanji exclaimed in alarm. The impact reverberated through the air. Nami's head was driven into the concave floor, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Just after unleashing a lightning strike, she had endured 2 of Sakura's formidable punches. Moreover, she believed that the lightning gun could incapacitate Sakura, yet to her astonishment, Sakura endured. Nami, how infuriating! Sanji could only lament his inability to protect her. Nami's first phase of demise. Automatic evolution to the second phase. Nami's reappearance 2 years later. Since Sakura merely defeated Nami in her initial phase, she needed to conquer the second phase of Nami to claim a true victory. However, Sakura was in no condition to celebrate. The price of her strike against Nami was a direct hit from the lightning gun, which pierced her abdomen. Blood continued to flow from the wound, and she had no choice but to employ healing magic. Yet, such magic is not omnipotent. The severity of her injury surpassed the capabilities of basic healing spells. After a flash of light, the once tomboyish Nami vanished, replaced by a striking figure clad in revealing attire, adorned with a single green bra, her shoulders marked by the scars of a fierce dragon. She donned alluring high heels, and her physique was a stark contrast to 2 years prior. Which of them, Nami or Tsunade, possesses greater allure? Nami, I never imagined you would become even more beautiful after 2 years. Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts, seemingly oblivious to the earlier tragedy of Nami's defeat. The scene randomly shifts to the world of Naruto, where Kakashi attempts to seize a bell in the wilderness. Chapter 39, Zeus. Your transformation over these 2 years is remarkable. Sakura gazed enviously at the prominent features of Nami. In this regard, Sakura indeed falls short compared to Hinata. However, I believe Hinata's superiority is limited to this aspect. In other respects, she does not measure up to Sakura. What are your thoughts? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I see you've sustained some injuries as well. Seizing the opportunity while you're vulnerable. Nami possesses such a straightforwardly aggressive nature. Allow me to demonstrate what I have learned over these past 2 years. I aspire to become the finest navigator in the world. Nami brandished the latest iteration of the climate act, undoubtedly refined by those elder mentors of hers, though I may be mistaken. This is, as of now, the most advanced version of the climate act, the magical climate act. Nami snapped off a segment of the device and aimed it at Sakura. Blub. A small bubble emerged from the aperture of the climate act. Gust sword. Bam. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the opening, hurtling towards Sakura. Curse be it. Sakura was forced to cease her healing efforts, narrowly evading the attack. The injury to her abdomen was far too grave. Neglecting treatment would hinder her movements. Oh, quite the dodger, aren't you? I'll make you pay for that. Black spheres. Nami unleashed a barrage of black orbs from the climate act. Strangely, it seems that the connection point of the climate act has lost its blue orbs after 2 years, though the color remains unchanged. The black orbs began to coalesce into swirling clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning. I must admit, Nami has indeed made remarkable progress over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, she was timid even in her attacks, often relying on sheer luck. There is a resemblance to Usopp. However, 2 years later, Nami appears to have acquired genuine skills. The Thundercloud Rod. Crack. A series of dark spheres transformed into ominous clouds, unleashing a barrage of lightning aimed at Sakura. What a farce. Sakura understood that she could no longer delay. Nami's relentless assault was far too much for her already injured body to endure, no matter what, it seems. Once again, Sakura braced herself against Nami's onslaught and lunged at her. Crackle. Sakura was once more scorched by the electric shock, her form slightly charred. Yet, gritting her teeth, she threw herself upon Nami. Again. Nami gazed at Sakura in astonishment. I shall not be defeated. It seems. Sakura delivered a powerful punch to Nami's face. Thud. Nami instantly spat blood. You monstrous, strong girl. I will eliminate you. Weather egg. Nami aimed the weather egg directly at Sakura. For some unknown reason, the weather rod had turned orange at that moment, with one end resembling a bucket hat. Had it undergone another upgrade? Could some expert provide clarification? However, in reality, Sakura had no strength left to continue fighting. Nami's attack did not come to fruition. The victor of the second phase of the sixth match is Nami, who has just made her appearance 2 years later. The score stands at 1-1. Thankfully, a point has been recovered. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. However, why do I harbor an ominous premonition? Robin remarked with a subtle detachment. She has always exhibited such calmness. As if only on Judicial Island did she allow her true feelings to surface. Seemingly, at all other times, she remains unperturbed. Do not speak like that, Robin. Sanji cannot afford to be angry with Robin, for both Nami and Robin are the two women he cherishes dearly. As for which one he favors more, who can say? Do not falter, Sakura. Although we currently hold the lead, the woman opposing you might very well wish for your demise. In Konoha, aside from Sasuke, everyone is genuinely concerned for Sakura's well-being. I am merely curious if, upon marrying Sakura, Sasuke will truly harbor feelings for her. This marks the final third evolution stage for Sakura. Ninja Battle Sakura. This ultimate stage embodies the pinnacle strength of this character. Following the blinding light, Ninja Battle Sakura makes her entrance. You know, there isn't a substantial difference. The only distinction is the addition of a green Konoha exclusive J-Nin vest. Is it not a J-Nin vest? Yet, I remain uncertain how Sakura attained the rank of J-Nin. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Tsunade praised from below. Ahem. Nami is still spitting blood, having been struck by the formidable punch of the youthful Sakura. You must possess another evolution stage, correct? Ninja Battle Sakura remarked with a calm demeanor. Becoming a J-Nin makes a significant difference. The aura is entirely distinct. You are overthinking. I can still defeat you in my current state. Nami retorted with unwavering stubbornness. I will not let you win the argument. It seems so. Ninja Sakura lunged forward with a powerful punch. Compared to before, her speed and strength had significantly increased. Thud. This punch landed squarely on Nami's face, sending both her and her staff flying. The victor has been determined. Now, Nami's final evolution stage. Wano Country Nami. After a flash of white light, Nami appeared clad in the armor of Wano Country. What does this mean? You don't seem to have changed much? Or perhaps, have you transformed for close combat? Ninja Sakura found Nami's transformation puzzling. Indeed. There seems to be no substantial change. Why not give it a try and find out? Nami appeared quite confident. No need for theatrics. I'll show you what Sakura's power truly is. I am the disciple of the fifth Hokage, Haruno Sakura. Whoosh. A purple diamond mark, reminiscent of Tsunade's, suddenly appeared on Ninja Sakura's forehead. It seemed so. With extraordinary momentum, Ninja Sakura unleashed a mightily charged punch. Such an overwhelming presence. Nami from Wano thought to herself. Come forth, Zeus. Whoosh. A plump, dark cloud emerged from behind Nami. Mom, what is it that you called me for? Yawn. Zeus lazily opened his eyes, as if just waking from slumber. What did you call me, Zeus? I have not mentioned this to you before? Nami cast a stern glance at Zeus. I apologize, Nami. I forgot that I am no longer my mother's child. This was understandable, considering how long Zeus had been with Charlotte Linlin compared to the brief time spent with Nami. All right, Zeus, muster your spirits. Yes, Nami. Yoshi. Suddenly, Zeus transformed into the shape of a spiked club, which Nami grasped firmly in her hand. Chapter 40. The Art of the 100 Treasures. Nami used the spiked club that Zeus had become to block Sakura's punch. The Kunoichi's fist collided with the spiked club's face, deforming Zeus's visage with a tremendous force. What a terrifying power. Wah, Nami, it hurts so much. Tears streamed down Zeus's altered face as he lamented to Nami. I am truly sorry, Zeus. This woman certainly possessed an extraordinary strength from who knows where. Nami gently caressed Zeus's face in a comforting manner. However, you must rally your spirits, Zeus. If we lose this battle, Mother may perish here. But didn't you say you didn't want me to call you Mother? You little rascal. I am well aware of your thoughts. Nami playfully pinched Zeus's chin. Well, I feel invigorated, Nami Mother. Zeus, as if invigorated by some unseen force. surged with renewed vigor. The audacity of Zeus. He seemed to exclaim internally. Why not me? Sanji, observing from below, was consumed with envy at the treatment Zeus was receiving. Indeed, Brook chimed in, even as a mere skeleton, I share that sentiment. Go forth, Zeus. Unleash your thunder. Nami commanded. With a resounding wahoo, Zeus morphed into his dark cloud form and was hurled towards Sakura. This is the power of love, indomitable and unstoppable. A mere war Sakura stands no chance. KZZZZ. War Sakura was immediately enveloped in a cloud of smoke from the electric shock. Well done, Zeus. Nami rewarded Zeus with a kiss on his shadowy visage. Woo. Zeus was ecstatic, almost bubbling over with joy. Towards his master, Zeus naturally suppressed any stray electric currents. Enough. War Sakura clenched her fists, immediately using her healing arts to mend the scorched areas. The healing was noticeably faster than before, her injuries mending at an astonishing rate. Her healing prowess now rivaled even that of Tsunade. Your healing abilities seem enhanced. Nami observed as Sakura's wounds rapidly closed. Spare me your flattery. Sakura retorted. I shall obliterate you. Byakugo seal. Shwum. In an instant, Sakura unleashed her chakra, her body adorned with swirling black stripes, reminiscent of Tsunade. This was indeed the Byakugo technique imparted to her by Tsunade. What is this? Nami stared in astonishment at Sakura's transformation, as an overwhelming battle power erupted from her, reaching the level of a Kage. It is worth noting that in the world of Naruto, a Kage is equivalent to the level of a Yonko commander in the pirate realm. In contrast, Nami from Wano could barely meet the threshold of a Yonko commander. Prepare to perish. The Byakugo-enhanced Sakura unleashed a powerful punch. Zeus, protect Mama. Zeus immediately positioned himself in front of Nami. Do not harm my mother. With a resounding impact, Sakura's punch sent Zeus reeling, frothing at the mouth and rolling his eyes. Ah, my poor Zeus. Why didn't you heed my words? Now you acknowledge this woman as your mother. You are both pitiable and detestable. The formidable Emperor Charlotte Linlin glared furiously at Zeus on the screen, drooling incessantly. How could she allow her pet to shield her from an attack? You wretched woman, utterly beyond redemption. She had mistakenly regarded Zeus as Nami's pet. But could Zeus truly be considered Nami's pet? He is my servant, and I can command him as I please. Moreover, he serves willingly, Nami declared. Her chest puffed with pride. In matters of stature, those with prominence hold sway. Indeed, for Nami's mother, I would willingly face death. Zeus, frothing at the mouth, uttered his final breath. Very well. One is willing to strike, the other to be struck. Then I shall send you both to the depths of hell. How splendid. Haruno Sakura unleashed another punch imbued with her formidable strength towards Nami. This time, Nami had nothing to shield herself with. Boom. The force of several tons collided with Nami's face. The outcome was all too evident. Such a pity for that beautiful visage. Nami-san. Sanji cried out in despair. This was not the conclusion he wished to witness. The outcome is determined. The total score of the sixth match stands at 1-2. The ultimate victor is Sakura Haruno from the Naruto universe. Cursed be it. Nami. Wah. Chopper had already begun to weep, as if foreseeing something dreadful. Well done, Sakura. This phrase was surprisingly uttered by Sasuke. Can you believe it? Just kidding, it was actually Tsunade who said it. Truly, she is my exceptional disciple. Tsunade gave a thumbs up. Now, let us begin the selection of rewards, Sakura. The first reward. Let Nami perish in the virtual realm, unable to resurrect in the original world. The second reward. Retain the current combat prowess of Sakura in the ninja world and return to the original realm. There is no need for selection, Lord Champion. I have come to a realization. I have never been solely driven by the pursuit of strength. Being with Sasuke is what I truly desire. Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was, after all, a public declaration before the eyes of both worlds. What a devoted admirer. Upon uttering this phrase, two individuals found themselves at a loss. One was Naruto, who secretly resented Sasuke in his heart. Sakura was his goddess. Had it not been for Sasuke, he could have been with her. The other was Sasuke. Although he was indifferent to Sakura's declaration, having grown weary of it, and did not harbor feelings for her, there was a peculiar satisfaction in being pursued in front of a multitude. Thus, I choose the first reward. Reward activated. Nami will be unable to resurrect. Do not restrain me. I shall eliminate everyone on the opposing side. At that moment aboard the Thousand Sunny, a group was struggling to hold back a nearly frenzied Sanji. Let him go. He knows precisely what strength they possess. I fear for his safety. Meanwhile, Zoro had regained consciousness and leaned against the ship's railing, resting on his sword. That fellow named Sasuke. I cannot even perceive the true extent of his power. Strong. He is undeniably formidable. It is evident that Zoro has been thoroughly intimidated by Sasuke. Chapter 41. Sanji vs. Lee. Well, I must resurrect Nami-san. I shall take the stage next. No one is to hinder me. Sanji shouted almost hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone understood that Sanji was utterly serious, thus no one dared to stop him. After a brilliant flash of light, Sakura was transported back to the world of the Hokage. Wonderful, Sakura. Now our world of Hokage has achieved a resounding victory. Naruto exclaimed with excitement. The seventh contestant from the pirate world is Blackleg Sanji. Teacher Guy? I believe it is time for us to make our move. Lee, you are truly a youth brimming with vigor. Outside the village of the Leaves, Mike Guy and his beloved pupil Lee have arrived. The two embraced each other tightly, filled with exhilaration. It appears that Lee intends to challenge Sanji, master of the arena. I wish to battle. I shall unleash my youth. Lee declared passionately. Such enthusiasm is truly inspiring. The seventh contestant from the world of Hokage is Rock Lee. The battle commences. After a flash of white light, both were transported into the virtual arena. With a crisp click, Sanji ignited a cigarette, the smoke curling around him in the maritime ambience of the Baratai. Regardless of your identity or youthful vigor, he declared with unwavering resolve, I am duty-bound to resurrect Nami-san. Victory is my only recourse. Oh, are you referring to the young lady from the previous encounter? Lee inquired. It grieves me to witness her demise, yet I am compelled to safeguard Sakura, for she is the object of my adoration. Despite his earnestness, Lee remained steadfast in his commitment to battle. Whatever the engagement, I shall devote my utmost efforts. For it is a mark of respect to one's adversary. Sanji extinguished his cigarette with deliberate slowness. In a swift motion, he launched a horizontal kick. Lee, assuming a stance reminiscent of Bruce Lee, countered with the leaf whirlwind. Deftly parrying the kick, Lee tripped Sanji with ease. Remarkable agility. Sanji mused internally, taken aback. His initial assault, bordering on a surprise attack, had been effortlessly neutralized. It seems you are a master of unarmed combat, Sanji remarked, rising to his feet. It cannot be said that I am a master. This is merely an agreement between Teacher Kai and myself. Xiao Li awkwardly scratched his head, for he is, after all, a naive child. However, do exercise caution. Nanny? Whoosh. In an instant, Xiao Li darted in front of Sanji. Canoa whirlwind. With a swift kick, he executed his signature move. How swift? Sanji marveled inwardly. If it had been anyone else, they would have been unable to react in time. However, he is none other than Blackleg Sanji. Whoosh. Sanji hastily retaliated with a kick to block, yet even so, he was sent flying by Xiao Li's powerful strike. Such speed and strength. Sanji could not help but exclaim. It is worth noting that Sanji had trained under the renowned one-legged chef, mastering the art of leg techniques since childhood. To suffer a loss at the hands of this young boy was nothing short of humiliating. Indeed, your reflexes are impressively swift. Xiao Li, as if lecturing, nodded in appreciation towards Sanji. Do restrain yourself. Head meet. Sanji launched a kick aimed at Xiao Li's head. Yet, how could Xiao Li allow him such an opportunity? He swiftly evaded, positioning himself beneath Sanji's foot. Whoosh. Bam. With a powerful upward kick, he sent Sanji soaring into the air. I am Blackleg Sanji. As he was propelled into the sky, Sanji suddenly opened his eyes wide. Shoulder meet. With a swift motion, he kicked downwards towards Xiao Li's shoulder. This time, the kick landed successfully, causing Xiao Li to stagger back in pain. It must be said that Sanji's leg strength is formidable. You've trained your legs for quite some time, haven't you? Xiao Li remarked, rubbing his shoulder. Likewise, Sanji replied, massaging his chin, which was clearly swollen and red from Xiao Li's kick. Well then, let's continue. Xiao Li resumed his stance, signaling Sanji to attack. When had Sanji ever endured such humiliation? That arrogant brat. I shall make you pay dearly. Chest meat. Thigh meat. Lamb shot. Sanji launched another powerful kick towards Xiao Li, this one forceful and vigorous. Indeed, now this is the kind of attack that counts. Xiao Li observed Sanji's strike, his eyes shimmering with excitement. It is worth noting that Xiao Li is also a fierce combatant. When he first encountered Sasuke, had it not been for Guy's intervention, he would have knocked Sasuke out on the spot. However, it's still too slow. Whoosh. Xiao Li astonishingly vanished and reappeared behind Sanji in an instant. Yes, you heard correctly. He had dodged Sanji's attack and positioned himself behind him. No more jokes. Underbelly meat. Sanji had learned well. He understood Xiao Li's incredible speed and swiftly turned to deliver a counterkick. Excellent. Xiao Li astonishingly caught Sanji's kicking foot with his hand. You have made progress. However, I remain swifter. Whoosh. Crack. Xiao Li executed a classic maneuver, diving to deliver a kick that propelled Sanji into the air. Cheek meat. Yet, the same move cannot ensnare a person twice. Sanji swiftly raised his foot to block. Do you think blocking will suffice? Huh. Xiao Li lifted Sanji with a single foot, channeling all his strength to send him soaring. Shoulder blade meat. Whoosh. Crack. Sanji hastily retaliated with a kick aimed at Xiao Li's shoulder. It was painless. Xiao Li gritted his teeth and persevered. Whoosh. With a second consecutive kick, he sent Sanji airborne and instantly shifted to Sanji's rear. What? What are you planning to do? Sanji sensed impending danger. You will soon find out. How infuriating. I shall not let you succeed. Waist meat. Back ribs. Whoosh. Whoosh. Sanji launched 2 kicks at Xiao Li once more. Chapter 42. Floral Lotus. Gah. Xiao Li endured 2 of Sanji's kicks, one striking his waist, the very essence of a man. To claim it did not hurt would be a lie. Nevertheless, Xiao Li steadfastly held his ground. Grasping Sanji tightly with both hands, he executed a downward spiral, both bodies plummeting together. Floral Lotus. Whoosh. Whoosh. Crack. With a resounding crash, both Xiao Li and Sanji were hurled to the ground, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Kai, you have gone too far, exclaimed Kakashi, chiding him. How could you allow Xiao Li to train with such a technique? It is clearly a strategy that harms the enemy while inflicting equal damage upon oneself. To this, Kai replied earnestly, to be honest, Kakashi, I too advised Xiao Li against it. However, this is his own decision, and youth should indeed be embraced in such a manner. Suddenly, Kai erupted with fervor, his eyes aflame with determination. Kakashi found himself at a loss when faced with Kai's passion. The floor of the Baratai restaurant had been smashed into a large crater. Xiao Li was the first to slowly rise. This technique inherently inflicted damage upon the user, and Xiao Li had already endured 3 kicks from Sanji prior to its execution. This was no jest for an ordinary person. Those 3 kicks would have resulted in 3 grievous wounds. This should settle it. I respect you as a master of leg techniques, but what a pity. Xiao Li lamented as he gazed at the gaping hole in the floor. You seem to be celebrating prematurely, don't you? Nanny. In a moment of shock, Xiao Li watched as Sanji gradually crawled out of the pit. This is impossible. Xiao Li was utterly astonished, fully aware that the toll of this technique was immense, rendering it nearly unendurable for anyone. Young one, do not underestimate me. For Nami-san, I shall emerge victorious in this contest, come what may. Sanji, battered and bruised, exuded an intense resolve from his piercing gaze. 2 years prior, he could have withstood this strike, not only due to his remarkable willpower and latent bloodline traits, but also because Xiao Li had not unleashed the 8 gates of Duanjia and was operating in a regular state. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Come forth. Let us engage in a youthful duel today. Xiao Li resumed his combat stance, aware that he too bore injuries. What a jest! Sanji pressed against his wounded arm, fully aware that he faced this battle with the resolve to risk it all. Ready. Leaf Hurricane. Whoosh. Xiao Li executed a swift maneuver, his leg slicing through the air towards Sanji's abdomen. Upper thigh. Sanji retaliated, swinging both legs in a counterattack, adopting an inverted stance as he favored executing kicks while upside down. What an unusual kicking style. Xiao Li found it equally perplexing. Their legs intertwined, titans clashing against titans. Thigh meat. Shin bone meat. Sanji shifted his posture, delivering a downward kick with finesse. A splendid technique. Xiao Li hastily shielded his head with both hands. Leaf Hurricane. He followed up with a spinning kick. Beef Shot. Sanji launched a powerful strike, a testament to over a decade of training. The clash echoed, resonating with intensity as their legs collided once more. The duel between the two above was nothing short of spectacular, captivating the onlookers below. Truly remarkable, Sakura praised, though Lee remained oblivious to her words, surely fueled with exuberance if he had heard her. Yet, this was a fair contest. For the arena mandated an absence of external interference, ensuring equity in combat. Indeed, Sakura, this is my most cherished disciple, Kai beamed, embracing Sakura with delight. his teeth gleaming like polished ivory. I sense your innermost yearning, though its nature eludes me, Lee remarked, retracting his legs slowly. Enough with the chatter. Nami awaits me. Sanji interjected, his impatience palpable. Ah, so you harbor a profound attachment to this lady named Nami, Lee observed. Who permitted you to utter her name? Sanji retorted, suddenly agitated, launching a fierce kick. Canola Hurricane, he declared. Lee swiftly countered with a leg sweep, demonstrating his penchant for this signature move. What troubles you? Lee demanded, unleashing a powerful punch, revealing that his skills extended beyond mere legwork. Level 3. Meat Grinder. Sanji's legs stiffened as he delivered a powerful kick. Xiao Li swiftly evaded, but was it truly effective? The Level 3 Meat Grinder was unlike previous targeted assaults. It combined both speed and strength. In a state of panic, Xiao Li was nonetheless struck by the kick, sending him flying several meters away. Humph. Let us see what bravado you can muster now. Sanji panted, his breath heavy. Though robust, his stamina was not limitless. Teacher Kai, I apologize. I can only proceed in this manner without your permission. Xiao Li gradually rose, lightly clutching his chest. A testament to the damage inflicted by the recent Level 3 Meat Grinder. What are you planning to do? Sanji regarded Xiao Li with a peculiar expression. Li, fear not, proceed boldly. You need not seek my consent. This is your youth. Burn brightly. Kai, with tears of fervor, gazed at Xiao Li with unrestrained excitement. Kakashi and the others looked on in speechless astonishment. After silently steeling his resolve, Xiao Li slowly crouched down, beginning to unravel the yellow guard sleeves from his legs. I am uncertain if that item is indeed referred to as a guard sleeve. Moments later, iron plates appeared, each inscribed with the word grit. Incredible! Sakura exclaimed in awe, and even Kakashi displayed a hint of surprise. He was aware of Kai's rigorous training regimen for Lee, yet he never anticipated it would reach such a frenzied level. Only Naruto and Sasuke remained unfazed, as they had already attained the Sage of Six Paths mode and the eternal Manjiki Sharingan form, their memories synchronously updated, thus fully cognizant of the circumstances. Chapter 43. The opening of the gate. Lee unfastened a series of heavy iron blocks and gradually rose, discarding them to either side. Thud! The iron blocks crashed onto the floor, astonishingly creating 2 large craters. Unbelievable! Sanji stared in shock at Lee's actions. Equally astonished that Lee could execute such rapid movements while bound by such weighty iron. Contemplating this, Sanji took a slight step back, not out of fear, but out of reverence for strength. Now, let us engage in genuine combat. Lee exhaled, readying his stance. Genuine combat? Are you jesting with me? Were we not just fighting moments ago? Sanji seethed, gritting his teeth. Whoosh! Lee vanished and reappeared behind Sanji. This astonishing speed was several times quicker than before. How on earth did you train him? Kakashi marveled at the screen, while Kai, shedding his usual playful demeanor, watched the battle with a sense of pride. So swift. Sanji struggled to react to Lee's speed after he shed the iron blocks. Beef shot. Sanji swiftly retaliated with a kick. Too slow. However, to Lee, his movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Whoosh! Lee rapidly lifted his foot, aiming a strike towards Sanji's head. This is not good, Sanji thought to himself, realizing that if this kick landed, it would surely end the battle. Secondary Meat Grinder. Sanji leaped, bringing his feet together to counter the incoming blow. Puffing heavily upon landing, he gasped for breath. Not bad. My current speed is difficult for anyone to match. Lee struck a pose, beckoning Sanji to attack. Who do you look down upon? Sanji's eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Now is the moment. Whoosh! Lee suddenly darted towards Sanji, his fist flying out with the speed of light. Damn it, it's truly too fast. Thigh meat shot. Given Lee's incredible speed, there was no time to evade. Sanji had no choice but to exchange injury for injury. As Lee's fist barreled towards his head, Sanji aimed a kick at Lee's thigh. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Sanji was sent flying several meters away, blood gushing from his nose. Damn it! At the same time, Sanji had managed to injure Lee's leg, restricting his movements. Impressive. To land a kick on me under these circumstances, Lee remarked, rubbing his thigh. The individual opposite is quite formidable indeed, Kai remarked with a serious tone. He was acutely aware of the speed at which Xiao Li could remove the iron block. It was nearly impossible for anyone to react in time. In that case, I must resort to the Lianhua technique once more, Xiao Li said slowly. After all, even Sanji, having endured several kicks, would struggle to withstand any further punishment. Ouch! Sanji, covering his bleeding nose, gradually rose to his feet. To some degree, he was indeed fatigued from fending off Xiao Li's relentless assault. The tide of battle was gradually shifting into Xiao Li's favor. Whoosh! In an almost superhuman manner, Xiao Li darted beneath Sanji's feet. Thud! With a powerful kick, he struck Sanji's chin, propelling him into the air. This was even swifter than the previous attack, leaving Sanji unable to react. Xiao Li followed suit, leaping into the air and beginning to unravel the bandages wrapped around his wrists. Oh no! That move again. Sanji realized that this was the same technique as before. If he were to be caught once more, he would surely be finished. Indeed. Who could endure 2 consecutive Lianhua strikes? It seems even Gaara might not be able to withstand that. Whoosh whoosh. The bandages on Xiao Li's hands swiftly ensnared Sanji. Lianhua. Xiao Li commenced a rapid spin. Whoosh. The two were bound together, plummeting downward in a vertical descent. The winds generated by their dizzying speed formed a miniature tornado. Oh no! Skewered. As they neared the ground, Sanji swiftly extended a leg. Crack! The two plummeted to the earth, creating a crater reminiscent of the previous one. Gasping for breath, Xiao Li was the first to rise. Acutely aware that the 2 recent strikes had not only inflicted damage upon Sanji, but had also burdened him with the toll of their shared conflict. Yet, the descent felt somewhat different from before. Your instincts are quite remarkable. Suddenly, a bloodied figure with yellow hair staggered to his feet. You. Xiao Li found himself at a loss for words. Incredible! This young man is even stronger than I imagined. Kai couldn't help but commend him. It appears this is your domain, Kai. Kakashi remarked in astonishment. At this moment, Sanji's face was smeared with blood. I told you. In this match, I must emerge victorious, no matter what. Sanji tugged at his collar, his gaze igniting with a final surge of determination. Xiao Li felt the weight of this pressure, momentarily lost in thought. Stay focused, Xiao Li. Your opponent is not to be underestimated. Kai shouted from below. It seems. Only that move can counter you now. Slowly regaining his composure, Xiao Li exhaled deeply. No technique can save you. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. I found myself intrigued by how he managed to light a cigarette amidst battle. Allow me to introduce you to the Azure Beast of Konoha. Wait, isn't that a line from Guy? Little Lee crossed his arms protectively over his face. What are you doing? Sanji squinted at Little Lee's peculiar actions. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, causing Little Lee's hair to stand on end. Veins bulged on his forehead. The third gate, the opening of life, has commenced. A powerful aura radiated from Little Lee, transforming him entirely crimson. Surely, he couldn't be thinking. Kakashi seemed to grasp the situation, glancing at Guy for confirmation. Indeed. Guy nodded slightly. Don't joke around, Guy. How could this be happening? Isn't this madness? Chapter 44, The Lotus of Truth. Little Lee has his own choices. I must respect him. This is his youth. Guy exclaimed, shedding tears of youthful emotion. So this is what youth is about. Striving with all one's might embodies its essence. Why has such a tremendous aura suddenly erupted from you? What on earth is happening? Sanji questioned Little Lee, blood still oozing from various wounds. Yet, Little Lee had already entered the opening of life state, the third of the 8 gates. He is now solely focused on defeating his opponent, expending his youth in the process, and is utterly unable to respond to Sanji's words. Next, the 4th gate, the Gate of Wounds. Open. Aya. Xiao Li crouches sharply, and an overwhelming aura bursts forth from his being, enveloping the surroundings in a vaporous mist. Blood seeps from his nostrils, and his gaze turns blank, devoid of pupils. It is truly hard to believe. He is merely a Ch-Nin. Kakashi muses. One must understand that each gate opened in the 8 gates technique exponentially amplifies one's strength. However, the cost is significant bodily harm. Hence, Kakashi opposes Guy's rigorous training of Xiao Li. Your aura has inexplicably surged several-fold in an instant. Sanji stares incredulously at Xiao Li, momentarily disregarding his own pain. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Li vanishes, launching himself at Sanji with an almost imperceptible speed, delivering a kick that sends Sanji soaring into the air. Whoosh, slap, slap, slap. Xiao Li strikes Sanji repeatedly in midair at a speed that defies comprehension. It is instantaneous. What a joke. Sanji, racked with pain in the air, finds himself unable to retaliate. Had it been anyone else, their body would have been shattered by now. This is the final blow. Xiao Li halts his barrage, suspended in the air, raising his fist. Yet, the fist trembles slightly, a testament to the agony inflicted by the 8 gates technique. I will not let you succeed. Sanji, filled with fury, raised his right foot. The demon wind. Foot. Whoosh. Suddenly, flames erupted around Sanji's right foot. It was truly astonishing that he could still retaliate at such a level. After enduring so many blows, he was still able to counterattack. His physical structure is indeed extraordinary. However, it matters not. This is the final strike. Lee clenched his right fist tightly. The fifth gate, the door of death, has been opened. Lee's entire being turned scorching hot and crimson. To reach the fifth gate. It is utterly outrageous. Kakashi admonished. Yet, Guy remained silent, for he was even more reckless than Lee. What a monster! Sanji was left dumbfounded. Nevertheless, he could not concede. For Nami's sake, he could not give up. Level 1 meat grinder. Sanji unleashed a fiery demon wind kick towards Lee. Whoosh. Bang. Lee delivered a powerful punch to Sanji's abdomen. Boom. Sanji's blazing demon wind kick collided with Lee, producing a resounding explosion. Yet, Lee appeared completely unscathed. Even though a chunk of his body had been struck away, he seemed to feel no pain at all. This was because, after opening the door of death, Lee's body had nearly lost all sensation of pain. In contrast, Sanji was sent crashing down from the air by a single blow, blood pouring from his mouth. After all, Sanji was not Gaara. Gaara possessed the armor of sand, making it difficult to bleed. What does Sanji have now? Mata Mata. This is the final move. Whoosh. Shali untied the bandage from his wrist and hurled it towards Sanji like a rope. The bandage ensnared Sanji around the waist. With great force. Shali pulled Sanji towards himself. With one hand and one foot, he struck at Sanji. Li Lianhua, you wretched chef. Gather yourself. This was Zoro's voice echoing from below. The two seemed to share an unspoken connection. In a moment of unconsciousness, Sanji suddenly opened his eyes. Nami-san is still waiting for me. How can it end like this? Devil's wind kick. The finishing touch. Sha. In a moment of despair, Sanji unleashed a kick, striking Xiao Li directly in the eye. Bang. Xiao Li's Li Lianhua successfully hit Sanji. Sanji crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive hole in the floor. Crack, chirp, chirp, chirp. Meanwhile, Xiao Li's limbs, due to the side effects of the 8 gates, began to betray him, and his eye was blinded by Sanji's kick. Xiao Li also fell to the ground, his body having exited the 8 gates state, and yet he had lost all combat capability. Sanji fared no better, perhaps even worse, with his life hanging in the balance. Thus, the outcome has been determined. The first phase of the 7th match ends in a draw. Both combatants have lost their ability to fight. The score stands at 1-1. I never anticipated, even Sanji. In this case, Nami. Could it be that? Shut your ravenous mouth, Usopp. Zoro reprimanded Usopp, asserting that the foul chef would undoubtedly triumph. Indeed, Usopp. Have faith in Sanji. Chopper also offered words of encouragement, commencing the second phase of battle. After a flash of white light, Sanji and Lee were transported away, replaced by a more mature Sanji and a youthful Lee. 2 years hence. You have matured significantly. Lee stepped forward first. His appearance largely unchanged, perhaps having grown a tad taller. In contrast, Sanji had matured considerably, sporting a mustache while still clutching a cigarette. However, those familiar with the pirate's journey know that Sanji has undergone hellish training over these 2 years. You understand. The leaf whirlwind. Noticing Sanji's silence, Lee immediately launched a horizontal kick. Indeed, between masters, dialogue is superfluous. Demon wind shuriken. Well done. Roasted shot. Sanji's right foot ignited. And unlike 2 years prior, his demon wind shuriken had reached its peak. Flames enveloped his foot, shining like gold. Boom. Their feet collided. Unlike before, Lee was forcefully pushed back. Ouch, that burns. Lee gazed at his scorched foot, now blackened. Sanji's demon wind shuriken, 2 years later, now inflicted searing damage. Chapter 45, Drunken Fist. Yet, what are these minor injuries to Little Lee? Now making his entrance is the Azure Beast of Konoha, Rock Lee. Little Lee resumed his stance, the same familiar movement. Let your imagination fill in the rest. The previous match ended in a draw, but this time, victory shall be mine alone, Sanji declared as he extinguished his cigarette with a slow, deliberate motion. However, Little Lee remained unfazed by his words. With a swift rush, he charged directly towards Sanji. Konoha's great whirlwind. A sweeping kick aimed at Sanji came forth. Don't jest. Crack. Sanji met the attack with a raised foot. Your leg techniques have indeed improved significantly, Little Lee remarked with admiration as he observed Sanji. Their objectives in this match diverged. Sanji was singularly focused on reviving Nami, thus he was determined to secure victory at all costs. Yet Little Lee perhaps fought merely to ignite the flames of youth. Whoosh. Crack. Little Lee executed another lateral kick, which Sanji countered with a defensive sweep. Let us compare the strength of our legs. Ha. Little Lee unleashed another spinning kick. Whoosh. Crack. Sanji skillfully blocked with a knee strike. This time, no fractures would be incurred. Sanji bore the burden of a fracture for a whole 100 episodes. Humorous note. Over the past 2 years of rigorous training, Sanji's leg techniques had ascended to a new level. Well then, the warm-up is concluded. I shall now fight seriously, Little Lee stated as he retreated, exhaling deeply. Young man, I believe I have previously advised you not to boast in my presence. Sanji exclaimed, his eyes wide with evident anger. Ah, no. You misunderstand. I merely wish to have a drink. Shally slowly retrieved a bottle resembling Erguo from the yellow pouch at his back. He then uncorked the bottle and gulped it down in one go. Few after finishing the entire bottle, Shali's complexion took on a slight rosy hue. This is the special remedy given to me by Teacher Kai. I shall use it to defeat you. As Shally spoke, he swayed unsteadily. Special remedy? What exactly did Kai provide to Shally? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Merely a bottle of liquor, Kai replied nonchalantly. What, you actually allowed Shally to drink alcohol? Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness in the face of such a teacher. What are you doing? Sanji was utterly bewildered by Shally's antics. Though he often engaged in peculiar behaviors, Shally began to sway, struggling to maintain his balance. You can't possibly be intoxicated, can you? What nonsense are you spouting? Who is intoxicated? Shally suddenly struck a drunken pose, his cheeks flushed and his gaze unfocused. Goodness. You really are drunk. What do you take me for? Sanji furrowed his brow. Rumor has it that when Shally is intoxicated, he becomes quite fearsome. With a mischievous grin, he declared, Here I come. Let's drink. Suddenly, Shally launched an attack, leaping into the air in an odd posture, striking at Sanji with the back of his hand. Demonic wind kick. Level 1 mincemeat. Sanji swiftly ignited flames, delivering a powerful kick towards Shally. Whoosh. At the last moment, Shally abandoned his attack, executing a peculiar handstand to evade Sanji's strike. What? How did he dodge such a swift and forceful kick infused with flames? Sanji wondered in astonishment. Following his evasive maneuver, Shally spun around and collided his head against Sanji. Burning iron pot. Spectrum. Sanji lifted his right leg, this time igniting an even fiercer blaze. Whoosh. He aimed a kick directly at Shally. Yet, in a twist of fate, just as Shally was about to be struck, he shifted his stance, bending low and performing a backhanded hook, gripping Sanji's thigh. The demonic wind kick primarily ignites flames around the back leg and ankle. What kind of technique is this? Sanji found himself bewildered by Shally's unorthodox fighting style. This is my creation. Drunken Fist. With a flurry of movements, Shally crossed his arms, striking sideways, fortuitously sending Sanji flying. Truly, Shally is a master of the Drunken Fist. Kakashi marveled. Indeed, my apprentice truly excels. Tears streamed down Kai's face once more. Luffy, that individual's technique is quite peculiar, Zoro remarked, glancing at Luffy. However, at that moment, Luffy was not in a mood to engage. He was still engulfed in the disappointment of his defeat to Naruto. Yet, I believe losing to Naruto is not a disgrace. As fellow protagonists, it merely depends on whose abilities are more formidable. How infuriating! Sanji exclaimed as he suddenly rose to his feet. Although it appeared that Lee's strike was powerful, it lacked true force. Flames erupted from Sanji's legs, and smoke billowed around him in a display of fury. Hick, bring it on. Let us battle for 300 rounds. Lee declared, punctuating his words with a hiccup. Kid, I shall make you understand what it means to be a part of the Vinsmoke family. Remember my name. Vinsmoke Sanji, Devil's Wind Kick. With that, a blazing inferno enveloped Sanji's leg. Vinsmoke? What are you talking about? Lee tilted his head in confusion, his inebriation rendering him incapable of comprehending Sanji's words. You will soon find out. Sanji gritted his teeth as he prepared to strike. Cheek. Shot. With a fierce kick, Sanji aimed directly at Lee's face, channeling both his rage and the honor of the Vinsmoke name into the blow. As the alcohol coursed through Shali's veins, he became increasingly disoriented, ultimately suffering a brutal kick from the demon's flame. Ack. Shally was sent crashing to the ground, his face scorched to the point where even his mother would struggle to recognize him. Lee. Kai shouted anxiously. Shally represented everything to Kai. He was undoubtedly his heir. Yet, I found myself pondering why Kai had not chosen to marry and have children. Shally writhed in agony on the ground, his pain palpable. Meanwhile, Sanji leisurely lit a cigarette. Remember the name Vinsmoke? Chapter 46. Fragments Lee. Hang in there. Kai called out desperately from below. But would it make a difference? At this moment, Sanji was no longer the drunken fighter that Xiao Li could withstand. Xiao Li, in his inebriated state, could not even contend with Junmaru in his ordinary form. How could he possibly withstand Sanji's demon wind kick? It was nearly time to send you off. Sanji extinguished his cigarette and launched a powerful kick. The demon wind, entwined with flames, struck Xiao Li's face with merciless force. Alas, poor Xiao Li had barely recovered from a previous blow, only to be met with another that marred his visage. Curse it! Kai exclaimed, his desire to rush forward igniting. Calm down, Kai. This is not solely the fault of your miraculous potion. Kakashi restrained the impulsive Kai. At this point, Xiao Li had lost all capacity to resist. As one might expect of a drunken man, his features were now so disfigured from the kicks that he could hardly muster any fighting spirit. With a swift motion, Sanji struck again, delivering two powerful kicks to the incapacitated Xiao Li, targeting his waist and abdomen. This could be deemed as a merciless follow-up. It is said that Sanji possesses a resolute heart. However, his actions stemmed from a desire to resurrect Nami, compelling him to act in such a manner. The struggle was not yet over. Sanji lit another cigarette. I pondered the essence of smoking. Does it truly bestow strength upon those who indulge? With renewed vigor, Sanji unleashed a fierce kick that sent the already prone Xiao Li flying several meters away. Was this an act of grave displacement? Close your eyes, Guy. Kakashi tenderly covered Guy's eyes, aware that this was nothing short of a brutal execution. No one should witness their beloved pupil being subjected to such treatment. Enough. The game is at an end. Sanji, with a darkened expression, approached, preparing to deliver a final blow to Xiao Li. This did not signify that Sanji was inherently evil. Rather, his desperation to save Nami drove him to this point. Teacher Guy. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as Xiao Li, in a staggering attempt, managed to rise to his feet. Yet, he was battered, his visage unrecognizable. Kakashi, remove your hand. Xiao Li is calling for me. Guy struggled, yearning for Kakashi to withdraw his hand. But Kakashi could not relent. Xiao Li's actions were nothing short of a desperate struggle for survival. You truly are resilient. If it were not for Nami, perhaps I would have spared you. However, I must apologize. The sound of impact echoed as the scene unfolded. Sanji forcefully raised his right leg, engulfed in flames, and struck down upon Lee's crown. No. Sakura had already covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Even Kakashi was shaken. It was a gruesome spectacle. Lee collapsed in response, lifeless beyond revival. The outcome is decided. The victor of the second stage of the 7th match is Sanji, 2 years hence. The score stands at 2-1. Now commences Lee's final 3rd stage. Ninja Battle, Lee. The scene shifts to the hidden mist village in the Naruto world. After a flash of white light, Lee's corpse vanished. Subsequently, the final form of Lee emerged. Ninja Battle, Lee. However, the transformation was merely the addition of a distinctive Konoha green J-Nin vest. Furthermore, Lee's later combat performance was indeed subpar. Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, he appeared to have made little progress. Is this truly your strongest state? Sanji pinched a cigarette and began to smoke leisurely. One could count the number of cigarettes Sanji consumed throughout the match. I never imagined you to be such a person. A despicable scoundrel. Lee, with indignation, glared at Sanji, his eyes ablaze with fury, clearly dissatisfied with Sanji's recent brutal actions against him. Hiss. Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette. Kid, this is combat. It's a matter of life or death. At this moment, Lee was merely 17 or 18 years old, comparable in age to Naruto and Sasuke. Sanji, at 22, was somewhat older than him. To confront someone like you, Teacher Kai once told me, I must incapacitate you without fail. The 6th gate. Open. In an instant, Lee unleashed the 8 gates, reaching the 6th gate. A formidable aura suddenly enveloped him. How have you become so powerful in an instant? Sanji braced himself against this overwhelming force, even extinguishing the smoke around him. Truly, he is my disciple. To think he could open the 6th gate. Kai below was filled with excitement. It is known that ordinary individuals lack the qualification to reach the 6th gate. Prepare to meet your demise. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Without mercy, Lee executed a Leaf Great Whirlwind aimed at Sanji in his 6th gate state. The speed and strength were beyond what Sanji could withstand at that moment. Wait a moment. In a panic, Sanji attempted to call for a halt. But how could Lee relent? The memory of his previous brutal defeat lingered vividly. Bang! The powerful Leaf Great Whirlwind in the 6th gate struck Sanji squarely in the face, the immense force twisting his head at an unnatural angle. At this time, Sanji had yet to awaken his bloodline factor, and this kick rendered him utterly defeated. Per Sanji. Chopper covered his mouth, weeping. Yet Zoro observed the arena with a rational and cautious demeanor, for he understood that Sanji possessed one final transformation from Wano. The outcome is clear. Ninja Battle Lee has leveled the score at 2-2. After the blinding light dissipated, the body of Sanji, with its head askew, vanished. Clad in traditional kimono, Sanji emerged, exclaiming, "Nami-san, wait for me." At this moment, Sanji exuded an unmistakable confidence, for he had undergone a significant enhancement in Wano. You understand. What follows will be my unilateral obliteration of you. With a swift motion, Sanji, wearing wooden sandals, launched a powerful kick. Boom. Ninja Battle Lee retaliated with a decisive strike. You've made remarkable progress. You can actually withstand my attacks in the sixth gate state. Lee's steadfast gaze fixed upon Sanji from Wano. This is merely the beginning. Allow me to show you something entertaining. Sanji retrieved a black object resembling a cola can, emblazoned with the number 3. With a snap, he opened it. Chapter 47, Demon God Windleg. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black canister began to spin wildly. What trickery is this? Ninja Battle Lee remarked coldly. You'll find out shortly. With a flourish, Sanji discarded his kimono to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black canister merged with Sanji, and in mere seconds, he completed his transformation. Number 3. Invisibility, black, has arrived. Draped in a black cloak adorned with the number 3, and donning a black mask and sunglasses. His hair transformed into a mohawk hairstyle, Sanji exuded an aura of coolness. Wow, Sanji looks so cool, Luffy exclaimed from the audience. Am I not cooler? Luffy? Frankie struck a pose nearby, reminiscent of himself 2 years prior when he lacked the ability to transform. What are you doing? Ninja Warrior Lee glanced at Sanji's flamboyant display, confusion evident in his expression. I mentioned before, it is now time for my one-sided annihilation of you. With that, Sanji propelled himself forward. Whoosh. Huh? Where did he go? Ninja Warrior Lee stared in disbelief at the sudden disappearance of Sanji, who had just been right before him. Right here. Bang. A sudden kick sent Ninja Warrior Lee flying through the air. What just happened? Kai inquired from below. Despite his extensive combat experience, he found Sanji's tactics to be utterly unprecedented. Whoosh. Invisible. Dark. Sanji's figure gradually materialized. This was the temporary power he had acquired in Wano, enabling him to become an invisible combatant. You can turn invisible? Ninja Warrior Lee asked in astonishment. For Sanji had never previously displayed such an ability. Now you know, but it is too late. Whoosh. Sanji soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Ninja Battle Lee executed his own version of the Leaf Great Whirlwind in response. It appeared that this was the only technique Lee had demonstrated, as he had not showcased any other moves. However, given that Lee was currently in the sixth gate state, his strength was undoubtedly superior. Bang. Sanji was sent flying. Humph. Is that all there is? Lee shrugged nonchalantly. Is that truly it? Sanji gradually rose to his feet. Shedding his black battle attire with a swift motion, he twisted his neck, realizing, I forgot. I no longer require this battle attire to deal with you. With a fierce determination, strike. Sanji launched a kick while Ninja Battle Lee reciprocated with his own. Their legs collided, and Lee was forcefully expelled from his sixth gate state. As for Sanji, though he too was knocked back, he effortlessly stood up, twisting his neck as if nothing had transpired. Your defense. How has it suddenly become so formidable? Lee gazed at Sanji in disbelief. His attacks in the sixth gate were stronger than ever before, so why did they seem ineffective? Humph. Let me tell you, kid. I am no longer the same. Sanji exclaimed excitedly toward the fallen Lee. How could he not be exhilarated? In a moment of unexpected transformation, a certain individual personally delivered a strike, awakening a latent bloodline. Instantly, he evolved from the fractured king into the embodiment of supreme defense. Alas, I find myself disinclined to elaborate further. Nami-san is awaiting my presence. With a swift motion, Sanji effortlessly elevated his foot, harnessing the power of his exoskeleton. Demon Wind. Foot. A sudden eruption of flames surged forth from his leg, more ferocious than before. Neck meet. With a resounding crash, Sanji delivered a fierce kick to Xiao Li's neck, producing an explosive sound. Wretched fiend. How dare you treat Xiao Li in such a manner? Kai, filled with fervor, was ready to unleash the eighth gate against Sanji. Kakashi, however, could only restrain Kai alongside Naruto and Sasuke. One must ponder, can Kai's offensive prowess truly breach Sanji's exoskeleton defense? Ouch. Xiao Li writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his neck, which had been severely injured by Sanji's assault. Shoulder. tenderloin, shoulder meat, rib meat, abdominal meat, tail meat, thigh meat, shank meat. With a relentless barrage of kicks, Sanji unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Xiaoli, who was now in a deplorable state. Such devastation is truly heart-wrenching. Very well. This final kick shall conclude your suffering. Beef. Burst. A resounding crack echoed as the final blow was delivered. With a resounding crash, Xiaoli found himself utterly shattered. How pitiful, truly pitiful. I wish to eliminate that scoundrel Kakashi. Kai had completely lost control. Were it not for Kakashi and his companions intervening, he might have genuinely killed Sanji. Ah, this line seems familiar. The outcome is decided. The victor of the 7th match is Sanji from the pirate world. Splendid. At last, a reprieve has been secured. Nami is saved. Usopp exclaimed with excitement. Well done, Sanji. Even Zeph, the proprietor, could not restrain his praise for Sanji. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the opponents from the other world, Zeph had grown increasingly wary of their capabilities. Now we shall select the rewards for this match. Sanji slowly lit a cigarette. The moment he had longed for had finally arrived. First reward, the opportunity to deprive Lee Rock of his resurrection to the original world. Second reward, the resurrection of Nami from the pirate world. I choose the second reward, the esteemed Lord of the Arena, Sanji declared resolutely. Without a trace of hesitation. His feelings for Nami were genuine, though hers for him might not be reciprocated. Reward activated. Whoosh. A wondrous force transported Nami to the Going Merry. Wonderful, Nami, you have finally returned. Chopper exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Nami. A perfect conclusion. Without further ado, let us commence the 8th match. Mother, are you truly going? How can Katakuri go with Kaido, while I cannot? Chapter 48, Big Mom versus Terumi Mei. I did not mean it that way. Mother, you mustn't eat any more. In Whole Cake Island, Big Mom is voraciously consuming desserts, her mouth stuffed to the brim. Perhaps she is somewhat dissatisfied with Kaido's demise. After all, he was an old friend with whom she once sailed. Mother, if you keep eating like this, you will surely fall ill. Katakuri helplessly attempts to dissuade the Emperor Charlotte Linlin. But is it of any use? Big Mom is an invincible force in Whole Cake Island, with no one capable of challenging her. Caramel cream cakes. Haha. No need to pick opponents. I shall take on the 8th match. Big Mom crams all the candy cookies into her mouth, unleashing a burst of flames that causes her son to recoil. The competitor for the 8th match in the pirate world is the Emperor Charlotte Linlin. So who will participate from the Naruto world? In the Naruto world, at the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Mizukage, are you certain you want to go? Of course, C.H. Jur. We cannot let only Konoha shine, can we? Are we not equal to them in Hidden Mist Village? C.H. Jur gazes intently at the 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. You know, C.H. Jur has secretly harbored feelings for Terumi Mei all along. Elder, we entrust the village to you. Rest assured. The one-eyed elder gazed at Terumi Mei with a glimmer in his eye. Terumi Mei smiled at the two of them, melting their hearts. However, do not be misled into believing that Terumi Mei is merely a delicate queen. She is, in fact, a formidable Mizukage. Participant from the world of Naruto. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. The battle commences. Random scene generated. Kokokasia Village. Could it be? Even my homeland can be generated? Nami's eyes widened as she gazed at the large screen, her delight evident. You see, Nami herself is a beauty with strikingly large eyes. After a flash of light, both contestants were transported into the virtual realm. Under the midday sun, a colossal figure emerged. Even larger than Kaido. It nearly eclipsed the sun itself. Who are you? A giant. Terumi Mei remarked coldly. What a frigid beauty, so distinct from Big Mom, who resembles a bloated pig. Speaking of Big Mom, she stood with her mouth agape, drooling, her eyes wide and vacant, as if she had lost her sanity. Her hunger pangs had struck. Who could blame her for indulging in so many sweets before the competition? It was akin to Whitebeard succumbing to his illness during his battle with the Kainu. One cannot fault the opponent for your own lack of preparation. Oh, pastries. Pastries. Big Mom hazily looked at Terumi Mei. In her mind, Terumi Mei had transformed into a delectable dessert. Poor Terumi Mei, my goddess. Elegant and graceful. Clad in azure garments. Why is it that only one eye is ever revealed? Oh, Lord Water Shadow. I silently wish you well. Below the stage, Nagatsuki secretly prays. It appears that Kimi has trained him quite well. Do not flee. My delicacies. Suddenly, Big Mom charges at Kimi in a frenzy. With a swift grasp, an ethereal essence emanates from Kimi's being. This is the manifestation of Big Mom's devil fruit ability, capable of extracting the souls of her foes, akin to the powers of the realm of humanity. However, How could such an assault possibly overcome the astuteness of the clever Kimi? I have already discerned your attack. Whoosh. Big Mom seizes Kimi's soul, detaching it from her corporeal form. Kimi's body collapses as a result. Haha. Delicious treats. I have succeeded. Big Mom joyfully clutches the soul in her grasp. Oh, is it truly so? Whoosh. The soul in Big Mom's hands suddenly dissipates. Gazing back at Kimi's form, it eerily transforms into a pool of clear water. You must possess some ability to seize other souls. Kimi, now reformed into her human shape, remarks softly. This is a common ninjutsu of the mist-hidden village. The water clone technique. How infuriating. My delicacies. You shall compensate me for my treats. Big Mom, in a fit of rage, throws a punch at Kimi. Yet, Kimi effortlessly evades the blow. Bang. The punch creates a massive crater in the ground. What a terrifying power. It is well known that Big Mom is an exceptionally gifted member of the giant race. Her clan's elder once proclaimed that had she undergone naval training, she could ascend to the rank of admiral, or even fleet admiral. This power. Kizaru was taken aback. For if it were merely the ability to seize souls, it would not pose a significant challenge. However, this strength, with the slightest misstep, could shatter one's very being. How infuriating. I crave sweets. Big Mom's madness intensified. Her craving for confectionery must be satisfied promptly, lest it worsen. Zeus. Prometheus. With a sharp command, a dark thundercloud crackling with lightning and a fiery flame adorned with rosy cheeks emerged. Strangely, both entities bore human faces, grinning malevolently. What are these creatures? Kizaru gazed at these unfamiliar beings. Eliminate that grotesque woman. Big Mom commanded. Yes. Mother. Understood. Mother. Attack. Big Mom raised Prometheus in her right hand and hurled it directly at Kizaru. Dissolution. Dissolving monstrosities. Suddenly, Kizaru expelled a torrent of liquid resembling magma. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. It is important to note that Big Mom is quite cumbersome. The corrosive liquid scalded her entire body, causing her to writhe in agony on the ground. Mother. Please, muster some strength, shouted Zeus and Prometheus anxiously. However, their mother was enveloped in the corrosive fluid, and they dared not approach. Wah! It hurts so much, she cried out, tears streaming down her face. Due to her condition, her mental faculties had diminished, leaving her with the intellect of a 3-year-old. Yet astonishingly, she remained unscathed. This was truly unbelievable. Her resilience surpassed even Kaido's. She was nothing short of a monster, murmured Xiaoming. It is worth noting that even Uchiha Madara needed to activate Susanoo to defend against such an attack. Chapter 49. Prometheus, I shall avenge my mother. Prometheus suddenly transformed into a raging inferno and charged toward Xiaoming. Zeus, meanwhile, morphed into a billowing white cloud, a lecherous grin adorning his face. Zeus possessed 2 distinct forms. Do these entities also possess self-awareness? Water style. Mist concealment technique. Suddenly, Xiaoming expelled a vast cloud of mist from his mouth. The dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring vision and leaving Prometheus and Zeus disoriented. Wow. Why can't I see anything? Wow. Mother became extremely enraged. A potent aura erupted from her, radiating the essence of Conqueror's haki. A discerning pirate in the audience exclaimed. The formidable aura of Big Mom was unparalleled. With a sudden burst, the dense fog surrounding her was forcefully dispelled. What an intimidating presence. It was akin to that of the most powerful beings from another realm. Shirahoshi swallowed hard, realizing that this formidable old hag was even more challenging than she had anticipated. Oh no. Big Mom continued her furious roars, unleashing waves of Conqueror's haki from her mouth. The overwhelming force instinctively compelled Shirahoshi to raise her hands in defense. Nevertheless, this was already quite impressive. Even Luffy from the Wano arc would likely succumb to Big Mom's haki. This was also due to Shirahoshi possessing genuine shadow-level strength. Ah! Big Mom's howls persisted, growing ever louder. Please, stop shouting, Mother. We are on the verge of fainting. Prometheus and Zeus were also nearly overwhelmed by Big Mom's cacophony. This is bad. Mother's hunger pangs have intensified. A mother like this is indiscriminate in her fury, Katakuri said, sweating profusely. We cannot let this continue. Her sonic waves will shatter us. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. With a forceful exhale, Shirahoshi unleashed a torrent of water, forming a dragon that surged toward Big Mom. So much water. Protective gesture, smash. The water dragon struck with a resounding thud against Big Mom, akin to crashing against a boulder. Were it a typical individual to endure such an impact from the water dragon, their body would likely have been shattered. Yet, upon striking Big Mom, it merely seemed to bestow her with a refreshing bath. Is this truly the form of a human? Prometheus gasped in astonishment. In the world of Naruto, bodies with such formidable resilience as Big Mom's are exceedingly rare. Indeed, they are scarcely found even in the realm of pirates. Who dares to strike me? Roared Big Mom in fury. Ah, it is merely you, mischievous Candy. With a resounding thud, Big Mom retaliated with a powerful punch. Oh no, I must evade. Prometheus sensed the impending doom as Big Mom's fist barreled toward her, an instinctual urge compelling her to escape, lest she perish. With swift reflexes, Prometheus managed to evade. Due to Big Mom's gluttonous affliction, her attack and defense were astounding, yet her speed was notably sluggish. As one understands, perfection is a myth. With a thunderous impact, Big Mom's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The sheer destructive force of Mother is as astounding as ever, remarked Perispero, wiping his nose in awe. What is happening to me, Prometheus? Big Mom's gaze suddenly cleared, her demeanor shifting. Mother, you have returned to your senses. Big Mom's condition oscillated between lucidity and madness. Oh, I recall now. It is time to strike down that wretched woman across from me. Prometheus. Mother. Instantly, Prometheus obediently transformed into a radiant sunbeam and approached the elder. Heaven. Inferno. The elder swiftly seized the smiling sun and hurled it towards Kazuki Oden. The little sun immediately morphed into a blazing fire, advancing fiercely. It seemed as though she had regained her sanity. Kazuki Oden realized the elder had returned to her normal state. Water release. Water pillar technique. Splutter. Kazuki Oden expelled a copious amount of water, forming a sphere that expanded outward into pillars. This effectively thwarted the elder's heavenly flames. Whoosh. As Prometheus's flames neared the water pillars, they rapidly evaporated a significant volume of water. Fortunately, Kazuki Oden's supply was ample. Doghead Protection X2, useless creature. Allow me to handle this. The elder, with her pronounced apple cheeks and prominent nose, reprimanded Prometheus. In truth, she had never been particularly kind to Zeus and Prometheus. Otherwise, Zeus would not have later betrayed her to follow Nami. Whoosh. Suddenly, a layer of black, hardened substance enveloped the elder's fists and arms. Indeed, this was the armament hockey hardening technique, a skill previously employed by those from their world during earlier competitions. Kazuki Oden murmured. Even though Big Mom is currently in a state of lucidity, her combat intellect pales in comparison to that of K-Mei. Water release. Great waterfall technique. K-Mei unleashed a torrent of water that surged toward Big Mom like a tidal wave. Ha ha ha. How feeble. Big Mom effortlessly blocked the onslaught with her arm, reinforced by hockey, combined with her immense stature, rendering the attack utterly ineffective. This is not to say that K-Mei's assault lacked potency. Rather, Big Mom's sheer size rendered it inconsequential. You enjoy playing with water, do you? Big Mom glared menacingly at K-Mei. Zeus, come here. She reached for Zeus beside her, thrusting her hand into his mouth. At that moment, Zeus transformed into a dark storm cloud. Thunder, bolt, crack, bang. Big Mom slammed Zeus toward K-Mei. Zeus instantly erupted with a tremendous voltage, akin to a thunderclap. Water release. Water barrier. Splosh. K-Mei expelled another vast quantity of water from her mouth, forming a wall of water to counter Big Mom's thunderous onslaught. However, water is a conductor of electricity. Zing. Zeus's electric charge surged through the water barrier, striking K-Mei from behind. Ah! K-Mei cried out, collapsing to the ground, paralyzed. Lord Water Shadow. Chapter 50, The Kingdom. Jur screamed below. The Hokage truly excels as a sycophant. Though lacking in many aspects, there is no shortage of sycophants. How impressive. Mother. Zeus feigned compliments from the sidelines. Ah! The body of Kaido convulsed, for the might of the thunder was indeed formidable. Were one to endure such a blow directly, death would be inevitable. Mother, let us press the advantage. Prometheus and Zeus said, their voices dripping with flattery. Oh! Mother, what ails you? Suddenly, Big Mom's eyes began to transform into swirling circles, her demeanor becoming increasingly dazed. This is bad. Mother's appetite for destruction has returned. Katakuri exclaimed with concern from below. How fortuitous that Kaido momentarily lost her combat abilities at this juncture, succumbing to her affliction. Hee hee. Sweets, sweets. Whoosh. Bang. Big Mom raised her fist, enveloped in the armor of Haki, and began to strike the ground indiscriminately. Come to your senses, mother. Prometheus and Zeus could only follow anxiously behind the frenzied figure of Big Mom. What a splendid opportunity! Kaido secretly rejoiced. Had Big Mom not succumbed to her condition, she would have been at a complete loss. Bring me sweets. Crack. Big Mom began gnawing on a nearby stone pillar, treating it as if it were ice cream. I want cake. Zeus. Yes, mother. With a command from Big Mom, Zeus transformed into a fluffy white cloud, adorning a charming little watermelon hat, and swiftly carried her into the sky. Big Mom lacked the ability to fly on her own. It was only through Zeus that she could ascend. This left Kaido momentarily stunned by her audacious action. Suddenly, Big Mom drew her sword, known as the Emperor's Sword, a blade perfectly suited for her stature. Cake, bring me cake. She bellowed, her voice resonating with authority. With a swift motion, she swung her sword towards Kaido, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy. Oh no, she's treating me like a cake, Kaido thought in alarm. Utilizing his unique abilities, he unleashed a liquid reminiscent of sulfuric acid from his mouth. The liquid was deflected by the force of Big Mom's sword energy, yet some splattered onto her. Drink, Kaido shouted, and then explode. Suddenly, the acid on Big Mom erupted in a violent explosion. Ah, that hurts, Zeus, she cried out. Mother, what is happening to you? Her child exclaimed, witnessing her fall to the ground in pain. Kaido gazed in astonishment at Big Mom's form, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The technique he had employed, known as dissolution explosion acid, was an advanced ninjutsu that combined the properties of dissolution liquid with boiling release, representing the pinnacle of dual bloodline limits. If it were an ordinary person, their body would have been obliterated by the explosion. Yet, surprisingly, the elderly lady emerged with merely superficial injuries. Indeed, she sustained only minor wounds. As for her dramatic fall to the ground, it was due to her childlike mentality, causing her to react intensely to even the slightest pain. Such formidable defense is utterly astonishing. Kazuki Oden slumped helplessly on the ground, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. The sweat from the battle, coupled with the recent electric shock injuries, rendered her utterly haggard. Even her fishnet stockings were torn. Nevertheless, she retained an air of pitiable fragility. Oh, how unfortunate, my goddess. How infuriating. Unable to savor the cake. And now suffering injuries. This is unforgivable. Suddenly, the elderly lady erupted in rage, leaping into the air with flames igniting atop her head, resembling a demon. She brandished the Emperor's sword, adorned with the pirate hat of her crew atop the hilt. No. No. Kazuki Oden remained slumped on the ground, unable to fathom the nature of the creature she was fighting. It was truly terrifying. We must flee. Lady Water Shadow. Kachiki Byakuya's heart-wrenching roar echoed, for he was desperate not to lose the beautiful Lady Water Shadow. He faintly recalled the moment she had pinned him against the wall, a memory he yearned to experience once more. However, such cries were in vain. Even Kazuki Oden could not contend with the formidable Yonko, and he, a mere Chunin, was powerless against her. Even in the Boruto series, where he ascended to the position of Water Shadow, it seems unlikely he could withstand such a force. How unforgivable. The Emperor's Sword. Mother. Whoosh. The Emperor's Sword suddenly manifested a humanoid form, its mouth yawning open in the center. Flames erupted from the blade. Its teeth sharpened to a terrifying edge, and its gaze turned ferocious. Huff. Huff. The elder raised the steaming Emperor's Sword and swung it directly at Terumi Mei. Is this how it must end? Absolutely not. Water release. Water barrier. Terumi Mei, with the last remnants of her chakra, unleashed a torrent of water to form a wall, barely deflecting the Emperor's sword's onslaught. However, her body was on the verge of collapse, desperately clinging on. You wretched woman, perish. The elder brought the sword down with tremendous force. Terumi Mei could no longer withstand the pressure. The water barrier was cleaved asunder. The flames on the Emperor's sword were extinguished, yet its edge remained razor-sharp. Descending upon Terumi Mei. Crack. Terumi Mei's body was severed in two. No. Chojuro fell to his knees in despair, gazing at the water shadow's hat she had entrusted to him, tears soaking into it. Do not weep, Chojuro. Look at the screen. An elder from the Mist Village patted Chojuro's shoulder. As he raised his tear-filled eyes, he beheld the water shadow, Terumi Mei, standing unscathed before him. Lord Watershadow. I knew it. Jur was so excited that he couldn't help but shed tears. It turns out that just moments ago, Terumi May had replaced the water clone at the critical moment. The Emperor's sword had merely struck down a water doppelganger. However, Terumi May was indeed left with very little chakra, as the jutsu she executed was quite substantial, consuming a considerable amount of water. Thus, the expenditure was significant. She could only support herself with her arms, leaning against her hips to remain upright. Yet, she still appeared remarkably graceful and elegant. Chapter 51. Hella Detestable Woman. I warned you not to play tricks on me again. Mother, I loathe women who resort to deceit. Only the saintess is the purest woman in this world. Tin Man is in the great free heaven. Fusion. Wow. Suddenly, an intense flame erupted from the entirety of the elder lady's being. Hella. Mother, I am here. I am your most loyal servant. An ominous cloud was summoned by the elder lady. She perched upon it, resembling a deity. This was the elder lady's third pet, Hella. Prometheus. Zeus. You two worthless beings. The elder lady only favors the strong. The useless shall be cast aside. Prometheus and Zeus had no choice but to slink away in disgrace. Detestable woman. Let us settle this once and for all. Flames erupted fiercely in the elder lady's eyes. Yet, Kazumi-ai is still clutching her chest, gasping for breath. In terms of endurance, it is evident that Big Mom surpasses Kazumi-ai. It seems that Kazumi-ai can only maintain her stamina in bed. Wano. However, would Big Mom grant you a moment's respite? With a swift strike, she unleashes the Wano sword energy toward Kazumi-ai. Boil release. Mist technique. In this perilous moment, Kazumi-ai taps into the scant chakra remaining within her. She exhales a dense mist, imbued with searing heat, which wafts through Big Mom's sword energy and envelopes her body. Crackle, crackle. What is this? Big Mom stares in horror as her arm is gradually corroded away. This is the ultimate technique of the 5th Mizukage Kazumi-ai Mist technique. It is a unique bloodline limit that fuses water release and fire release. Mother. Hold on, Mother. Hella cries out anxiously. Of course, Prometheus and Zeus remain silent, for they have been forsaken. Did you think this would be enough to melt me? Such naivety. Suddenly, a substance resembling a soul emerges from Big Mom's hand. Bestow upon you strength. Revive my body. Whoosh. That soul-like substance swiftly adheres to Big Mom's disintegrating arm. In mere seconds, her once-melting arm begins to regenerate. Mama. In less than half a minute, Big Mom raised her arms once more, seemingly more formidable than before. A powerful aura erupted from her entire being. It was utterly terrifying. With her extraordinarily resilient physique combined with the regenerative abilities of the Soul Fruit, she truly embodied the essence of an iron balloon. This seemed to sap the last vestiges of strength from Charlotte Katakuri as she slumped down, utterly incapable of resistance. Napoleon. Yes, Mother. The final pet of Big Mom made its appearance. This was a crucial component for her impending grand move. Hera, are you ready? At your command, Mother. And you too, Prometheus. Yes, Mother. It was futile. Even if Big Mom forsook Prometheus, he could not defy her orders. The Sword of Light. Whoosh. Napoleon suddenly adhered to the Emperor's sword. Big Mom wielded the Emperor's sword and unleashed a powerful laser beam directed at Charlotte Katakuri. Was it over? No. How could a beautiful woman be bested by an old hag? Luchuan could not bear to witness Charlotte Katakuri's defeat at the hands of Big Mom. Surely, you two would not wish to see her succumb. Come, let us secretly grant Charlotte Katakuri a boost. Water release. Water pillar. Charlotte Katakuri then expelled a copious amount of water from her alluring lips. Countless streams converged into a radiant pillar, reflecting Big Mom's sword of light back towards her. Bin. The laser struck Big Mom with the force of a blow against steel. Unscathed, you still possess strength. The elder lady was somewhat astonished. For this petite woman should, by all accounts, be devoid of energy. Hush. Let us not secretly disclose to the elder that we have granted Koji May a boon. Mother's visit canon. 3,000 miles. The elder instantly manifested a spectral form of herself using the powers of the Soul Fruit, resembling the true essence of a martial spirit from Doloa continent. That colossal soul extended its terrifyingly large claw, aiming to strike Koji May. Vapor release. Mist technique. Humph. Koji May pursed her alluring lips and unleashed a lethal cloud of mist once more. This time, the mist directly corroded the elder's manifested soul. Soon after, the elder's true form was revealed. Having already overexerted herself utilizing the powers of the soul fruit, she was now incapable of employing its restorative abilities. The massive form was gradually eroded away. Mother! From the audience, Katakuri cried out in despair, for he possessed the ability to foresee the future, which meant, whoosh. Moments later, the iron balloon collapsed with a thunderous sound. Incredible! What a narrow escape. The elder of the Mist Village gazed in disbelief at the scene displayed on the screen. Beside him, Jur could only silently express relief. For his sole concern was the safety of Koji May. Exhaling a breath of relief, Koji May could no longer sustain herself and fell to the ground, clearly bewildered by how she had triumphed. The outcome is determined. The matriarch has met her physical demise, whereas Terumi May has merely lost her combat prowess. Thus, the victor of the 8th match is the 5th Mizukage, Terumi May. Currently, the battle score between the Pirate World and the Naruto World stands at 2-6. Terumi May, having just engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable beast, now finds herself barely clinging to life, appearing quite pitiful and inviting to be bullied. With a gentle exhale, Terumi May replied softly, the first reward, to deprive the Emperor Charlotte Lin of her chance for resurrection. She shall perish completely in the virtual realm. The second reward, select a deceased character from your world to engage in battle within the virtual space. Without hesitation, I choose the first reward. Such a monstrous entity must not be allowed to return alive. Terumi May declared, biting her lip. No. The children of Big Mom cried out in despair below. Chapter 52, Red-Haired vs. Scorpion. All right. We shall now transport the victor back to her original world. Following a flash of white light, Terumi May returned to the hidden Mist Village. Mizukage-sama. Upon seeing Terumi May, Chojuro rushed forward excitedly, rubbing his face against her shoulder in an innocent display reminiscent of Momonosuke's behavior. However, Terumi May remains quite feeble. Were it not for the presence of the village elders nearby, Chojuro might have acted inappropriately towards her. In the pirate world, at Windmill Village, near the sea, Shanks. I have already informed you that we have significant matters to attend to. How can you be so obstinate? Indeed, Captain, the red-haired pirates are currently stationed at Windmill Village. Beckman and La Ji Lu are attempting to assuage the fury of the formidable Emperor, Shanks. Do not persuade me further. Beckman, 3 of the emperors have already fallen. I am the only one yet to take the stage. However, very well, Beckman. I assure you, I shall be fine. Do you still doubt my strength? Shanks gazed at Beckman with a regal intensity. Very well. In that case, I can only respect your decision. Beckman pondered for a moment, taking a drag from his cigarette. Master Champion, I wish to ascend and face the opponent. Shanks lifted his head to confront the screen, his eyes brimming with confidence and composure. Oh, is that not the illustrious Emperor? Shanks, you flatter me. The title of Emperor is merely a moniker bestowed by others. Shanks assumed a humble demeanor. Yet, in truth, he brimmed with pride regarding this designation. Without further ado, the 9th battle participant from the pirate world is the Emperor, Shanks. The Thousand Sunny. Oh ho, it's Shanks. This victory is assured. Luffy exclaimed with excitement, pressing his hand against his straw hat. This was the very hat gifted to him by Shanks, a symbol of their bond. Marineford, the Navy headquarters. Red-haired Shanks. You despicable fiend. Carp clenched his fists in anger upon seeing Shanks' silhouette. If it weren't for Shanks, how would Luffy have embarked on the path of piracy? Behind him, Akainu gritted his teeth at the sight of that familiar figure. He still vividly recalled the moment when Shanks had thwarted his attack, beads of sweat glistening on Shanks' brow. Oh ho, this promises to be quite the spectacle. Kizaru sipped his coffee with a sly expression that hinted at intrigue. In a certain sea area of East Blue, a man with a gentleman's hat drifted slowly. His hat was pulled low, obscuring his face. Indeed, this was the man who stood as both rival and ally to Shanks, the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Drake Rosa. An extraordinary character has arrived. Brother Ming laughed heartily behind his sunglasses as he gazed at Shanks on the screen. Near laughed Tail. Is that red-haired Shanks? I see it without your prompting. Killer stuttered as he pointed at Shanks' visage for Kid. But what could Kid do? He could only watch with gritted teeth as he glared at Shanks. After all, He had been defeated in an instant. Nevertheless, revenge was still on his mind. Who will challenge in the world of Naruto? Allow me to give it a try. Scorpion, are you serious? Are you instructing me, Deidara? In the Hidden Rain village, Deidara and his companions were observing an individual dressed similarly to them, yet remarkably short in stature. Indeed, it was the Scorpion of the Red Sand. However, he was currently in his puppet form, with his true self concealed within this puppet. Do you wish to perish, Deidara? Scorpion warned Deidara in a deep, resonant voice, a fa-ade crafted by his puppet, distinct from his true voice. I did not mean it that way, Senior. Very well. Let Scorpion take the stage. But remember, do not disgrace the Akatsuki organization. With pain interjecting, Deidara found it difficult to voice any objections, as he recognized who held authority in this arena. Master Challenger, I am willing to engage him in combat. Oh, is it Scorpion? No problem. The 9th contestant in the Naruto world is Scorpion of the Red Sand. It is truly Scorpion. You, child, always so headstrong. In the Hidden Sand Village, Granny Chio observed the diminutive and dark figure on the screen. Yet, she was certain it was Scorpion. Wishing you success, Senior. Await my good news, Deidara. Deidara cheekily waved goodbye to Scorpion. The battle begins. Random scene generated in the Hidden Sand Village. Following a flash of white light, the red-haired Deidara and Scorpion were transported into a virtual realm. The wind swept through, carrying grains of yellow sand. Here lies Sunagakure, the village of sand. It is the homeland of Gaara, as well as that of Sasori. A man with crimson hair, dark skin, and 3 scars beneath his right eye emerged, his signature oversized sandals clapping against the ground. You are my adversary? He inquired. Opposite him stood a diminutive figure clad in the Akatsuki's dark cloud cloak. As you can see, Sasori's voice resonated, deep and ominous. I commend your audacity to approach me. However, regrettably, you have chosen the wrong opponent. With a slight tremor of his arm, the red-haired man revealed the blade, sheathed at his waist. It was the grip Han. He had previously used it to deflect Akainu's assault atop the battlefield. Ha ha ha. In times past, many have boasted before me. Can you fathom what became of them? The crimson-haired one raised an eyebrow. They were all transformed into my puppets. Eternal masterpieces. Art is eternal. Suddenly, Sasori's eyes widened in fury, as if he were about to rend the very air. Why are you so agitated? The red-haired man questioned, perplexed by Sasori's reaction. The actions of an artist are not easily comprehended by outsiders. You will not understand, nor need you to, because you too shall become a work of art. With that, Sasori launched his assault, extending a long mechanical tail from behind him, knocking off the hat that adorned his head. With a sudden thrust, the Scorpion puppet lunged at the red-haired figure. Oh, you are rather unattractive, the red-haired one remarked disdainfully, observing the puppet's grotesque form. Chapter 53, Scarlet Flow of Amber. Indeed, the Scorpion puppet's appearance was quite unsightly. Whoosh! The red-haired figure effortlessly evaded the mechanical tail's attack, displaying remarkable agility. Is this truly a work of art? The Scorpion mused, its gaze towards the red-haired figure betraying a hint of greed. What is that look in your eyes? The red-haired figure felt uneasy under the Scorpion's scrutiny. Art pieces do not possess the privilege of speech. The Scorpion launched another strike with its mechanical tail, the tip adorned with a razor-sharp hook. To my eyes, your movements are riddled with flaws. The red-haired one nonchalantly sidestepped the assault. I have encountered many individuals like you. Only by transforming you into art can you cease your incessant chatter. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the Scorpion tore open its Akatsuki robe, revealing the ominous mask of a demon upon its back. Coupled with the tail that curled upwards, the entire silhouette resembled a scorpion. Ah, now I understand why you are called Sakura of the Red Sand. It is indeed due to your scorpion-like appearance, the red-haired figure teased, exuding an air of ease. Soon, you shall be rendered mute. With a swift motion, the Scorpion removed its black mask, unveiling a bizarre human visage, the mouth opening in a grotesque manner. With a swift motion, dozens of flying needles were shot towards the red-haired figure. I have no time for your petty tricks. Conqueror's Haki. Rage. The atmosphere trembled as the red-haired man's expression turned serious, his Conqueror's Haki effortlessly dispersing all the needles. Exuding an imperial aura. After all these years, his Conqueror's Haki remains as formidable as ever. On board the Moby Dick, Marco and the crew discussed, aside from our father, only the captain can withstand it. Any ordinary person caught in his haki would instantly lose consciousness. Diamond and Flower Sword nodded in agreement, acknowledging the overwhelming presence. The scorpion was staggered by the force of this aura. No, I must strike preemptively. With a swift motion, the scorpion launched his left arm, which, upon landing, rapidly shot out hundreds of needles in all directions. What's the matter with your hand? Reveal your true form. With that, the red-haired man drew his griffin and unleashed a powerful slash of sword energy. The formidable wave of energy deflected countless needles and advanced towards the scorpion. In a desperate attempt to evade, the scorpion was caught off guard and was cleaved in half by the sword energy. The sinister mask on his back shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. In the midst of the shattered mask, a shadow suddenly leapt forth. You! What is this? The red-haired individual gazed incredulously at the visage of the newcomer. The emerging shadow gradually revealed its clarity, hair of the same crimson hue, draped in the black cloak of the Akatsuki organization. However, what set him apart was the cherubic delicacy of his youthful countenance. Scorpion, it truly is you. Chiobaba, seated below, gazed at the screen displaying Scorpion's face, tears streaming down her cheeks. It had been an eternity since she had last seen her grandson. I never expected you to appear so youthful. But why do you choose to hide within something akin to a toy? The red-haired one retracted his griffin. A toy? How dare you refer to my masterpiece as such? A surge of indignation marred Scorpion's previously serene expression. Allow me to demonstrate what true artistry entails. With a swift motion, Scorpion extracted a bundle of scrolls from his sleeve. This is my cherished collection. He unfurled the scrolls. Young one, I believe it is best if you refrain from performing tricks, the red-haired individual remarked with growing impatience. He had not realized that he was opposing a mere child. Had he known, he might have shown leniency, for the essence of the red-haired character was rooted in kindness. I shall transform you into a magnificent work of art. But before that, allow me to showcase my most cherished collection, Scorpion declared with a smile that was both captivating and perilous. Bang! The scroll abruptly dissipated into a cloud of smoke. When? That was... Granny Chio and the villagers of Sunagakure beheld an astonishing spectacle on the screen. It was the third Kazekage. Whoosh! As the smoke cleared, Scorpion revealed several glimmering threads in his hand. At the end of those threads, he was manipulating a puppet that bore an uncanny resemblance to the deceased third Kazekage. Of course, you are aware that the third Kazekage was slain by Scorpion. Well, quite the performance. Now return, my child, Shanks stated earnestly. Shanks truly is a paragon of kindness. Luffy observed below, filled with admiration for Shanks. It is worth noting that Shanks was not only his savior, but also his idol. I care not. My sole focus is on art. SSS. Scorpion slightly twitched his fingers. The puppet of the third Kazekage lunged toward Shanks. Crack. Suddenly, the puppet clad in a sweater revealed several gleaming blades. I have previously advised you to refrain from futile struggles. The red-haired individual merely shifted slightly to evade the puppet's assault. A sense of perplexity emerged within Scorpion. It appeared as though this person could see through his movements. He, of course, was oblivious to the fact that this was the extraordinary observation haki of the red-haired warrior, a mastery that had reached the level of foreseeing the future. Yet, this would never undermine Scorpion's artistic spirit. He regarded art as more precious than his very existence. Silk. Scorpion continued to manipulate the third Kazekage puppet. Snap. Suddenly, the puppet's left arm disassembled, extending segmented arms from its joints. Go forth. With a command from Scorpion, chakra surged through the fine threads in his grasp. Crack. Whoosh. The puppet's left hand erupted with hundreds of arms lunging towards the red-haired figure. Chapter 54. Iron Sand reigned unaware of his impending doom. Whoosh. The red-haired warrior nimbly leaped as hundreds of puppet arms plunged into the ground. Silk. Scorpion coldly orchestrated the puppet arms, unleashing another barrage of shuriken. I sincerely advise you, should you fail to grasp the situation, do not blame me. Whoosh. The red-haired warrior effortlessly drew his griffin, unleashing a formidable sword wave. Bang. The powerful sword energy deflected an innumerable array of shuriken. As if that were not enough, the remaining sword energy cleaved through the robust arms formed by the hundreds of puppet limbs, severing them into multiple segments. It seems your prowess remains undiminished. Hawkeye gazed calmly at the large screen, his keen eyes exceptionally sharp. You are indeed a troublesome individual. Scorpion murmured to himself. Despite his madness, Scorpion could discern that the individual before him possessed extraordinary strength. In the face of his puppet's onslaught, this red-haired fellow could effortlessly counter it. It appears I must resort to this technique. Who is Scorpion? He finds no challenge in mere artworks. Crack. The mouth of the third Kazekage puppet suddenly gaped wide. Rustle, rustle. From its mouth, a multitude of substances resembling black sand began to flow forth. That, could it be? Indeed, it is undoubtedly the ninjutsu of the third Kazekage. The crowd, including Chiyo and the villagers of Sunagakure, gazed in astonishment at the arena. The reason the third Kazekage is hailed as the strongest Kazekage is due to that very ninjutsu. Iron sand. In an instant, a substantial amount of iron sand was gathered. What is that? The red-haired figure inquired. For one who has weathered countless battles and ascended to the rank of the four emperors through sheer strength, such unique methods of attack were hardly surprising. This is a crucial step towards transforming you into a piece of art. You shall become the perfect human puppet. Iron sand rang. Swish, swish, swish. Scorpion's arm moved slightly, and a mass of iron sand instantly morphed into countless iron needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of iron needles surged forth, aimed directly at the red-haired figure. Scorpion's techniques remained as cunning as ever, Deidara remarked, fully aware of Scorpion's prowess and temperament. No, you still fail to comprehend, Deidara, Itachi stated coolly, subsequently lapsing into silence. How much longer do you intend to indulge in this childish charade? Conqueror's Haki, activate. In an instant, the red-haired warrior's eyes widened, and an imperial aura radiated from him. Just as the iron needles were about to make contact, they were inexplicably repelled by an overwhelming force. Shocked. What an awe-inspiring power. Sengoku, witnessing this scene, could not help but break into a cold sweat. How fortunate that he had declined the red-haired warrior's request for a ceasefire back at Marineford. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Ha ha ha. Only then can you be worthy of becoming my perfect masterpiece. Scorpion suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, resembling a deranged individual. His obsession with art had reached a psychologically twisted level. Come forth. Become my work of art. With a slight motion of his hand, the heart of the third Kazekage puppet opened. Suddenly, several spear-like iron sands shot forth. You are a bit deluded, child, and you seem to lack memory. The red-haired swordsman did not even unsheath his blade. Instead, he unleashed a fierce sword energy with the scabbard, effortlessly severing several strands of iron sand. It is worth noting that iron sand is exceptionally resilient, comparable to diamond. This individual's swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled zenith. Zoro gazed at the casually executed sword energy with envy. As a connoisseur of swordplay, he pondered how, if he could attain such strength, he might swiftly overcome Mihawk and realize his dreams. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that even the red-haired swordsman had not triumphed over Mihawk. Of course, Shanks is the mightiest person in this world. To Luffy, Shanks embodies the pinnacle of strength in the contemporary realm. I shall extend to you one final opportunity. If you surrender now, I may consider sparing your life. Shanks spoke slowly, his tone laced with a palpable aura of menace. I suspect you were once a good child, someone who was loved. Good child? Loved? Ha. Is it true that good children are loved? Utterly futile. Only art is eternal. A chilling smile suddenly transformed the scorpion's face from madness to something terrifying. At that moment, a torrent of iron sand began to pour forth from the mouth of the third Kazekage puppet, gradually enveloping it and forming a pair of grand wings. The iron sand beneath my feet formed a rectangular shape encasing the lower body, while a triangular pyramid emerged at the front. This promised to be a flawless feast. Scorpion remarked coldly, his face devoid of any color. Red-haired was compelled to narrow his eyes, taking the situation a tad more seriously. For at that moment, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from Scorpion. Whoosh. The words were spoken too late, for Scorpion instantly commanded his puppet to hurl the pyramid of iron sand towards Red-haired. Yet, such a sluggish assault could never hope to strike him. Red-haired effortlessly evaded it. His speed rivaled that of Carp. Swish. Scorpion maneuvered his puppet once more, launching another rectangular mass of iron sand at Red-Haired. This one was even more cumbersome. Red-Haired simply raised his hand and cleaved it in half with a surge of sword energy. A multitude of iron sand fragments plummeted to the ground. What exactly are you attempting to achieve? Red-Haired questioned, puzzled by Scorpion's actions. I have already stated. You shall become my perfect masterpiece. Scorpion declared, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Even Red-Haired felt a chill run down his spine. Witness. The art. Iron Sand Realm Technique. Scorpion raised his hand sharply. The heart of the third-generation wind shadow puppet suddenly erupted with an abundance of chakra. Crackle, crackle. The iron sand that had just been struck down began to split into slender strands of wire. They intertwined, converging together, gradually forming a colossal, seaweed-like entity. It grew larger and larger, expanding until it enveloped the surrounding area for several miles. Chapter 55. Divine Avoidance. As the slender, rigid iron wire loomed ever closer, the air crackled with tension. Bang, bang, bang. The iron spikes mercilessly pierced the ground, rendering the area barren for miles around. The space was now densely packed, obscured from the light of day. This was the iron sand barrier. Those below could no longer discern the scene on the arena, as the barrier had effectively shrouded it from view. Amidst the chaotic onslaught, the red-haired figure stood resolute, exuding an imperial demeanor. I shall not grant you a moment's respite. Go. With a swift movement, the Scorpion commanded the third-generation wind shadow puppet to soar into the air. A blade flickered out from the left side. It seems you are a rather lonely child. Allow me to rescue you. Divine Avoidance. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the red-haired figure. The griffin unsheathed with a flourish. This was the mightiest of slashes. Divine Avoidance. Crack. A burst of sword energy cleaved through the airborne third-generation wind shadow puppet. With a resounding crash, it shattered into countless fragments. The overwhelming sword energy exploded forth, obliterating the iron sand barrier entirely. The sheer force was astonishing. Even the invincible Might Guy couldn't help but marvel at the display. The strength of the opponent. Scorpion is likely to face defeat. The ghost shark maintained his ever-present, enigmatic smile. Do not underestimate Scorpion. He still possesses a deadly secret yet to be revealed. Xiaonan spoke slowly, for she was the one who personally welcomed Scorpion into the Akatsuki. There is a certain connection there, if you understand. It is over, young one. Turn back while you still can. The gaze of the red-haired emperor bore down on Scorpion. Over? Humph. I believe I have informed you. Art is eternal. It shall never conclude. With a flourish, Scorpion cast aside his black cloak. Would you like to know why? The answer lies in Scorpion's cold, mechanical eyes fixed upon the red-haired figure. You, what have you done? The red-haired one gazed in shock at Scorpion's form. Scorpion. You truly have. Alas. Granny Chio observed Scorpion on the screen, her words caught in her throat. Beneath the cloak, Scorpion's body had transcended mere flesh, transformed into a puppet. His heart was pierced, a button inscribed with the character for Scorpion inserted within. His abdomen bore a gaping hole, from which a long mechanical pipe protruded. A row of scrolls was affixed to his spine, and at his waist, a scythe-like weapon extended outward. You are nothing short of a madman. The red-haired figure exclaimed in outrage at Scorpion's grotesque appearance. This is utterly insane. How could one choose to transform oneself into a puppet? You know nothing. This is my ultimate art. Scorpion unreservedly displayed his puppet-like body. I initially believed you to be merely a misguided youth. I never anticipated. You are, in fact, a thorough madman. Red-haired Shanks had faintly perceived Luffy's shadow upon Scorpion's form. How could he have foreseen that matters would escalate to such an extent? It is truly heart-wrenching. Enough of this idle chatter. If it is for the sake of art, sacrificing everything, what of it? Scorpion's bizarre utterance seemed to respond to Shanks while simultaneously drifting into self-reflection. Become my collection. Crack. Suddenly, Scorpion extended his hands, adorned with black nail polish, from which two black tubes emerged from his palms. Whoosh. Flames erupted from the tubes, racing towards red-haired Shanks. To this, Shanks exhibited no sign of alarm. He simply produced a massive wine jug from behind him. Gulp, gulp. He drained the contents in one go. Splutter. The wine sprayed forth, extinguishing the flames. Then, Shanks sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing coldly at Scorpion, as if he were a stranger. You were once a person, but now, you are merely a toy. And someone like you, who does not cherish their own life is utterly unworthy of discussing art. With a fierce rebuke, Shanks's formidable aura surged into Scorpion's mind. In an instant, Scorpion stood dazed for several seconds. No, you deceive me. How could someone like you ever comprehend art? I cannot permit you to tarnish my flawless creation. Swish. Subsequently, Scorpion shook his head in self-denial. The mechanical steel tube coiled within him, culminating in a sharp point, lunged towards the red-haired figure. Crack. The mechanical cord pierced through the chest of the red-haired individual. Why did you not evade? Scorpion's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the red-haired man. Just moments ago, he could have effortlessly dodged that strike. Do you wish to know why? The red-haired figure forcefully extracted the cord embedded in his chest, blood seeping from the wound. Ouch! He grimaced as he pressed his hand against the injury, a sound of pain escaping his lips. This is the reason. Your toy-like body. You must feel no pain at all. The red-haired man roared fiercely at Scorpion with piercing eyes. What? Scorpion gazed incredulously at his mechanical, frigid hands, instinctively retreating a few steps. Remarkable. Grandmother Chio expressed her heartfelt admiration for the red-haired individual. It is worth noting that Grandmother Chio possesses profound insight into Scorpion's psyche. His devotion to art is as unyielding as a rock. Yet now, this man has the ability to shake Scorpion's very soul. No. Art. Art is eternal. Only art is eternal. The Scorpion suddenly went into a frenzy, shaking its head wildly. Then, with a swift motion, it took flight using the knife-like wings on its back, spinning rapidly as it lunged toward the red-haired figure. Unyielding. A sharp sound echoed as the red-haired individual retaliated with a decisive slash. In an instant, the Scorpion's body was cleaved into fragments mid-air. The pieces fell to the ground like scattered components. Should one lament your fate or pity your plight? The red-haired figure stood up, gazing at the dismembered remains of the Scorpion, his eyes reflecting an indescribable expression. The scene was punctuated by a series of crackling sounds. Chapter 56. The 100 Machine Performance The boss has vanquished that twisted child across the way. Lakiro chuckled heartily, gnawing on a large chicken leg. Do not be so naive, Lakiro. Beckman casually lit a cigarette, his gaze imbued with an ineffable shrewdness. The heart of the fallen red Scorpion was strikingly conspicuous, bizarrely extending black tendrils reminiscent of iron sand. The Scorpion's head rolled on the ground. The red-haired figure raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, with a cacophony of cracking bones, the Scorpion's body began to reassemble itself in an uncanny manner. The misaligned head swiftly corrected itself. I knew it. Your doll-like form, indeed, can withstand damage just like a toy. The red-haired figure glared fiercely at Scorpion, angrily rebuking him. Yet, after his transformation, Scorpion offered no response, merely gazing vacantly at the red-haired individual, increasingly resembling a true puppet, a genuine marionette. Chio, a loquacious resident of Sunagakure, inquired of Chio. However, she remained silent, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the visage of Scorpion displayed on the screen, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Suddenly, Scorpion lifted his head towards the heavens. Inhaling deeply. My art requires no understanding. It demands only eternity. With a swift motion, he waved a slender thread, causing the scroll on his back to fall in response. He unfurled it in the sky, marking the commencement of his artistic expression. What can one who does not cherish their own life speak of art? The red-haired figure chastised vehemently. You need not comprehend, nor do you need to. With a decisive motion, Scorpion forcefully tore open the right side of his chest. Eternal art is perfection. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth from the scroll within, and a multitude of slender threads erupted from the gaping wound in his right chest. This is my ultimate art. With it, I once brought down a nation. In the village of Sand Hidden, an astonishing scene unfolded. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Kanjiro marveled at the sight on the screen, where Scorpion commanded a remarkable display of puppets. In a fleeting moment, 100 puppets materialized above Scorpion, all under his singular control. As a fellow puppeteer, Kanjiro was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in simultaneously managing such a multitude. Oh, I see. These are crafted from living beings, are they not? Redhead's heart remained unperturbed. You not only regard your own life as inconsequential, but you also trample upon the lives of others. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Redhead shook out his left sleeve, revealing his empty arm. What does this mean? You are missing a hand? Scorpion gasped, taken aback by the sight he had only partially glimpsed moments before. I doubt you realize. This arm was sacrificed to save another. Redhead declared with fervent indignation. I can sever my own limb to save someone else. Yet you cavalierly extinguish lives and desecrate their corpses into mere playthings. With a mocking chuckle, Scorpion placed his hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. I had intended to transform you into a flawless puppet, but it appears you are a disabled wretch instead. What? The red-haired figure appeared taken aback by Scorpion's unexpected declaration. How could a flawed being like you ever aspire to be my most exquisite masterpiece? Scorpion coldly lifted his gaze. In that case, you are unworthy of being my collection. I shall simply end your existence. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. With a swift motion, Scorpion infused chakra into 100 fine threads. 100 puppets surged forward towards the red-haired individual. You are, quite frankly, beyond redemption. I had initially intended to save you, but it seems you are not deserving of salvation. The red-haired figure enunciated each word with deliberate precision, his vacant gaze igniting with genuine murderous intent. It was unclear whether he felt Scorpion was truly beyond salvation or if he was provoked by Scorpion's scornful mockery of his disability. The 100 puppets each revealed an array of weaponry, making them formidable adversaries. You just claimed that you annihilated an entire nation with this? Then surely I could effortlessly bring ruin to an entire continent. Suddenly, the red-haired figure's eyes widened, an aura of dominance emanating from him. His conqueror's haki erupted from his back, transforming into a crimson vortex that smashed into the advancing puppets. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the 100 puppets seemed to be paralyzed, halting their movements altogether. What is happening? The Scorpion was taken aback by this astonishing power, unaware that it was the wrath of an emperor. In the land of Wano, the red-haired man utilized his conqueror's haki to strike the green bull from a distance, compelling him to retreat to his true form. It is important to note that the green bull is a formidable admiral. What level of power does an admiral possess? Young one, I have given you a chance. You have forced my hand. Divine departure. You dare to defy the divine. Are you more formidable than the gods themselves? Whoosh. The red-haired warrior unleashed a powerful slash enveloped in Supreme Conqueror's haki, a technique he had learned directly from Roger. Whether this is his ultimate move remains uncertain, as he has only demonstrated this technique once before. Crack. The overwhelming sword energy effortlessly shattered 100 immobile puppets. Indeed, 100 puppets were easily obliterated. This strength is simply overwhelming. Zoro gazed at the red-haired man with envy, pondering when he might wield such sword energy himself. Thud thud. The fragments of the 100 puppets fell carelessly to the ground. But this was not the end. The residual force of divine departure engulfed the Scorpion's true form, rendering him momentarily dazed. Of course, he would not be frothing at the mouth. His body was merely a puppet, after all. It is over. Chapter 57. Akainu vs. Senju Hashirama. The red-haired man murmured, yet there was no gleam of joy for victory in his eyes. What a pity. You were once a beloved child, were you not? The red-haired man touched the spot where his straw hat once rested, reminiscing about Luffy. So be it. Ah. What? Crack, crack. Among the 100 puppets that had been shattered, one lone survivor rose to its feet. Beneath the red robe lay the lifeless visage of Scorpion. Upon closer inspection, the true Scorpion, having been obliterated by the residual force of divine retribution, was nothing more than an empty shell. The genuine Scorpion had been hiding within the scroll from the very beginning. Sin. Snap. Scorpion thrust a blade into the red-haired man's back. Your intellect is commendable. Alas, it is squandered on misguided pursuits. The red-haired man swiftly turned, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet the wrath of a king remained undiminished. His imposing aura intimidated Scorpion. This is art. For the sake of art, one must sacrifice everything. Scorpion mechanically repeated these words. Snap. Then, with a sudden motion, he severed a section of his arm, revealing another hidden blade within. Whoosh. Scorpion lunged fiercely at the red-haired man, his gaze reminiscent of a final assault. Repent. The red-haired man brandished his blade and thrust it forward. The strike was precise, landing squarely upon the heart-shaped emblem on Scorpion's chest. I have come to understand. That heart is your true vulnerability. Scorpion lowered his gaze to his heart, now oozing crimson blood. Ah, weakness. You say. How could perfect art possess any frailties? As blood gushed from the corners of Scorpion's mouth, a resounding thud echoed. The artistry fell. If your parents were to witness you in such a state, I believe they would be profoundly sorrowful. The crimson-haired one endured 2 strikes. One still lodged in his chest, yet he stood resolutely. Parents, love, heh. As Scorpion murmured to himself, he smiled and closed his eyes. This marked the curtain call for art. Scorpion perished, yet he transcended into eternity, an everlasting embodiment of art. The victor of the 9th battle is the red-haired Shanks of the pirate world. Scorpion. Granny Chio gazed at the screen, displaying Scorpion's lifeless form. Yet she did not weep as she had anticipated, for she beheld that Scorpion had passed away with a smile, perhaps in his final moments. He had achieved the ultimate expression of art. His death became the most exquisite eternal masterpiece. Who would have thought? Scorpion actually lost, exclaimed Deidara in astonishment. However, art is indeed not eternal. This signifies his error. Indeed, art is an explosion within the Akatsuki. Only Deidara offered a critique on Scorpion's defeat, as they were partners. The rest remained silent, particularly Itachi, who closed his eyes in contemplation, as if pondering something profound. Splendid. Our leader has triumphed, exclaimed Rikiru and Jesus simultaneously. Only Beckman displayed no emotion, quietly contemplating something while smoking. How wonderful. Shanks has triumphed. Luffy danced with joy. I swear, I must have a chance to meet red-haired Shanks. I am no less cool than that red-haired lad. Frankie exclaimed, striking a pose. It is hardly surprising, for Frankie is also a mad and when it comes to augmenting his own body. Red-haired. You may choose your reward. Very well, esteemed champion. Red-haired replied with a smile. He was well aware that no amount of bravado could rival that of this esteemed champion, despite his own reputation. The first reward. The opportunity to deprive the Scorpion of the red sand of his resurrection back to the original world. The second reward. The ability to negate one of the victor's rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Red-haired responded. The first one. Esteemed champion. Here, Lo Chuan paused, taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Red-haired would select the first reward. Could it be that he is still troubled by Scorpion's earlier mockery of him as a cripple? Reward activated. Golden light transported Red-haired back to the pirate world. Yellow sand swept across, concealing Scorpion's handsome visage. He was forever trapped in the virtual realm. Marineford. Damn that red-haired. I shall personally see to his demise. Akainu, agitated, yearned to eliminate red-haired. Calm down, Sakazuki. Sengoku interjected. For he was the man who had guided the world's most notorious criminal, Dragon-S son, onto the path of piracy. Akainu clenched his fists, haunted by the memory of not being able to eliminate Luffy during the Paramount War. I understand, yet his status as a celestial dragon restricts him. Sengoku paused, momentarily forgetting that this was an unspoken secret. Give me 2 more minutes. So, who will the respective worlds send for the 10th battle? Let me take part, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akainu volunteered eagerly. Sengoku regarded Akainu with a glance, fully confident in his capabilities. After all, Akainu was the man who had nearly obliterated half of Whitebeard's face, the most formidable of the original 3 admirals. Very well, Sakazuki, but remember, you must win, not lose. We cannot afford to lose face for the Navy, Sengoku stated solemnly. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akainu replied with unwavering determination, adjusting his hat. Allow me to take on the challenge, esteemed champion. Akainu shouted towards the grand screen, exuding an aura of masculinity, truly a soldier of iron and blood. Very well, Mr. Akainu. For the 10th battle, the representative from the pirate world is Admiral Sakazuki Akainu. Now, who shall respond from the Naruto world? Outside of Konoha village. No way, you can't be. Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment at the newcomer. Aren't you the first Hokage? Jiraiya's shocking words left everyone stunned, for the first Hokage had been deceased for decades. I apologize. Haha. Hashirama Senju sheepishly scratched his head. I was resurrected by the esteemed champion through Edo Tensei. Is such a thing possible? Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Tsunade had just arrived in Konoha and was met with a breathtaking sight. It's little Tsunade. She has grown so much. Hashirama Senju was momentarily dazzled by the 2 orbs in front of Tsunade. Chapter 58, The Birth of the Shinju. I remember you as just a little brat who only knew how to gamble. Haha. Hashirama bashfully scratched his head. Grandfather, do you truly intend to step forward? Tsunade puffed out her cheeks, playfully displaying her ample assets. She only acted this way in front of her grandfather. In the presence of others, she maintained an air of regality. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm talking about you. Of course. The esteemed champion summoned me through Edo Tensei for the purpose of battle. Hashirama laughed heartily. That is his nature, so carefree and unreserved. Now then, Tsunade, are you still unaware of the first Hokage's prowess? In the entire ninja world, there is no one who can rival him. Even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara was defeated by him. Jiraiya proudly proclaimed. Very well then. Tsunade pouted. I really want to give him a kiss. Very well, everyone. Await my return. Senju Hashirama gestured with a sign of triumph. Lord Champion, I shall represent the world of Hokage. Oh, could it be the legendary god of ninjas? How intriguing. Then, for the 10th battle. The representative from the Hokage world is the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Whoosh. Following a flash of light, these two elite contestants from their respective realms were transported to a virtual space. The random scene generated is the Marine headquarters in the world of One Piece. Engaging in battle at the headquarters. This is assured, thought the warrior with a sly grin. Under the blazing sun, a half-moon-shaped structure loomed, with numerous Navy warships docked in the harbor. Upon the grand edifice, a colossal flag symbolizing justice fluttered proudly. This is the sanctum of the Navy, Marine Fort. A massive silhouette cast a shadow against the sun, adorned with a cape emblazoned with the fiery words of justice, radiating with brilliance. Clad in a crimson suit, the soldier's hat was pulled low, obscuring his eyes. A cherry blossom emblem on his chest perhaps represented his homeland, symbolizing tenacity and an indomitable spirit. He wore black leather shoes and gloves, with tattoos subtly visible at the collar. This is the Marine Admiral, Sakazuki, also known as Akainu. Roar. To dare engage me in combat, you possess remarkable courage. Akainu proclaimed in a gravelly voice, his tone calm yet concealing depths of power. Opposite Akainu stood a figure clad in red ninja armor, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. The ninja, resembling an ordinary passerby, is none other than the god of ninjas. Senju Hashirama. Wow, you are remarkably tall. Hashirama remarked with a blank stare, as if jesting. In fact, Hashirama stands at 185 centimeters, while Akainu towers close to 3 meters. I do not care what kind of Hokage you are. I represent the Navy. More importantly, I embody justice. Therefore, I cannot possibly lose, Akainu said, slightly raising his head. He had been speaking with his hat pulled low. Justice, you say? To me, safeguarding the village is justice. Since you wish to avoid idle chatter, I shall oblige you. Huh. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. With a clap of his hands, Hashirama's eyes instantly transformed into a vivid crimson. Do not be deceived by Hashirama's seemingly foolish exterior. Crack, crack. The hard concrete floor of Marine Ford was abruptly breached by emerging tree roots, sprouting clusters of saplings. Akainu furrowed his brow. It is known that the concrete of Marine Ford is exceptionally solid. What immense power would be required to penetrate it? Whoosh. In but an instant, the saplings grew wildly, reaching lengths of over 10 meters, twisting and turning. Whiz. Crack. The elongated vines, akin to tentacles, surged toward Akainu, ensnaring him. Crack. Several robust vines ensnared Akainu tightly, rendering him immobile. Showcasing an astonishing display of strength, Sengoku gazed wide-eyed at the screen, while a man with flowers adorning his head sat in the corner, his lips twitching involuntarily. How is it that this individual possesses a power akin to mine? Senju Hashirama tightened his control over the vines, remaining silent, resembling a relentless machine of slaughter. How intriguing. Akainu remarked, seemingly unfazed. It is worth noting that had an ordinary person been ensnared by such vines, they would have long been gasping for breath, perhaps even coughing up blood. Yet, Akainu conversed with ease, illustrating the formidable resilience of his physique. Moments later, he bowed his head, his eyes shrouded in shadow. Gurgle. Gurgle. A torrent of scalding magma coursed through Akainu's body, a testament to the power of the magma fruit. Crack. The searing magma melted the vines effortlessly, causing the robust tendrils to snap. Gurgle. Gurgle. Free from the vines, Akainu stood poised, the magma on his body flickering between shades of crimson. I am a magma man, having consumed the magma fruit. It seems you possess the ability to manipulate trees, do you not? Akainu stated in a husky voice. One must commend Akainu's combat intellect. Many harbor misconceptions about him. His intelligence is remarkably high, encompassing not only his cognitive abilities but also his tactical acumen in battle. Yet, Senju Hashirama chose to disregard Akainu's words. Instead, With a resounding force, the branches and vines surged forth once more, growing wildly until they obscured the heavens and shrouded the two individuals completely. Not even the sun could be seen. How terrifying! The yellow ape revealed a lewd grin, mocking the situation. Yet, he was not genuinely afraid. It was merely a habitual phrase of his, much like his feigned fear of Beckman. Wow, grandfather's charisma remains undiminished, Tsunade exclaimed, cupping her face with excitement. The two orbs in front of her trembled. Ah, indeed. The first generation's presence is truly unmatched. Tsunade, you are absolutely correct. Jiraiya, blood streaming from his nose, followed the movements of Tsunade's two glowing orbs with his eyes, nearly drooling in awe. Roar. Quite impressive. You managed to create a miniature forest in an instant. No wonder you dare to challenge an old man like me. At this moment, Akainu finally raised his head, revealing his eyes, fierce like those of a rabid dog. A fitting reason for his code name, Akainu. Ah, thank you for your compliments. Hashirama Senju bashfully scratched his head and burst into laughter. Chapter 59. Great Fire Breath. Is this individual truly the extent of their capabilities? Kisame remarked insidiously. No. This individual is remarkably strong. Pain stated. His gaze fixed on the screen, devoid of any emotion. Humph. I am not here to praise you. Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly, a torrent of magma erupted from Akainu's right arm, enveloping it completely. Oh. You now find yourself within my tree realm's birth barrier. What shall you do now? Senju Hashirama remarked nonchalantly. A barrier? Is it merely these wretched wooden structures? Oh. A grand inferno. Gurgle. Gurgle. Here it comes. Akainu's right hand transformed into a colossal magma fist, crashing down upon the serpentine vines. Crack. Crack. Countless massive vines were instantly obliterated by this magma fist. Boom. A small forest collapsed with a resounding crash. Such a barrier cannot confine me. Akainu lowered his magma fist, from which molten droplets continued to drip. Each drop that struck the ground seared a small hole into the earth. What is that steaming substance emanating from you? Senju Hashirama inquired, tilting his head. Entirely unfazed by Akainu's assault. Spare me your idle chatter. Should you fail to take this seriously, I shall end you. Akainu retorted fiercely. To exert one's full strength is to show respect to one's opponent. Haha. No need to rush. Senju Hashirama waved his hand and laughed heartily. Then, abruptly adopting a serious demeanor, his eyes turned crimson as he formed a tiger seal. Jinjutsu, technique of the dark passage. Whoosh. As the voice of Senju Hashirama echoed, the previously bright and clear Marineford was suddenly shrouded as if by a dark veil, transforming into an abyss where one could not see their own hand. Akainu furrowed his brow. At this moment, the audience could see only Akainu's silhouette on the screen. The rest engulfed in darkness. What is happening? Sengoku inquired with confusion. Why has it suddenly turned into night? Oh dear. How terrifying. Thankfully, I am not battling this individual, Kizaru remarked with a smirk. Meanwhile, Akiji remained composed, silently observing the unfolding events. Do not attempt any tricks. I shall not fear the darkness. Clad in justice, there is light wherever I stand. Akainu proclaimed loudly. Suddenly, an attack emerged from the darkness, striking Akainu's body. Uft. Two blows landed on him, yet no blood was shed as anticipated. Humph. So you dare to play such petty tricks with me? Akainu sneered cunningly. It is known that the admirals possess top-tier observation haki. Akainu had already foreseen Hashirama's assault, utilizing elemental transformation in advance. This is the advantage of a Logia-type fruit. Against someone like you, devoid of haki. Hee. Akainu revealed a devious smile. Truly admirable. My idol, Sakazuki-sama. When shall I attain strength akin to yours? The man adorned with flowers atop his head, lurking in the shadows, finally revealed his face. It was none other than the formidable General Green Bull. I must admit, I underestimated you. Whoosh. In an instant, Senju Hashirama engaged in the dark technique. The scene reverted to its original state. Why did my attack prove ineffective against you? Senju Hashirama inquired earnestly, met only with the silence of Akainu. Furthermore, Akainu had already elucidated this matter to him once before. Jiraiya, why is it that grandfather's attack cannot inflict harm upon that individual? Tsunade pouted, her vibrant lips directed towards Jiraiya. I am at a loss as well. Jiraiya too found himself perplexed by Akainu's elemental transformation. Make your move swiftly. I have grown impatient. Akainu coldly addressed Senju Hashirama. Oh, am I being underestimated? Once, aside from Madara, I was invincible throughout the shinobi world. revered as the god of ninjas. To be derided by such an outsider now? At 53, Akainu was indeed but a youth compared to the over 70-year-old Shinja Hashirama. Is that so? The impetuosity of youth can be quite detrimental. Roar! Shinja Hashirama bellowed. A powerful aura erupted forth, the presence of the first Hokage, the god of ninjas. It swept through the air, lifting the leaves from the ground. The fierce aura directly impacted Akainu's face. Akainu found himself slightly breathless under the pressure. Cough, cough. After Shinja Hashirama ceased his exertion, Akainu violently coughed a few times. Ahaha. I merely wished to impart a lesson to the youth. There was no other intention. Upon finishing his words, Shinja Hashirama reverted to his boisterous demeanor, awkwardly scratching his head. What a peculiar individual. Akainu silently scoffed to himself. Oh dear. How terrifying. I must hastily find a place to hide. Kizaru observed the scene, his eyes and mouth slightly agape. Yet, it was uncertain whether he truly felt astonished, as all of Kizaru's expressions appeared far too flippant, making it difficult to discern his genuine thoughts. Indeed, it was quite fearsome. At that moment, Akiji also expressed a similar sentiment. Such an astonishing pressure. After turning around, Akainu's expression darkened. He removed his naval cap and donned it once more. However, justice will prevail. No matter how powerful you are, it will make no difference. And I shall only grow stronger than you. Akainu puffed out his chest, as if preparing for a serious confrontation. Ha ha ha. Following a hearty laugh, Shinja Hashirama unleashed another wave of astonishing energy. Yet this time, Akainu remained unfazed, swiftly blocking the aura with both hands. Shinja Hashirama ceased his onslaught, his visage darkening with a solemn countenance. These two individuals truly seem evenly matched. At the Marine headquarters, a discerning third-class soldier suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, only to be swiftly silenced by Sengoku's piercing gaze. Yet, those present were not oblivious. Even a mere third-class soldier could discern that these two combatants were neck and neck. How could the others fail to recognize it? Chapter 60. The Gate of the Divine Mind Youngster. I am about to get serious. Shinja Hashirama clenched his fists, adopting a ninja stance as he charged forward. Unfathomably reckless, Akainu remained steadfast in his position. As a user of the magma fruit, he was impervious to attacks lacking haki. Bang! Shinja Hashirama's fist collided forcefully with Akainu's body. Contrary to expectations, Akainu's physical form did not transform into magma to engulf Hashirama's strike. Instead, he was sent flying by the sheer impact, blood spewing from his mouth. What is happening here? Sengoku inquired, perplexed. This is indeed rather peculiar. Akiji concurred. How could someone without haki strike a Logia user? How did you manage that? Akainu sat on the ground, clutching his abdomen, gazing incredulously at Shinja Hashirama. It was not merely the fact that Hashirama could land a blow on him. The punch to his midsection felt nothing short of a collision with a massive truck. One must understand, how could an ordinary person's punch possibly breach Akainu's defenses? Even the formidable Akainu would not underestimate Sakura's immense strength. Initially, I merely intended to test my abilities. To my astonishment, I succeeded. Hashirama awkwardly scratched his head. The Senju clan inherently possesses a physique of extraordinary strength, capable of effortlessly shattering a massive tree. My power is, in fact, the most potent among my kin. Just now, I infused my chakra into my fist. I never imagined it would actually connect. Indeed, Akainu is well aware that from the very beginning, an overwhelming primal force surged within Hashirama. No wonder he is my grandfather. My strength pales in comparison to his greatness. Tsunade enthusiastically praised her grandfather. Naturally, for her, such strength is the cornerstone of her offensive tactics, while for Hashirama, it is merely a standard attack. Fascinating. Truly captivating. Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and effortlessly rose to his feet. Your physique is quite formidable as well. Hashirama was not oblivious to this fact. One must recognize that if an ordinary person were to endure such a blow, they would not survive even with 9 lives. Yet, Akainu merely spat out a bit of blood, appearing utterly unfazed. Suddenly, Hashirama drew a sword from his side. Did you expect this? Hashirama is also a master swordsman. Haha. I never anticipated you wielded a sword as well, Akainu chuckled hoarsely. It has been ages since I last wielded a sword. One must understand that Akainu was a master swordsman from a young age. But after acquiring the magma fruit, he forsook the blade. Whoosh. Akainu's right hand ignited with searing magma. Come forth. Let me test your swordsmanship. Shinja Hashirama suddenly summoned his strength and lunged towards Akainu. Instantaneous technique. With a swift sound, I, Shinja Hashirama, Found myself behind Akainu in an instant. Too naive. Whoosh. Akainu's right hand spread open, revealing a blazing inferno of magma. Ting. He effortlessly blocked the blade thrust at him from behind. What is this? Do you have eyes on your back? Senju Hashirama inquired. Perplexed. Akainu merely smiled in silence. Very well. It seems I must resort to that technique. Senju Hashirama leapt back, discarding his blade. Whatever you employ is futile. Akainu's right hand erupted with bubbling waves of intense heat. I used this technique to protect everyone at that time. Huh. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. Sage technique. Entering sage mode. Whoosh. Instantly, several red markings appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. Oh my, you've transformed into a fearsome visage. Akainu scoffed. You shall pay for your actions. Senju Hashirama's eyes widened fiercely, the aura of a sage radiating. You have indeed grown stronger. Akainu squinted slightly. The sound echoed ominously as Senju Hashirama pressed his palms together, and from behind him, a humanoid figure made of trees emerged. Would release. Would clone technique. The tree that had split apart transformed into a replica of Senju Hashirama himself. I have no fondness for flashy techniques, he remarked with a hint of disdain. Suddenly, Akainu unleashed a colossal magma fist, crashing down with tremendous force and obliterating all of Hashirama's wooden clones. Such formidable power, Hashirama stated calmly. There is no need for idle chatter. Just understand that justice is invincible. Akainu's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Then, how will you counter this? He inquired. Sage art, gate of the divine. With a swift hand sign, a massive red gate descended from the heavens. Thud. It landed squarely upon Akainu. The weight of this red gate was no less than several thousand pounds, crashing down upon him while infused with Hashirama's sage chakra seal. Blood erupted from Akainu, rendering him immobilized. Gasping for breath, Akainu struggled against the oppressive weight of the divine gate. Yet it felt as if the mountain of the Buddha himself had pinned him down. This is the first time I've seen Sakazuki in such a predicament. Kizaru remarked with rare seriousness. He too seemed to recognize the extraordinary strength of the opponent before them. This person's power is likely beyond both of us. Akiji stated coldly. Truly, he is a man capable of conquering even the tamed Ninetales. Jiraiya marveled. Indeed, I fear I too cannot overcome the first Hokage. Side Might Guy, unusually humbled. Thus, the question arises, can 8 Gates Guy surpass the first Hokage? I did not wish to be so cruel to you. However, you are undeniably a formidable man. What a pity. Senju Hashirama gazed down upon Akainu, who was pinned beneath the might of the divine gate. Bloodied and battered, his face a canvas of crimson. Drops of blood fell steadily from his wounded form. What a true warrior. Hashirama mused. It is crucial to remember that at the end of the day, Akainu is merely a mortal body. What immense suffering must he endure? What are you so pleased about? I have yet to concede defeat. Justice can never falter. Chapter 61. Meteoric Volcano. Akainu struggled to raise his head. His visage marred by blood, reminiscent of a valiant warrior amidst the battlefield. Lava surged relentlessly over his body, engulfing his face. With a roar, Akainu's veins bulged as the lava writhed upon him, gradually breaking free from the restraints of the divine gate. Such tenacity, Hashirama exclaimed in admiration. Such astonishing perseverance is truly extraordinary. Remarkably resilient. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the first Hokage's divine gate can momentarily seal the movements of even the Ten-Tails. Jiraiya looked on in trepidation at the large screen. What an extraordinary battle. If it were someone else, I would have let them go. But for you, I truly wish to witness the extent of your limits. What will you do next? Drink. Senju Hashirama formed a series of seals and bellowed. Whoosh. Bang. From the sky descended another crimson gate, crashing heavily upon Akainu. Alas, just as one gate had yet to detach, another descended. Akainu was forcefully pressed down, his waist sinking into the ground, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The blood merged with the molten lava on his body, rendering them indistinguishable. It appears this is your limit. Senju Hashirama remarked calmly, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. Indeed, decades ago, only Madara could be considered his true rival. After defeating Madara, he found himself devoid of challengers. How lonely it must be at such heights. Did the undefeated also feel solitude once bereft of opponents? The members of the Marine headquarters were enveloped in a profound silence, each harboring their own thoughts as they gazed at the screen. What musings occupied their minds? The somewhat lewd yet seemingly earnest Kizaru, the contemplative Akiji, Sengoku, fixated on the large screen with beads of cold sweat upon his brow, and Garp, who continued to munch on sabe. And then, my limits? Does Akainu even have limits? Despite the immense pressure that forced his entire being into the earth, Akainu tenaciously extended a colossal magma arm, managing to prop open the twin gates of Myojin. That's more like it. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Hashirama Senju exclaimed with hearty laughter, resembling a maniac solely devoted to battle. Yet, he had encountered a kindred spirit in the form of a battle-obsessed adversary. Crack. With a forceful grip, Akainu crushed the Myojin gates with his magma arm. Precisely. Come forth and exhibit your might. A fervent desire for combat blazed within Hashirama's eyes. Only a true powerhouse was worthy of contending with the god of shinobi. Whoosh. Akainu transformed into a torrent of magma, having already melted a significant portion of the ground. Subsequently, he materialized into a humanoid form, standing tall with crimson magma billowing from his arms, akin to a scalding hot spring, enveloped by thick fumes. Make your move. Akainu. Sengoku suddenly roared at the screen. Akainu abruptly lifted his face, stained crimson with blood. Meteor volcano. Swoosh. 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 Akainu launched a series of magma fists into the sky. Rumble. 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 Moments later, the magma fists expanded exponentially in the heavens. Dozens of massive magma fists formed a meteor shower, descending directly upon Hashirama Senju. Impressive. I acknowledge your strength. Let us engage in battle, exclaimed Senju Hashirama with a hearty laugh as he clapped his hands together. A colossal wooden figure, towering several dozen meters high, was summoned forth. Thud. 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 The gigantic wooden construct spread its arms wide, shielding Hashirama from harm. The fiery fist of the volcanic eruption rained down upon the wooden giant, creating a gaping hole that pierced through it, causing it to topple. Yet, the first Hokage remained utterly unscathed. Such remarkable power! Hashirama exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Akainu was gasping for breath, blood dripping profusely from his wounds, his body battered and bruised. To the untrained eye, he should have crumpled to the ground by now. Nevertheless, he stood resolute, facing the most formidable beast of the Senju clan like a true warrior. Do not stop. I am not yet finished, he roared. Now it is my turn. Would release. Would dragon technique? With a swift motion, Hashirama conjured a wooden dragon, stretching over 10 meters in length, hurling it towards Akainu. To Hashirama, this confrontation seemed almost playful, yet each of his movements was lethal. I will not fall, Akainu declared fiercely, unleashing a molten attack reminiscent of a ferocious canine, countering the advancing wooden dragon. Boom. The clash of the canine assault against the wooden dragon melted its head away. However, how could a mere attack from the canine-toothed red lotus possibly counter the wood dragon technique of the Sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama? The remaining body of the wood dragon pierced through Akainu's form, bringing an end to the confrontation. Tsunade exclaimed with excitement. How naive. You are indeed lacking in every aspect except for your ample bosom, Jiraiya reprimanded. Was this a scolding or a compliment? Nevertheless, the outcome was that Tsunade gave Jiraiya a thorough beating. Yet, it was evident that Jiraiya welcomed this, desiring to be bested by a queen such as her. Gurgle. Gurgle. The wood dragon technique left a massive hole through Akainu's body, yet he did not collapse. He lowered his head and staggered forward, the gaping wound gradually sealing itself with magma, resembling the head of a vicious hound. I have never encountered anyone as tenacious as you, Senju Hashirama exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Facing an opponent like you fills me with immense excitement. To honor you, I shall employ all my knowledge to defeat you. Stars sparkled in Hashirama's eyes. Surely, the first Hokage would not. Kakashi gazed at Jiraiya in astonishment. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. You heard correctly, it is that technique. When gods block, gods shall perish. When Buddhas block, Buddhas shall perish. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Akainu felt an inexplicable chill run down his neck. Why did it evoke such a familiar sensation? The memory of being struck to the depths of the earth by the furious Whitebeard remained vivid in his mind. Chapter 62. The Ascension to Enlightenment. Why do I tremble involuntarily? Akainu gazes doubtfully at his quaking legs. What precisely is this individual referring to with his lifelong studies? No. I must take the initiative. A torrent of flames. With a fierce roar, Akainu unleashes a massive inferno. Whoosh. Senju Hashirama produces a large white scroll from seemingly nowhere, securing it upon his back. Crack. He bites into his own fingertip. Snap. In an instant, Hashirama slams his palm against the ground. The fivefold gate of resurrection. Boom. 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 From the earth, 5 colossal doors, adorned with vivid depictions reminiscent of the King of Hell, emerge in an array of red, blue, and green hues. This is the pinnacle of Senju Hashirama's defense, the fivefold gate of resurrection. The torrent of flames obliterates 2 of the doors, while the third sustains only minor damage before coming to a halt. Such formidable defense, Orochimaru exclaims in astonishment. It is worth noting that Orochimaru is also capable of utilizing the Gate of Resurrection, albeit limited to the threefold variant. To think there exists such a technique. Akainu grits his teeth, watching his fiery assault thwarted. Clearly, ranged attacks are utterly ineffective against Senju Hashirama. Moreover, the chakra possessed by this opponent is simply astounding. It seems inexhaustible. Little did Akainu realize that he had expended merely a fraction of Hashirama's vast chakra reserves through the multitude of jutsu he had employed. Your performance has become rather lackluster. I intend to conclude this battle, Senju Hashirama states calmly. Until now, he has scarcely sustained any substantial injuries. In stark contrast, Akainu is battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight. Sakazuki cannot afford to lose. Sengoku hesitantly inquired of Kizaru. After all, Kizaru and Akainu are comrades of the same generation, and he should possess a keen understanding of Akainu's prowess. Yet, Kizaru remained silent, calmly observing the screen, merely pausing his coffee-drinking action. What? Akainu instinctively took a step back, sensing that Hashirama Senju was about to unleash something monumental. Hashirama quietly closed his eyes, palms pressed together. Witnessed the miracle. Ting. Then suddenly opened his eyes, a crimson mark vividly appearing on his face. Sage art. Would release. True thousand hands. Drink. Hashirama clasped his hands tightly, his aura swirling like a tempest, causing his long hair to billow wildly. A colossal tree Buddha, towering over 100 meters, erupted from the ground. This tree Buddha sat majestically in the center. Behind it sprouting thousands of hands, resembling the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. What is this? Akainu continued to retreat, as if attempting to escape this monstrous entity. He sensed an overwhelming peril. How magnificent! Jiraiya marveled from below. There is no escaping now. Meet your demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The thousand hands of the tree Buddha clenched into fists and crashed down upon Akainu. Yamaro! Akainu began to flee frantically. Yet, how could one possibly outrun the thousand hands of the great Buddha? Thus, Akainu ascended into the air, propelled by a jet of magma, achieving a fleeting flight. But was it of any avail? The transformation into the Buddha commenced. Whoosh. Thousands of fists, formed from myriad arms, surged towards the fleeing Akainu. Boom. 100 strikes landed squarely upon him, driving him forcefully into the ground. At that moment, Akainu was utterly immobilized, resembling a lost dog, sprawled upon the earth. He turned his gaze, wide-eyed, towards the remaining onslaught of thousands of Buddha fists descending upon him. How infuriating! Though his lower body morphed into a torrent of magma, rendering him unable to move, he still sought refuge behind the magma fist to evade the Buddha's assault. But was this effective? Bang, bang, bang. The relentless fists of the great Buddha mercilessly drove Akainu deeper into the earth. With each blow, torrents of blood erupted from his body. It was a scene of utter devastation. Ah! Akainu cried out in anguish. Each fist was no less formidable than the blows dealt by Whitebeard. It was akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Truly, utterly terrifying. Usopp, witnessing this harrowing spectacle, was left in a state of shock. Though he was a pirate and his adversary a marine, one could not help but feel a pang of dread upon witnessing such a grim fate. Bang, bang, bang. Countless Buddha fists continued to rain down. Akainu's blood pooled in great splatters, staining the ground for dozens of meters in every direction. Gradually, silence fell. Following the final strike, the great Buddha's essence detached from the lotus seat, soaring forth to deliver a powerful punch to Akainu. With a muffled grunt, Akainu was thoroughly driven into the depths of the earth, creating a massive crater with a radius of several dozen meters. Ah, the task completed. Senju Hashirama seemed to exhale in relief, akin to a worker clocking out for the day. It appears that this endeavor required no effort on your part. It merely consumed your chakra. This cannot be possible. Sengoku, with his long, dangling nose, stared incredulously at the screen, his glasses nearly bursting under the strain of his widened eyes. Although he was separated by distance, he could already feel the terrifying power of the being known as Senju Hashirama. Yet, he had dispatched the most exceptional navy of the Marine headquarters, the mightiest Admiral Akainu. Surely, this could not be the outcome. How could Akainu possibly lose? Hold on, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, the previously silent Akiji suddenly pulled Sengoku back, his gaze resolute as he spoke. However, nothing transpired on the screen. Apart from the thick smoke billowing from the Buddha's transformation, there was nothing but an eerie silence. Wow, grandfather, this is simply astounding. I want to learn such formidable techniques. Tsunade gazed enviously at the heroic figure of Senju Hashirama on the screen. With her competitive spirit as the fifth Hokage, she recognized the necessity for greater strength to protect her village. During the battle against Pain, it was her lack of power that led to the sacrifice of so many lives. Enough. Why must you, a girl, be so formidable? Jiraiya remarked with a hint of exasperation. Naturally, his retort earned him a merciless reprimand from Tsunade, yet he provoked her intentionally, as one might expect. You are a worthy adversary. I shall remember you. You understand. I, Hashirama Senju, do not easily forget a rival. With that, Hashirama descended from the colossal Buddha and slowly approached the vast crater where Akainu lay buried. He gazed intently into the abyss, and suddenly, a faint crimson light began to emanate from within it. Chapter 63. The Hellhound. As the red light intensified, so too did the heat, enveloping Hashirama in a scorching embrace that rendered him unable to open his eyes. What is happening? Why has grandfather ceased to move? Speak up. Jiraiya, Tsunade implored, relentlessly striking Jiraiya. I am at a loss. Please, cease your assault. Your strength rivals that of your grandfather. Jiraiya winced in pain. Could it be? The Warring States period suddenly leaned closer to the screen, while Kizaru widened his eyes, seemingly anticipating the unfolding events. Crack, crack. The ground surrounding the crater shattered abruptly. Boom. A surge of explosive magma erupted from the pit, billowing forth a torrent of searing heat. This is impossible. From the narrow slits of his eyes, Senju Hashirama beheld a staggering spectacle. Gurgle, gurgle. Did you truly believe that I would perish so easily? Are you not aware that justice is invincible? I am the embodiment of justice. The molten lava morphed back into the form of Akainu, his body ravaged and grotesque, blood mingling with magma. Blood streamed from his lips, his eyes, all drenched in crimson. In such a dire state, he still clung to life, standing resolutely as magma enveloped him, emanating waves of scorching flames. Do not underestimate justice. Behold, Hellhound. The lava cascaded onto Akainu's hands, transforming into claws of molten rock. With astonishing speed, he lunged at Senju Hashirama, becoming a manifestation of magma. With a swift strike, he pierced through Hashirama's chest. This is impossible. Impossible. Even as he was impaled, Hashirama remained in shock, gazing at the entity before him, neither fully human nor ghostly. Is this still a human being? A colossal Buddha descended from above, striking Akainu with unwavering force. Even Madara's formidable Susanoo, enveloping the Nine Tails, could not withstand the might of the Buddha's blow. This man endured it all. He did not die. Indeed, he did not perish. Remember this. I am Sakazuki. Akainu. Akainu transformed into the fierce spirit of hell, forcefully embedding the Hellhound deep within Senju Hashirama's being. It is essential to understand that in the realm of Naruto, the concept of observation haki does not exist. Akainu wields his claws for assault, rather than his fists, responding with remarkable swiftness to deliver strikes. Even in a moment of fury, when Whitebeard attempted a surprise attack on Akainu, the latter was able to utilize his magma dog to obliterate half of Whitebeard's skull. Such is the suddenness of the encounter. With his visage smeared in blood, Akainu gazed at Hashirama Senju, and with a fierce grip, he struck. In the blink of an eye, a gaping hole appeared in Hashirama's chest. It is crucial to note that at this juncture, Hashirama was in his reanimated state, and the battle prior was fought by the reanimated Hashirama, not the peak of his living prowess. Thus, his body was exceedingly fragile. This blow shattered his reanimated form entirely. Crack, crack. The body of the reanimated Hashirama disintegrated like dust. A close-up reveals Hashirama's mouth agape in disbelief, as he witnessed Akainu still standing despite the onslaught. Perhaps he found himself in another realm, unable to comprehend the existence of such an indomitable foe. Ha ha ha. At last, I have upheld justice. Akainu laughed maniacally. Arms outstretched, only to topple backward as if severed from a thread, silenced. Indeed, this was the fleeting moment of glory brought forth by his magma dog. In reality, his body had reached its limit. Terrifying. Sakura, upon witnessing Akainu's fearsome demeanor, plummeted to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. A man, bloodied yet resolutely fighting? Who could withstand such might? Who among those present did not recognize the oppressive power of the first Hokage? To think that he could contend with the first Hokage, it's simply unimaginable. Jiraiya gazed at the screen, panting for breath. Kakashi, too, was astonished beyond words. The victor is decided. Both combatants are incapacitated. I hereby declare the 10th battle a draw. The current score between the pirate world and the ninja world stands at 4-7. Gulp. Garp swallowed hard, taken aback by the outcome. Good heavens, Sakazuki is formidable. I'm fortunate that Sengoku restrained me during the Paramount War. I even boasted about killing Akainu. It seems I would have been the jester. Huff. Akiji watched the battle to its conclusion with a hint of trepidation, exhaling a frosty breath. Although he and Akainu had once clashed for 10 days and nights to vie for the position of Fleet Admiral, they were, at heart, comrades. Moreover, Akainu had shown leniency towards him in the end. He hoped Akainu would not be defeated. Kizaru, on the other hand, remained composed. It seemed he had never doubted Akainu's chances of success. Luffy, did you see that? Stammered Usopp. That man seems to be the one who nearly killed you during the Paramount War. Silence, Usopp. Zoro interjected before Usopp could finish his sentence. Despite his admiration for Akainu's combat prowess and resilience, words detrimental to their captain were not to be uttered within the crew. Given that the match ended in a draw, no rewards will be issued, due to Shinja Hashirama's body being reanimated by the impure world reincarnation. He will not return to the original world after perishing in the virtual realm. In contrast, Akainu was transported back to the pirate world, specifically to Marineford. Idol, you must awaken swiftly. Green Bull was the first to eagerly approach. Following the recent battle, his resolve to regard Akainu as his idol and to follow him intensified. What are you shouting about, Green Bull? Akainu shot him a glare. Idol, you. Green Bull's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Akainu. Akiji and Kizaru exchanged incredulous glances. Garp and Sengoku were left speechless, their mouths agape. It is important to note that although Akainu returned unharmed from the virtual space, his memories remained intact. This meant that after enduring what could be described as the most terrifying battle, he required not a moment's respite before regaining consciousness. Even someone as resilient as Zoro succumbed to unconsciousness after a battle before awakening. The sheer willpower exhibited was nothing short of extraordinary. Whether being struck on the head or the ribs by Whitebeard's devastating blow, or being mercilessly pummeled by Shinja Hashirama's thousands of fists, Akainu remained utterly silent throughout. Chapter 64. Akiji vs. Shinja Tobirama. Akiji coldly gazed at the screen, as if deep in thought. The 11th battle is about to commence. Who will the pirate world send to participate? At Marine headquarters, all eyes were fixated on Akiji. Indeed, as the counterpart to the formidable Akainu, Akiji undoubtedly stands as the most fitting candidate for the forthcoming battle. Oh, how delightful. It appears I should stretch my limbs a bit. Akiji languidly removed his green eye patch, having been away from combat for so long that saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth. Akiji's elongated form rose from the seat designated for admirals. He stretched with a yawn, seemingly indifferent to all around him. Kazan, this battle is indeed most suited for you, but do remember to uphold the dignity of the Navy headquarters. Sengoku approached, pondering for a moment before offering his counsel. Though Sengoku adheres to a hawkish political stance, which contrasts with Akiji's demeanor. It is noteworthy that while the fleet admiral recommended Akainu, he also endorsed Akiji. Be cautious, Kazan. Do not let your mentor down. Carp also stepped forward, gazing at Akiji with an expression of righteousness. Akiji is Carp's foremost disciple, having inherited his iron fist. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Akainu observed Akiji silently. This did not imply a lack of concern, but rather a profound confidence in Akiji's prowess. He is a man capable of battling Akainu for 10 days and nights, leaving behind everlasting frostbite. The closest one can come to invincibility. Let me take a moment to stretch, dear champion. Oh, could it be the most gentle and kind Kazan? No problem. The 11th battle in the pirate world features the Naval Admiral Akiji. It is truly him. On board the Thousand Sunny, Robin's expression reflected astonishment. The scene of Akiji's massacre order, cleansing Punk Hazard, was still vivid in her mind. Moreover, Robin undoubtedly regarded the Admiral as the pinnacle of the world government's combat strength. Drake laughed heartily. Akiji, what exactly do you intend to do? Doflamingo grinned while observing the languid figure on the screen. Many believe Doflamingo possesses the capability to contend with Akiji. What are your thoughts? On Hive Island, the atmosphere was filled with raucous laughter. Akiji, join us. Become my captain of the 10th Division, and let us rule the world together. The newly appointed Yonko, Blackbeard, raised his goblet, reveling alongside Shiryu of the Rain. In the new world, at the Navy branch, Akiji, you had best remain true to your convictions, for I shall personally ensure your demise if you stray. Smoker, with 6 cigars clenched in his mouth, was shrouded in a haze of smoke. He could truly smoke. I suspect that after Akainu ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, he learned the habit from Smoker. So, who will be dispatched from the Naruto world to engage in battle? Outside of Konoha village, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, after witnessing the strength of the opposing admiral, everyone was compelled to acknowledge the reality. The earlier admiral, Akainu, had fought to a stalemate against the god of ninja from their world. And now, another admiral appears. How shall they confront this? There can only be one god of ninja. To my astonishment, the opponent was able to draw with my elder brother. Truly remarkable. A cold yet resonant voice echoed through the air. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source. Are you not the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the newcomer. Ah, are you not my second uncle? Could it be that you also? Indeed. It is true. I have been summoned by the esteemed lord of the arena through the reanimation jutsu to partake in this battle. Senju Tobarama pretended to clear his throat solemnly. It should be perfectly acceptable for Tsunade to refer to him as second uncle, right? That is splendid. We happen to be in need of a suitable combatant. Kakashi quickly interjected. Let us not speak of the double Kimui Kakashi. This is merely the Kakashi from the early days of Shippuden. Very well then, esteemed lord of the arena. I am prepared. Senju Tobarama stated coolly. The personalities of these two brothers are indeed vastly different. Hashirama is characterized by his cheerful disposition, while Tobarama is notably more aloof. Good luck, second uncle. Tsunade offered a slight encouragement to Tobarama. However, he paid her no heed. Not everyone is driven by carnal desires. Thus, the participant for the 11th battle in the world of Hokage is the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Whoosh. After a flash of white light, both individuals were transported to the virtual arena. However, Akiji had fallen asleep while waiting due to the tedium, donning his eye mask just before being teleported. He was merely standing while asleep. A random scene generated on the rooftop of the Chunin examination. The sun blazed down on the scorching rooftop, creating an ideal moment for slumber. A leaf fluttered above, casting the shadow of a tall man, accompanied by the sound of his heavy snoring. Akiji's height was an impressive 298 centimeters, marking him as a colossal figure even within the world of Naruto. Kid, are you here to amuse me? Opposite him stood a serious figure, arms crossed, with wild white hair. Clad in blue ninja battle armor and adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector, an elongated version that obscured his face. He bore a pair of crimson marks on his chin and cheeks. Even in the sweltering summer, he wore a fur-lined collar, leaving one to wonder whether it was genuine or synthetic. Did he not feel the heat? This was Tobarama Senju, the younger brother of the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju. At this moment, he gazed solemnly at the enormous man before him, who was blissfully asleep behind his eye mask. However, Tobarama refrained from commenting on his stature, as he preferred to avoid frivolous chatter. Is it dawn already? Akiji slowly removed his green eye mask, wiping away the drool that had pooled at the corner of his mouth. His elongated face, thick lips, and explosive hair complemented the yellow tie and white suit he wore. With his arms draped in a Navy admiral's cloak, this was Admiral Akiji, the embodiment of lethargic justice. Oh, who are you? Akiji bent forward, extending his neck to scrutinize the individual before him, seemingly oblivious to his identity. As the screen transitioned to the world of Naruto, Akiji had just drifted into slumber. You better not be feigning ignorance, lad. Otherwise, I shall make you truly acquainted with fear. Chapter 65, The Frozen Moment. Well, it seems you are indeed my adversary, Akiji stated as he straightened his posture. You must be tired of living, huh? Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Senju Tobarama, surging towards Akiji. Such formidable pressure. Akiji raised his hand to shield his face, yet his body remained utterly still. Not bad at all, lad. Senju Tobarama ceased his aura's outburst. It is worth noting that even the likes of Orochimaru would struggle to withstand the fluctuations of Senju Tobarama's power. Only the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, could match him. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Akiji replied while standing at ease, bowing respectfully to Senju Tobarama. Hey, we are in the midst of a battle. There is no need for such formality, Senju Tobarama remarked, his brow furrowing as he charged forward with determination. The second Hokage was indeed known for his volatile temperament. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Senju clan. Senju Tobarama was a true master of taijutsu, enhanced further by the innate bloodline abilities of the Senju clan. With a single punch, he shattered Akiji's entire form. Crack, crash. The sound that emerged was not the shattering of flesh, but rather the cracking of ice. Indeed, at the moment when Senju Tobarama's fist struck Akiji, the latter's body transformed into fragments of ice. With a resounding crack, it shattered into a plethora of icy shards, a chilling mist emanating forth. What? What has happened to your body? Senju Tobarama inquired, taking a step back. Oh dear, my body, you ask? Akiji replied nonchalantly. As the pieces of his frozen form gradually reassembled, coalescing into a corporeal structure of ice. If you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. In an instant. Akiji's form regained its original shape, the icy vapor swirling around him, while shards of ice lay scattered on the ground. This is the power of an admiral. Robin gazed at Akiji on the screen with a look of dread. Among the admirals, she harbored a unique fear of Akiji. The individual before her seemed to possess abilities akin to his. Astute as ever, Kakashi elucidated from below. I am a man of ice, having consumed the ice fruit. Speaking of which, your strength is truly formidable. Oh dear. Akiji slowly lifted his head, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Senju Tobarama narrowed his gaze slightly. With a sudden motion, Akiji approached a towering tree that extended to the rooftop. His height allowed him to effortlessly reach the branches with a mere tiptoe. Akiji gently exhaled upon the tree branch, summoning an ice blade that instantly materialized in his hand. Measuring over 1 meter in length. How intriguing. A wielder of ice abilities. Do you intend to use that against me? Senju Tobarama maintained his stance with arms crossed. Ah, how perceptive of you. Indeed, you are quite clever. Whoosh. Akiji charged forward, swinging the ice blade towards Senju Tobarama. Water release. Water formation wall. Senju Tobarama formed a tiger seal with a single finger. Gushing forth from his mouth was a copious amount of water, creating a protective barrier around him. Crack. Akiji's ice blade struck the water wall, producing a splash. How surprising. You are indeed a wielder of water abilities. This complicates matters. Akiji stepped back a few paces. Complicated? Young one. Now, you are truly in trouble. Water release. Water dragon bullet. With hands clasped together, Senju Tobarama exclaimed. The water, which had just served as a protective barrier, transformed into a colossal wave surging towards Akiji. Boom. The tidal wave crashed against Akiji. Yet, contrary to expectations, he did not appear to be utterly overwhelmed by the force. As the wave made contact with Akiji, it astonishingly solidified upon his abdomen. What a remarkable technique. Following this, the atmosphere turned frigid. Akiji abruptly raised his head to gaze at Hashirama Senju. Ice, time. The moment of freezing. Crack. Crack. An immense wave of water instantaneously transformed into ice, ultimately sculpting itself into a tidal ice sculpture. You little rascal. Quite impressive indeed. Hashirama Senju finally lowered his hands from his chest, signifying his acknowledgement of Akiji's prowess. Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air in response. Whoosh. Hashirama retrieved a shuriken from his armor. I had no intention of employing forbidden techniques, but it seems inevitable now. Shadow clone technique. Boom. In an instant, Hashirama summoned a clone identical to himself. A forbidden technique. That sounds intriguing. As Akiji spoke, he exhaled icy breath, half of his body encased in frost. Whoosh. One of the Hashiramas lunged at Akiji with astonishing speed. Body flicker technique. The swiftest fundamental ninjutsu of Konohagakure. No sooner had he spoken than Hashirama appeared before Akiji. How incredibly swift. With a sharp snap, Senju Tobarama forcefully drove his kunai into Akiji's body. Yet it felt as if it had pierced through ice. Embrace the cold. Suddenly, Akiji wrapped his arms around Senju Tobarama. His lower half transformed into solid ice. Snap, snap. Within mere seconds, Senju Tobarama had begun to morph into a lifelike ice sculpture. Fortunately, this was merely a clone. Had it been his true self, the consequences would have been dire. However, in the final moment before being completely frozen, the clone swiftly affixed an explosive tag to Akiji. With a whoosh, Akiji released his hold on Senju Tobarama, now a complete ice statue, exuding a chilling aura under the sunlight. Young man, you have grown overly complacent. Mutual explosive tags. Senju Tobarama shouted as he formed a seal. Suddenly, another clone appeared behind Akiji, instantly placing an explosive tag on him. Chapter 66. The Water Dragon's Detonation. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as Senju Tobarama's clone detonated the explosive tag on Akiji's chest simultaneously with his own. This resulted in a cataclysmic chain reaction. Snap. Snap. Akiji's body shattered into countless icy fragments, scattering across the ground. To speak frankly, the power of these mutual explosive tags is truly immense. Were it to detonate on an ordinary person, they would likely be reduced to a mere puddle of blood. Yet, let us not forget. Akiji is a user of a natural-type devil fruit. How could such an attack possibly harm him? Crackle. Snap. I believed you to be a wise individual. Could it be that you failed to recognize that such an assault cannot possibly reach me? The body of Akiji gradually reformed from a scattering of ice shards, returning to human shape, with an aura of coldness enveloping his hands. However, Senjitobarama paid no heed to Akiji. Instead, with a knowing huff, he cast a cold gaze upon him. Water style. Water cutter technique. Senjitobarama suddenly shouted, expelling a copious amount of water from his mouth. This water formed a horizontal slice, directly aimed at Akiji. Akiji made no effort to evade. Instead, he extended his hand, commencing the process of freezing the water wave. What a foolish assault. Akiji, expressionless, continued to freeze the water wave. Young man, have you forgotten a phrase? Experience prevails over youth. Flying Thunder God technique. What? Akiji stared in disbelief at his own body, which had been pierced by a kunai. Unbeknownst to him, Senjitobarama had already positioned himself behind him. How did you accomplish this? Akiji inquired, touching the blood upon his body. I had warned you not to become overly complacent. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, a ninjutsu of my own creation. As long as a mark exists, one can instantaneously transport oneself. At the moment you froze my shadow clone, it had already plunged a kunai into your body. Senjitobarama resumed his posture of crossing his arms, appearing quite confident in his imminent victory. I see. So the mark had already been left at that time. Akiji is remarkably astute. Such speed is indeed formidable. How terrifying, exclaimed Kizaru with a smirk. Truly. This is the esteemed second Hokage. Jiraiya below praised. The outcome is clear. I have avenged my brother, Senjitobarama declared with conviction. It seems you were celebrating prematurely. Akiji's gaze revealed a chilling intent to kill. Turning around, he paid no heed to the wound inflicted by the flying kunai. Ice began to spread gradually around him. Quite tenacious, aren't you, boy? To withstand such injury without collapsing. Yet, you are no match for me. Allow me to demonstrate the ninjutsu I have devised. Ninjutsu. Reanimation technique. Bam. Senjitobarama swiftly struck the ground, and a summoning seal rapidly appeared. With a clatter, a yellow coffin slowly emerged upright from the roof tiles. This is the reanimation technique, created by the second Hokage. It is an explicitly forbidden technique in our village. Kakashi, being the living encyclopedia of Konoha, naturally possesses knowledge of all matters. This maneuver appears rather ominous. It seems I must take some action. Snap. With a mere thought, Akiji caused the ice beneath his feet to swiftly solidify, advancing towards the slowly emerging coffin. Ice, time. The moment of freezing. Snap. Snap. As the coffin became predominantly visible, Akiji declared with a resounding voice, and the entire structure was instantly encased in ice. It is widely acknowledged that the Edo Tensei technique requires the coffin to be able to open normally for the summoning to occur. If it cannot be opened, summoning is impossible. How intriguing. I shall not waste further words with you. The next move will resolve this matter directly. Senjitobarama lowered his arms, previously crossed over his chest, and assumed a battle stance. But do not rush. I find myself somewhat fatigued. Please allow me a moment to ride my bicycle and clear my mind. As he spoke, Akiji produced his little bicycle from an unknown source and leisurely began to pedal. As he circled around Senjitobarama, ice formed beneath the tires with each rotation. Has he lost his mind? Why is he suddenly riding a bicycle in the midst of battle? Tsunade inquired, perplexed. Alas, it seems that only Kizaru and Akaina can comprehend the actions of Akiji, for they recognize that he is a man who follows his whims. Are you looking down on me? Senjitobarama furrowed his brow. Oh dear, please do not take offense, senior. I represent the justice of following one's desires. Hence, I only wish to do what I wish to do, Akiji replied languidly. Even in your whims, there must be a limit. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Senjitobarama, halting Akiji, who was leisurely riding his bike. Oh dear, the senior is angry. Akiji feigned innocence. You shall pay for your arrogance, boy. Water release. Water sphere wave. Senja suddenly expelled a torrent of water, forming a swirling wave atop the roof. Bang. The wave abruptly propelled forward, splashing towards Akiji. Let me show you the might of my water release mastery. Water release. Water dragon bomb. Senjitobarama clasped his hands together and thrust forward. The immense wave of water instantly transformed into a ferocious water dragon, descending from above to strike Akiji, coupled with the splashing water from the ground. They launched a coordinated assault. This is the ultimate technique of Senju Tobarama's water release. Water Dragon Bomb. In the depths of Akiji's eyes, a colossal, wrathful water dragon descended from the heavens, hurtling towards him with immense force. The potency of this water release was extraordinary. What a remarkable display, exclaimed Conan, genuinely impressed. The second Hokage's water techniques far surpassed her own. Chapter 67. The Ice Age. Oh dear, what shall I do now? Akiji exhaled a breath of icy mist. Prepare to meet your demise, he declared, unleashing the technique, Water Dragon Bite. The enormous, furious dragon's head loomed ominously above Akiji. So Navi, Ice Age, he proclaimed. With a crack, the moment Akiji's hand made contact with the dragon's head, an ice shard erupted forth from his palm. This icy projectile connected with the dragon, and in an instant, the once rampaging beast transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture, a crystalline dragon head suspended in midair. Both the crystal dragon and Akiji exuded an aura of chilling cold. However, one must not forget the wave of water that had splashed down from the rooftop moments before. Although the water dragon bite had been encased in ice, Akiji, unable to free his other hand due to his cycling, was struck by the water wave, sending both him and his bite tumbling through the air. Wow, what a fearsome dragon, remarked Kizaru, slightly opening his eyes and smirking. He always bore an expression that invited mischief. To think he could so effortlessly neutralize the second Hokage's most powerful water technique. Kakashi astutely analyzed the situation. Indeed, the technique known as Water Dragon Bite can be regarded as the most formidable move of the second Hokage. The young one possesses some remarkable abilities. Senju Tobarama's hand twitched slightly, revealing a hint of stubbornness. The earlier display of the Ice Age had evidently astonished him. It is worth noting that Senju Tobarama seldom bestows praise lightly. Merely a trifling matter. However, I suppose it is time for me to adopt a more serious demeanor. Akiji slowly rose from the ground, his body encrusted with frost. Has he begun to boast once more? I should have ended you with a single strike. Senju Tobarama exclaimed in fury, unable to tolerate Akiji's arrogant demeanor. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. With a flourish, Akiji donned the Marine Admiral's cloak. The word justice emblazoned prominently upon his back. Come forth, and witness the magnitude of justice's power. Akiji's gaze radiated an icy chill. You are akin to the individual who battled my brother previously, fond of uttering grandiloquent declarations about justice. Do you not realize? We are the Hokage, inheritors of the Will of Fire. A powerful aura erupted from Senju Tobarama for the third time. Alas. Prepare to face retribution. Twin-pointed spear. Suddenly, several ice spears materialized beside Akiji, lunging towards Senju Tobarama. A mere display of skill. Senju Tobarama bellowed, advancing with a fist imbued with the power of the Senju and his formidable taijutsu. Crack. With a flurry of fists and kicks, he shattered the ice spears effortlessly. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Tobarama dashed towards Akiji with astonishing speed. Wham! A single kick struck Akiji in the abdomen. Crunch! The sheer force of his martial prowess cleaved Akiji's form in twain. Snap! Snap! The bisected body of Akiji swiftly transformed into ice shards, cascading onto the rooftop below, where they solidified, emanating a chilling aura. Crack! Crack! Akiji, restored to human form, placed a hand upon the rooftop tiles. Whoosh! Crack! In an instant, he enveloped the entire roof in a layer of ice, almost instantaneously altering the very environment. Remarkable! Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi involuntarily inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer might of this general, each one more extraordinary than the last. Jiraiya similarly felt a pang of inadequacy. Humph. Senju Tobarama, undeterred, snorted dismissively. Do you truly believe that the environment favors you, granting you a chance at victory? A mere child is still a child. So Navi, you are as despicable as the wicked Uchiha brats. The mighty Senju Tobarama let out a thunderous roar, the celestial power surging through his fist. Below, Sasuke, Itachi Uchiha, and the hidden figure of Obito Uchiha observed intently. Do you have any manners, Tobarama? Please refrain from calling me out, someone remarked. This isn't the fellow from the previous match who bears a resemblance to you. Oh, it seems he is your brother. Such extraordinary power could indeed pose a threat to those with the abilities of nature-type devil fruits. Therefore, I must not allow you to strike. Ice, ball, shouted Akiji. In an instant, a blast of icy air surged forth, transforming the poised Tobarama into a frozen sphere. Well done, Akiji. Sengoku cheered from below. No, Sengoku. Such techniques are futile against that individual, Carp noted. feeling the overwhelming strength of the second Hokage even through the screen. Crack, crack. The ice encasing Tobirama began to violently fracture. Oh, I knew you wouldn't be held. With a powerful surge, Tobirama shattered the ice encasing him. You little brat, cease your pointless struggles, he declared. With that, Tobirama unleashed a formidable punch infused with sage power toward Akiji's abdomen. You cannot evade this. Bang! A powerful fist struck Akiji's abdomen, producing the sound of shattering ice. What? Senju Tobirama gazed in astonishment at Akiji's body, now encased in ice. This is impossible. Just moments ago, my brother successfully used this technique against someone with the same abilities as you. Oh my! Akiji exclaimed, as he firmly grasped the fist that had pierced through his body with both hands. The icy tendrils gradually extended, trapping his hands immovably within. Indeed. Your peculiar powers allow you to inflict harm upon us. However, we can preemptively elementalize to evade your assaults. What on earth is preemptive elementalization? Senju Tobirama could hardly fathom it. Yes, Akiji's observation haki is unparalleled. Therefore, just before Senju Tobirama's attack reached him, Akiji had elementalized in advance. Chapter 68, The Ice Gauntlet. Now, let's see where you can hide. Ice blocks. Dual spiked spears. Akiji crossed his arms before his chest, summoning several ice-carved spears that instantly materialized around him. However, at that moment, Senju Tobirama found his hand frozen, unable to move. It was over. Whoosh! At Akiji's command, the ice spears surged towards Senju Tobirama. Flying Thunder God. In a critical moment, Senju Tobirama shouted, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. He swiftly escaped Akiji's grasp, teleporting to the side. In his hand, he grasped a marked kunai. It turned out that Tobirama had left a clever trap nearby, inserting a kunai with a mark. It is often said that the Flying Thunder God technique, invented by the second Hokage, is one of the most practical ninjutsu. It allows for both offensive strikes and evasive maneuvers. Ah, how troublesome your abilities are. Akiji stood upright, exhaling a breath of icy air. The real challenge, however, still lay ahead. Akiji tilted his head, glancing down at his chest, where an unusual pattern had mysteriously appeared. It was the mark of the Flying Thunder God. When Tobirama had frozen Akiji's hand, he had stealthily left the mark behind. One must admit, the second Hokage was not only formidable in strength but also a master tactician. With the mark of the Flying Thunder God, Tobirama instantaneously appeared before Akiji. He delivered a powerful kick, infused with sage energy and the extraordinary strength of the Senju clan, sending Akiji flying several meters away. Akiji shattered upon impact like broken ice. Crack, crack. Gradually, the icy remnants began to revert back to Akiji's form, blood inevitably trickling from the corner of his mouth. Quite an impressive tactic. And tremendous power as well. Akiji touched the blood at his lip, his gaze icy as he regarded Tobirama. You are quite impressive yourself. Kid, you truly can take a hit. Tobirama let out a cold snort. It is worth noting that this kick, propelled by the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, would be no less devastating than being struck by a large truck if it were to land on an ordinary person. In an almost instantaneous manner, he was utterly shattered. Yet, astonishingly, Akiji merely had a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Ah, alas. It seems I can no longer continue this game. Akiji slowly rose to his feet, shedding the mantle of an admiral, and donned a blue cap, revealing a prosthetic leg fashioned from ice. He appeared to have matured significantly. Your leg. Senju Tobirama noted Akiji's severed limb, undoubtedly curious about who could inflict such an injury upon a being of his caliber. Ah, alas. I lost this leg during my battle with my comrade, the former Admiral Akainu from our previous world. Kazan spoke calmly. He was now Kazan, no longer the Admiral Akiji of 2 years past. I see. To think someone capable of matching my brother could break your leg, that is not surprising. Tobirama paused. Well aware of the formidable power possessed by his brother, the first Hokage, this was a lesson imparted to me by my esteemed mentor, Master Garp. Now allow me to demonstrate. Whoosh. Kazan adorned his right hand with a pair of black gloves. Crack, crack. He twisted his bones, producing a series of sharp sounds. Indeed, Kazan. Those who waver are weak and fragile. This is what my master taught you. Give it your all. Garp shouted enthusiastically from below. Akiji had always been regarded as Garp's finest disciple. The glove of ice. Whoosh. A formidable layer of armament haki enveloped Akiji's right fist. What is this? Sensitivity to danger coursed through Senju Tobirama. Ah, this is the final lesson imparted by Master Garp. The righteous Iron Fist. Whoosh. Akiji propelled himself forward with astonishing speed towards Senju Tobirama. So swift. Tobirama had no time to react. Bam! A powerful gust of wind struck his face. Crack! A solid iron fist, imbued with supreme armament haki, crashed into Senju Tobirama's visage, sending him flying several meters away, due to his body being a reanimation. The overwhelming force caused his face to begin disintegrating, fragmenting into pieces. Damn it! You little brat! Senju Tobirama collapsed to the ground, cursing vehemently. Yet, he had already lost the capacity to resist. Ah! Onward, my senior. Justice is invincible. Whoosh! Akiji approached, activating the powers of the ice fruit. From the rooftop, several ice spikes erupted, piercing through Senju Tobirama's body. Ugh, ugh. After a muffled groan, the reanimated body of Tobirama disintegrated into dust. It is over. Akiji lowered his iron fist and spoke softly, exhaling a breath of icy air. Unbelievable. Tsunade gazed wide-eyed at the screen, grappling with disbelief as she witnessed the formidable second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who was nearly on par with her grandfather, the first Hokage, suffer defeat. This was utterly terrifying. Kakashi, equally astounded, was drenched in cold sweat. Moments ago, a general had battled to a standstill with the first Hokage. And now another general had decisively triumphed over the second Hokage. If more generals appeared, would they not risk annihilating the Hidden Leaf Village? The outcome is determined. The victor of the 11th battle is the Marine Admiral from the pirate world, Akiji. Oh my, how frightening. Akiji is indeed formidable, Kizaru remarked with a sly grin. Humph. Akaina grunted in acknowledgement. However, both recognized Akiji's victory as inevitable and were well aware of his capabilities. Well done, Kazan. Both Sengoku and Garp praised in unison. For Sengoku, Akiji's victory undoubtedly brought honor to the Navy headquarters. For Garp, this was his most cherished disciple, and thus, his joy was heartfelt. Mr. Kazan, you may choose from the following rewards. Ah, the rewards are of little consequence. Ah. Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air, having utilized an excessive amount of his devil fruit powers. Now, he needed to regulate the chill coursing through his body. Reward 1. Permanent revocation of the right to summon Senju Tobirama in the virtual realm. Chapter 69. Kizaru vs. Minato Namikaze. Ah. Let us go with the first reward. Esteemed champion. Ah, very well. The reward is activated. I'm quite fatigued. I must return to my slumber. Kizaru yawned. He lived entirely at his own whim, pursuing only what pleased him. Even after leaving the Navy, his desire for freedom remained unwavering. How could such a man not be adored? All right, I shall transport you now. Whoosh. In a flash of golden light, Kizaru arrived back in the world of pirates. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Is everything all right, Kizaru? You have truly brought honor to our Navy. Sengoku was the first to greet him with a warm smile. Before his retirement, Sengoku had indeed been rather official and pragmatic, but he was now a transformed man. You really should have heard the champion's second option. What if it was a superior reward? Garp also approached with a grin, yet he posed a question. No. You do not comprehend the strength of the individual known as Senju Tobirama, Master Garp. Huh. Kizaru exhaled a breath of icy air. He then stated, that guy is formidable. Even if we were to battle again, I cannot guarantee victory. Kizaru spoke earnestly. Oh dear. Both individuals are quite fearsome. The yellow ape exaggeratedly twisted his mouth as he spoke. Currently, the score between the pirate world and the Naruto world stands at 5-7. At this moment, the Naruto world appears somewhat disheartened. In the Rain Village, one might question the capabilities of the Hokage from Konoha. Is this all the strength they possess? The score is rapidly being caught up by the opposition. Deidara shouted in dissatisfaction. Silence, Deidara. You lack the standing to question the strength of the Hokage. Itachi glared fiercely at Deidara. Itachi, being a true inhabitant of the village, was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the Hokage throughout the ages. Were it not to protect the village, he would have had to eradicate his own Uchiha clan. His childhood dream, much like Naruto's, was to become Hokage. Indeed, Deidara. What can a child like you possibly comprehend? Apologize to Mr. Itachi at once. Kisame supported Itachi's admonition. Poor Deidara was at a loss for words, unable to retaliate. He couldn't match Itachi's strength, who had personally captured him. The terrifying genjutsu was something he never wished to experience again. No one in the Akatsuki organization came to his defense anymore. His former partner, Sasori, had perished and remained eternally in the virtual realm. Thankfully, however, he was later assigned a new partner, Tobi, albeit in disguise as Beto. Nevertheless, this did bring a semblance of happiness to Deidara's remaining days. Without further ado, the 12th battle is about to commence. Who will the pirate world send to challenge? Oh, it seems that I am the only one left to take on the challenge. Kizaru lazily finished his last cup of coffee and stood up from the admiral's chair, displaying an expression of utter disinterest. Do not let the reluctant Kizaru muster some enthusiasm. Sakazuki and Kazan have not brought disgrace upon our navy. If you tarnish the honor of the navy headquarters, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Sengoku commanded Kizaru with a serious and slightly irritated demeanor. However, Kizaru is merely a corporate drone. All he desires is to work, receive his salary, and go home. Oh dear. Sengoku is quite intimidating. Don't worry. I shall return shortly. Here I come, esteemed challenger, Kizaru declared with a proud demeanor. Sengoku merely spoke in jest. In truth, he, like Akiji and Akainu, has complete confidence in Kizaru's abilities. Despite his laid-back attitude, he is indeed a peer of Akainu, a being referred to as a monster. No need to be courteous, Mr. Kizaru. The 12th battle features the Navy Admiral Borsellino, known as Kizaru, another admiral. Kakashi gritted his teeth in frustration. He had witnessed the splendid performances of the admirals in the previous 2 battles. There is simply no one in the village capable of contending with an admiral. Now, he was unsure if he could activate his dual Kamui. Is it truly necessary for Kai to open the 8 gates to confront this Kizaru? Do not worry, everyone. I shall represent the village in battle. Kakashi and Guy turned to look back. A familiar face appeared before them. It is the 4th Hokage. Sensei. Indeed, the person who approached was the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Father. Naruto gazed at the figure before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. It's you, Naruto. You've grown so tall. Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair. Minato, what is this? Only Jiraiya, appearing somewhat composed, stepped beside Minato to inquire. Oh right, Sensei. I forgot to mention. I have been summoned by the Lord of the Arena through the Edo Tensei to participate in the 12th battle, Minato confidently declared. Really? That is wonderful, Minato-sensei. Kakashi appeared quite exhilarated. On one hand, the village now had a contender for the battle. Moreover, Kakashi held immense confidence in his mentor's abilities. If it is Sensei, he will undoubtedly triumph over the general. I am ready. Lord of the Arena. Very well, Minato. The contestant for the 12th battle in the world of Hokage is the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yes. At this moment, in a dark cavern within the Hokage world, a man wearing a tiger-patterned mask involuntarily stirred upon hearing the announcement of the contestants by Luo Chuan. Through the small holes of the mask, a gaze fixated intently on the screen, observing the figures of Wave Wind Watergate and the Leaf Village denizens. It is you. All of you. It is you. You collectively extinguished Rin's life. I shall make you pay dearly. I will obliterate the village. I shall forge a world solely for Rin. Ah. The masked man cried out with a heart-wrenching anguish, as if he had endured the most excruciating ordeal imaginable. The contenders confirmed, the battle commences. Whoosh. A blinding light enveloped both combatants, transporting them into a virtual realm. Random scenery generated, the pirate world, Sabaody Archipelago. The glaring sun illuminated the verdant islands, notable for the towering trees adorned with various numbered tags. Chapter 70. Lightspeed Kick. Oh, is this not the very place where I first encountered the Straw Hat Luffy? The thought of having battled the Dark King Rayleigh here fills me with trepidation. A tall, slender man emerged, illuminated by the sun. Clad in a striking orange-striped suit and characteristic white high-heeled shoes, his long legs accentuated by dark orange sunglasses, and a rather lecherous visage, this is none other than Admiral Kizaru. Moshi. Moshi. I have successfully arrived at the battlefield. Prepare for combat. Kizaru incessantly called out to the communicator in his hand, yet no one responded to his summons. Oh, my apologies. I momentarily forgot that this place is disconnected from the outside world. The yellow ape set down his din mushi and slowly raised his head. Ah. Greetings. I am the 4th Hokage. My name is Minato Namikaze. Before him stood a man with golden hair, clad in the distinctive green vest of a Konoha shinobi. He appeared perpetually cheerful, exuding an aura of kindness. A kunai adorned with unique symbols dangled from his fingers. This is the youthful Minato. Are you not going to introduce yourself? Oh, you are my opponent, I see. You seem quite courteous, the yellow ape remarked, his mouth slightly agape. It was uncertain whether his astonishment was genuine or feigned. Well, I appreciate your compliment. I've heard that your generals are formidable. I wonder if you can surpass me? Minato said, casually waving the specially designed kunai on his finger, suggesting a challenge. Oh, provoking others is quite impolite. I shall make you suffer a bit, replied the yellow ape. Bing. He lifted his long leg, and a blinding light erupted from his foot, forming a star-like pattern. You'd best be able to evade it. Whoosh. The yellow ape unleashed the brilliant flash with a kick. So dazzling. The overwhelming radiance left Minato momentarily blinded. Bang. A brilliant flash struck the water gate, resulting in a violent explosion. The blast obliterated several towering edifices. Father! Naruto shouted from below. He had never seen his father since his birth, even though his father was merely resurrected through impure reincarnation. He yearned for the opportunity to converse with him. As the light from the explosion dissipated, a vast crater was revealed amidst the adjacent structures. Yet the figure of the water gate was nowhere to be found. Oh dear, have I gone too far? The yellow ape smirked slyly. What an incredible power! Gradually, the silhouette of the water gate emerged from behind a grand tree, leaning against it with a special kunai dangling from his fingers. Oh well. You actually evaded it. What a surprise. The yellow ape remarked, his expression ambiguous as to whether his astonishment was genuine or feigned. But how did you manage that? The yellow ape tilted his head in inquiry. It's quite simple. With a swift motion, the water gate lowered his finger, revealing the special kunai to the yellow ape. This is no ordinary kunai. It bears a mark that enables the use of space-time ninjutsu. It is known as the Flying Thunder God technique, created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who just battled with another of your commanders. The water gate explained with utmost seriousness. Why is it that powerful individuals feel compelled to elucidate the nature of their abilities? Oh, my. You possess quite the formidable aura. Though I may not entirely comprehend the extent of your capabilities, much like Kazara maintaining his enigmatic smile, genuine or otherwise, I surmise you harbor unique abilities. Pray, enlighten me with their nature. Minato inquired with earnest curiosity, a question most would hesitate to pose. Indeed, I am the embodiment of the glint fruit, a being of pure luminescence. Kazara replied candidly, answering forthrightly. Pardon me, allow me to interject. Are we not engaged in combat? Kazara's countenance shifted, his smile momentarily receding. Ah, you are quite right. Perhaps I have been overly loquacious. Minato conceded with a sheepish grin, his affable demeanor unwavering. Oh, you possess a certain awareness, do you? Then, I shall dispense with further pleasantries. Whoosh. In a fleeting instant, Kazara traversed the distance with the velocity of light, materializing before Minato's very visage. Swift. Unfathomably swift. At that juncture, denizens of both realms shared a unified sentiment, Minato included. Alas, Kazara's incandescent kick, imbued with the force of light itself, hurtled toward Minato's countenance. Perilous. Whoosh. In the nick of time, as Kazara's lightspeed assault threatened to connect, swish. A spectral ripple distorted the air, and Minato vanished from his prior location. Kazara's kick met only empty space. Oh my. What a remarkable technique of Flying Thunder God. How astonishingly swift. The yellow flash stood upon the branch of a great tree, turning his gaze towards Minato, who had instantaneously appeared beneath it. It seems we are quite alike. Minato, appearing somewhat disheveled, crouched defensively on the ground, a specially crafted kunai shielding his face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Had he not previously placed an extra mark beneath the tree, this kick might have left his face awry. Oh dear. Why are you sweating? The yellow flash mockingly observed the perspiration on Minato's brow. Becoming fatigued so soon is unacceptable. Nanny. Minato's nerves tensed upon hearing this. 4. Bing. The yellow flash casually extended a finger, which instantly erupted with a brilliant flash of light. How will you evade this? Whoosh. The laser shot forth with great speed. Minato had yet to lay down his Flying Thunder God mark, leaving him unable to dodge this onslaught. Spiraling sphere. In a moment of desperation, Minato rapidly formed a sphere to counter the laser. But how could he possibly withstand it? One must understand that the yellow flash's laser was a powerful beam, capable of obliterating an entire building with a single shot. Boom. The collision of the spiraling sphere and the finger laser resulted in a tremendous explosion, the force of which sent Minato flying through the air. His body left in utter disarray. Father! Naruto cried out in anguish. Chapter 71. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God. Do not worry, Naruto. Trust in your father's strength. Kakashi gently patted Naruto's shoulder, fully understanding the turmoil within him, aware of the hardships he had endured without his parents over the years. Oh no. Could this truly be the end? Yet, perhaps leaving work early isn't so bad after all. The yellow monkey, perched high above, pouted as he gazed at the mangled remains of Minato's body. Could this truly be the conclusion? Unthinkable. Boom. Suddenly, Minato's shattered form transformed into a plume of smoke, revealing a wooden stump. This was the Konoha substitution technique, a veritable lifesaver. Oh, what a delightful surprise. Now, this is intriguing. From within a nearby building, Minato emerged unscathed. However, due to a slight delay in his execution, though his body remained unharmed, his Konoha Janine vest had been blown to tatters, revealing a layer of gray undergarments. He appeared somewhat out of breath. Aside from that masked man with the tiger stripes, Minato had never encountered such a formidable adversary. What is this? It can't end like this, can it? The yellow monkey feigned a smile, his eyes squinting with mirth. I concede. You are quite the challenge. Your speed surpasses mine. Yet, I fight for the sake of my village. Thus, I stake my name as the fourth Hokage. I shall never concede defeat. With a flourish, Minato swiftly donned the cloak of the fourth Hokage. The 5 striking red characters emblazoned on the back unmistakable. Indeed, you are not mistaken. Minato has transformed into the returning home Minato. It is widely acknowledged that the 2 iconic concepts of Hokage are healthy Itachi and returning home Minato. However, while healthy Itachi may not always embody health, returning home Minato truly signifies the ability to return home. In a cave within the Rain Village, Uchiha Itachi seemed to resonate with the silent echoes of the heart. Pondering in stillness for an extended period. Please refrain from cueing me. Oh, are you performing a costume change for me? Yet, it is rather aesthetically pleasing. Pray tell, what is your name as Hokage? Asked Kizaru, hands tucked into his pockets. Ah, I am Eternal Sister. Minato turned his back, gesturing with his thumb towards the 5 bold characters. Eternal Sister, as the name implies, means one who forever accompanies her younger sibling. Oh, I see. Then allow me to take action. With a whoosh, Kizaru instantly appeared beside Minato, launching a light-speed kick aimed at his waist. In a swift motion, Minato retrieved his Flying Thunder God Kunai, grasping it firmly. Just as Kizaru's kick was about to connect, Minato vanished from his original position, teleporting above Kizaru in an instant. Oh dear. This is quite alarming, the yellow monkey remarked languidly, suspended in midair. Do not be anxious. A single kunai will suffice. Stab. With a surge of force, Watergate thrust the specially crafted kunai toward the yellow monkey. But how could it possibly connect? The yellow monkey is, after all, a user of a natural-type devil fruit. Whoosh. The instant the kunai made contact with the yellow monkey's form, he vanished like a flash of light, suffering no injury whatsoever. Just as I suspected, Watergate mused inwardly, just like those 2 admirals before. Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against them. Oh dear. One must not become distracted during battle. What? After Watergate's strike missed its target, the yellow monkey swiftly turned around, extending 2 fingers aimed directly at Watergate's eyes. This is bad. Watergate gasped internally. Bing. In an instant, the yellow monkey's fingers unleashed a powerful laser beam. My eyes. The intense light momentarily blinded Watergate. Bing. Farewell. The yellow monkey raised a shimmering foot. I cannot afford to lose. Naruto and Kushina are waiting for me. I must return home. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Just as the yellow monkey prepared to deliver a decisive kick to Watergate, he hurled the Flying Thunder God kunai with utmost precision, teleporting away just in the nick of time to evade the blow. How perilous it is. Such flamboyant maneuvers are utterly unattainable for the average individual. Only the eternal companion can accomplish such feats. It seems his obsession with returning home is profoundly deep. Oh, how astonishing. You are nothing short of a genius. The yellow ape has yet to release his luminous foot, poised in midair to strike. He is genuinely taken aback by Namake's Minato's adaptability. There has never been a prodigy. Everything I have done is merely a consequence of inheriting the will of fire. Hence, I must protect my village, my family. Therefore, I shall not permit myself to be defeated. With a surge of determination, Minato swiftly rose to his feet. Oh, you have become somewhat intimidating. The yellow ape lowered his shimmering foot. I have discovered the means to counter this. Whoosh. Namake's Minato swiftly hurled a special kunai at the yellow ape. Oh, are you relying on that again? The yellow ape did not flinch, casually placing his hands in his pockets, awaiting the kunai's approach. Bing. The instant the kunai made contact with the yellow ape's body, it predictably became engulfed in radiance. Success. Minato's expression turned triumphant. Oh, how rare is this? Whoosh. Minato suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing above the yellow ape, clutching a swirling Rasengan. Oh. The yellow ape gazes upward at the fourth Hokage. The name of this technique is Flying Thunder God, second stage. Boom. The fourth Hokage, wielding the Rasengan, strikes downward directly upon the yellow ape's form. Indeed, he capitalizes on the moment when the kunai pierces through the yellow ape's body, launching his assault as it reverts to its original state, thereby targeting its essence. One cannot help but admire the tactical intelligence of Minato Namake's in battle. Crack. The yellow ape's form is shattered into several pieces, scattering across the ground. Huh, it is over. Minato observes the disarray of the yellow ape's body, speaking softly. The yellow ape's mouth oddly forms an shape. Chapter 72, Yada Mirror. This is somewhat painful, isn't it? The yellow ape's voice, tinged with a hint of absurdity, echoes once more. What? Minato stares in astonishment at the remnants of the yellow ape strewn about, incredulous that the remaining upper half is still capable of speech. Goodness! It has risen from the dead, Konohamaru exclaims, bewildered, for he is but a child, lacking comprehension. Oh, do not be so surprised. I am not so easily vanquished. Tap, tap. The severed lower half of the body unexpectedly stirs and rises. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As radiant light gradually converges, the upper body effortlessly melds back with the lower half, drawing the dismembered head towards it in a slow, mesmerizing manner. Bing! A complete figure of the yellow ape emerged, resembling a giant of light, like sunlight piercing through the darkness so dear. I nearly met my demise at your hands just now. How terrifying. The recently restored yellow ape, with particles of light still coalescing, could hardly contain his eagerness to speak. His words were a blend of sincerity and disdain, half in admiration and half in condescension. How did you accomplish that? Watergate uttered in astonishment, yet with a solemn demeanor. One must understand that, logically, that spiral sphere should have undoubtedly struck his true form. How could he remain unscathed? Even the masked man, adept in the art of phasing, fell victim to that very technique. Oh dear. It seems your intellect is somewhat lacking. In our world, there exists a phenomenon known as observation haki. And I possess the pinnacle of observation haki. This means I foresaw your attack in advance. Hence, I utilized elementalization beforehand. The yellow ape remarked through his dark brown sunglasses, his expression inscrutable. I see. It appears that unless one possesses speed surpassing yours, it is utterly impossible to land an attack on you. Wavewind Watergate tightened his grip on the flying thunder god Kanai. His gaze resolute and unwavering. Speed? Oh. Haha. How intriguing. In my 50-odd years of life, this is the first time I have heard someone challenge me to a contest of speed. Kazara chuckled mirthfully, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. Utterly foolish. Kazara's velocity surpasses that of all other marines. Endowed with the glint fruit, he is undeniably the swiftest in the world. Sengoku is acutely aware of Kazara's capabilities. For anyone to dare challenge him in speed is simply courting demise. Shush. 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 Minato swiftly produced several dozen specially crafted kunai, rapidly launching them across various locales on the island, into the earth, within edifices, upon rooftops, and even into the boughs of trees. In an instant, the landscape was replete with flying thunder god kunai. Ooh, quite the spectacle, but will it prove effective? Allow me to demonstrate. True velocity. Yada mirror. Shum. Kazara clasped his hands together, as a concentrated radiance coalesced within them. Bling. 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 Immediately, he discharged a potent beam of light, refracting off a towering structure, then ricocheting onto another, extending far into the distance. Forming a luminous pathway. Should you aspire to overtake me, pursue me along this route? Shum. Kazara instantaneously vanished from his prior location. I shall certainly apprehend you. Swish. With the activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato, too, propelled himself along Kazara's radiant trajectory. Shum. Swish. Shum. With a swift motion, the figures of the two individuals vanished entirely from the screen, leaving only the occasional sound of weapons clashing. Unbelievable! Kakashi exclaimed below. Utterly astonished. The speed of these two was astonishingly rapid. It is worth noting that Kakashi had previously considered his own speed to be among the best. However, witnessing this today rendered his own abilities insignificant. Oh wow, they can actually keep up with my speed. Impressive. Humph. Your arrogance shall be the cause of your downfall. The screen only conveyed the dialogue between the two, yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. Oh well, a little sunshine, and you shine brightly, do you? Well then, how about this? Suddenly, Kizaru's figure froze mid-air, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Minato's eyes were overwhelmed, halting his movements. Having been previously dazzled by Kizaru, this time left Minato momentarily incapacitated. Don't panic. Just a kick will suffice. Whoosh. Bam. Kazara launched a direct kick at the immobile Minato. Bang. Minato was sent crashing into the ground, shattering the very structure beneath him. What a sight. Naruto cried out, tears welling in his eyes. How he longed to rush in and assist his father. The bond between father and son is truly profound. The yellow ape is indeed remarkable. Haha. Sengoku, in his prime, was certainly this way. I suspect that the author initially intended to portray Sengoku as an antagonist. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Mariewa, the three admirals selected this time are indeed the cream of the crop. Saturn, the saint, rests his head on his hand, deep in contemplation as he gazes at the large screen. This is the sacred ground of the celestial dragons, Mariewa. It is also the office of the five elders. At this moment, the five elders are intently focused on the arena battle. Some sip coffee while others sharpen their swords. The scene shifts back to the virtual space of the Sabaody archipelago. Oh, I know you are still alive. Please don't feign death. The yellow ape hovers in the air, gazing towards the ruins demolished by the Watergate. With the ability of the Pika Pika no Mi, he can remain suspended in the air. Bang. Cough cough. From the debris emerges the head of the Watergate. He appears quite disheveled. Blood streaming from his mouth, evidently suffering internal injuries. Teacher, hang in there. You must win. The usually composed Kakashi, witnessing his teacher's plight, cannot help but feel a surge of emotion. Oh, seeing you in such agony, I can hardly bear it. Chapter 73, Amatsu no Kuzunaji. Then let me swiftly put an end to your suffering. Bing. The yellow ape transformed into a radiant star in the sky. Whoosh. In an instant, he flashed to the side of the buried Namikaze Minato. However, Minato was entirely ensconced in the debris, rendering him immobile. Bing. Crack. The yellow ape delivered a lightning-fast kick straight to Minato's head. Have you ever been struck by light? A brilliant beam erupted from his foot, decisively severing Minato's head. Gurgle. Gurgle. Minato's head rolled across the ground. Bang. Yet, upon coming to a halt, it suddenly dissipated into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a clone. Oh well. I was completely deceived. Remarkable indeed. The yellow ape exaggeratedly formed an O with his mouth. The flames of Konoha. Everlasting. Minato emerged from another pile of rubble. Although he had indeed been injured by that earlier kick, he cleverly summoned a shadow clone that had sustained the same injury, successfully tricking the yellow ape. One cannot deny that Namikaze Minato's tactical intelligence in battle is among the highest among the Hokage. Your father truly possesses remarkable skills, Naruto. Sasuke gazed enviously at Naruto. Oh. Really? Ahaha. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, how hard you fight. It makes me reluctant to take your life. The yellow ape revealed a hypocritical smile. Kill me? I fear you lack the capability. Bing. Swish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Minato Namikaze entered the Ninetales chakra mode. In his lifetime, Minato had performed the Reaper Death Seal to seal half of the Ninetales, which was controlled by the masked man, into Naruto, and the other half into himself. The half within Naruto was the positive Ninetales, while the one within himself was the negative. Whoosh. The golden chakra of the negative Ninetales enveloped Minato entirely, transforming him into the golden body Minato. His eyes turned red. This was Minato's ultimate state, the dead water. Is this not frightening? Oh, how terrifying you are. The yellow ape jested. The true battle has only just begun. The dead water proclaimed with piercing eyes. I have never seen such a cool teacher. Kakashi remarked, slightly excited. In Kakashi's memory, Minato had always been the gentlest of instructors. Even in battle, he remained composed, rarely losing his temper. However, the fact that this fellow named Yellow Ape could compel his teacher to unleash the power of the Ninetales within him attested to his formidable strength. Oh. Let me witness the extent of your prowess in this state. Bing. The yellow ape's finger erupted with a blinding beam of light, shooting forth a laser as swift as an arrow towards Minato. With a single thought, whoosh, Minato deftly evaded the finger laser, which surpassed the speed of an arrow. Oh, you have become swifter than before. The laser emanating from the yellow ape's finger had yet to dissipate, illuminating his fierce gaze. Marta Marta. Whoosh. Minato hurled a specially designed kunai. Swoosh. The kunai grazed the yellow ape's cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood. How terrifying. The yellow ape appeared even more exhilarated by the scratch. Indeed, in his Ninetales chakra mode, Minato's speed was so extraordinary that the yellow ape failed to react in time, resulting in the injury. I shall take this more seriously now. Bing. The yellow ape lifted his foot, radiating brilliant light. Feudal. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. In an instant, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported to the location marked by the recently thrown kunai. Oh. How disorienting it is to suddenly move at such speed. The yellow ape's mouth twisted into a grin, reaching his ear. Yada mirror. Bing. The yellow ape unleashed another powerful beam of light, employing a familiar technique. But amidst my myriad of openings, you stand no chance. Swish. With a dual-handed flourish, Shursui unleashed a volley of more than a dozen flying thunder god kunai. Have you forgotten so soon how I injured you with my kick? Whoosh. Kizaru's form dissolved into a radiant beam, merging seamlessly with the light path. Your velocity is now transparent to me. Flying thunder god technique. Swish. Shursui instantaneously interposed himself, thwarting Kizaru's attempt to teleport via the Yata mirror. Oh my. Well now? Inconceivable. To think there exists someone in this world swifter than I. Kizaru's eyes widened, beholding Minato, who had outpaced him by a hair's breadth. Just moments ago, he had been leagues ahead, yet now someone had surpassed his speed. An almost unbelievable feat, however. This was only achievable through Minato's utilization of the Inkarama's chakra. It would be utterly impossible in his ordinary state. Prepare to meet your end. Thrust. Shursui lunged, aiming a flying thunder god kunai directly at Kizaru. Not quite yet, young one. Ama no Murakumo. Clang. Screech. Instantly, a colossal blade of pure light materialized in Kizaru's grasp, spanning over 3 meters in length. Its hilt was a maelstrom of intensely concentrated luminescence. Ping. Ha. The kunai clashed violently against the light sword. Don't become too complacent. Young man, you are still far from my equal. Though rivulets of blood trickled down his cheek, Kizaru's countenance hardened with newfound seriousness. It is indeed one of the legendary 3 sacred treasures. In a dilapidated theater, an elderly man with spectacles and grizzled, curly hair lowered his head, his glasses reflecting the sharpness of his gaze. He is none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. With a swift motion, Kizaru brandished the Ama no Murakumo sword, causing Deathwater to retreat a few steps, overwhelmed by its immense power. Such is the might of a sacred artifact. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Kizaru suddenly sheathed the Ama no Murakumo sword. Kid, I can defeat you without the sword. Let me show you what true power is. Beneath his dark sunglasses, Kizaru's eyes turned fierce. Chapter 74. Yata no Kagami. Oh, you didn't think I relied solely on speed, did you? Kizaru remarked with a smirk. The cut on his face had already healed, a testament to the top-tier regenerative abilities of an admiral. After being struck into the ground by Whitebeard's furious punch, Akainu was soon in pursuit of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. It can be assumed that Kizaru would not fall short in this regard. What do you mean? Deathwater inquired, puzzled. Sometimes, Watergate could be rather juvenile, reminiscent of Naruto in that aspect. You have only felt the speed of light. Now, allow me to demonstrate the power of light. Yata no Kagami. Bing. In an instant, Kizaru leaped into the air, transforming into a dazzling, radiant star. The intense and blinding sunlight rendered those watching on the screen below unable to open their eyes. With a swift motion, the yellow ape unleashed hundreds of luminous projectiles towards the 4th Hokage, Minato. This was the legendary Yata mirror. Minato's eyes had already endured 2 intense assaults, and they could no longer withstand the blinding radiance. Such brilliance rendered him immobile, leaving him with no alternative. In a moment of desperation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique just as the Yata mirror was about to strike him, hurling a specially crafted kunai. However, his vision was obstructed, limiting his movements. He could only raise his right hand to shield himself from the onslaught of light projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The luminous orbs detonated upon impact, creating a brilliant explosion around him. After a muffled grunt, Minato successfully shifted his body away, but his right arm was utterly obliterated in the process. Fortunately, being a manifestation of the Edo Tensei, he would not suffer fatal blood loss from such an injury. Oh my, how remarkable! To react with such agility despite the limitations imposed on him. Truly terrifying. What kind of opponent am I facing? The yellow ape's expression darkened, leaving one to wonder whether his fear was genuine or feigned. Minato crouched on the ground, taking a moment to recuperate while devising his battle strategy. Yet his eyes were still stinging from the blinding light. Another bout of intense exposure might render him blind. Oh no, I cannot afford to rest. With a swift flick, the yellow ape launched several more projectiles. The 4th Hokage could only awkwardly roll and evade, as his missing arm rendered him somewhat hindered in movement. Merely fleeing proved futile. Suddenly, the yellow ape halted mid-air, his hands gracefully positioned, sparkling like stars. What manner of pose is this? You ought to show more respect. Flying Thunder God technique. With a swift motion, the 4th Hokage teleported above the yellow ape. Oh my, how astonishing. How did you achieve this? The yellow ape's eyes widened slightly as he followed the descent of the Hokage's foot. I shall reveal the secret after descending to the underworld. With a resounding thud, the 4th Hokage delivered a kick to the yellow ape's head. Whoosh. Crack. Yet, the yellow ape soared like a kite, transforming into a beam of light that crashed into a structure below, obliterating it entirely. Goodness, I merely left a flying thunder god mark during our recent close-quarters skirmish. Yet, this kick appears to possess far greater force than anticipated. The fourth Hokage himself was taken aback by the Yellow Ape's maneuver. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Borsalino. What is the meaning of this? Sengoku growled, his teeth clenched. He valued the Navy's reputation above his own life and could not fathom the audacity of anyone engaging in a sham battle. Alas, it seems he wishes to clock out again. Beside him, the aloof Akiji, wearing an eye patch, appeared to see through it all. In the virtual realm of the Shambird Islands, atop a crumbling edifice, stood Kizaru, unscathed and poised. Oh dear, I must have been careless. It's not that I wish to forego the fight, he remarked, his eyes half-lidded and his lips barely moving. It seems Kizaru is destined never to engage in a battle at full capacity, as his thoughts are solely focused on clocking out. Hey, I say, if you wish to concede, you may do so without hesitation. My previous strike was hardly potent. Minato urged Kizaru, advocating for his immediate surrender. It was that Minato felt incapable of overcoming him. Rather, he preferred to conserve energy, for the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Oh no. Surrendering now would lead to a salary deduction, Kizaru replied with a smile, his eyes narrowed in amusement. It appears to me that Kizaru has yet to truly unleash his combat prowess. Very well then. I shall have to defeat you to secure victory. Huh. Minato exhaled slowly, then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the ground. Naruto, as your father, I regret not having adequately guided you. I bear this guilt. Yet in this moment, I find myself in need of your assistance. Minato earnestly called out to the heavens. Although those outside the arena cannot interfere with the competitors within, the actions and words of the participants are perceptible to the audience. Dad, you need not say more. Just tell me what to do. The fervor of Naruto from the audience is palpable. This is an irreplaceable paternal love, as I harbor the power of the Nine-Tails within me. Therefore, Naruto, I require the young Nine-Tail strength that resides within you. Extend your right hand just as I do, Naruto. The figure of Shimizu extended his other remaining arm towards the location of the screen, gradually closing his eyes to feel the power of the Nine-Tails within. The distinction between the Yin and Yang Nine-Tails lies in their colors, one being red and the other black. Without hesitation, Naruto mirrored Minato's action, extending his arm towards the screen. Their fists met across the divide of the screen, and simultaneously, the Yin and Yang Nine-Tails within them connected, resulting in a mutual fist bump. The fusion of Yin and Yang signifies the complete power of the Nine-Tails. Oh dear, this is quite extraordinary. They aim to eradicate me completely. The yellow flash feigned a display of fear. I can already sense your power, Naruto. Shimizu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze reflecting not only a father's affection but also a resolute determination to protect his family. Chapter 75, Spiral Flash Ultra Will Dance Roar, Third Style. Alas, I shall not allow you to triumph so easily. Whoosh. Bing. In an instant, the yellow ape teleported before the stagnant waters, raising his gleaming foot to deliver a swift kick. Whoosh. This is the power of love. You cannot possibly obstruct it. A massive shadow of the Nine-Tails manifested, enveloping Minato. This is the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Oh my, how immense it is. The yellow ape's foot hovered in mid-air, as if scalded. Gasp. The stagnant water surged forth, and the Nine-Tails took on its full form. Unlike the golden hue of the Yang Nine-Tails, the Nine-Tails possessed a deeper shade. Sensing the imminent danger, the yellow ape instinctively retreated a few steps. Oh dear, this is quite dire. It seems I have stumbled into a significant predicament. How terrifying. The expression behind the yellow ape's dark sunglasses became somber. Naruto, lend me your strength once more. Feel the chakra of the Yang Nine-Tails within you. Minato called out from within the embrace of the Nine-Tails, looking skyward. All right, I understand, father. Naruto instantly grasped Minato's intention, activating Sage Fox mode from below the stage. Let our hearts resonate, Minato shouted, extending the claws of the Nine-Tails. The chakra of the Nine-Tails began to coalesce in the air, forming an ever-growing Rasengan. Simultaneously, Sage Fox Naruto summoned the young Nine-Tails from beneath, extending its claws to intertwine with Minato's movements. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow you to succeed. Bing. The yellow ape extended his finger, unleashing a laser beam. Zing. A powerful ray shot straight towards the Nine-Tails illusion conjured by Minato. Splash. The finger laser struck precisely at the gathering spirals of chakra, which absorbed it entirely. One might wonder if the old yellow ape did this on purpose. How could he have aimed so accurately at the spiral? It resembles the moment during the Marineford War when he aimed at Luffy, clearly capable of piercing his head but opting to shoot the key instead. Oh dear. This is utterly terrifying. It makes me want to surrender. The yellow ape spoke shockingly. Borsalino, do you dare? This caused Sengoku below to turn red with frustration. Well, I was just joking. The yellow ape suddenly returned to seriousness. Sometimes, I truly cannot comprehend this yellow ape. Here we go. Naruto. No problem, Dad. Minato on stage and Naruto below engaged in a telepathic dialogue, as the spiral in the Nine-Tails hand grew increasingly large. Father and son spiral. Minato hurled the immensely large spiral directly at the yellow ape. Oh no. There's no escaping this one. The yellow ape stood still with a grim expression, making no attempt to evade. Boom. The colossal spiral collided with the yellow ape, shattering him into particles of light that dispersed. We did it. Naruto exclaimed excitedly from below. However, Minato was acutely aware that his opponent could not perish so easily. Come forth. I know you are still alive. What was just dispersed was your clone, wasn't it? Minato scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Oh, how astute you are. The leisurely figure of Kizaru emerged nearby. The dispersed form was indeed Kizaru's light clone. Their confrontation was a dance of illusion, mostly evading each other's attacks with little actual damage inflicted. This is my final move. The success or failure rests solely upon this. With a swift movement, Minato withdrew from his Nine-Tails form. Oh, the final move, is it? How ominous that sounds. Kizaru remarked nonchalantly, maintaining his carefree demeanor. Truth be told, were it not for the respect held for Kizaru's strength, many from both worlds would likely have rushed in to confront him. Exhaling deeply, Minato remained unfazed by Kizaru's attitude. I have named this technique Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Roar, third form. In a sudden flourish, Minato produced a dozen flying Thunder God Kunai, presenting them before his chest. Ah, Sensei is still so juvenile, Kakashi sighed, slapping his forehead in resignation. Wow, the name of this technique is simply incredible, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he observed Minato's actions. The bond between this father and son is strikingly evident. Tsunade gazes at Naruto with a sense of pride, fully aware that he is destined to become the future Hokage. Oh wow. Is the individual before me truly the father of that guy with the whirlpool on his face? He is undeniably impressive. Luffy, with a wide grin, finds it difficult to contain his excitement. He seldom remembers names, but rather focuses on distinctive features. Oh my, that technique must be formidable. The yellow flash continues to jest nonchalantly. With a swift motion, Minato throws the flying Thunder God Kunai. Upon contact, the kunai strikes the yellow flash, who immediately transforms into particles of light. In an instant, he appears before Minato. A sharp finger laser pierces through Minato's chest. Ouch. Another laser follows. Minato, in pain, activates the Flying Thunder God to evade the attack. Oh dear. So many markers make this challenging. Let me try this. The Yada Mirror. In an instant, the yellow flash leaps into the air, his hands forming an elegant gesture as he emits a brilliant glow. A dazzling cross of light radiates forth, unleashing a multitude of energy blasts. Meanwhile, Minato skillfully navigates through the barrage, utilizing the scattered Flying Thunder God markers to evade the onslaught. Look here. In a sudden twist, Watergate had teleported behind the yellow ape. A jolt of alarm coursed through the yellow ape as he slowly turned to glance back. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance. Roar of the third style. Spiral Sphere. Watergate struck the yellow ape with a powerful spiral sphere, landing a devastating blow. The attack whirled behind the yellow ape, tearing through his clothing and leaving a spiraling mark. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. With a resounding crash, the yellow ape plummeted vertically to the ground. Chapter 76. The power of love. The lifeless figure fell as if all means had been exhausted. The body, now a mere shadow of its former self, was on the brink of collapse, with only a final breath remaining. He was devoid of strength. Quickly, deliver the final blow, Borsalino. Sengoku urgently called from below. It is crucial to understand that the Navy is the true sovereign of the seas. The so-called four emperors are merely titles bestowed by the world government. Among the four, only the red-haired one emerged victorious. The other three faced defeat. Currently, the Admiral's record stands at 1 win and 1 draw. Should the Yellow Ape secure this victory, he could proclaim the Navy's dominance to the world, a pursuit Sengoku had long desired before retirement. Yet, the nearby Akiji, donning an eye patch and seemingly in a meditative state, appeared to see through it all. He understood the Yellow Ape all too well. A mere office worker, content with his modest paycheck, why would he risk his life? I have lost my fighting capability. Master Champion. Do you see? The yellow ape lay on the ground, one hand covering his face. Trembling as he spoke, "Are you certain, Mr. Borsalino?" His words were shocking, causing even the barely conscious Minato to pause for a moment. How is it possible? He can still support his face, while I, burdened with a shattered body, can barely move. Who has truly lost their fighting capability? Well, since the contestant has voluntarily requested, then the outcome is decided. The victor of the 12th battle is the 4th Hokage of the Naruto world, Minato Namikaze. Borsalino, I will kill you, you treacherous wretch. Sengoku, filled with rage, nearly charged at the yellow ape, but was fortunately stopped by Garp and Akainu. Calm down, Admiral. Perhaps Borsalino has done his utmost. Akainu unexpectedly interjected. Why would Akainu defend Borsalino? Typically, his cold-blooded nature makes it difficult for him to speak up for anyone. Yet, Borsalino is an exception. They are close friends. Is this serious? Kakashi gazed at the screen, confusion etched on his face. It was evident to any discerning eye that the 4th Hokage was clearly nearing his limits. I'm not sure, but this is a good thing. At least our village has won another match. Tsunade remarked somewhat absently, clearly perplexed by Borsalino's actions. Then please choose the reward for victory. First reward, to deprive the yellow ape of the chance to resurrect in the original world. Second reward, to preserve your impure body and return to Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Minato gazed at his left hand, which was working with Naruto to mold the chakra. It seemed he had made a certain resolution as he declared, I choose the first reward. What? Naruto could scarcely believe it. How he longed to reunite with his father, even if only for a fleeting second. Meanwhile, the yellow ape, lying on the ground, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, unsure if he had indeed gone too far. Are you certain, Mr. Minato? I am certain. Over a decade ago, I made the same choice. Kushina and I resolutely sacrificed ourselves to protect the village. This individual possesses immense power. If he harbors any ill intentions towards the village, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Therefore, I cannot allow him to return alive. Minato bellowed with his last ounce of strength. This, Marineford, along with all the navy, including Sengoku, fell into silence. Although Sengoku was furious at the yellow ape's enigmatic maneuver, the admiral was, after all, the navy's ace. He was the finest weapon to maintain peace on the seas. Losing even one was a significant blow to the navy headquarters. Thus, despite Sengoku's anger, he was still deeply concerned about the yellow ape's inability to return to the pirate world. The choice made by Minato Namikaze left the entire Konoha village enveloped in a profound silence. The weight of such a monumental decision was indescribable. Where could one possibly find a Hokage of such greatness? As for Naruto, in his final moments, his father spoke to him through the screen, imparting a few last words. You must grow strong. This is the final wish of both me and Kushina. As the words hung in the air, Minato's form began to gradually dissipate. The body summoned by Edo Tensei started to disintegrate like soil. With a heavy heart, Naruto announced, reward activated. The corporeal manifestation of Edo Tensei could only exist within a virtual realm, and without special rewards, the battle would conclude with its dissolution. With a swift motion, the surroundings trembled as Minato's form was swept away like sand in the wind. His silhouette vanished, leaving behind only a heart-shaped arrangement of particles, a testament to his boundless paternal love. Though he departed, Minato would forever reside in Naruto's heart. The flame of Konoha would endure eternally. Tears brimmed in Naruto's eyes, yet they refused to fall. I will, Dad. Ultimately, the tears cascaded down his cheeks. Then, according to the reward, Kizaru will. No. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly shattering his glasses. This cannot be happening. Lord Champion. The earnest pleas of Tantamaru, accompanied by fellow pacifists, rushed forth to implore the champion. All his skills had been taught by Kizaru, who was both mentor and friend to him. As the Marines at headquarters found themselves at a loss, grappling with this harsh reality, despair enveloped them. Wait a moment. Oh, esteemed champion. A resounding voice echoed across the East Sea. What is it, Mr. Shanks? It appears I have yet to redeem a reward. I wish to claim it now. In the 9th battle, the red-haired defeated the Scorpion, earning a reward that could negate the spoils of one battle. In other words, very well, Mr. Red-haired. Your reward has been successfully redeemed. The victory reward for this battle has been nullified. Nanny? What kind of joke is this? This was earned through my father's utmost efforts. How could this be? Naruto appeared visibly agitated, even contemplating a disrespectful gesture towards the esteemed champion. This was quite understandable, for Minato's victory had indeed been hard-won. Kakashi, observing Naruto's excessive fervor, quickly intervened. Naruto, you must not. Kakashi sternly admonished him. It must be said, in critical moments, Kakashi's composure proved invaluable. Chapter 77. Mingo vs. Conan. If Naruto truly offended the esteemed champion, not only would his own life be at risk, but the entire Hidden Leaf village could face devastation. I apologize, Kakashi-sensei. I was too impulsive. Naruto regained his composure. It must be acknowledged that Kakashi's words held significant weight for Naruto. East Sea, Windmill Village. It seems you are eager to realize your ambitions, Shanks. Beckman, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, seemed to pierce through everything as he fixed his gaze upon Shanks. It is crucial to note that red-haired Shanks is a pirate and one of the 4 emperors, while Kizaru is a marine and a vice-admiral. Historically, pirates and marines have been sworn enemies. Therefore, what could possibly motivate Shanks to assist Kizaru? Beckman, I can hardly contain my anticipation. I yearn to ascend the throne as the king of the world. Shanks' eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, exuding an aura of imperial menace. There has never been a truly benevolent figure in this world. I, red-haired Shanks, have endured for many years. How could I possibly settle for merely being one of the 4 emperors? My aspiration is to become the king of the world and to overthrow the world government. If I could sway a vice-admiral, the highest combat power of the world government, it would significantly ease my endeavors. Moreover, Kizaru's ambiguous nature makes him a far more suitable target for manipulation than Akainu. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku observed Shanks' actions with grave seriousness. It is well known that Sengoku is a renowned strategist. Although Shanks spared Kizaru's life, which Sengoku should, in some measure, appreciate. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that Shanks would not assist his adversary without ulterior motives. However, the immediate priority remains to safely retrieve Borsalino. On an unidentified island, Borsalino. I have long warned you. Do not overly rely on your devil fruit abilities. A man with purple hair and sunglasses gazed at the screen, which displayed the seemingly incapacitated Kizaru lying on the ground. He was none other than the former admiral, Zifa, who had once instructed the 3 admirals. With a whoosh, following a flash of white light, the virtual space could no longer ascertain whether Kizaru had indeed lost his combat capability as he was transported back to the realm of pirates, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. It's good to be back, exclaimed Sengoku, though he refrained from scolding Kizaru as he had moments prior. After the series of dramatic twists, his anger had significantly dissipated. In contrast, Kizaru seemed at a loss for words, retreating to his seat as if lost in thought. Did you hear what I said, Kizaru? Sengoku pressed. Yes. Kizaru replied absent-mindedly. Seated once more, he appeared to be contemplating something deeply. Regardless, the current tally for the admirals stood at 1 victory, 1 defeat, and 1 draw. As of now, the score between the pirate world and the Naruto world is 5-8. The 13th battle is about to commence. Who shall the pirate world send to fight? Drake, my lord, perhaps we should refrain from going. I cannot bear to part with you. Lamented Baby 5, dressed in a maid outfit, as she leaned beside Doflamingo's chair, gazing at him with an expression of pitiful longing. I refuse to believe that a creature like Kizaru could possibly lose to the enemy. No one can stop me. I must go and have my fun. Mingo, clad in a pink mink coat and donning oversized red sunglasses, held a glass of red wine, grinning broadly without so much as a glance at Baby 5. Yet, Baby 5's gaze was entirely fixated on Mingo, her affection for him emanating from the depths of her heart. Reminiscent of a maid's unrequited love for her master in a bygone era. Alas, Mingo harbored no interest in women. His passions lay solely with wealth and power. To him, a beauty like Baby 5 was merely an afterthought, utterly disregarded. Is this not a tragic waste? Enough. Do not try to dissuade me any longer. Just take good care of my paradise. Without a hint of hesitation, Mingo rose and brusquely pushed Baby 5 aside from her seat. One must admit, he acted with unwavering decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. Rest assured, young master, we shall handle everything here, declared Torpole, leaning on his cane with his prominent nose. With me here, no one can invade our paradise, young master. The shrill voice of Pika echoed from somewhere, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Mingo and his companion stood atop the formidable mountain transformed by Pika. Young master, please do not abandon me, Baby 5 cried, tears streaming down her face as she gazed longingly at Mingo. Yet, he paid her no heed. I shall take the lead, esteemed challenger. Truly, he is a ruthless man. The 13th battle in the pirate world features the formidable warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Punk Hazard, it is you. Doflamingo, I shall take your life. Upon seeing the smug face of the man adorned with sunglasses on the screen, Trafalgar Law roared with red eyes. Doflamingo had slain the gentlest of souls, Corazon. This grievance must be avenged. Law pressed his fisherman's hat down firmly, striving to suppress the fury within. He must endure. He must bear the weight of humiliation. In the new world, aboard the Thousand Sunny, Luffy seethed with anger at Doflamingo's image on the screen. After uncovering the myriad of Doflamingo's malevolent deeds, Luffy firmly resolved that he was indeed a villain. Who shall rise to challenge in the Naruto world? In a cave within the Rain Village, the rain poured incessantly, akin to the tears of an angel. Forever falling, forever lingering. Conan, do you truly intend to go? Pain gazed at Conan with an expressionless demeanor. I have made my decision. Allow me to go. Conan spoke with a calmness devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if fulfilling a long-held wish. The members of the Akatsuki exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. For they all understood the connection between Conan and their leader. Yet, no one dared to broach the subject except for Itachi, whose mind was occupied with other thoughts. It is imperative to acknowledge that his induction into the Akatsuki was never predicated on aiding their malevolent endeavors. His purpose was to infiltrate, procure intelligence, and thereby seize the opportune moment to dismantle the Akatsuki. Chapter 78, Dance of the Shikigami in that case. Proceed, Conan. However, bear in mind, our tenet remains the imposition of pain upon all. Pain's pronouncements were imbued with an inherent, commanding presence. Within a secluded cavern, Nagato, emaciated and frail, involuntarily regurgitated a copious amount of blood. His corporeal form was nearing its terminus, even vocalizing audibly proved arduous. He was terminally afflicted. His existence sustained merely by a single conviction, to inflict anguish upon all. This world must know suffering. Conan, Deara attempted to interject, only to be silenced by a piercing gaze from Itachi. Deara harbored an undeniable trepidation towards Itachi. I shall accept the challenge, esteemed champion, Conan stated, her countenance devoid of emotion. Upon the visage of this angel, one perceived only the desensitization to suffering. Match 13 features Conan of the Akatsuki from the Naruto universe. Commence combat. Whoosh. In a flash of luminescence, both combatants were transported to the virtual arena. During the transposition, the distinctive laughter of Doflamingo echoed faintly. Random environment. Amagecure's Angel Tower. Swish. A perpetual drizzle persisted, akin to the tears of an angel. Amagecure, aptly named, was perpetually enshrouded in precipitation. A gentle drizzle falls incessantly, and the villagers have long accustomed themselves to donning raincoats whenever they venture outside. Amidst the gloomy, overcast atmosphere, an incongruous sound pierces the air. What manner of place is this? Just moments ago, I was basking in the sun on the beach. Ming, clad in a pink mink coat and sporting flamboyant flamingo glasses, stands with exaggerated gestures upon the rain-soaked road. The incessant rainfall has inevitably flooded the pathways. What a misfortune. My shoes are utterly drenched. This is exceedingly uncomfortable. I must swiftly conclude this battle. Whoosh. Ming propels himself into the air, soaring above the rain. He is a connoisseur of comfort. One may inflict harm upon him, but discomfort is intolerable. Damn it. Where is my adversary? The drizzle cascades over Ming's flamingo sunglasses, obscuring his vision, coupled with the misty haze. He fails to perceive the figure cloaked in the robes of the Akatsuki lurking in the shadows. At this moment, Xiaonan stands silently beneath him. Her blue, round hairstyle is adorned with a delicate blue flower, and her azure eyes are accentuated by a distinctive mole on her chin. The rain glides over her exquisite visage, trickling from the mole and falling to the ground. Such a captivating beauty, yet her expression seems devoid of any anger. Is that Xiaonan? Has she not already? Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at the image of Conan, shrouded in a delicate drizzle. He could scarcely believe it. First Yahiko, then Conan. Could it be that Nagato was also involved? Nevertheless, one must commend Jiraiya for his keen eyesight, capable of discerning Conan amidst such obscurity. Perhaps it was the effect of the sunglasses worn by Minato. After a prolonged silence, Minato questioned the void around him, yet no one responded. Below, Conan remained motionless. Her head bowed, allowing the raindrops to cascade upon her hair and face, gradually soaking her. Her emotions at that moment were inscrutable. An angel? The angel of the Rain Village? What could that possibly signify? Could it be that a coward has taken refuge? If you do not emerge soon, I shall be compelled to attack directly. Minato furrowed his brow, clearly averse to rainy days, his impatience manifesting in his demeanor. Yet, Conan remained unresponsive. After years of following Nagato, she had grown accustomed to being a mere instrument. She executed his commands without question, and this was a choice she had willingly embraced. This is sheer folly. Minato fumed, his impressive physique towering over 3 meters, clad only in a pair of floral swimming trunks. Was he to endure this incessant rain and chill without succumbing to illness? With a swift motion, a great wave of countless threads surged forth indiscriminately in all directions. Minato was indeed the wielder of the superhuman string fruit. At last, he declared, I have found you. His gaze sharpened as he finally discerned the unmoving figure of Konan, who had remained still since the very beginning. Her face was drenched with rain, and she was still a woman. Did you think I would let my guard down simply because I am not a general? Sending a woman to distract me? You have underestimated me. Gah. As Mingo moved his claws, 5 delicate threads connected to his fingertips. Prepare to perish. With a swift motion, Mingo lunged downward, directing the threads towards Xiaonan. Do not underestimate these threads. In Ming-Ji's hands, they are sharper than ordinary blades. Dance of the paper. Just as Mingo launched his attack, Xiaonan, who had remained silent, and still until now, suddenly sprang into action. Her entire form transformed into a flurry of paper, soaring through the air. Ming-Ji's threads collided with the paper, shredding it to pieces. With a rustle, as Xiaonan's face disintegrated like the pages of a book. A multitude of paper fragments swirled around like snowflakes, hurtling towards Mingo. Mingo furrowed his brow. In an instant, Xiaonan ascended into the sky. Locking eyes with Mingo, her back adorned with wings crafted from paper. One side of her face had already transformed into paper, leaving only one eye glaring fiercely at Mingo. What is this? Your entire body is turned to paper? What is happening? Ming-Ji's caution heightened. Yet he still did not regard a woman as a formidable threat. Nevertheless, Xiaonan seemed oblivious to his words. Paper shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, she launched an assault, hurling dozens of shuriken crafted from paper towards Mingo. However, Xiaonan's paper shuriken were no ordinary creations. They were infused with chakra, rendering them exponentially more potent than standard shuriken. Are you deaf? Crack. Crack. Enraged, Mingo swiftly conjured 2 threads, effortlessly shredding the incoming paper shuriken to pieces. Having established himself as a formidable figure, Mingo had always been one to fulfill requests. He had never encountered anyone audacious enough to disregard his words. Women are indeed women. Your attack is no different from that of a worthless fool. Mingo jeered with a boisterous laugh. Chapter 79, The 5 Colored Threads. My goodness. Are you unable to speak? Mingo awkwardly retracted his laughter, furrowing his brow at Xiaonan. Raindrops cascaded down her face. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered her first words. Do you feel pain now? With an icy visage, Xiaonan expressed this chilling sentiment. What? Mingo was taken aback by her statement. Was this person mentally unstable? Oh. I just recalled. You wear the same attire as those 2 who battled Kaido and the red-haired. It seems you are in league with them. No wonder the words spoken are so cryptic. It appears that your organization resembles a cult. Brother Ming is undoubtedly a staunch materialist. He regards the words of Xiaonan merely as the ramblings of a fanatic organization. However, my dear lady, I advise you not to overestimate your capabilities. Brother Ming clenched his fist. With your organization, do not even dream of opposing the Don Quixote family. Brother Ming stated with a hint of intimidation. No, young master, please do not reveal your identity as a celestial dragon. Tori Bull and Baby 5 from Dressrosa knelt on the ground, fervently praying. To insult the Divine One. Unforgivable. Xiaonan's exquisite countenance seemed to trigger some hidden rage, contorting in anger. Angels, as their name implies, exist to uphold the sanctity of the divine. The divine cannot be profaned. Accept your punishment. Paper spear. Whoosh. Xiaonan, utilizing chakra, fashioned a spear-like weapon from paper, thrusting it towards Brother Ming. Interesting. A woman from a cult. Let us see who enacts the punishment. 5 colored threads. Ding. Brother Ming's fingers deftly drew 5 slender threads, shimmering softly in the darkness. With a swift motion, he forcefully grasped, shattering the paper spear with ease. Bypassing the paper spears, he lunged directly for Konan. Hehehe. Don't blame me for marring that pretty little face of yours. Doflamingo, inverted in the air, chuckled incessantly. Paper shield. Unperturbed, Konan conjured a paper shield to intercept the assault. The multicolored threads pierced through several layers before being thwarted. You cannot defy a god. Konan declared impassively. He. This is far too amusing. I'm genuinely curious to discern the nature of your organization. Doflamingo guffawed, dismissing Conan's words entirely. Swish. Swish, swish. Countless paper fragments cascaded from Conan's face and body, converging towards Doflamingo. I must make you experience pain. Conan enunciated each word with chilling precision, resembling a soulless killing machine. Cease this futile struggle, woman. I assure you, I shall not show leniency simply because of your gender. Doflamingo's hand twitched slightly. Why has Conan suddenly ceased her movements? Deara, observing from below, noticed the anomaly. After Doflamingo's fingers twitched strangely a couple of times, Conan halted her impending attack. Suspended in the sky like a puppet under control. She's being manipulated. Itachi revealed calmly. Nothing escapes Itachi-sama's notice. A mind of unparalleled brilliance. Only Itachi could perceive everything. Just how much power remains concealed within those profound, all-encompassing eyes. So you dare to proclaim yourself a deity? What kind of angel are you? Yet, you were effortlessly ensnared by a mere thread. Ming laughed boisterously, soaring instantly before Xiaonan. In contrast, Xiaonan neither attacked nor defended. She merely stared intently at Ming, who stood parallel to her. Such a pity for your exquisite visage, but alas, it is of your own making. Perish. Overload. Whip thread. Crack. A long, orange-red thread erupted from Ming's palm, extending backward. Whoosh. He swiftly lashed the thread towards the motionless Xiaonan. Thud. The orange thread pierced through Xiaonan's body, emerging on the other side. Hee. Ming grinned, gazing at Xiaonan, whom he had impaled. He reveled in the exhilaration of inflicting pain upon the opposite sex. Could it be that Sister Xiaonan? Deidara appeared somewhat taken aback. It was not that he was overly concerned for Xiaonan. Rather, their group had resolved to cast aside life and death since joining the organization. However, Xiaonan's strength was considerable. After all, her old partner, Scorpion, had been captured by her own hand. Surely, she would not perish so swiftly at the hands of her opponent? Do not be overly agitated, Deidara. Battles are seldom resolved so quickly. Itachi remarked coldly, his gaze never straying to anyone. The individual known as Weasel possesses many admirable qualities. Yet his propensity to speak without making eye contact is rather peculiar. Hiki. Suddenly, Ming Ji's laughter ceased, and a frown creased his brow. Why aren't you bleeding? He inquired. Indeed, with a body so thoroughly pierced, how could one not bleed? A startling transformation occurred. The pierced form of Xiaonan inexplicably morphed into a flurry of paper. What? Ming Ji's sunglasses glinted with surprise. Paper shurikens. With a swift motion, several paper shurikens were launched from behind. Swish, swish, swish. Fortunately, Ming-gu possessed a modicum of observation haki, allowing him to react rapidly, turning to intercept the incoming projectiles. He shattered the majority of the paper shurikens, yet two managed to embed themselves into his flesh. It must be noted that had he possessed the exceptional observation haki akin to Katakuri's, he would have entirely evaded harm. However, Ming Ji's abilities in this regard were not of the highest caliber. Drip, drip. Blood oozed slowly from the wounds inflicted by the paper shurikens. Gradually, Ming-gu raised his furrowed brow, revealing Xiaonan's elevated visage, reminiscent of an angel. How intriguing. You are indeed fascinating. Ming-gu chuckled menacingly, his body contorting in a grotesque manner as he mocked her with a terrifying grin.